Hello, my dear single friends. Don't cry, I'm always here for you. I know you're never getting a girlfriend, so why are you saving so much money for your future wife? Just give it to me, and I'll go enjoy it for you. Thank you. End. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 79. Pushing up his glasses, Aizen Sosuke smiled and gently stretched out his hand. Suddenly, the light ahead was blazing. But, at this moment, in Karakura town, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni frowned, his long eyebrows gently fluttering, and in front of him, the blazing fire was like a cage. However, the ones imprisoned now are just themselves. From beginning to end, they were deceived, like monkeys in a circus, defeating Espada. When they felt that they were finally going to understand all this, they suddenly found that they were still in this ring. Aizen. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni took a long breath and raised his head slightly. His thick beard and long eyebrows concealed his deep gaze. However, it can still be seen that he is helpless and angry. Are you so strong that even I can't see through you? After muttering, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's back was bleak, but he immediately came to his senses. Captain, should we? Sui Feng reacted, looked up at the disappeared traces of Aizen, frowned, and spoke urgently. But mid-sentence, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni interrupted him with a wave of his hand. It's really troublesome. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni adjusted his mood, but his eyes were still deep. When he looked back, he saw that the members of Team 13 were all looking at the direction where Aizen disappeared, with expressions of 080 and shock. Hurry up and go back to Soul Society. Don't let that guy Aizen succeed. An order directly caused everyone to react and look away. When they looked at Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, they saw a flash of light and Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni disappeared on the spot. Come on, don't be stunned. Komamura Seijin was the first to speak, his eyes narrowed slightly. I'll go first, you guys should hurry up and follow. After saying that, there was another stream of light. Immediately after Komamura Seijin, there were several streams of light, all of which were exposed. The target this time is Soul Society. In Soul Society, Aizen floats in the air, and in front of him, a prototype condenses from the void. His expression was stern, his brows furrowed slightly, and he was arranging soul nourishment, but then, he seemed to sense something. Aizen raised his head and looked from a distance, seeing several streams of light moving rapidly towards this side. Old man, it's pretty fast. After muttering, Aizen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, as if he had expected this. But, after all, it was still a step too slow. Aizen floated, his pupils narrowed, he glanced at the people in Team 13 flying over, and spoke coldly. Complete hypnosis. As soon as he said this sentence, a wave of ripples spread out all around, just like a stone dropped on the surface of a lake, spreading out ripples. The world at this time is the lake. A cold voice spoke, and suddenly, the ripples spread. At the moment of contact, they instantly enveloped the 13th team that flew over. Ah! Yamamoto Genryusai was the first to react, stopped his movements, felt the ripples spreading, and raised his Zanpakutō defense. But, after all, it is slow. Aizen's strength has become so strong that even the old man Yamamoto Genryusai has to use a lot of effort to distinguish it. How can he easily break through the illusion in front of him? Hateful! Yamamoto Genryusai gritted his teeth and watched the scene in front of him change little by little. Aizen! You can't make it! Ah! Aizen listened to Yamamoto Genryusai's roar in the distance and sneered, let's come out of the illusion first. Aizen never thought that he could stop Yamamoto Genryusai with this. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai was very powerful. Although this mere illusion could trap him, it was only a matter of time before he was broken through. Withdrawing his gaze, Aizen continued to build, and time passed slowly. In front of Aizen, a huge key slowly took shape. The spreading fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, hurry up! Yamamoto Genryusai roared and waved Zanpakutō vigorously in his hand. However, no matter what, the illusion in front of me cannot be waved away. Open it for me. The veins on Yamamoto Genryusai's forehead popped out, and he felt the powerful power of the King Key that was about to take shape. The King Key is the key to the Spirit King's palace, and in the Spirit King's palace, the Spirit King sleeps. This world is also the Spirit King's contracted son. If the Spirit King's palace is opened rashly and the Spirit King is awakened, then this world will no longer exist. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's eyes widened, and he swung his sword over and over again, feeling the ripples spreading out getting stronger and stronger. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni kept swiping, but after swiping countless times, this illusion showed no signs of being chopped into pieces. Suddenly, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni seemed to understand something. Did I just let it go? Thinking this, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni reacted, stopped waving, and gently closed his eyes. Wearing a long robe without any wind, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni sat cross-legged in the sky. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The sword in his hand shone brightly, as if it had sensed Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's call, and it buzzed. Standing up again, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni raised the corners of his mouth slightly and let out bursts of laughter. Then, the laughter became louder and louder. What a great Aizen, you've made such rapid progress. Even I was teased by you. With a murmur, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. Everything and everything will return to ashes. After saying this sentence, the sword in his hand buzzed, and with a bang, the blade of the sword burst into flames. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's smile disappeared, his eyes were firm, and the flames on the sword reflected in his eyes. Drink! With a loud shout, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni waved his sword. Ryujin Jaka! The moment he drew the sword, a tornado-shaped wall of flames spurted out instantly, like a fire dragon, and the sound of raging fire burning in the void was extremely violent. Stab! The sound of breaking through the sky came, and Aizen's illusion was directly cut open by Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's sword. Aizen, stop! With another loud shout, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni held Ryujin Jaka and rushed directly towards Aizen, but it was already too late. Aizen floated in the air, and with the last soul imprint, suddenly, a powerful pressure suddenly burst out. The powerful ripples were like a hurricane, directly blowing away Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, and all the remaining team members were blown away. Like a rootless grass swept away by the strong wind. It's done. The corners of Aizen's mouth raised slightly, his eyes under his glasses shone with light, and he chuckled twice. Aizen stretched out his hand and waved, and suddenly, a huge key appeared. It's over. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni opened his mouth wide and murmured, looking at the huge key, a little disappointed in his eyes. Wang Jian has been created. But then, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni reacted, no. How could it be possible for you to achieve it so easily? Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni kept yelling, and all the guards behind him rushed up. Originally, they were at the end of their tether after a series of battles, but there was nothing they could do, they were the closest to Aizen. However, Aizen didn't give any chance and pushed the king key with both hands. Kaka! With two blasts, the door to the Spirit King's palace was opened directly. As the door was opened, a burst of aura spread out, a desolate, powerful pressure spread out, overwhelming. This aura was so powerful that it directly covered the entire Soul Society. Oh my god! Aizen! Aizen opened the door to the Soul King's palace. In Soul Society, everyone looked at the sky in surprise, and some even trembled because of the powerful pressure of the Soul King palace. The door is open. At Team 0, Ichibe Hyasub suddenly opened his eyes, felt the direction of the waves, and murmured softly. It's really troublesome. As if sensing the fluctuation and knowing the cause and effect, Ichibe Hyasub complained and rubbed his bald head. Wouldn't it be enough to just kill him? Behind him, Ten's hero of Kairanji Temple held a piece of grass in his mouth, hugged his shoulders, wore a long-sleeved and short-sleeved haori, opened his upper body, and spoke softly. His eyes were cold, and when he said these words, he showed various cold glints from time to time. Another little devil who doesn't know how to live or die. Do not worry. Hakaifun Kiryu spoke with a smile, a face that always had a smile on it, with swirling lines on his cheeks, black camouflage on his lips, and 2 belts. You must act more swiftly and don't make him feel uncomfortable. Okay. Ichibai Hyasub stretched out his hand to stop everyone, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared instantly. Hurry up too, don't let outsiders break in and disturb the Soul King's rest. As soon as the words fell, the remaining people all turned into streams of light and disappeared instantly. Team 0 is dispatched. The strength of Team 0 exceeds that of the entire Godi I-13, and they will never show up easily until a critical moment. Every member has also created significant things for Soul Society. But this time, all members of the Zero Division were dispatched, which further illustrates the seriousness of this matter. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni may be the strongest, but he is still not good enough in front of the Zero Division. Strong pressure came over, Aizen 1.5 calmed down, frowned, and looked into the distance. All are here. Pushing up his glasses, Aizen chuckled twice, isn't it just a stab in the sky to mobilize the troops like this? After muttering, Aizen laughed twice, and the gentleness in his eyes instantly disappeared and turned into a strong fighting spirit. Well, since we're here, let's have a good fight. The momentum exploded, and Aizen instantly rose into the sky and rushed directly towards the Zero Squadron. Ichibai Hyasub was at the front, his rosary beads and beard grinning. When he saw Aizen rushing up, Ichibai Hyasub laughed twice. Boy, you are looking for death. Ichibai Hyasub yelled, Bankai! Hakubi Ikimonji! The White Pen 1 character is the evolution of Zanpakutō, who was single long before Bankai appeared in the world. It can erase people's names and carve new names. Ichibai Hyasub stretched out his fingers and wrote 2 big characters in the air, Black Ant. Turning his fingers into palms, he faced Aizen, cowardly. But, just as the word Black Ant was typed, suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Heido's 11th, decorated with thunder and lightning. A bolt of lightning directly shattered the words Black Ant. Ichibai Hyasub was stunned and looked up, only to see Kukaki Qianye floating in the sky in front of him. Chapter 80. Hey! Kukaki Qianye raised the corners of his mouth and laughed, his robes covering his whole body were windless. Old bald donkey, let me meet you. With just one sentence spoken, Ichibai Hyasub's defense was immediately broken. Old bald donkey! You brat, who are you scolding here? Kukaki Qianye stood with his hands behind his hands, floating in the air, listening to Ichibai Hyasub's loud shouts, and smiled slightly, I'll scold anyone who is bald. Ichibai Hyasub was so angry that he was itching his teeth, but his goal this time was to stop Aizen. If necessary, it was not impossible to kill him. With a cold snort, Ichibai Hyasub gritted his teeth and spoke. I won't argue with you now. After I finish handling the matter, I will let you know the consequences of messing with me. Kukaki Qianye put his hands behind his hands and clicked his tongue when he heard Ichibai Hyasub say this. Oh, that's really unlucky. I'm here and you can't get through it. This sentence directly aroused Ichibai Hyasub's nerves. Suddenly, Ichibai Hyasub's eyes were blood red and he entered a fighting state. In this case, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Ichibai Hyasub roared, and his whole body suddenly exploded. He entered a fighting state, and his aura was completely different from the 2 before. You go and deal with Aizen, I'll hold this kid back. Ichibai Hyasub spoke with a cold snort, holding a letter in his hand and standing in the air. In front of him, Kukaki Qianye gently clasped his hands with a relaxed expression, not paying attention to Ichibai Hyasub at all. This arrogant look made Ichibai Hyasub even more unhappy. 06 kid, let me teach you how to respect your elders. Ichibai Hyasub shouted and rushed forward instantly, waving a word in his hand. Cut the name but not the flesh. With a loud shout, the tip of the brush in his hand turned directly into a blade, and suddenly the air became quiet. Ichibai Hyasub seemed to have stopped moving and froze in mid-air. Kukaki Qianye was facing Ichibai Hyasub. Seeing him like this, he had already seen what Ichibai Hyasub was thinking. Interesting. He stretched out his right hand, pointed it at Ichibe Hyasub, and opened his lips lightly. Heido number 31, Red Fire Cannon. As soon as he said one sentence, a huge fireball appeared in his palm. In the void, bursts of chanting sounds sounded. Ichibe Hyasub was stunned. Ichibe Hyasub had also heard of the red fire cannon, but generally before casting a spell, he had to chant continuously, and at the same time it required a lot of energy. After looking at Kukaki Qianye for a long time, Ichibe Hyasub seemed to come to his senses. Want to kill me with one blow? You are still too young. After finishing speaking, there was another loud shout. However, before this roar came out, I could only hear the hazy singing voice in the void, and I became more and more awake. Void chant. Ichibe Hyasub reacted, widened his eyes and looked around in confusion. How can it be? It consumes so much, you're going to die. In the void, the singing voice is faster. O King! Masks of flesh and blood, all things that flutter high and bear the name of mankind. Heat and strife, rolling southward across the sea, march forward. The sound sounded over and over again, and the fireball in Kukaki Qianye's hand became bigger and bigger. After a long time, the chanting sound suddenly stopped. Looking at Kukaki Qianye again, the fireball in the palm of his hand has already covered the sky and the sun. It can't stand the high temperature even though it is far away. Go ahead. Kukaki Qianye spoke softly, his voice as calm as waves, without any ripples. Such a powerful attack, but so casual. The huge fireball flew directly over. Ichibe Hyasub still wanted to block it, and immediately put the ikimonji in his hand in front of him. However, as the fireball got closer and closer, Ichibe Hyasub found that it could not be blocked at all. In a hurry, Ichibe Hyasub reacted and flew upwards instantly. If you can activate such a big fireball, you probably won't be able to do it now. Thinking like this, Ichibe Hyasub calmed down and rushed forward, but as soon as he rushed forward, Ichibe Hyasub was stunned. In the void, the chanting voice started up again, and soon after, the fireball in Kukaki Qianye's hand condensed again, and a fireball with the same power as before appeared. Boom! Another shot. Everyone in Ichibe Hyasub was dumbfounded. Such fireballs came out so easily, and two of them came out after just one twist. Ichibe Hyasub's eyes widened, but then, there was a third one. The fireballs seemed to be free of charge, one after another directly surrounding Ichibe Hyasub. Not good. When Ichibe Hyasub reacted, there were already fireballs in all directions. This kid is better than he looks. Thinking in his mind, Ichibe Hyasub waved a word in his hand. Hehe. With a loud roar and a wave of words, those fireballs seemed to have solidified. Erase. As soon as the two words came out, the fireball trembled, seeming to have lost its temperature and light. After taking a long breath, Ichibe Hyasub did not dare to neglect, missed. As soon as these two words were typed, all the destroying balls immediately dissipated. Good boy, you are really good. Ichibe Hyasub let out a long breath, and before the fog dissipated, he waved the letter in his hand again. Erase. The target this time is Kukaki Qianye. And? After typing these two words, Kukaki Qianye was immediately enveloped. However, Kukaki Qianye, from beginning to end, stood there without moving, looking at Ichibe Hyasub as if he were looking at an actor who was performing, with no sadness or joy in his expression, no emotion at all. Ikimonji's Zanpakutō is very powerful. Killing the name but not the flesh is equivalent to the rules of the world, erasing the old rules and putting in a new one. This kind of rules-based weapon, as long as it launches an attack and is shrouded in rules, it will be over. Ichibe Hyasub's eyes all turned white, and he had murderous intentions. Go to hell, kid! Ichibe Hyasub was extremely fast and rushed forward instantly. O dark night, yo everlasting darkness, come here. Meet everyone and drink it. Drink it, and life will drift away. The road to hell is the same, with flowers blooming. Wine and food are dyed black wherever they are. Split into 8 parts, roasted into pitch black with pitch black flames. Eat it up quickly, and what is left are the white bones. Set up a monument for him and mourn for him. In order to prevent him from being reborn again, in order to prevent him from being reborn again. Become our sacrifice again. After finishing chanting, he waved a word in his hand, and suddenly, the whole body was shrouded in black, completely covering Kukaki Qianye. Even now, are you still not moving? Ichibe Hyasub's eyes were all white and he sneered, just right, then go to hell. After saying this, Ichibe Hyasub was about to control the darkness and turn Kukaki Qianye's flesh and blood skeleton, but at this moment, only heard, in the middle of darkness. Heaven breaks all things. After speaking these 4 words in a calm and quiet tone, Dr. Ichibe was stunned. Immediately afterwards, I saw only a flash of light and a blade of light cutting through the darkness. Boom! In an instant, the darkness exploded. How can it be? Ichibe Hyasub's eyes were about to burst, his mouth was wide open, and his eyes were full of disbelief. In the middle of the darkness, Kukaki Qianye stood there, still with a calm expression, but this time, he was holding a Zanpakutō in his right hand. The other hand slowly stretched out, Hijin 58 Koten Lan. As the voice fell, strong winds suddenly rose all around, and the huge whirlwind swept directly over Hyasub Ubing Yoke. But it's not over yet. Kukaki Qianye continued to speak. Hijin 67 Thunder Dispersions. After saying this, mist suddenly filled the air in front of Ichibe Hyasub. In the mist, electric sparks crackled, mixed with the hurricane that had just formed. Ichibe Hyasub was shocked. I can actually activate Kidō continuously. However, before the shout could be finished, Kukaki Qianye finally started to move. With a flash of light, Kukaki Qianye disappeared on the spot. Ichibe Hyasub was tired of fighting these things when he saw a flash of cold light. $37. Cut off the rules and everything will be cut off. Kukaki Qianye spoke coldly and slashed with his knife. This sword seemed to be able to cut through the void and split the heaven and earth. Ichibe Hyasub couldn't react. He could only stare blankly at Kukaki Qianye's knife falling. At this moment, time was very slow. It's so slow that even breathing is extremely long. Seeing it, the blade was about to chop off. Boss, be careful! 2 anxious shouts suddenly came out, followed by a flash of light. Nigia Oue and Shutara Senjumaru appeared instantly and pulled away Ichibe Hyasub. However, Kukaki Qianye's knife was too fast. Even if they tried their best to rescue Ichibe Hyasub, Shutara Senjumaru could not escape. Still touched the world. With a bang, Shutara Senjumaru's hand was cut off in 3 pieces. Ah! Shutara took the Senju pill and screamed in pain. Looking back, Kukaki Qianye stood there holding Tianduan Wanxiang. I told you, you can't get through as long as I'm here. Kukaki Qianye spoke coldly and stood motionless. Originally, excluding Ichibe Hyasub, the other 4-0 division members had already put Aizen in a deadlock, but until Kukaki Qianye suddenly came out and directly changed the situation of the battle, it can even be said that Kukaki Qianye defeated the entire career team. Hateful! Ichibe Hyasub reacted and took a long breath. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was indeed the case. They were defeated. From the beginning of the battle until now, Kukaki Qianye has only used his sword twice. Not far away, everyone in Team 13 was speechless in surprise. Kukaki Qianye defeated Team 0 with his own strength. What a powerful strength this is! On the other side, behind Kukaki Qianye, Aizen looked at Kukaki Qianye quietly. His face no longer showed the ease of strategizing, but was full of complexity. Just because Kukaki Qianye is so awesome. Such a partner is really dangerous. Aizen murmured. Chapter 81. After muttering, Aizen frowned and continued to press the king key. Everyone in Team 0 looked at Aizen's movements and became nervous. No. If the Soul King's palace is opened, if the Soul King is killed by that guy Aizen. Shutara Senjumaru frowned, and his words were full of anxiety. Well. Ichibe Hyasub gritted his teeth and looked at Aizen with wide eyes. Even his beard and eyebrows were fluttering because of nervousness. In front of him, Kukaki Qianye stood in the air, with some amusement in his eyes, but more importantly, boredom. I thought you were very powerful and could impress me. Speaking coldly, Kukaki Qianye snorted, what a pity, that means I have to stop you. Kukaki Qianye's words were cold and his hair was flying slightly. Otherwise, you will definitely not survive now. After finishing speaking, Kukaki Qianye laughed twice, and his laughter was hearty, but the Zero Squadron in front of him was at a loss. Boss. Ten's hero of Kirin Temple gritted his teeth and spoke, looking at Kukaki Qianye's appearance, he spat, otherwise, let's fight him. No, calm down. Ichibe Hyasub gently stopped Kirinji Ten's hero and looked up at Kukaki Qianye who was blocking him. He was obviously just one person, but the power in this kid was so strong that he could block them out in one go. Behind him, Aizen continued to move until, in the void, the door to the Soul King's palace opened. Boom! A loud noise immediately made these people react. Not good. Ichibe Hyasub spoke coldly, and when he saw the open door of Soul King Palace, he became furious. No matter what. Charge! Ikimonji! Ichibe Hyasub roared and rushed forward instantly, like a flying cannonball. Regardless of Kukaki Qianye floating in the air, Ichibe Hyasub rushed forward. We must stop Aizen at all costs, otherwise, the world will be over. Yes. Boss. The rest of the Zero Squadron reacted and rushed directly to Shangdui. 5 streams of light went straight to Aizen. In the distance, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni and others who had been watching the battle finally came to their senses. Behind them, these subordinates reacted and looked at Kukaki Qianye floating in the sky not far away, and then at the Zero Squadron rushing up. After a long time, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni took on the job. After all, it's a matter for our entire 3 realms. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni murmured, his eyes filled with disappointment. He is the strongest among the Shinigami, and he thought he could stop Aizen, but until he saw Aizen's current strength, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni was shaken. Later, the Zero Squadron appeared and these were all groundbreaking characters. Originally, the 4 of them could hold Aizen back and even kill him. However, a member of the Kukaki family suddenly appeared. With 2 sword strikes, everyone was killed. What a powerful force this is! What to do, Captain? Behind Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, Kojiro also came forward and looked at Kukaki Qianye who was blocking the front. Captain, the world is about to be destroyed, and we can't sit still and wait for death. One sentence instantly woke up Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni. Yes, we can't sit still and wait for death. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni was like an enlightenment and laughed several times with joy. Okay. Can't sit still and wait for death. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni raised his Zanpakutō. Team 13. Charge with me. For the sake of the 3 realms, hold back that guy from the Kukaki family. Okay. Captain. Behind him, the members of the number 1 middle school responded and clenched the knives in their hands. Kojiro laughed twice, glanced at Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, and smiled with relief. As expected of you, you can still leave at this time. After saying that, Kojiro clenched the knife in his hand, followed Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, and rushed forward instantly. Hey! You guys hurry up and chase Aizen, I'll hold this guy back. After Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni finished speaking, he rushed towards Kukaki Qianye. Everything will turn into ashes, and the sword will flow like a sword. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni roared, and suddenly, the Ryujin Jaka in his hand was filled with gas flames. Suffer death! Fiery hell! Suddenly, a sword was swung out, and dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars gathered at Kukaki Qianye, detonating together instantly. Boom! The powerful flames exploded, and the high temperature instantly turned everything within a radius of dozens of miles into ashes. Ho! Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni breathed heavily. Oh, I'm so old. I'm exhausted. However, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni did not relax, but continued to stare at the figure in the darkness. Die! No one can escape from the captain's hand. Behind him, a team member held Zanpakutō and looked at the center of the flames with a cold face, as if his heart was pinched and could not fall to the ground. etc. Wrong. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni was the first to react, his eyes widened and he looked at the center of the flames. This guy is not dead yet. What? Fine. But, it's not just that. In the center of the flame, only a cold voice was heard. Hades 33, blue fire falls. After giving an order, suddenly, chanting sounds sounded again in the void all around. The king, the mask of flesh and blood, all things fluttering high, bearing the name of mankind, truth and temperance, stand only with their claws on the wall of dreams that know no sin. The vicissitudes of life sounded, and suddenly, a powerful lightning shot out from deep in the center of the flame. Boom! Crackling! Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni was stunned. The super powerful flame that he tried his best to activate was actually controlled by Kukaki Qianye and rushed towards him instead. Moreover, not only that, the flame was also mixed with electric sparks, which was extremely frightening. The speed was so fast that in just a blink of an eye, the fire dragon rushed forward mixed with electric sparks, instantly electrocuting all the Shinigami of Team 13. Destroy everything and be invincible. All the members of Team 13 were sent flying backwards, even Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni was no exception. Kukaki Qianye looked at him coldly, his expression filled with boredom. He looked back at Aizen who was fighting Team 0, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Aizen, this. He murmured, not knowing whether it was to ridicule or praise. In the blink of an eye, Kukaki Qianye disappeared instantly, leaving only Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni who could barely stabilize his figure. I was stunned, and when I looked up, Kukaki Qianye had disappeared. However, this is just right, it just happened to cause a problem. Captain, do you want to go find this guy Aizen? Go. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni waved his hand and saw Aizen again. The Zanpakutō in his hand was about to work when suddenly, he heard chanting in the void again. The king, the mask of flesh and blood, all things fluttering high, bearing the name of mankind, truth and temperance, stand only with their claws on the wall of dreams that know no sin. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni suddenly froze on the spot, listening to the singing voice, with a helpless expression, and spoke coldly. This guy is too strong. At the entrance of the Soul King's palace, Aizen was pushed to the ground and rubbed by 5 members of the Zero Division. Although Aizen was a genius, he was still not good enough under the absolute strength of the 5 members of the Zero Division. Even, he was crushed by 5 members of the Zero Division. Aizen's eyes were blown out. The lens shattered on the ground. Aizen, you can't succeed. 11. Ichibe Hyasub spoke coldly, his eyes turned white, and he had murderous intentions. One word, white pen. As he said this sentence, Ichibe Hyasub waved Zanpakutō gently in his hand, trying to erase Aizen's name. But then, his pupils shrank. It's that familiar sense of oppression again. Look back. Tianduan Wangxiang waved, and the violent blade struck directly. The blade was huge and struck the wall of the Spirit King's palace with a loud roar. The huge power even split the walls of the Spirit King's palace into cracks. Next to the blade is Kukaki Qianye. All things in the sky continue to wave. Kukaki Qianye said coldly, Bankai, the rules are broken. Ah! Ichibe Hyasub is so stupid, and this kind of Bankai? Before he could react, he saw the blade swing again. This time, the blade was not as sharp as the last time. Instead, as if it was carrying something, it crossed the door frame and slashed directly at the Zero Squad members. Passed. What happened? Ichibe Hyasub looked at his intact body and was speaking strangely, but suddenly, behind him, Kirin Temple Ten's hero was the first to notice something was wrong. Huh? Strange. As soon as the words fell, a clanging sound was heard. King Kunja. He murmured, but before he could react, the golden kunjia on the ground, money or something, quietly disappeared. How can it be? My Zanpakutō. But this is only the beginning. After Kirinji Ten's hero, Hakaifun Kiryu, Namea Oue, and Shutara Senjumaru also expressed doubts. All the Zanpakutō in their hands fell to the ground and turned into nothingness. Ichibe Hyasub spoke softly, watching the Zanpakutō that he could no longer pick up turn into nothingness. He murmured a few words and reacted. Cut off the rules, that's what it turns out to be. All our abilities and realms have been cut off. With one sentence, everyone was in an uproar. At this time, Kukaki Qianye landed lightly at the door of the Spirit King's palace and looked at the people of Squad 0. Confinement. Another sword was swung out, and immediately, the invisible power around them directly controlled their 5 values. Snort. With a cold snort, Kukaki Qianye raised the corners of his mouth. I said, as long as I'm here, it will be difficult for you all. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Aizen again. Why are you still standing there? Let's go. Aizen was stunned. Hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, his eyes became even more fearful. Don't pick up your glasses. You won't wear them in the future anyway. After saying this, Kukaki Qianye took Aizen and walked towards the Spirit King's palace. Aizen followed behind without saying a word, just because Aizen felt that the field was in danger. Chapter 82. Inside the Soul King Aoki, Kukaki Qianye and Aizen were in front of and behind each other, not far apart. The further he walked in, the heavier the thoughts in Aizen's heart became, and the feeling became more and more uncomfortable. He always felt that something was strange. It seemed that there was always a pair of eyes staring at him invisibly. It also seemed that he was in a huge spider web. Although he had already reacted, he had no choice but to hold on to Aizen and move forward, as if there was a hand. Step by step, getting closer. Originally, there were other guards in the Spirit King's palace, but for some reason, there was no obstacle to their progress this time. When they reached the outside of the building, looking at the huge floating buildings, the two stopped. Here, we're here. Kukaki Qianye spoke and turned to look at Aizen. Upon hearing this, Aizen nodded slightly and tried to push his eyes, but found that his eyes had been knocked out. Kukaki Qianye took 2 steps forward and walked in first. Inside, the concentration of atmospheric spirit particles is ridiculously high, and although Aizen is powerful now, as he gets closer and closer, every step he takes becomes very difficult, as if he is being pressed by something, unable to move. But fortunately, walking and so on are still possible. Let's go. Kukaki Qianye was not affected at all. He ducked and entered the inner room. Next to him, Aizen calmed down, adjusted his posture and followed. Inside the large interior, it is simple and simple. There are not so many luxurious decorations, but only some simple things. In the innermost part, there is a golden figure. Although he is sleeping with his eyes closed, he is still under pressure. Under such high pressure, one cannot feel how powerful the Spirit King is. Can create 3 realms. And now, those who forcefully break in are Aizen and Kukaki Qianye. Of course, the most important thing is Kukaki Qianye. Without Kukaki Qianye, Aizen would not be able to get in at all. This is the Spirit King. Aizen spoke, unable to hide his excitement, and walked forward quickly, his eyes filled with excitement. Kukaki Qianye stood behind and watched quietly. If you kill the Spirit King, there will be no Kazai in the 3 realms, and the whole world will collapse. Listening to Kukaki Qianye's words, Aizen was silent, looking at the sleeping Spirit King with excitement in his eyes. Finally, came here. All the efforts are worth it. Aizen was so excited that he gently stretched out his hand, wanting to touch it. However, the golden light seemed to carry some kind of power. Before Aizen could reach out to touch it, the golden light became brighter and brighter. It seems to be resisting. But, I can no longer control so much. Aizen paused and spoke coldly. His existence is sin. Kill him, and this sinful world will be gone. After saying that, Aizen said coldly, Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. In an instant, a stream of water began to condense from the ground and directly reached Aizen's house. He raised Kyoka Suijutsu and pointed it at the sleeping Soul King, sword pressure. With a voice, the Ryutsu sword was swung out. The target is the Spirit King. At the door, the 5-man team from Division 0 were tightly restrained. They struggled with all their strength, but it was useless. Damn it! While he was cursing, suddenly, due to telepathy, he seemed to feel something. Suddenly, they all looked towards the inside. Then, there was a panic. Not good. When these words were spoken, Ryotsu seemed to have struck their necks as well. Spiritual King! He yelled heartbreakingly, but it was useless, it was useless. Ryotsu was about to swing down. At this time, inside the palace, Kukaki Qianye spoke softly, "Heaven will break all things and be destroyed. Swing out the knife lightly." Boom! There was a crisp sound, and suddenly, the knife in Aizen's hand was shot away. Aizen was confused. Looking at his empty hands, he seemed to have not yet reacted. With his eyes widened, he glanced at Kukaki Qianye. "What are you doing?" "Rebellion." Kukaki Qianye looked relaxed, as if nothing had happened. The word treason comes out easily and naturally. Aizen was completely stunned and stared at Kukaki Qianye blankly, unable to say a word. According to Kukaki Qianye, since this guy said he was going to be annoyed to death, he would definitely rebel. "Why did you do that?" "Why? It's very simple." Kukaki Qianye said with a smile, holding Tianduan Wanxiang in his hand. "Think about it, if you kill the Spirit King, the three realms will collapse. I originally opened a nightclub. If all these people are dead by then, where will I make money?" This sentence was said to Aizen and he didn't react for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. But, Aizen still doesn't know. "Then why are you still helping me?" "Oh, don't be impatient." Kukaki Qianye did not answer directly, but waved gently towards Aizen. "You can't kill the Spirit King now, so it's useless. You can't kill the Spirit King either." Kukaki Qianye said, showing a harmless smile again, but these few words left Aizen confused. He didn't know yet that in the future, the man who killed the Spirit King would be named Yohabak. And Wywak will also become the new spiritual king. "Aizen, we are friends, and now I can help you quite well." Kukaki Qianye looked relaxed. "I haven't drunk my red wine yet. I still want to go back as soon as I'm done. Listen to me, let's leave now. You see, Team Zero has been beaten like ordinary people by me now, and as for the Shinigami outside, they are struggling to protect themselves. This is the best in the world, and you have already experienced it." Aizen's eyes were split open and veins popped up on his forehead. This is a rare medical condition for Aizen. But within just a moment, Aizen reacted and smiled softly with the corners of his mouth raised. "Yeah, so that's it. Kukaki Qianye, from the beginning, you only thought this was a game, right?" "Well." Kukaki Qianye thought for a while, "You can also say that." This sentence completely angered Aizen. "I will never be stopped by you." Aizen roared, and instantly turned into a burst of light and disappeared, then quickly condensed behind Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye was stunned. How could this happen? But then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Okay then, let's have some fun." With a roar, Kukaki Qianye turned around and crossed his path behind him. Tianduan Wangxiang collided with Kyoka Suijutsu, causing a loud noise. The fluctuations spread out instantly. At the door, everyone in Division 0 felt the strong fluctuations spreading, and they were all stunned. In this short period of time, there were too many times that left them in a daze. It was beyond their expectations and beyond their imagination. "Boss, why does it seem?" A fight started. Hakaifun Kiryu frowned and spoke. Because Kukaki Qianye broke the rules, Hakaifun Kiryu now turned into a breastless beauty with long purple wavy hair. Ichibai Hyasub also stopped struggling and stared blankly ahead. This naive Yamamoto Shang became even more naive now that he was surprised. In Aoki, Kukaki Qianye and Aizen fought fiercely. Unlike Aizen's frenzied efforts, Kukaki Qianye is much more relaxed. "Aizen, it seems you have hidden a lot of things. You crazy person." Aizen had a gap similar to an eye on his forehead, his face turned black, and the original facial skin was torn from the middle and located on both sides of the black face. 3 holes appear on the upper body, and Hogyaku, just inside the top hole, Zanpakutō is fused with the right hand. The original 6 huge butterfly wings have a skull growing out of the wing ridge. Aizen roared and became like this. This look also made Kukaki Qianye confused. "No, this is absolutely impossible." Aizen saw Kukaki Qianye's surprised look and sneered. Do you really think I have no mercy on you? At this moment, Aizen's final fusion state was revealed, and his aura was extremely terrifying. With this kind of strength, ordinary Shinigami, even strong ones like Team Zero, may not be Aizen's opponents. But, this is all in the future, how is it possible? There was another loud roar, and Aizen moved quickly. Ryutsu is several times stronger than before, but this time Aizen doesn't have too many gorgeous moves, but when he opens and closes, he is full of killing intent. Kukaki Qianye raised his hand to block the heavenly breaking Wangxiang, switching from offense to defense for a moment, but this was not because Aizen's final fusion state overwhelmed Kukaki Qianye. It's because this situation simply cannot happen in Aizen now. Final fusion. Impossible. Kukaki Qianye couldn't understand, but in front of him, Aizen's attack became more and more intense. Every move carries strong killing intent. Kukaki Qianye stopped dodging, and the fighting spirit in his eyes turned cold. How could you do this, Aizen? But in response to Kukaki Qianye, there was only a roar. It seems that I can't do anything without defeating you. With that said, Kukaki Qianye roared and switched from defense to attack. The sky breaking all things in his hand glowed faintly, and he slashed down with a powerful strike directly towards Aizen. Boom! Snapped. This full blow directly knocked Aizen away. But, this is not over yet. Aizen, let me help you wake up. Kukaki Qianye stepped forward and stepped on Aizen's body, making Aizen unable to move. Looking up and down quickly, Kukaki Qianye finally focused on Hogyaku in the top hole. Heaven breaks all things, breaks. With a loud roar, Tianduan Wangxiang buzzed, Kukaki Qianye raised his sword, and thrust it directly in. Buzz buzz. The powerful pressure penetrated into Hogyaku, and with a roar, Hogyaku shattered. Aizen screamed and stopped moving. The Hogyaku on his body, as if driven by something, floated directly and flew somewhere. Kukaki Qianye looked at it and his pupils shrank, sure enough. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Hogyaku fragment. After looking at it for a long time, he seemed to understand, this is a game. Aizen is also a chess piece. Chapter 83. Get him! Ichibe Hyasub roared and rushed forward. Dye it black, Ikimonji! The brush in his hand instantly turned into a Zanpakutō, and the sharp blade at the front pointed directly at Kukaki Qianye's chest. Kukaki Qianye looked at the old monk indifferently. If he was stabbed by the knife, there would be no good consequences. Old monk, be honest. The Tianduangxiang in Kukaki Qianye's hand flashed with a strange light, and he slashed towards Hyasub Ipiiwei's neck. Ichibe Hyasub's sword faced each other horizontally, and the tip of the sword touched the sky. At this time, Nizhu Wanjiao came from outside through the void, stretched out more than 10 Zanpakutō and flew towards Kukaki Qianye. I advise you not to get too excited, lest Aizen runs away again later. With your level, you will not be his opponent, right? Kukaki Qianye asked calmly. Ichibe Hyasub's face darkened when he heard this. He stared at Kukaki Qianye, and then stretched out his hand to block Nimeiya Wang Yu. Who are you? Ichibe Hyasub has never seen such a strange boy as Kukaki Qianye. You must know that the combat power of their Zero team is basically top-notch masters, and generally speaking, they will not be underestimated. However, this time Kukaki Qianye was able to fool all of them. First of all, I didn't harm the Spirit King, and secondly, I didn't destroy the Order of the Three Realms. If you just want to find a scapegoat, I can introduce you to one. Kukaki Qianye looked at them lightly, his eyes full of disdain. To be honest, when he was watching the anime, he thought these people were pretty good, but now it seems that they are still humans, and as long as they are humans, they have weaknesses. Even Shinigami is just a spiritual form of people. They have thoughts and emotions, and their weaknesses are reflected in this. Give Hogyaku back to me, and I will listen to you. Ichibe Hyasub also looked at Kukaki Qianye and said. Kukaki Qianye glanced at him lightly, and then said, give it back to you? Hogyaku is a product with self-awareness, and it will choose its own master. And it will only love the strong. If I need it, I can absorb Hogyaku at any time and reach the Bengliu state. Kukaki Qianye said with a calm expression. When Ichibe Hyasub heard these words, he was already breaking out in cold sweat. At this moment, several spiritual officials outside also came through the void, and each of them was staring at Kukaki Qianye. Seeing them holding Zanpakutō, looking unwilling to let him go, Kukaki Qianye also sighed. I said, Hakaifun Kiryu, don't you want to stop them? Kukaki Qianye said, looking at the busted beauty Hakaifun Kiryu. At this moment, Hakaifun Tongsheng bit his lip lightly, with a resentful look on his face. If you destroy my ability, I can only be an ordinary person from now on. What she said was more like testing Kukaki Qianye's attitude. Kukaki Qianye glanced at him, and then raised the heavenly end Wangxiang in his hand. Heaven will end all things, counter. Following his loud shout, the blade flashed with blue light and quickly penetrated into Hakaifun Kiryu's body. Hakaifun Tongsheng screamed, and the Kirin Temple Ten's hero next to him was startled, and his face almost turned green. You're old, can you please stop making such ghostly noises? Ten's hero of Kirin Temple said subconsciously. But he had forgotten that Hakaifun Kiryu was not such a good-tempered person. In just a moment, Kirin Temple Ten's hero felt the cold air coming from behind him. It seems that I am usually too gentle to you. Hakaifun Kiryu waved Zanpakutō and rushed towards him. The atmosphere at the scene relaxed a little because of the two people's fight. Kukaki Qianye fell from the sky, and the Hogyaku fragment in his hand had exhausted its energy and then turned into nothingness. You said that Hogyaku can choose its own master, and that you can exert your power to the point of Anaku, so why don't you go after it? Ichibe Hyasub also put away the brush in his hand at this time. If it weren't for Kukaki Qianye returning Hakaifun Kiryu's power, he wouldn't have let down his guard against Kukaki Qianye. What's more, he himself also knew that if they really started fighting here, they would definitely affect the safety of the Spirit King. The Spirit King itself is an insurance. If he is affected, the world will collapse. Because the real master of Hogyaku is not him, Aizen. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. That's a bunch of nonsense. Wang Yu, the ill-tempered Ermiya, also had a serious look on his face. 0, please give me flowers. Aizen designed to frame Urahara Kisuke and got the Hogyaku he studied before. We already know all this. I think you said this just to exonerate him. Ermiya Wang Yu's face was gloomy at this time. He couldn't accept that he had been tracking him until now, but he still didn't catch the right person. I'm really sorry, you did something wrong. Kukaki Qianye looked at them calmly. After that, he didn't want to explain and planned to leave directly from here. Wait. Ermiya Wang Yu wanted to step forward. But Kukaki Qianye's body gradually dissipated like an afterimage. This. Ichibe Hyasub also looked shocked at this time. He looked at Wang Yu, the man next to him, and said, give Yamamoto Genri Yusai an order to lead people to stop Kukaki Qianye immediately. 0. Ichibe Hyasub did not dare to waste time, especially since he also knew that Kukaki Qianye had dealt a blow to them all. This guy's strength was already beyond their imagination. Although Yamamoto's strength is superior to them, if Yamamoto uses all his strength, the entire Soul Society may directly turn into nothingness, and they don't dare to take the risk. But he doesn't know where he is now, what else can we do? Ermiya Wang Yu also said with a gloomy face. I can't feel Ryotsu at all. He's gone. Even Soul Society may not be able to find him. Kiryu Hakaifun on the side also said. Hearing this, Ichibe Hyasub's face turned very ugly. I understand, go and capture his brother. Tianchi Lang of Kirin Temple said on the side. No. Kirifun Tongsheng frowned. We can no longer attack him. I think we should negotiate with him. She continued. After hearing this, Kirin Temple Ten's hero looked strange, and then asked, you must have fallen in love with him, right? But I'm still a kid, at your age. What? Do you have any objections? Hakaifun Kiryu said with a dark face. No, no. Kirin Temple Ten's hero quickly explained. On the other side, Kukaki Qianye has followed Hogyaku's Ryotsu to the Lord of the Void. It seems that the place you are going to is exactly as I thought. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. Chapter 84. Kukaki Qianye escaped into the broken world. He stretched his spiritual collaterals and was forcefully pouring his ryotsu into it. The little thing is quite unique. Kukaki Qianye gradually approached Hogyaku. Hogyaku in the anime is a mysterious cosmic color, and anyone who comes close will be attracted by its powerful energy. The real power of Hogyaku is that it can protect the host. As long as the host's energy is strong enough, it can prompt the host to continue to grow and gradually surpass the human category. Heading towards the next dimension. Rumble. Suddenly, bursts of sound came from the chaotic void. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyelids and looked at Jutu, who was speeding towards him from the other side. It's a scavenger. It would be nice if you could be gentler. Kukaki Qianye looked at Kutu indifferently, then raised his right hand and grabbed it fiercely forward. A huge force appears instantly. For example, if there are people with high strength in Ryotsu N407, you can see how terrifying the power burst out from Kukaki Qianye's fingertips in an instant. The Shinigami's Ryotsu is red. The stronger the Ryotsu, the darker the color of the Ryotsu. And Kukaki Qianye's spiritual network is already close to black at this time. Boom! The entire world was trembling. Jutu suddenly stopped in front of Kukaki Qianye, and the chaos in the entire space seemed to have stopped. Immediately afterwards, it suddenly turned into little stars and disappeared. The Kutu is a regular creature that has existed for thousands of 10,000 years. After being eliminated by Kukaki Qianye, the rules of the three realms will undergo earth-shaking changes. The three realms even have feelings. The crustal movement occurred in this world, and Soul Society was forced to open the interconnection with Hueco Mundo. The entire Godii 13 members of Siritii mobilized one after another, and even the children who were still in school were already involved in the battle. After all, this is a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. Kukaki Qianye can guess the situation outside, but what he is now pursuing is the final destination of this piece of Hogyaku. Where are you going? Kukaki Qianye frowned and looked at the collapse in front of him in confusion. Before he broke Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu, he realized that Aizen was just a person being used, but that person made him think that he was the real instigator. That is an ability that is more terrifying than any ability so far, even surpassing Kukaki Qianye. According to Kukaki Qianye's explanation, Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu is nothing more than a genjutsu ability exerted on him. Kyoka Suijutsu is an ability given to Aizen by the person who truly controls him. This ability is under his own rules. At this moment, Kukaki Qianye suddenly lost sight of Hogyaku's presence. You must know that he was constantly wrapping Hogyaku with his own spiritual network just now, in order to capture Hogyaku's movements. In other words, he had a premonition before Hogyaku disappeared and he could stop Hogyaku. But this time he found that he failed, and failed very outrageously. How could this happen? Kukaki Qianye's face darkened. His Ryotsu was released throughout the world, and the powerful Ryotsu was even leaked, attracting countless Hueco Mundo monsters who wanted to break into the world. At this time, Hueco Mundo should still be led by Baragan Luzenbaern. The current Shinigami world is very different from what Kukaki Qianye saw before. For example, as Kukaki Qianye sees Soul Society now, there are many Shinigami without Hollow, and these Shinigami remain, and their captain position has not been replaced. And this means that there are many powerful Shinigami that have not yet been discovered. Therefore, Kukaki Qianye still has many conjectures about who the owner of Hogyaku may be, but now he feels that no matter which one it is unlikely. Even the other person might not be someone he knew, which would make it more difficult for him to investigate the murderer. That's all, let's go back and take a look first. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and said. Then he flashed and appeared at the entrance of Soul Society. Sensing the surge of spiritual power, Shinigami, who was in charge of guarding, also looked over, but they didn't see anyone. What's going on? Shinigami, who was in charge of guarding, was also speechless. Hueco Mundo monsters and even Minos Grande appeared just now, but now there are unknown spiritual energy fluctuations, and they cannot defend this entrance for a day. Kukaki Qianye's Ryotsu reappeared in Siritii, and as soon as he arrived at Dongmen Kingliu, Wei Wan appeared with a giant axe. Who? Wei Wan looked at Kukaki Qianye with eager eyes. His brain was not very good, but he still had the ability to perceive Ryutsu, and he realized that the Kukaki Rising Knight in front of him was likely to be a difficult opponent. Kukaki Qianye showed his identity card with the words Kukaki family written on it. Lord Kukaki. Wei Wan quickly dropped his axe and paid homage to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. This identity tag is really effective, and the name of the Persimmon Master is really famous. Just as Kukaki Qianye was about to go in, the Hell Butterfly suddenly appeared in Wei Snake's ear. After he heard Hell Butterfly's order, his expression suddenly changed. What did you say your name was? Wei Wan asked, looking at Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. Are you Kukaki Qianye? Wei Wan looked at Kukaki Qianye with a cold expression. Then he raised his giant axe and struck Kukaki Qianye. Boom! A black sword energy spread out, and Kukaki Qianye Shunpo left. I don't have time to fight you. After Kukaki Qianye said this, he disappeared from the spot. Wei Wan looked at the empty ground and was a little dumbfounded for a moment. He hurriedly summoned the Hell Butterfly, and then told Godi 13 about his encounter with Kukaki Qianye. Someone, gather at the east gate. Yamamoto Motoida Shijikuni issued the order. Almost everyone is heading towards Kukaki Qianye. Shihaura and Yoryuki 0.2 and Urahara Kisuk teamed up to go, and they did not forget to bring Byakuya Kuchiki with them. Don't worry too much, your brother will be fine. Shihaura and Yoryuki said. But Byakuya Kuchiki didn't say anything. He knew whether something was wrong or not. He was in cahoots with Aizen, and was even involved in the death of Central 46, and now he has entered the Soul King's palace. It would be a strange thing for him to come back. At this time, Kukaki Qianye also appeared quietly, and he ambushed several people on the road they must pass. Who? Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly stepped back and looked at the open space in front of him warily. Shihaura and Yoryuki also felt something strange. Roar! A roar sounded. The three of them looked at the monster in front of them in shock. Vasto Lord! Shihaura and Yoryuki shouted in horror. Chapter 85. Shihaura and Yoryuki looked at the Vasto Lord in front of him in horror. This is the most powerful Minos Grande naturally formed by Hueco Mundo. It evolved into the monster it is today by devouring countless other hollows. Is this hollow? Byakuya Kuchiki didn't know what was in front of him. In his opinion, there was no obvious difference between the thing in front of him and humans or Shinigami, except that it was slightly stronger and had a different hair color. Shinigami, delicious Shinigami! Vasto Lord in front was licking his lips and rushing towards Urahara Kisuk like crazy. Urahara Kisuk was stunned for a moment, and Shunpo dodged randomly. But the Vasto Lord was faster than Urahara Kisuk, and then appeared behind him, and a hand suddenly became the shape of a blade moving toward Urahara Kisuk's back. Calendar pass! Be careful! Shihaura and Yoryuki used a higher burst of Shunpo, dragging Urahara Kisuk to avoid the fatal blow. But Shihaura and Yoryuki's waist was stabbed from both sides. Yoryuki! Byakuya Kuchiki's expression changed greatly. Fortunately, Shihaura and Yoryuki fled quickly, and Byakuya Kuchiki quickly followed 08. The Vasto Lord in the rear is desperately chasing, and the two Byakuya Kuchiki in front are holding Shihaura and Yoryuki, and their speed has gradually slowed down. After all, they are not Shihaura and Yoryuki. Not as fast as her. Where are the others? Where are the captains? Shihaura and Yoryuki fell into despair. It's all my fault for taking shortcuts. All that's left in Byakuya Kuchiki's heart now is regret. At this moment, the Vasto Lord flashed in front of the three of them. Boom! It kicked Shihaura and Yoryuki. Poof! Shihaura and Yoryuki spat out a mouthful of blood. He became a little weak and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Yoryuki! Byakuya Kuchiki rushed down quickly. But it was Vasto Lord who suddenly appeared, the sinisterly smiling face under the mask, and let out bursts of roars. Let's go! Urahara Kisuk pushed Byakuya Kuchiki away. He pulled out the slender Hongji from his waist and shouted, Wake up, Hongji! Cry, Benihime! Urahara Kisuk shouted. Then, a red blade-like spiritual blade suddenly appeared from the front of Hongji. The powerful spiritual blade compressed more than 90% of Urahara Kisuk's own strength, and the red spiritual blade rushed towards Vasto Lord in front of him. The opponent had already been prepared when he liberated Zanpakutō. Before Urahara Kisuk's spiritual blade arrived, the opponent just used a Siro. A wave of energy that seemed to collapse the surrounding area appeared, and it quickly attacked Urahara Kisuk. At this moment, Urahara Kisuk felt that the air around him seemed to freeze, especially the air in front of him, because he was even a little breathless now. Ah, maybe I'm going to die. I haven't traveled to every corner of Seoul society yet. Urahara Kisuk smiled bitterly. The past days appeared before his eyes like a marquee. Roar, and the heaven will end all things. Break! A deep and powerful voice sounded. Then Kukaki Qianye suddenly appeared, and the heavenly breaking Wangxiang in his hand actually split Zero in two and bounced directly into the air. Boom! A huge riotsu erupted over Siridii. Roar! The Vasto Lord in front of him roared again and quickly rushed towards Kukaki Qianye. At this time, Kukaki Qianye was still rejoicing. Fortunately, the Zero that Vasto Lord just used was not a false bomb. Of course, it is also possible that it has not learned it yet. Bang bang! Vasto Lord was now wrapped in white armor. This kind of armor is a unique defensive equipment of the virtual. Just like Shinigami's death-defying outfit and Shinigami's durable body, these characteristics of the void are its defense. It's really hard. Kukaki Qianye stabbed him, but he didn't even break the Vasto Lord's defense. The face hidden under Vasto Lord's mask could no longer hide his smile. Kukaki Qianye frowned. This thing is already intelligent. According to the previous anime plot, this level of Minos Grande has already surpassed the level of Ajichas. And generally speaking, this kind of Minos Grande already has the possibility of communicating with humans, but the thing in front of him Song can be regarded as 10 Vasto Lords who have not yet fully grown up. Is this something grown with Hogyaku? Kukaki Qianye's face darkened, and he suddenly realized there was something wrong with this thing. Brother! Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the eldest brother in front of him with an unnatural look on his face. He looked at Kukaki Qianye blankly, not knowing what to say. What? The Siridii started to hunt me down, and you want to come too? Kukaki Qianye glanced at Byakuya Kuchiki. His younger brother will become the captain of the Godii 13 in the future, and his Zanpakutō is 10 the same as Rukia Kukaki's Zanpakutō and is called the most beautiful Zanpakutō. Kukaki Qianye's excellence was clearly known when he watched the anime before, especially Bimax's strategy, which not everyone can compare with. Urahara Kisuk, take them away first and go to Kairanji Ten's hero to treat Shihao in Yoryuaki. Just say that I asked her to go and that she will have a great effect on Siridii in the future. Kukaki Qianye said 867 calmly. After hearing this, Urahara Kisuk was a little puzzled. Kukaki Qianye actually asked him to go to the spiritual official? How is this possible? Yoryuaki's current injury can no longer be treated by the fourth team. The captain is useless. The only way is to go to Kairanji Tenshiro's hot spring bath. Kukaki Qianye said. Urahara Kisuk didn't believe it at first, but when he saw white Madara spots starting to appear on Shihao and Yoryuaki's skin, he knew that Kukaki Qianye was not joking. This Vasto Lord's bone blade just split out cells, and now they are concentrated in Yoryuaki's wound. Kukaki Qianye continued. Urahara Kisuk's expression changed. He himself is a person who likes to engage in scientific research, and he is even more aware of this kind of thing. But Shinigami's body and Hollow's body shouldn't be able to merge with each other. Urahara Kisuk said. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and continued, it is not a normal Hollow, it should be a Hollow that humans have become. 11. I mean, there is no death and it becomes Hollow directly. Kukaki Qianye said lightly. What? Urahara Kisuk sat down on the ground. He looked at Kukaki Qianye in shock. To be able to say such words, what secret did he know? Roar! At this time, Vasto Lord in front of them became furious again. Chapter 86. No. This monster can't be killed. Byakuya Kuchiki's expression suddenly changed. Kukaki Qianye shook his head, wondering when his brother would grow up a little. Heaven breaks all things, condense. Kukaki Qianye shouted coldly. He is the person who carries the system, and his growth attributes have already exceeded those of ordinary Shinigami. It can be said that no one in the world, Hueco Mundo, or Soul Society can grow faster than his Ryutsu. Two sword auras, one black and one white, appeared from the front of his Zanpakutō. The two sword auras directly wrapped around the Vasto Lord in front of him. The surrounding space seemed to be collapsing, and it crazily squeezed towards the Vasto Lord. Roar! There was another roar, and the Vasto Lord in front of him was unable to fight any more. It tore open the space in an attempt to escape, but the two sword energies directly caused the space to slide, making it unable to condense the power of space. In the end, this Vasto Lord turned into little stars in despair, and finally collapsed. Boom! When the sword energy disappeared, the surrounding space was distorted again, shaking places within a few miles. Whoa! At this time, members of Kudai 13 appeared around. Here! Someone saw Kukaki Qianye at a glance. They surrounded Kukaki Qianye on 3 levels inside and 3 outside, and everyone looked at Kukaki Qianye warily. After all, the Kukaki Qianye in front of them has been called the highest level of chaos. The last time Soul Society had such a high alert level was during the Waiwak period. Oh my god, why are you in such a mess? Kuraku Shunsui's voice sounded. He emerged from the shadows and was hiding in Kukaki Qianye's shadow. As long as Kukaki Qianye had the slightest tendency to act rashly, he could take action instantly. Don't move, you will die if you move. Anohanaretsu held a slender Zanpakutō in his hand and stood over Kukaki Qianye. Meguruma Kensei and Hirako Shinji stood side by side, looking at Kukaki Qianye with eager eyes. Kukaki Qianye looked at everyone with a playful smile in his eyes. Tisk, I'm really flattered to be taken so seriously by Captain Kudai 13. Kukaki Qianye looked at the captains with playful eyes. Almost all the captains of the 13th team have been assembled, except for old man Yamamoto who has not yet appeared. Captain, let me explain. Urahara Kisuke hurried forward. He looked at everyone, his eyes full of bitterness. Kukaki-sama is not a bad person. Minos Grande, who has grown into Vasto Lord, just appeared. He saved us. Urahara Kisuke shouted quickly. Everyone who heard this also frowned and looked at him in confusion. Urahara Kisuke quickly told them what had just happened, and also revealed Kukaki Qianye's guess. What did you say? This is a human being? Directly transformed into a hollow. Kuraku Shunsui was stunned. The expression on his stub-bled face was a little frozen at the moment, and he had the impression that he had really heard of such a thing happening. See for yourself. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. When he turned his wrist, it turned out to be a well-preserved heart. This heart has not been completely corroded, but you should feel the void power above it more clearly than I do. Kukaki Qianye said lightly. This is the evidence he left behind when he just got rid of the Vasto Lord. How could Su have a heart? The reason why emptiness becomes emptiness is because it loses its heart and direction, and only when it has obsessions does it become emptiness. I didn't expect it to happen like this, directly turning humans into hollows and evolving into Vasto Lord. How is this possible? Kuraku Shunsui shuddered. The remaining captains realized the seriousness of the matter, and their hostility towards Kukaki Qianye was slightly relaxed at this time. Captains, I need to see the leader of Team 0. Yoryuki is dying. Urahara Kisuke said quickly. It is obviously impossible to meet members of Team 0 based on his status. The 4th team is the medical team, and at this time it is still the captain of Shijima Chijiri. The beloved Anohanaretsu is still carrying the name of Kenpeki. Huh? Is this the hollow? Shizhima Chijiri was stunned for a moment, and he quickly stepped forward to use the power of Shinigami. But then he was rebounded by a huge force, and black flames appeared on his hands. Humph! Shijima Chijiri cut off the part that was dyed hot with a knife, and it grew back in the next second. He frowned and picked up Shihaura and Yoryuki. Leave it to me, you guys wait here for the captain. Shi's Himichiwa quickly left. At this time, Shihaorin Yoryuaki is about to be hollowed. Who knows what will happen if the delay continues? What's more, Shihaorin Yoryuaki is one of the 4 nobles. If something happens to her, the entire household will change. I said, Kukaki Qianye. Kiraku Shunsui glanced at Kukaki Qianye. You have such strength, why do you want to hang out with Aizen? He then asked. Kukaki Qianye didn't speak. He turned around and looked at the horizon. Captain General. Kukaki Qianye knelt down on one knee. Before any of the captains could react, they saw a figure suddenly appear in the air. In less than a blink of an eye, Yamamoto Genryusai appeared in front of them. Yamamoto Genryusai stared at Kukaki Qianye, raising the crutch in his hand. The blazing flames burned, and the crutch turned into a Zanpakutō stained with fire. Kukaki Qianye, your sorry soul society. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Kukaki Qianye coldly. I have my own reasons. Kukaki Qianye shrugged his shoulders and stood up again. Boom! A powerful Ryutsu suddenly appeared around Yamamoto Genryusai. All the Shinigami present were covered in cold sweat. They had never experienced Ryutsu with such murderous intent. This was a deep understanding of the powerful Ryutsu of the strongest Shinigami in thousands of years. Just using Ryutsu, Wang Mo Zhao, was enough to make them unable to raise their heads to sue. Captain, although I helped Aizen, I really did it for Soul Society. If I hadn't lured him out, he might have been dormant for many years. That's enough. Without waiting for Kukaki Qianye to explain, Yamamoto Genryusai swung his knife at Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye looked at him calmly, with no fear in his eyes. Ryujin Jaka hovered over Kukaki Qianye and did not get closer. Hot, hot, hot. Kukaki Qianye was slow to react and took 2 steps back. The Shinigami present were all horrified. If they had faced this sword, they would have been frightened. And Kukaki Qianye can be so calm? Yamamoto Genryusai stared at Kukaki Qianye and finally sighed. Rearrange defenses, be wary of Hueco Mundo invasion, and strengthen the maintenance of this world, he said coldly. Chapter 87. All the Shinigami were stunned. Do you care about Kukaki Qianye? But he. Kiraku Shunsui lowered his head. He has always been the teacher's best student. Although he seems to be out of tune on weekdays, his heart is always connected to the captain. Are you questioning my decision? Yamamoto Genryusai looked over. Students don't dare. Kiraku Shunsui was serious for once. He lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking about. You come with me. Yamamoto Genryusai glanced at Kukaki Qianye again. Kukaki Qianye shrugged. Ryujin Jaka's flames had curled his hair just now. Is this really a freestyling? Captain, my brother. I have my own sense of proportion. Yamamoto Genryusai did not give Byakuya Kuchiki a chance to speak. Kukaki Qianye turned around and touched Byakuya Kuchiki's black hair. Don't worry, old man Yamamoto won't do anything to me. After saying that, Kukaki Qianye left with the captain. Byakuya Kuchiki watched Kukaki Qianye leave in a daze. Although he felt that Kukaki Qianye's behavior was detrimental to the family's honor, how could he not live without Kukaki Qianye? Brother! Byakuya Kuchiki watched Kukaki Qianye leave. 670 Siridii Central, Kukaki Qianye appears in Yamamoto Genryusai's office. Old man Yamamoto sat in his seat, and Kojiro Sasakaibe stood aside. Kukaki Qianye walked in from outside with an apple in his hand. Tell me, what is Aizen's purpose? Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Kukaki Qianye. The purpose, to become the strongest in the universe and to coexist with the universe, but don't worry, he has been solved by me now. Kukaki Qianye said indifferently. Yamamoto Genryusai also frowned when he heard this. He looked at Kukaki Qianye and said, what did you find out? Ichibe Hyasub said you discovered something and asked me to ask. Yamamoto Genryusai said. Kukaki Qianye sat down cross-legged, held his head and thought for a while, and told him what happened after he entered the realm. You mean, why whack? Yamamoto Genryusai's face suddenly changed. Yes, if I remember correctly, he should have been sealed by you, right? Kukaki Qianye asked. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded. At this moment, Wiwak is still sealed, and the seal shows no sign of being released. That's right, his ability is omniscient and omnipotent. Maybe he has already guessed what you are thinking. His game started when he was sealed hundreds of years ago. Kukaki Qianye said lightly. I found out that Hogyaku finally went to Hueco Mundo, and at this time, humans directly turned into hollows. What do you think is the reason? Is this the first time Hogyaku went to Hueco Mundo? Kukaki Qianye then asked. At this time, Yamamoto Genryusai was already frowning. He was thinking about whether Kukaki Qianye's words could be trusted. If it is true as you said, then why didn't we notice it at all? And according to what you said, Aizen should have already been to Hueco Mundo, but if the Hueco Mundo channel is opened, we will definitely be aware of it. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni continued. Hearing this, Kukaki Qianye also smiled disdainfully. Captain Yamamoto, you think too much about the safety of Soul Society. Kukaki Qianye shook his head. I came back from the broken world before. Although I saw the gatekeeper, I could easily leave if I didn't want to be discovered. And Aizen has Hogyaku's help, don't you think he can't avoid these people? Kukaki Qianye asked calmly. Yamamoto Genryusai's expression changed, and he continued, but even if this is the case, there should be records. Why is there nothing now? Why not? Ask the people below to check. They must have broken in several times but they didn't report it. They just treated it as an emergency and collapsed. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Yamamoto Genryusai immediately asked Kojiro Sasaki on the side to investigate. You go on to say that if Aizen has been to Hueco Mundo, that also proves that he has colluded with people from Hueco Mundo? Who is it? Baragan Luzenbern. Yamamoto Genryusai continued to ask. I didn't go to Hueco Mundo. I originally planned to tell you when I came back. I wanted to go there to investigate. If my guess is correct, there are already growing Vasto Lords there, and they are all human beings. Kukaki Qianye continued. Hearing this, Yamamoto Genryusai's face became even more ugly. How could this happen? He was puzzled. At this time, Kojiro Sasaki also came back from outside, and he told Yamamoto Genryusai about his findings. Actually more than 10 times. Yamamoto Genryusai was also very angry after hearing about this number. He couldn't figure out why there were so many illegal intrusions but the people below didn't report the situation. Trace it to me immediately. Yamamoto Genryusai also said at this time. But Kukaki Qianye said calmly, don't think about it. Even if someone doesn't report it, you can't find out. Those people have already changed how many batches they have, and you can't find anything. The reason why this happened is because there is a problem with the design. If there is an alarm connected to the entire Soul Society when there is an illegal break-in, do you think this will happen again? Kukaki Qianye said lightly. Yamamoto Genryusai's face darkened, it seemed that this was really the case. Then please explain to me now, what are you going to do? You have done such an earth-shattering thing, you should know that you can no longer stay in Soul Society. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Kukaki Qianye, knowing very well that his decision would set the standards for the entire Soul Society in the future. You should have been prepared, right? He glanced at Kukaki Qianye again and asked. In fact, he was also very sad. He was sad that he would lose an unprecedented genius. He knew Kukaki Qianye's strength very well, but he didn't know how to help Kukaki Qianye. He definitely didn't want to exile such a person. Especially even if he is exiled, there is no way he can be accommodated anywhere. Me? I didn't think about it carefully. I also thought that after I got rid of Aizen and let you know my good intentions, and then took back Hogyaku, I could go back to being my Shinigami and go there comfortably. Hwaja Eliaxiong. When he said this, Kukaki Qianye also felt heartbroken. If he had known that he could not get Hogyaku, he should have destroyed Hogyaku right then and there. Yamamoto Genryusai stared at him and finally said, you have a way to come back, that is to find Hogyaku again. Chapter 88. Kukaki Qianye was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Does this mean he was told to go directly to Hueco Mundo? What? With your temper, you wouldn't dare, right? Yamamoto Genryusai asked. He didn't believe that Kukaki Qianye didn't dare. He definitely had something to hide. Kukaki Qianye touched his chin and continued, I mean, there is nothing interesting over there. They are all monsters and boring. Where are the girls for me to admire? Yamamoto Genryusai's forehead was full of black lines. He stared at Kukaki Qianye and said, if you don't want to, then you can only go to this world, but the price is the loss of Shinigami's power. Kukaki Qianye frowned and joked, he came here just to experience the life of Shinigami, how could he die? If you don't want to, then bring Hogyaku back honestly. Yamamoto Genryusai said. Kukaki Qianye sighed, and he suddenly remembered that Hueco Mundo seemed to have a beautiful woman like Nilu. Of course, that Haribal is not bad, at least his figure is very hot. However, the strength of these espadas is different from that of ordinary hollows. They are all complete Vastolord, and there is still room for continuous improvement. Hey, I'm so confused. Kukaki Qianye had a headache. If he really agrees to old man Yamamoto, then he really has to do something he doesn't like. But if he doesn't agree and allows Hogyaku to develop, he really doesn't know what will happen in the end. Forget it, I'd better go take a look. At least it will let me know what's going on now, otherwise I really won't be able to deal with them. Kukaki Qianye sighed. It would be nice if the protagonist of the original anime was here, but according to the current timeline, we don't know where the protagonist is yet. After all, Shiba Kyan is still the captain. He has never been to the real world, which means that the protagonist cannot speak out. Actually, we can also use the Quincy's abilities. Kukaki Qianye suddenly said. Yamamoto Genryusai frowned and said, the power of the Quincy is beyond your control, not to mention that we and the Quincy are mortal enemies. Kukaki Qianye pouted, old man Yamamoto is really stubborn. But if you think about it carefully, after Ishida Uryu appeared in Soul Society in the manga, Mr. Yamamoto did not directly write him off. He even had a brief exchange with him, expressing his appreciation for him in his words. Forget it, let you think what you want. Kukaki Qianye finally shook his head and said. I accepted this mission, but I have a few arrangements for you to remember. Kukaki Qianye thought about how the entire timeline had changed because of his appearance. The first point he said was to develop Urahara Kisuke's scientific research capabilities, asking him to establish a technology development bureau, and giving him the highest authority to research new Hogyaku. His Hogyaku research should be stopped midway. After stopping, you must keep it well. If it doesn't work, just put it with the Soul King. Kukaki Qianye said. Wait. Yamamoto Genryusai frowned and looked at Kukaki Qianye in confusion. How do you know he can research Hogyaku? Hogyaku's power, can he research it? Yamamoto Genryusai frowned and asked. Kukaki Qianye glanced at him and then said, just trust me. If you don't agree, I won't go. Hearing this, Yamamoto Genryusai also sighed helplessly, and finally said, yes, I promise you. Hearing what he said, Kukaki Qianye was a little relieved. He had already planned that if Hogyaku's power could be absorbed by him, he would just let Urahara Kisuke create another one. And Urahara Kisuke's ability is far more than that. After this period of contact, he also knows that Urahara Kisuke's power is still hidden. Yuruki's words. Just let her pay attention to Urahara Kisuke. If Urahara Kisuke is in any danger, she will help without hesitation. Kukaki Qianye said to himself. The current Shinigami don't know what will happen in the future, but when Urahara Kisuke researches Hogyaku, they will know how terrifying Urahara Kisuke is. Although Aizen has been taken care of by him now, there is no guarantee that YWAC has not released other pieces. Perhaps in the original comic world, it was just because Aizen happened to be the one. I know. Yamamoto Genryusai finally agreed. After listening to his words, Kukaki Qianye felt a little relieved. Okay, if nothing happens, please send me a pardon notice. I don't want to have a knife held to my neck as soon as I go out. Kukaki Qianye said. Asking for flowers 0. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded, he had already thought of the words just now. After Kukaki Qianye left, Soul Society had already begun to clean up the battlefield, and no one paid much attention to his appearance. After Kukaki Qianye returned, Byakuya Kuchiki hurriedly came to find him. Rukia Kukaki looked at Kukaki Qianye, still afraid to approach him. Kukaki Qianye sighed. Rukia Kukaki has always been the strongest female Shinigami in his heart. Her perseverance and her Zanpakutō ability amazed him. You two, come here. Kukaki Qianye said to the two of them. 0. He sat down cross-legged, and the other two people also sat across from him. Byakuya, you will be the captain in the future. You have to take care of your sister. Don't give up the opportunity to protect her because of the family's reputation. Kukaki Qianye looked at Byakuya Kuchiki and said. Byakuya Kuchiki, who heard this, didn't understand why he was like this. Kukaki Qianye thought about it. He didn't explain it to Byakuya Kuchiki. After all, even if he explained it, he might not understand it. What's more, now that the timeline has changed, Rukia Kukaki may not appear in the present world, and it is unlikely that the following series of things will happen. By the way, Abarai Renji, you can train him more. He will be your right-hand man in the future, and he will grow into a powerful opponent for you. And he and Rukia. Kukaki Qianye coughed twice when he said this. Rukia and Renji are a perfect match. He is a fan of the original work and respects the author's arrangements. At the same time, he sincerely believes that the two are a match. What? Byakuya Kuchiki was stunned for a moment. His heart is not as tender as Kukaki Qianye's, and he has no idea what Kukaki Qianye means. It's nothing, you will know in the future. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and did not explain anything. On the contrary, Rukia understood what he meant and her face turned red. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Rukia Kukaki was still a little girl, so of course she was a little shy when she heard his words. Chapter 89. Haha, you will know later if you are talking nonsense. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. After saying that, he stood up, looked at the two of them and said, you two will always be my younger brothers and sisters? Byakuya Kuchiki was stunned for a moment when he realized something was wrong. He hurriedly asked Kukaki Qianye, brother, what do you mean? Kukaki Qianye smiled and said, I'm going to Hueco Mundo to find Hogyaku. As soon as these words came out, Byakuya Kuchiki's expression also changed. What? To Hueco Mundo? Byakuya Kuchiki stood up directly. No. Shinigami goes to Hueco Mundo just to seek death. What are you going to Hueco Mundo for? Byakuya Kuchiki asked through gritted teeth. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and said, you said you are going to die, I believe you, but I am not going to die. As soon as he said this, Byakuya Kuchiki gritted his teeth. Hueco Mundo 973 is where Sue lives? Why go there? Rukia doesn't know so many things. But she had also heard about the horror of Hueco Mundo, so naturally she didn't want Kukaki Qianye to lose it. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and continued, there is nothing we can't go to. Their life may not be any different from ours, it's just a different way of life. As for what I am going to do, you will know later. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Did the captain ask you to go? No, if that's the case, I definitely don't agree. Byakuya Kuchiki was anxious. Then you go and have a fight with the captain. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. Byakuya Kuchiki languished again. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. If this is the case, I hope you can protect yourself and come back immediately if you are in danger. Byakuya Kuchiki said through gritted teeth. In fact, he also knew that Kukaki Qianye had just said his final farewell. If Kukaki Qianye succeeded, he would naturally come back, but if he failed, everyone knew what would happen in the end. Tisk, the only ones who are in danger are those Hueco Mundo monsters. Kukaki Qianye smiled broadly. You are still in the mood to laugh. If father finds out, he... Rukia bit her lip. Seeing the distressed look on her face, Kukaki Qianye also laughed, and then said, don't worry, when I come back, I will bring you some Hueco Mundo specialties, and maybe I can raise 2 Hueco Mundos to play with. Brother, you are so disgusting. Rukia looked at Kukaki Qianye and said sarcastically. Kukaki Qianye rolled his eyes, and then took a deep breath. Gone, he said. So fast. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Kukaki Qianye reluctantly. Without further ado, Hogyaku is in Hueco Mundo now. Oops, I spilled the beans. I told you I won't tell you any more. Kukaki Qianye laughed and walked out the door. Brother, why don't you tell your father? Byakuya Kuchiki asked. No, you can just say it for me, but remember, don't let him worry about me. After saying that, Kukaki Qianye's figure had disappeared. Byakuya Kuchiki opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. He has left. Rukia Kukaki stepped forward and pulled Byakuya Kuchiki's clothes. Byakuya Kuchiki smiled bitterly, and then left with Rukia Kukaki. On the other side, Kukaki Qianye has entered the realm of destruction. Without the threat of Jutsu, Kukaki Qianye took a leisurely stroll in the broken world and took advantage of this opportunity to practice well. Hey, it seems that it should be the mission of the GE system. Kukaki Qianye shook his head. His Ryutsu has not grown at all, and he has been practicing here for many days, even though the time in the outside world has only passed by one day. Finally, Kukaki Qianye came to Hueco Mundo from the broken world. Hueco Mundo has patches of grey color. The sand on the ground and the dry trees around it all indicate that this place is just nothingness. Kukaki Qianye looked at the boundless sea of sand in front of him, his heart moved, he directly used Shunpo and started on his way. The arrival of Shinigami's power made all the monsters in Hueco Mundo excited. There have been Shinigami who have come here specifically for thousands of years, but all of them have been eliminated and become their food rations. There were even some exiled Shinigami who were treated as slaves after coming here and were eliminated after gradually losing their power as Shinigami. This place is really nice, but it's too dark, and I don't know if there are oil lamps. Kukaki Qianye sighed. He used Shunpo to move around, and finally he arrived near a small territory. Kukaki Qianye just appeared from the void, surrounded by many Minos Grande. Jillian took the lead, followed by an Ajichas. It's actually Shinigami? It's Shinigami who has such strong Shinigami power. We are so lucky. Ajichas from behind happily patted the ball on the ground. Take a closer look and you will see that the ball is clearly Jillian. Tisk, it seems I'm lucky to have found you. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. He was still thinking about how long it would take him to reach Sui Palace, but now it seemed that he could know those things as long as he asked some clues from their mouths. You are so brave. The face of the Ajichas behind became distorted. Following his order, Jillian in front rushed towards Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye looked at them, and the Tianduan Wangxiang in his hand shone with strange light. Heaven breaks all things, breaks. As he liberated Zanpakutō, Tianduan turned into a meteor directly and fell into these Jillian groups. For a moment, screams were heard everywhere, and the Shinigami power contained in Tianduan Wangxiang was no longer at a level they could bear. How could this happen? Ajichas, who was sitting behind him, suddenly became frightened. Quick, report to the outpost. After Ajichas said 1.0, he came towards Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye was a little surprised. He didn't expect this Ajichas to be so brave. Didn't he run away on his own? But soon, Kukaki Qianye realized that he was overthinking it. The next second, Ajichas actually changed direction. At this time, Kukaki Qianye's attention was on the two Jillians who were about to report the news. But Kukaki Qianye's ability is far beyond what this Ajichas can match. Heaven breaks all things. Kukaki Qianye liberated Zanpakutō again. One white and one black until the sword energy encompassed the Ajichas, and then Kukaki Qianye walked forward with a sneer. Let them all go. I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer them well, you can live. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. The Ajichas was already frightened and waved his hand to make all the Jillians retreat. Chapter 90. What's your name? Kukaki Qianye looked at the Ajichas in front of him with a smile. The other party scratched his head and said awkwardly, I don't have a name. We are one of the defense lines in the void outside the 13 territories. Because I evolved into Ajichas, I can drive Jillian.
Although he is the lowest level Ajichas, his strength is much stronger than these Jillians, and he has independent consciousness. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, the comics he saw in his previous life were useful, and at least he could understand the levels. Where is Sui Palace? Kukaki Qianye asked. At the beginning, the protagonist of the manga and his group arrived at Sui Palace after traveling for several days. However, they could not release Riot so casually at that time. In comparison, it was much easier for him. The purpose of his coming here is to find Hogyaku. Hogyaku is probably still controlled by Waiwaka's men now. If he cannot find Hogyaku, he will not be able to return to Soul Society. If he cannot return to Soul Society 21, it will be difficult for him to improve his strength. If he hadn't exposed Aizen in advance, when he and Waiwaka teamed up, it would have been a bit difficult to deal with his own strength. And since he was in Hueco Mundo, it was hard to imagine what kind of entertainment these monsters would have. It would be difficult for Kukaki Qianye to even find a flower street or willow alley. Sui Palace? How do you know Sui Palace? Ajichas looked at Kukaki Qianye in horror. Kukaki Qianye looked at him indifferently. How could he not know? He was familiar with comics in his previous life and had read all the official novels in the extra theatrical version. If the current timeline hadn't changed, he wouldn't have had to come here. I not only know about Sui Palace, I also know that you have Espada, right? Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. At this time, the Ajichas was stunned. It shook its head and said, no, it was Espada at first, but now there are 3 more. Now it was Kukaki Qianye's turn to frown. He knew that the timeline had changed and things here must be different from before, but he didn't expect it to be so different. He thought about it carefully, and as soon as he arrived at Espada, he knew that at most there would be another Yami from size 10 to size 0. By the way, how many blades does Nila have? Kukaki Qianye asked. Nelly? You are talking about Lord Neliel Tuidelschwank, right? How bold, you dare to call her by her name directly. This Ajichas also looked at Kukaki Qianye in surprise. The names of those adults are not allowed to be used casually. If others hear them, they will be removed. That adult is the 3rd-ranked Espada, and the 3 more behind are Lord Tyr Haribal, Lord Ruby Antiner, and the Picaro group. The Ajichas continued. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows, and now he understood. It turned out that those Espadas had not been completely transformed by Aizen, so there were no more powerful Espadas. This was the reason why there were more Espadas. But Espada will always be Espada. It seems that their strength cannot be underestimated. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. Then he asked again, Sui Palace, who is in charge now? When Ajichas heard this, he quickly lowered his voice and said nervously, we can't discuss it. If the adults outside the world find out, we will die. Kukaki Qianye looked at him indifferently, and then said, if there is a master outside the world, he should come and eliminate me now. Ajichas was also dumbfounded at this time. It scratched its head and said, I can only tell you that he is not a virtual person, but a human being. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, human? How could an average human rule the entire Hueco Mundo? So there is only one possibility, and that is Waiwaka's old general. Only a Quincy, and a pure Quincy at that, can possess the terrifying and powerful strength for the first time. How can I get in? Kukaki Qianye asked, looking at the Ajichas in front of him. The other party was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, don't think about it, you can't go in. You are already at your limit here. If you go further in, there will be people from the Arrancar Corps patrolling inside. Kukaki Qianye looked calm. This Ajichas actually had the potential to become an Arrancar, but it was a pity that it had no murderous intentions and looked a bit docile, otherwise he might have become an Arrancar. Draw me a diagram of your power. Kukaki Qianye pointed to the sand on the ground. The Ajichas in front of him was also a little embarrassed. It looked at Kukaki Qianye and said, if I really helped you, then I would be a sinner. It was indeed worried that this would happen, so he didn't want to help, but now it was up to him whether he helped or not. Kukaki Qianye looked at him indifferently, and then said, I will only give you this chance. Either I kill you and let your soul disappear,
or you tell me, and then you can tell the people above you, just say you tried your best to stop me. In this way, you can still get some benefits from them. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Kukaki Qianye looked at him lightly and asked. However, Ajichas was a little embarrassed and said, "No, I don't want to do this, I can't do such a thing. Although I have evolved into Ajichas, I really don't know why I am like this. I don't have strong strength, I don't know Zero, and I don't even have any virtual abilities." The Ajichas in front of me at this time also a little disappointed. Kukaki Qianye has a weird look on his face. It stands to reason that everyone has no heart. What they retain is the mentality of a beast. Even if they evolve into Vastolord, they are just full of animalistic hollows. They can never change their bloodthirsty thoughts, and this matter will never disappear. After hearing what he said, Kukaki Qianye thought about it and still had no intention of making things difficult for him. "I don't have to kill you, but you have to tell me what I want to know. Since you are not afraid of death, why do you have to worry about being hunted down? If you tell me, maybe you can die faster." Kukaki Qianye, he said with a curl of his lips. The Ajichas in front of him looked at Kukaki Qianye with some embarrassment and said, "Sir, although I am not afraid of death, I never said that I would actively seek death." What he said actually makes sense, but Kukaki Qianye can no longer stand in a stalemate with him. "This is your last chance. If you don't tell me honestly, I will hunt down your men. Those mindless Jillians will have no impact even if they die, right?" Kukaki Qianye laughed sinisterly, which made Ajichas also feel that something was wrong. Chapter 91. Kukaki Qianye's words put this Ajichas in a dilemma. Although he still had an empty face, Kukaki Qianye could see his embarrassment and helplessness from his eyes. "How about it? Think about it?" Kukaki Qianye asked with raised eyebrows. Ajichas had a grimace on his face, and Kukaki Qianye suddenly saw that he seemed to be breaking out in a cold sweat. But these Ajichas are virtual and made up of spiritual bodies. In other words, the entire Hueco Mundo is made up of spirit sons, and the same goes for Soul Society, so this means that they cannot have the same body as humans. In the last 10 seconds, if I don't make a decision, I will just go on a killing spree like those Aaron cars. Kukaki Qianye sneered twice. These words also stimulated Ajichas. He stared and said, "No, what's the difference between you and them? Why should I help you? Then why don't you just tell me what I want to know before I take action?" Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. Ajichas is a little confused, should he tell him or not? "How can I trust you?" He looked at Kukaki Qianye hesitantly. "You have no choice." Kukaki Qianye looked at him calmly. Immediately afterwards, Kukaki Qianye raised the Tianduangxiang in his hand, and the slender Zanpakutō bloomed with a little light. Kukaki Qianye turned the handle of the knife, and a cold light appeared in front of Ajicha's eyes. "Everything in the sky is cut off," Kukaki Qianye said calmly. In an instant, bursts of dazzling light were emitted from the sky to everything, and this light also contained endless Shinigami power. The Ajichas in front of him really saw the strength of Kukaki Qianye this time. Before, he just wanted to sneak away to find reinforcements. He felt that Kukaki Qianye's strength was too good for him. Nothing more. But now he knows that he was wrong, and it was very wrong. Kukaki Qianye just liberated Zanpakutō, which was enough to make him unable to walk. And if it was Bankai, he might have evaporated by now. Boom! A beam of light rushed into the sky. The sky in Hueco Mundo is fake, and there is a layer of space above. The darkness there is the real Hueco Mundo, and any creature in it will go crazy. A huge hole appeared in the sky, and the department responsible for maintaining the security of Hueco Mundo immediately detected that there was a major event in a void thousands of miles away. "I'll draw a map for you, please let us go," Ajichas in front of Kukaki Qianye said quickly. Then he squatted down and drew a map on the sand with his fingers, including the 13 territories he mentioned before. The current Hueco Mundo has changed its appearance due to changes in the timeline. Espada and the newly added 3 blades all have their own territories, instead of directly talking to Aizen in Sui Palace. They control their respective territories, and they are the maintainers of order. They will know everything that happens in the territory. For example, which Jillian is added, or who evolves into a Jichas. And there are many unrest organizations in the territory. They are organized and premeditated, and they are a whole group. But in Hueco Mundo, killing is the absolute law. They enjoy killing, immersed in killing, and devouring each other. Therefore, it is difficult to have a civilization like humans or soul society here. As for the place outside Espada's territory, it is the outpost. The outpost is the real Hueco Mundo. The Hueco Mundo forest here is composed of countless Jillians. If any alien species invades, they will use Zero to call them to be human again. So your land of nothingness is actually the place of exile? No one will come to you at all, right? Qianye asked with a strange look on his face as he looked at Yaswankas in front of him. Ha, almost. It was a good thing that I evolved into a Jichas, but I forgot how I evolved, but I was worried that the Arrancar adults would do something to me, so I could only pretend to be powerful. Then one day I was discovered by the Arrancar adults, but they did not kill me. They just said that they would let me grow again in the killing and activate my potential, but I knew that I had no potential at all. Ajichas continued. Kukaki Qianye looked at him with a strange expression. No wonder this guy would appear here and know so much. He said why he met an Ajichas when he didn't go very far. It was all so unreasonable, but now after listening to his explanation, it became a little more reasonable. How long is the outpost from here? Kukaki Qianye asked. It will take about 2 days, because I walk slowly. Of course, I also recommend that you just rely on your body to run. The composition of Hueco Mundo's soul is different from that of your soul society. Ajichas looked at Kukaki Qianye and said. Hi. Kukaki Qianye glanced at him. Ajichas realized that he had said the wrong thing. He hesitated for a while and then said, the spirits in this place cannot be used as supplements for you, so you can only rely on your own strength to recover. But as long as we are not dead, we can always recover. You can use the surrounding spirits. Our Ryotsu recovery speed and body recovery speed are far faster than yours. There are even some Espada-samas who have understood high-speed regeneration, and the Ryotsu you consume here will be more than twice as much as in reality. It is in Soul Society more than 4 times. Ajich's words gave Kumu Qianye a complete wake-up call. He was indeed a little careless before, but now it seems that he should be more cautious. After all, no matter how strong he is, he cannot be the opponent of all the members of Espada and the affiliated managers. Not to mention him, not even Yamamoto Genryusai dared to say that he could definitely do it. Although the captain is the strongest Shinigami, Zhaoda, in thousands of years, those Espada are not ordinary hollows, but hollows with the power of Shinigami, and the abilities they have evolved are even more bizarre. Use a little bit of Ryotsu, it shouldn't be too much, right? Kukaki Qianye gathered the Ryotsu on his feet, then grabbed the Ajichas in front of him and hurried away. The Ajichas caught by him didn't even react. The entire void had already begun to twist. He was dragged away by Kukaki Qianye for a long time. My head is going to fall off. He wailed helplessly. Kukaki Qianye ignored it and hurried forward a long way in one breath. He didn't stop until the sky changed a little. What's going on? Sandstorm? Do you still have this kind of weather in Hueco Mundo? Kukaki Qianye asked with a strange look on his face as he looked at Ajichas who was already foaming at the foam. The opponent's eyes almost popped out, but he finally pushed him back with his own backhand. Chapter 92. This is not a sandstorm. The sandstorm you mentioned only exists in this world. This thing is called virtual flow. Ajichas said after being thrown aside by Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye frowned. Empty flow? You should know about the broken world, right? You should be Hueco Mundo who comes from the broken world. There are Kutu and Jianliu in the Duanja. The virtual flow and the Jianliu are the same thing. They exist in the natural village. The purpose is to detect and devour the intruder. The Ajichas at his feet continued. Hearing this, Kukaki Qianye's face also darkened. This thing is much bigger than the Jianliu in Duanja. Forming a virtual flow of yellow sand all over the sky, you can imagine how terrifying this thing is, and how large the number is. No matter how strong he is, he can't say that he will be able to compete with this kind of law of heaven and earth. Kukaki Qianye frowned and didn't know what to do for a while. Seeing that he was in a bit of trouble, Ajichas, who was being held by him, said, "How about you try to get into my arms?" Kukaki Qianye looked at him with a strange expression. Why would he want to go into his arms? "Actually, I'm not useless. I can actually change the properties of the spirits around me and form a unique protective film. As long as you hold me, I can also attach a layer to your surface. Lingzi, you won't be checked out." Ajichas looked at Kukaki Qianye seriously, not like he was joking. "If you are really worried, you can always attack. It doesn't matter if you kill me," said the Ajichas. Kukaki Qianye frowned, not knowing whether to believe him or not. After all, he is an Ajichas, a hollow with independent consciousness. Even if he doesn't know how he became an Ajichas, he must have evolved after killing countless hollows. "Hurry up, it will take time for me to form Ryotsu. If I delay any longer, it will be too late," he hurriedly shouted to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye was worried. At worst, he would be discovered and he would be hunted down by others. However, he had better avoid the current situation. Then he grabbed Ajichas in front of him with one hand, and the other person hugged him directly. A burst of strange spirits gradually surrounded the two of them, and they just stood in the center of the storm. Soon the storm was coming towards them. But what surprised Kukaki Qianye was that these things were not sandstorms, which meant that the Ajichas just did not lie. This is a mist-like thing composed of spirit particles, but because of its rapid flow, it gives the illusion of being wind. The whole process lasted for nearly half an hour. The two people at the center of the storm could not see anything at all, only the boundless darkness and the feeling of Hueco Mundo's spirit passing through their bodies. Finally, Sulu left, and Ajichas, who had been holding Kukaki Qianye, also passed out. Kukaki Qianye frowned and clenched his fists, realizing that his strength had completely recovered. Just now, he felt that the spirit children here were almost useless for his recovery, but now he can clearly react to the spirit children around him, and he can use these spirit children to recover. "Is it him?" Kukaki Qianye frowned and looked at Ajichas lying on the ground. He actually doesn't have much hostility towards these hollows. After all, Hueco Mundo in the comics originally had flesh and blood existences. After all, their hearts can come back after they have independent consciousness. Now being saved by an Ajichas, Kukaki Qianye did not feel any rejection in his heart. Of course, he was also thinking about how he could help this guy at this time. This Ajichas was already dying, and Ryotsu was almost gone. If Kukaki Qianye didn't feel wrong, in order to prevent Kukaki Qianye from being recognized by Sulu, this guy gave him a very thick layer of Ryotsu. And he is just a small Ajichas, Spi, is still the weakest one. This kind of load is indeed very difficult for him. The sky will cut off all things, and all things will be renewed. Kukaki Qianye raised Zanpakutō. All the phenomena in the sky were horizontal in the sky, and then the surroundings lit up with light again, but this time there was no pressure like before, but something like holy light. Immediately afterwards, Zanpakutō was inserted directly into Ajich's body. But Kukaki Qianye didn't mean to kill him, but instead pierced the hole in Ajich's chest, and the healing power of Shinigami's power was slowly entering it. Kukaki Qianye didn't know if he could succeed, but he didn't want to owe himself a favor, so he had to do this. "Ah!" Ajichas suddenly shouted. His body began to shake violently, and there were faint signs of collapse. Kukaki Qianye frowned. What he was using now was the power of Shinigami that had just been transformed by swallowing the energy of Hueco Mundo. Logically speaking, this part of the ability should not be repelled by Ajichas. But soon Kukaki Qianye discovered that the Ajichas on the ground had changed, and the world had already flown back into his hands. Surrounded by a huge light, their current situation can be said to be very dangerous, because the energy erupted by this Yazukas can be very self-destructive. Now Kukaki Qianye has sensed that countless Jillians are slowly moving towards this side. If it weren't for the fact that he hasn't run far yet, he is still a little far away from the outpost. I'm afraid Kukaki Qianye will encounter the Arrancar army if he waits a little longer. Of people. Kukaki Qianye took a deep breath.
It seemed that there was a tough battle to be fought today. More than 10 minutes later, Su, transformed into a human form by several Ajichas, also rushed over. What's going on? Is this Shinigami? Yes, it's definitely Shinigami. I've had it before. I won't forget this wonderful taste. Several Ajichas have strange shapes, some have tongues as long as their arms, and some have 2 heads. The people lying on the ground are our kind. It seems so. It's really abominable. Shinigami actually went to Hueco Mundo to hunt Su. I think he is really looking for death. Kill him. Several Ajichas suddenly came forward, and Asiro came towards Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye frowned and glanced at the Ajichas lying behind him. He worked hard to help with treatment just to keep him alive, so of course he couldn't give up now. You can fight if you want, just change the place. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, then used Shunpo and flew around. When the Ajichas saw this, they hurriedly flew to the side. They were bound to capture Shinigami's spiritual power. Once they could evolve, they would be prosperous. Chapter 93. Kukaki Qianye looked at the Ajichas chasing after him, and he put Tien Duan Wanxiang back. Let me try and see how powerful you are. Kukaki Qianye sneered twice. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to try out what abilities Ajichas of this level had. Dare to underestimate us? You will regret it. Seeing that Kukaki Qianye didn't even use Zanpakutō, those Ajichas rushed over angrily. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. These things seem to be very exciting. I feel that you should be a very powerful Shinigami. As long as I can devour you, the 3 of us can evolve into Vastolord. Then it doesn't matter what they do. Espada, they will all be defeated by my men. The 3 Ajichas also shouted loudly at this time. Kukaki Qianye looked at them indifferently, without any hesitation in his eyes. This time he only used the strength of his body to resist these people. Whoa! One of the Ajichas was actually able to use the surrounding spirit suns to create spirit arrows just like the Quincy. And his arm is a bow, and his speed evolves based on his arm ability. Not bad, this ability is enough. Kukaki Qianye's eyes narrowed, he said simply, but in fact he was secretly shocked in his heart. Not bad? I will make you regret it. Another Ajicha's voice came from behind. In his hand is a huge battle axe, which seems to have evolved from the head on the right side of him. Boom! Kukaki Qianye caught his battle axe with his bare hands, but the huge impact caused Kukaki Qianye to fall directly into the sand. Kukaki Qianye lay in the sand and began to mark the names of the people. Jillian's level is from level 1 to level 3, and Ajicha's should be level 4 to level 6 according to strength. These 3 people have weapons, and Ryutsu is good at least the top level of level 4. As for that fool from before, I'm afraid he can't even beat Jillian. He's considered level 3. Kukaki Qianye is still divided into different levels. This is his habit and what he must do. This will help him investigate these virtual strengths in the future. Dead? Not dead yet? Why doesn't he move? At this time, several Ajichas were also looking at Kukaki Qianye. They were a little excited. After all, this is another Shinigami. It is really possible for them to evolve into Vastolord. It seems that above level 4, you still need to show some real skills. Kukaki Qianye now has a complete set of procedures. He already knows what level he should use and what method to deal with these virtual ones. Boom! Kukaki Qianye suddenly flew up from the sand. The power of Shinigami appeared in his hand, this time it was pure Shinigami power, and he punched directly at the Ajichas who had just grabbed the battle axe. Crack! I saw Kukaki Qianye punching the tomahawk, but in an instant the tomahawk turned into a little bit of spiritual power and dissipated directly. How is this possible? The battle axe Ajichas was also shocked. Then there were bursts of sounds behind Kukaki Qianye, all of which were released by the Ajichas who could only shoot arrows. Kukaki Qianye snorted, and then used Shunpo, directly reaching the opponent, and then grabbed his head. Kr. Bang! Kukaki Qianye exerted force on his hand, and the opponent's head exploded instantly, turning into starlight and dissipating. The last remaining Ajichas looked at him in horror. This guy didn't even freeze Zanpakutō.
He just used his fists and a little Shinigami power to kill all his 2 companions? You are not a simple Shinigami, you are the captain. The remaining Chukas looked at Kukaki Qianye in horror. Kukaki Qianye did not answer. He had already noticed that many virtual beings were coming, and among them there was a very powerful virtual one. The spiritual power flowing in Kukaki Qianye's body now is very limited. It was formed by merging part of his spiritual power with the empty spirit sun when the previous Ajichas held him. Now, the Ryotsu that Kukaki Qianye can recover is only a small part of the fused Ryotsu, which accounts for about 5% of his total Ryotsu, and this part of Ryotsu will not be used with double pressure. After using more than 5% of Ryotsu, Kukaki Qianye used pure Shinigami power. This power has no limit. He can use 100% of his power to deal with the enemy. But if he wants to recover, it will be very difficult. He can only recover slowly through time and meditation, because this is Hueco Mundo, not Soul Society. Please give me flowers. After dealing with the Ajichas in front of him, more hollows came not far away. Kukaki Qianye took a deep breath and then rushed towards them. It's Shinigami. It's indeed Shinigami. Ha ha ha. Great, whether you can be promoted to Vasto Lord depends on whether you can eat him. It's me, this is mine. Go away, this is mine. A group of weird-shaped voids were also rushing towards Kukaki Qianye crazily. Kukaki Qianye stretched out his hand, and the world appeared in his hand. He pushed the scabbard gently, and a huge Shinigami power suddenly bloomed. 0. The Ajichas in front of him were temporarily stunned by shock, but in the end they were dazzled by desire and roared towards him madly. When they face the power of Shinigami, all they can retain is their original animal nature and their desire for Shinigami's power. The sky is broken and everything is shattered. With Kukaki Qianye's liberation of the Zanpakutō, everything in the sky instantly shattered, just like Byakuya Kuchiki's sakura flower, except that his Zanpakutō turned into a mirror-like thing. And his mirror shattered again to eventually form a miniature Zanpakutō with unique mobility abilities. Fall! Kukaki Qianye shouted. I saw that his Zanpakutō actually fell directly, hitting the hollows below. Kukaki Qianye took a deep breath. He could only temporarily conserve his physical strength. If he continued like this, he would not be able to deal with any powerful virtual force that appeared. After dealing with this batch of voids, Kukaki Qianye suddenly sensed countless more voids coming from the other side. Kukaki Qianye frowned. He looked at the Ajichas still wrapped in light. He couldn't let go of this guy. I hope you can wake up soon. Kukaki Qianye snorted. He has now used nearly 10% of Ryotsu. The 5% of Ryotsu can be recovered quickly, but the rest cannot. He could only pray that the Ajichas who saved him could recover quickly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Chapter 94. Kukaki Qianye held his sword across his chest, and the sand around him sank in a lot. He cut these out with one knife after another, and the surrounding sand was washed away by his sword energy. However, the surrounding voids were still rushing towards Kukaki Qianye crazily. Kukaki Qianye frowned. He had never seen such a battle before. If it weren't for the need to avoid the virtual flow, he wouldn't have to be in such a difficult battle now. If he had a choice, he would rather let Sulu swallow him before. At worst, he would have a fight with Sulu to see who is better than the other. Shinigami! Shinigami! Some Ajichas are sane, and they are laughing maniacally at this time. Kukaki Qianye's eyes darkened. He never thought that one day he would be so popular. Thinking of his days in Soul Society, even though it was 050 in Hwaja Eliaxiong, he was really happy at that time. There are more and more hollows around. Kukaki Qianye's Zanpakutō style is still there, but there is not much Ryotsu left in his body. Who would have thought that the Ajichas has not responded yet, but if he dies or lives, Kukaki Qianye can just leave. Whether that Ajichas can survive then depends on his luck. If it weren't for the fact that he has my Shinigami power in his body. Hey, forget it, hold on for a while, if it doesn't work, then I will have to leave him. Kukaki Qianye gasped. If he chooses to escape at this time, not to mention the inconvenience of taking that Ajichas with him, even if it is convenient, he will consume a lot of Ryotsu. In this place, although he will be constantly attacked by virtual beings, he does not need to expend much effort to deal with the virtual ones in front of him. He only needs to release Ryutsu and let Tiandu and Wangxiang deal with these things. He can still retain a lot of power. But the most pity now is that his Ryutsu can't recover much more here. Although the 5% can recover quickly, what can 5% of the Ryutsu do? It can only provide him with the ability to escape, so Kukaki Qianye had the plan just now. What is that? That's Shinigami? Hollow? What? Finally, after several hours of fierce fighting, someone finally noticed the Ajichas who had saved each other with Kukaki Qianye before. At this time, Kukaki Qianye also sensed that this Ajichas was really filled with the power of Shinigami. This power felt exactly the same as Shinigami. I just gave him the healing power of Shinigami power. Is this his own fused Shinigami power? Kukaki Qianye was a little surprised. He should really be surprised. If this kind of thing happened before, it would be something that he would never dare to think about. No. Espada does exist, and Espada is a hollow with the power of Shinigami. Since they exist, it proves that Hogyaku has given them the power of fusion. Then what's going on with this Ajichas now? He doesn't have Hogyaku's power, but he can merge with my Shinigami power. Kukaki Qianye became more and more confused, and he couldn't understand what was happening now. At this moment, the Haukas suddenly burst out of the next day's calendar area. Kukaki Qianye had just used Shunpo to protect him, but he was also enveloped in the strong light. Ding! System reminder, you have completed a special mission to fuse Shinigami and the power of the void. The mission level is legendary. You will obtain the legendary power, fused with the power of Hueco Mundo Spirit Sun. The recovery speed will be increased to 100%, the recovery capacity will be 50%, and the energy consumption will be the same as Soul Society J. Another voice sounded in Kukaki Qianye's mind. This voice had not been heard by Kukaki Qianye for a long time. Ever since he came out of Hwaja Eliaxiang, he was basically dreaming when he tried to wake up the system. After all the tasks assigned by the system were those miscellaneous things that made people blush. Kukaki Qianye has never experienced anything as serious as today, but in general, his task today is indeed useful. And this reward is simply the icing on the cake for the current Kukaki Qianye. Wow! The Ryutsu around Kukaki Qianye began to recover crazily. His recovery speed has now been increased to 100%. Although his Ryutsu is only 50% effective, his Ryutsu is as wide as the sea. 50% is enough for him to crush many people. Moreover, his Ryutsu consumption speed is the same as Soul Society, which makes Kukaki Qianye more comfortable. As expected of a legend, what's the difference between this reward and cheating? Kukaki Qianye felt very happy and laughed. He held Tiandu Wangxiang in his hand, and when he was about to take action, a powerful force suddenly burst out from behind him. A beam of light shot into the sky, and Kukaki Qianye had a vague feeling that this beam of light existed like the laws of heaven and earth. It was something more advanced than Jutsu, and there was no way to change it with his own strength. Kukaki Qianye frowned. He raised his eyes and looked into the depth of the light pillar. He wanted to see what it was. But he couldn't see anything clearly outside the light pillar. He could only see that the light pillar was constantly weakening, but the energy contained in it did not decrease at all. All the voids around them had their heads lowered, and some low-level voids were lying directly on the ground, trembling all over. Just when Kukaki Qianye was still curious, a chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to Tianling Gai. A fusion of the power of Shinigami and the power of the void burst out directly from the light pillar. This feeling made Kukaki Qianye very uncomfortable. It was an evil and somewhat frightening feeling. It's like this is something that Shinigami is naturally afraid of. This is the thought that comes from Kukaki Qianye's current heart. After he adapts, he will still be affected by his body's subconscious to a certain extent. Hi! Just as Kukaki Qianye was thinking about what was in front of him, he saw the light beam begin to dissipate. The light beam disappeared little by little from below. The first thing he saw was a pair of small feet as white as jade, and then a pair of well-proportioned and slender legs. Finally, white armor appeared on the thighs.
The waist is also exposed, but there are obvious muscle lines on it, but overall it is very slender. On top is the chest wrapped in white armor, and there is also white armor on the neck, extending to the face. Crack! The armor on his face shattered. A very heroic and upright face appeared in front of Kukaki Qianye. Chapter 95. Kukaki Qianye looked a little stunned at the strange species in front of him. Lord Kukaki. The other party rushed towards Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye frowned and quickly stepped away. Who are you? Kukaki Qianye looked at Arrancar in front of him warily. Yes, he remembered, this was Arrancar. The most classic feature of Arrancar is the scene where the mask just broke. They have the same body structure as humans, but the difference is that their skin is harder than steel. Arrancar found that Kukaki Qianye was avoiding her and was a little anxious for a while. But she touched her face and then looked at her body. I became Arrancar. She looked at Kukaki Qianye in surprise. Kukaki Qianye frowned, he always felt that this guy looked familiar. Soon, Arrancar looked at the voids around him. Get away from me. This is my prey. Arrancar suddenly burst out with a powerful force, which was the same evil force that Kukaki Qianye felt just now. Ho ho! No one around him dared to stay, and they all fled in all directions. In Hueco Mundo, the species level determines everything, and no matter how many Ajichas there are, they cannot be the opponent of the Ajichas who have become Arrancar. After they all escaped, Arrancar in front of Kukaki Qianye put away Ryotsu, then sat on the ground with a guilty conscience, stroking his chest. It scared me to death. There were so many Ajichas. Fortunately, they didn't doubt my identity. Arrancar muttered. Kukaki Qianye frowned. He always felt like he had heard of this scene before. Who the hell are you? Kukaki Qianye frowned. His current strength has only recovered 30%. If there is really a powerful Arrancar coming, he will only have to retreat temporarily. It's me. Arrancar ran over and pressed against Kukaki Qianye's body without hesitation. Kukaki Qianye took out his hand and said it was a hollow, but this hollow's figure seemed to be much better than many of the female Shinigami in Soul Society. Moreover, Kukaki Qianye knew that Nilu existed, and she was also the best among the best. No, who are you? Kukaki Qianye continued to ask. Arrancar still didn't know when she saw Kukaki Qianye. She thought about it carefully and said, I evolved into Ajichas somehow, and then I was discovered by the people at the outpost. They thought I was very powerful and wanted to reuse me, but he had no abilities whatsoever and was eventually exiled. After I was exiled, many virtual beings followed me, but every time I got into a fight, I could only run. She continued. Now Kukaki Qianye reacted. She was the Chukas who shared the power of the void with her before? Have you evolved again? Kukaki Qianye looked at her with a strange expression. Yes, isn't it pretty? She twirled around excitedly. Kukaki Qianye was speechless for a while. Why didn't he think that the Ajichas was female before? He always runs away from a fight and is easy to bully. Normal Ajichas are not that cooperative. Beautiful, but I still can't understand how you evolved into P1 Kukaki. I don't know. After I protected you, I thought I was going to die. Unexpectedly, a strange force entered my body. At first, this force protected my body, but in the end, this force was swallowed up by my own. After swallowing it, my body changed. The most obvious thing is that my body changed. I don't know why this happened, but I should have grown into Arrancar. As she spoke, she patted her head again. By the way, I have a name, my name is Amelia Levine Tree. Kukaki Qianye felt a little dizzy, and then asked, how did you know the name? Did you think of it yourself? No, I knew it just after I woke up. This name seems to be engraved in my mind. You can just call me Ravi Dion. Levine continued. Kukaki Qianye narrowed her eyes. Although Lavani was Arrancar, she seemed not to be hostile to him. Okay, Lavani, what are your abilities? Kukaki Qianye asked. Ability? What ability? Levine was stunned. Kukaki Qianye frowned, she still has no abilities? You must be capable,
just like you were able to change my superficial Shinigami power to deceive Sulu. Kukaki Qianye continued. I don't know, I don't have this part of my memory. Lavigne shook her head and said. Kukaki Qianye was speechless for a while. Suddenly, a Zanpakutō appeared in his hand and struck at Lavigne with murderous intent. Before Lavigne could react, the Zanpakutō in her eyes had gradually grown bigger. Kukaki Qianye frowned. Does she really have no special abilities? She just evolved into Arankar? Boom! Suddenly a huge amount of power came from the knife in Xian Shushenjai's hand to everything. Kukaki Qianye was instantly bounced away. The huge force caused Kukaki Qianye to retreat several hundred meters before he could stop. At this time, Lavigne crossed her hands on her head, and a cross of light actually appeared on her arms. Her arms also changed. The white armor turned into transparent blue, as dazzling as crystal. What's going on? Lavigne looked at her hand in surprise. The blue cross on her hand gradually disappeared, and her skin became normal. It seems that this is one of your powers. Kukaki Qianye glanced at Lavigne, stepped forward and said. The power just now was bone-chilling, and there was a faint feeling of freezing everything in the sky, but it didn't feel like freezing, but more like being crystallized. Me? Lavigne still didn't believe that was his ability. Yes, in critical moments, your ability will automatically determine. According to common sense, you can't use it now even if you want to. You must experience it several times in life and death situations before you can awaken it. Kukaki Qianye continued. Just kidding, he has read so many comics, he still understands this basic setting, right? Oh. Lavigne nodded understandingly. Kukaki Qianye glanced at Lavigne with a somewhat complicated expression. He didn't know how to view his relationship with her now. Now that I know you are capable of protecting yourself, it is no longer suitable for us to continue to be together. Let's part ways as soon as possible. Kukaki Qianye glanced at her and said. But Lavigne grabbed him and said anxiously, can we not separate? Kukaki Qianye frowned and asked, why? Is there any need to be together? Chapter 96. Before I met you, I was always alone in Hueco Mundo. I don't know what my abilities are, and I don't know how I evolved. I only know that I have always been lonely. Those who are more powerful than me look down on me, and those who are not powerful are afraid of me. Lavigne looked at Kukaki Qianye, she spoke extremely sincerely. But after meeting Mr. Kukaki, I suddenly knew the meaning of my existence. My ability just protected you, and your ability just saved me. We should be born together. Lavigne looked at Kukaki Qianye said. Her words made Kukaki Qianye look a little weird. To Kukaki Qianye, she looked like a child who hadn't grown up yet, and it was very likely that she was just a child who had awakened abilities that were not hers. How could such a void be able to kill the enemy? She would definitely be eliminated. If the one above you discovers that you are an Arankar who can only act coquettishly, I'm afraid you will be exiled again. Kukaki Qianye looked at her helplessly. Forget it, then just follow me. He continued. He didn't know why he allowed Asu to follow him. If she betrayed him, she might stab him at some point. But if you want to follow me, you have to work for me honestly. I don't care for idlers, oh no, I am idle. Kukaki Qianye said. Lavigne nodded desperately. After meeting Kukaki Qianye, she realized that she might have been born for Kukaki Qianye. Now Kukaki Qianye asked her to do it. With your identity, we should be able to go to many places, right? Kukaki Qianye began to think. He is still some distance away from the outpost, and it is too difficult for him to go directly there, especially since he has just been in such danger, which makes him know that he must be cautious when making any decisions in Hueco Mundo. So he decided that from now on, he must try his best to go in unscathed. Lavigne tilted her head and continued, it should be possible, but the premise is that I have to act like one. She also knew that up until now, she had relied on her identity to gain power, but in fact, she didn't have much help at all. Although she is an Arankar, she is basically the lowest form of Arankar. You can't let people see that you are a novice yet. Kukaki Qianye continued. After all, becoming Arankar is a big deal. The king of Hueco Mundo will probably try his best to get you to go to him, right? He then asked. Lavani was stunned, shook his head and said, "Are you talking about Lord Baragan? He has now surrendered to the president. He cannot have his own troops, only subordinate officers." "He can't have troops, but can't he have subordinate officers?" Kukaki Qianye asked calmly. "Baragan has always regarded himself as the real king of Hueco Mundo. As long as there is a certain opportunity, he will definitely rebel." And after hearing this, Lavine suddenly realized. No wonder in the 13 territories, Lord Espada can only dispatch subordinate officers, but Lord Baragan can use all the virtual ones in his territory. Lavani said. Kukaki Qianye touched her chin. Lavine is still too naive now. Although she doesn't know how old she is now, she is obviously not very smart. There is a way. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. "Follow me," he said, casting Shunpo. But Lavani behind her was looking around, and she couldn't find Kukaki Qianye at all. Kukaki Qianye was speechless for a while, and then came back again. "Concentrate your strength on your feet and run hard," says Kukaki Qianye. Lavani tried to do what Kukaki Qianye said, but the result was that the ground collapsed instantly, and Lavani was almost swallowed by the sand. "Help me, help me!" Lavani fluttered in the sea of sand. Kukaki Qianye stepped forward speechlessly and pulled her out. Then Kukaki Qianye also frowned, wondering what he said was wrong. "Yes." Kukaki Qianye clapped his hands, and then he asked Lavani to stand beside him. "You see clearly, when you concentrate your strength, you must have the strength to run upwards and forwards. The strength is collected and not directed directly downward," Qianye said to Lavani. Lavine scratched her head, she still didn't quite understand. Kukaki Qianye rolled his eyes, and then asked her to hold his arm and carefully feel the surge of power. After using Shunpo a few times, Lavine seemed to understand a little bit. She let go of Kukaki Qianye and assumed a running stance. "Ah!" she shouted. As a result, this time, she went straight to the sky. But fortunately, she was okay if she fell due to her rough skin and thick flesh, and the ground did not collapse significantly, which proved that she at least mastered the technique of releasing power. "Come on, it'll be ready soon." Kukaki Qianye glanced at Lavine and said. Lavine nodded repeatedly, and then rushed back and forth like a cannon. Finally, after struggling for several hours, Lavine was finally able to keep up with Kukaki Qianye's speed. "I feel like I can be a little faster," Lavine said. "Then try your speed." Kukaki Qianye nodded and said. Apart from anything else, even if Lavine discovers the problem by then, it will be a peace of mind for Kukaki Qianye if she can run away. Lavine's expression became serious, and then strength surged around her. Finally, she restrained her strength, and her entire body disappeared from the place in an instant. Kukaki Qianye closed his eyes and began to feel the Ryutsu around him. What surprised him was that Lavine was now able to control her Ryutsu very accurately, and every time she, does, landed, very little of her Ryutsu was leaked. What's even more outrageous is that her speed is already as fast as Shihorin Yoryuki's. You must know that Shihorin Yoryuki's Shunpo is almost the fastest among Shinigami, but Lavine, who has just grown into Arrancar, can actually match it. Does she have talent, or does everyone in Arrancar have such potential? Kukaki Qianye frowned. He has also thought that since the current timeline has been changed, his perception may also be changed. Maybe the current Arrancar is already better than he imagined. "How's it going? Am I fast?" Lavine came back and asked happily, holding Kukaki Qianye's arm. "Well, that's pretty good." Kukaki Qianye nodded. This speed was indeed outrageous. "Now that your speed has been controlled, let's go to the next place." Kukaki Qianye continued. Chapter 97. A few hours later, Kukaki Qianye and Lavani appeared in the forest of Minos Grande at the same time. "Wow! This is the forest of death!" Lavani screamed in fright when she saw the forest. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, this was the same as what he learned. There are some Jillian Minos Grande in the forest of Minos Grande. They don't have any consciousness, they only wander unconsciously. After all, they have no intelligence. If you accidentally fall into this place, it will be harder to escape than to reach the sky. Especially Jillian in the forest of Minos Grande, who is not afraid of Lavani just because she is at a higher level, let alone listens to her orders. Because everything in the forest of Minos Grande, Jillian, obeys the manager of this forest. As for where the managers are, Kukaki Qianye doesn't know yet, but what he knows is that as long as they go in, these Jillians will try their best to track them down. What are we doing here? Lavine didn't know what she was about to face. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows, and then said, "Of course I didn't invite you to come here to play. We need to live here for a while." After hearing his words, Lavani directly held Kukaki Qianye's hand and refused to let go. "Impossible. I won't go." Lavine refused to go no matter what. 233 She knows what kind of existence the forest of Minos Grande is. If she goes there, it's hard to say what will happen. If she dies, she will never be able to see the outside world again. Only by passing the test can you. No matter what, I won't go, wow. Lavine cried directly. The corner of Kukaki Qianye's mouth twitched twice. Why did he feel that this Lavine was somewhat similar to the original definition? But Nilla still looked like a child at the beginning, but now she is a tall and beautiful woman. Hey, can she restrain herself a little? After she was tired of crying, Kukaki Qianye sighed. "Don't worry, I will always be with you. If I die, I will die with you. Is that okay?" Kukaki Qianye glanced at Lavani and asked. Lavani sobbed and looked at Kukaki Qianye with red eyes. "Really or not? Aren't you going to throw me in here and then take the opportunity to leave by yourself?" Lavani sniffed and asked Xian Shishenjai. "No." Kukaki Qianye was speechless for a while. If he was really so cruel, he wouldn't have used all his strength to save her. "Then, will you save me if I'm in danger?" Lavine asked. "Yes, yes." Kukaki Qianye nodded. It is true what he said, but when there is real danger, he will definitely help. But if it is an ordinary danger, Lavine will not die. He will still let Lavine die. Rise. After all, Lavine's potential needs to be stimulated. If he wants to train Lavine as soon as possible, he can only do it in this way. "Okay, how long will it take for us to go in?" Lavine continued to ask. She asked while talking to Kukaki Qianye, but Kukaki Qianye quietly came behind her and then kicked off. Lavani was kicked directly into the forest by Kukaki Qianye, and finally fell outside the Minos Grande forest, where some rotting birds were disturbed. "Ha, misunderstanding." Lavine got up from the ground. At this time, Jillian had already discovered her Ryotsu, who was slowly walking towards here. Although Jillian looks weird, her unique Zero will still deal a fatal blow to the intruder. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Help! Lavine was being chased by the rotting bird while trying to avoid Zero. After a while, Lavani was already covered in scars, and she had long forgotten the steps Kukaki Qianye taught her before. After finally remembering it, Lavine hit the tree directly and knocked herself unconscious. Kukaki Qianye appeared in the darkness. He chopped Jillian in his hand into pieces, then shook his head and left with Lavani. When Lavine woke up, she suddenly felt top-heavy. Taking a closer look, she was now under a towering tree, and underneath was a group of beast-like Jillians who were about to evolve into Ajichas. They all look like beasts at this time, much smaller than Minos Grande Jillian, but their strength has not diminished, and they possess some highly intelligent animal characteristics. At this time, they were building a ladder to climb up. The purpose was to eat push and pull poo. At this time, Lavani was hung from a tree by Kukaki Qianye. Now Lavani has to rely on herself if she wants to run away. She tried to reach out and grab the rope on her feet, but she was hung up and unable to struggle up. She kept trying, but she still couldn't succeed, and gradually she became nervous. "I don't want to die," she said and started to cry again. Kukaki Qianye was watching her from the tree nearby. It depends on whether she can burst out the key power in danger. At this time, the Jillian below was already very close to her, and even had claws that could attack Lavine. "I'll fight with you!" Suddenly, Lavine shouted. She broke free of the rope with all her strength and fell straight down.
Kukaki Qianye was taken aback. Now the game has gone too far, there are so many Jillians down there, one bite from each of them is enough to dismember Lavany. But then, a blue cross of light flashed underneath. Boom! These Jillians were instantly bounced away, and the huge force tore them into pieces. And there is no possibility for them to heal. The cross light seems to have the ability to destroy the composition of spirit children, leaving these Jillians completely unable to recover. That's right, this is her power. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. At this time, Lavine became energetic instantly, and her eyes turned blue. She exudes strong Ryutsu, and the cross swords in her hands are surging with manic power. Go! Destroy him! Evolve! I want to evolve! Once I evolve, I can leave from here. More Jillians appeared around, and even some Ajichas joined in. These Ajichas were all beaten back because they were not strong enough. If they were strong enough, they could leave the forest of Minos Grande and work in Hueco Mundo. Most of them were born here, which is the same as Soul Society's Rukanga. What's the difference between Rukanga and this place? They are both cannibalistic worlds. At this time, Lavany has gradually mastered her own power, and her eyes have become firmer, which shows that she has understood her own abilities and has the ability to fight. Boom! Cross-shaped lights flashed, wiping out all the Jillians around them. Even some Ajichas could not escape death. Chapter 98. Those Ajichas thought they could escape from the forest of Minos Grande, but they died tragically under Lavany's blade. Is this the return blade? Kukaki Qianye was a little surprised. He suddenly remembered that Lavine had her own Shinigami power. Since she was Arrancar now, she should have more power, but now she realized that returning to the blade was a bit too fast. Boom! The fighting around her continued. Lavine was as fast as lightning, her speed and all aspects were faster. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. Lavany has grown into a qualified Arrancar. It's just that she hasn't realized the ability that the power of Shinigami brings to her yet. The cross light on her arm should be just her ability as a hollow. Such a powerful ability is enough to crush most hollows. Even ordinary Vastolord, Lavine is capable of fighting against them. At this time, Kukaki Qianye also took a quick look, and saw that there were more and more voids around him, and the proportion of Ajichas among them was also getting larger and larger. It seems that the forest guardian must have discovered our traces. Kukaki Qianye sneered twice, already having a guess in his heart. Previously, the guardian of the forest of Minos Grande was personally appointed by Aizen. All the virtual beings here were restrained and could only listen to the orders of the forest guardian. Moreover, the forest guardian's orders are imprinted with spiritual seals. If any hollow refuses to obey, the guardian can execute them at any time as long as they are hollows born in the forest. Be careful, it's going to happen next. Kukaki Qianye glanced at Lavany and said. At this time, Lavine was breathing heavily, and she was already a little tired. The power that just broke out was indeed very powerful, but the weakness after the power was not something she could contend with now. You must think about how to break through the limits, rather than thinking about when you can rest. You have to know that there are endless kills in the forest of Minos Grande. Deadwood Qianye said lightly. At this time, Lavany's face also froze. Only then did she remember that she was in the forest of Minos Grande. She actually wanted to rest? Try your last bit of strength, I won't let you die, just because what you are going to do next is too dangerous. If your ability is not up to standard, then don't follow me. Kukaki Qianye continued. As soon as these words came out, Lavine instantly became energetic. Before meeting Kukaki Qianye, she had no idea what the meaning of her life was, but after meeting Kukaki Qianye, she understood this. So no matter what, she must work hard to follow in the footsteps of Kukaki Qianye. You all die. Lavine's eyes gradually turned red, and her methods became even more fierce. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. He was also worried that Lavany would suddenly become violent, and he might not be able to stop her without hurting her. After a few more minutes, those virtual ones finally did not dare to approach Lavine anymore. Lavine's eyes had also turned red, and she looked a little painful at this time, covering her head and squatting on the ground. Kukaki Qianye stepped forward,
and a Shinigami experience entered her mind. Don't be nervous, take a rest. Kukaki Qianye knew that she had reached her limit, and if she continued like this, Sue would be tortured and go crazy. Levine nodded, she was also a little unable to bear such high-intensity pressure at this time. Kukaki Qianye looked around, it didn't seem like there would be any delicious food in this place, there weren't even any animals. Hey, I originally thought about roasting a hare or something, but the place you live in is too boring. Kukaki Qianye glanced at Lavani and said. Hearing this, Lavani also shook his head and said, there is nothing we can do about this. This is how our place has always been. Kukaki Qianye shrugged his shoulders, are all Hueco Mundo bad people? Not necessarily, but the environment is so bad, Kukaki Qianye thinks this is somewhat unfair. While the two were chatting, a loud sound suddenly came from behind. Boom! A huge Jillian fell down, crushing many of the surrounding 100-meter-high trees. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. He knew that this was the last enemy in the forest of Minos Grande. As long as he defeated this enemy, the rest would be much simpler. What's going on? What's this? Levine became nervous. Don't be nervous, but you need to fight this thing, otherwise, you will be the only one injured in the end. Kukaki Qianye looked at Lavani and said. Please give me flowers. Levine didn't react for a while. When she saw what was coming, she was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Arrancar in front of her in horror. This is the manager of the forest of Minos Grande. We cannot be his opponent. He can use the return blade. Lavani said with a look of horror. Kukaki Qianye's face was indifferent. He never believed in whether he was an opponent or not. He only knew that if the opponent offended him, he would definitely eradicate him. Dead costume, Shinigami. Arrancar, who had just arrived, also looked at Kukaki Qianye in surprise. As for you, Arrancar? Are you Arrancar? What's your number? Arrancar was even more surprised when he looked at Levine. 0, 0. Levine shook her head repeatedly, and then said, I don't know my number either, my memory doesn't have it. She had a panicked expression on her face, and it was obvious that she was nervous inside after meeting such an opponent. Humph. No number? That means it's wild? If a wild one dares to go with Shinigami and isn't killed by Shinigami, you are a traitor. The Arrancar on the other side quickly reacted. Levine looked gloomy. She didn't know who she was from the beginning, nor did she know what her abilities were. She only knew that before Kukaki Qianye appeared, she had always been self-centered. It wasn't until Kukaki Qianye appeared that she found the meaning of living. Hi! Go to hell, both of you! Po Mian shouted, and then he went directly towards Kukaki Qianye. Levine was startled, and she quickly reached out to stop him, but she found that she was no match for him. The opponent's Arrancar had a body as hard as steel. Levine punched him hard, and Levine's wrist was shattered. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. He estimated that the Arrancar in front of him was not one of the Espadas. He was definitely an Arrancar with abilities close to those of the Espadas. Just do it, there's no need to reason with him. Kukaki Qianye said to Lavani calmly. Levine bit her lip, and then looked at the Arrancar. Chapter 99. After hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, Lavani finally calmed down. After she saw that the opponent was Arrancar, she admitted that she was really too nervous, but as soon as Kukaki Qianye's voice appeared, she reacted instantly. This is a very difficult battle and she will definitely give it her all. Cross light slash. Levine's arms were filled with power again, and then she rushed directly towards the guardian of the Minos Grande forest. There was blue holy light on her arm, and her arm quickly recovered. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. It seems that Lavani's ability is improving rapidly, but is her improvement speed a bit too fast? Humph. Arrancar, who is just an entry-level person, still dares to fight with me. The guardian snorted coldly, and then went directly to Lavani with 043. The wound on Levine's wrist healed. She was now a weapon, and her abilities were far more than what she had shown before. Cross-cut! Levine shouted again. She rushed forward, her whole body turned into a ray of light, and her speed was so fast that no one even had a chance to react. So fast! Kukaki Qianye was surprised. This is faster than Kirin Temple's Shunpo. But he also knew that with Lavine's current strength, if she could perform it once, it might be her limit. If you want to break through again, it may be a little difficult. If it is used forcefully, not only will her own spiritual power be insufficient, but her body will most likely not be able to withstand such pressure. Boom! This time, the cross-cut hit the forest guardian's neck directly, cutting off half of his head. Successful! Ravi was pleasantly surprised. However, the next second, the guardian's face actually grew again. You are really going too far. The guardian looked at Lavine coldly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like now. I still need to return to the sword before fighting again. As the guardian spoke, a powerful force burst out from his body. His power directly blew away the surrounding trees, and Lavini was also knocked over by the huge force. In the end, it was Kukaki who stopped her. How could this happen? The gap between him and me is so big. Lavini looked at the guardian in horror. This time she was really scared. Although her abilities had improved a lot, they were still far behind Arrancar at this level. Even she herself knows that the fear in her heart now is because of the feeling of low-level Su seeing high-level Su. She couldn't be this Arrancar's opponent, at least not until she broke through the species. Then Lavini looked at Kukaki Qianye. She wanted to ask Kukaki Qianye for help, but Kukaki Qianye had a calm expression and had no intention of intervening. Then Lavini also remembered what Kukaki Qianye said before, as long as he tried his best, he would definitely come to save him. I'm on it. Lavine bit her lip, and then rushed towards the forest guardian in front of her. The opponent has completed the return to the edge at this time, and his return to the edge has modified his body. He can now fly directly, and the feathers behind him are his weapons and his absolute defense. Ha 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 ha. Just use your blood to commemorate my death. The guardian smiled ferociously, and then rushed towards Lavini. Kukaki Qianye looked at all this calmly, but still did not choose to take action. He is not a person who does everything by himself, not to mention that his purpose this time is to train Lavine. He wants to know where Lavine's talent lies and how big her potential is. Boom! Lavine was knocked to the ground. The huge impact penetrated Lavine's body directly. Ahem! Lavine coughed up blood. Her breath was already very weak, and she raised her hand and pointed towards Kukaki Midnight. Do you still remember how your hand recovered before? Kukaki Qianye suddenly spoke. As soon as these words came out, Lavine's brain quickly started to work. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she remembered that her holy light seemed to have a certain healing effect on her body. That's it. Lavine's eyes lit up, and then she silently thought about that energy. She doesn't know why she masters the holy light, but she knows that as long as her will is strong enough, she can summon the holy light to heal herself. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, and it could be seen that Lavini was working hard now. Ah! Lavini shouted in pain, her body gradually changed. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows, is he really going to die this time? Before, he felt that Lavini could not be in the state of returning to the sword, otherwise her strength would not be so weak, and she would not be able to learn it so quickly. But as far as the current situation is concerned, Lavine's strength seems to have increased, but it doesn't seem like he is dead. Kukaki Qianye doesn't know what's going on. He can only take a look and talk about it now. At this time, the forest guardian was also a little unable to sit still. He felt that the Arrancar in front of him seemed to have a tendency to evolve to his own level. You want to surpass me? Impossible, the guardian was furious, and then rushed towards Lavini. Kukaki Qianye wanted to stop her, but when he saw that Lavine had stood up and her body had recovered, Kukaki Qianye had no further plans for the time being. Immediately afterwards, Lavini blocked the guardian's fist directly. Ding! A broken blade appeared on the guardian's hand. This is his return blade, but at this moment, in 2.0, Lavine directly cut off his return blade. How is this possible? The guardian looked at Lavine in disbelief. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. The shock Lavine gave him was really big. It's amazing. The defense seems to be at the top level. Now the only thing missing is the attack. I don't know how she is. Kukaki Qianye said with narrowed eyes. Being able to personally cultivate such a powerful helper is a very good thing for Kukaki Qianye. What's more, after he trained Levine before, he received relevant rewards. Then Kukaki Qianye continued to watch the fight between the two Arankars on the field. You can't be my opponent, give up, the Guardian roared, and then rushed towards Lavani crazily. Chapter 100. Levine closed her eyes tightly at this time, and her movements seemed to be moving subconsciously. Kukaki Qianye was a little surprised. He didn't know for a moment whether to say that Lavani was powerful or that the Forest Guardian was too weak. Seeking death. How dare you underestimate me? The Guardian roared at Levine at this time. Levine easily dodged his attack, and then charged directly at the opponent. Boom! The battle between the two directly caused unprecedented damage to the forest of Minos Grande. Tisk, tisk, it's really wonderful. Kukaki Qianye tisk. Since he chose this place, he certainly had his own reasons. But no matter what, Kukaki Qianye also knew that cultivating Levine was the top priority, so he delayed for so long and kept watching the show. If it weren't for Levine, he would have killed the Guardian by now. Boom! The battle between the two continued. But the Guardian's look was already a little tired, and Levine was getting more and more excited now. But Kukaki Qianye could also see that Levine's excitement was only temporary because she had now awakened her own power. Looking for death? I don't believe that I can't even defeat you. The Guardian almost collapsed, and he roared angrily. Then he delivered his own fatal blow. At this time, Levine still closed her eyes tightly, and showed no signs of dodge. Kukaki Qianye took a look at her condition. She was actually sleeping? Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes rigorously, and then stepped forward directly, raising his hand to directly break the opponent's fatal blow. Okay, I've played for long enough, now it's my turn to perform. Kukaki Qianye looked at the Guardian calmly. The Guardian was already killing Matt at this time. He didn't care who Kukaki Qianye was, or whether Kukaki Qianye had just blocked his fatal blow. His current goal is to directly kill everything he can see. Ho ho! At this time, the Guardian was completely hollow, and he temporarily degenerated into a beastly void without intelligence. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, this little thing is quite powerful. This sub-energy affected Kukaki Qianye's Ryutsu. His threat level is probably level 4. Kukaki Qianye touched his chin. After all, the Guardian of the Minos Grande Forest is also a very powerful Arankar. If he is an ordinary hollow, he will not have the ability to control the entire forest. But although this Arankar has a return blade, his return blade is only an incomplete version, and in comparison it is not as powerful as his current combat effectiveness. The only extra thing is that he has no intelligence in this state. He will have intelligence after returning to the sword, but when facing a powerful opponent, whether he has intelligence or not has little impact. Go to sleep. Kukaki Qianye looked at the Guardian in front of him calmly. Then his heavenly breaking 10,000 elements was unsheathed, and then flashed in the air, turning into a streak of blood-colored light and heading towards the Guardian in front of him. Swishing sounds accompanied by screams filled the entire Minos Grande forest. Those who were still attacking Kukaki Qianye and the two before were now hiding and not daring to move. After all, they can now sense that something happened to the Hollows now, but their guardians, even the Guardians, have been dealt with. What will happen to ordinary Hollows like them in the past? Whoa! Kukaki Qianye flicked his sword, and a trace of blood dripped from the blade. Hand over the things and I'll let you die quickly. Kukaki Qianye said calmly looking at the Guardian. At this time, the Guardian was already very weak, but he was still glaring at Kukaki Qianye, as if he wanted to eat Kukaki Qianye. Something? What do you want? The Guardian stared at Kukaki Qianye. Of course you control the entire forest of Minos Grande. Kukaki Qianye said lightly. Hearing this, the Guardian also looked at Kukaki Qianye coldly, and then said, I don't know what you are talking about. I control this forest because the adult gave me the ability. What he gave me is when I need it. The mark engraved deep in the soul. Only those with this mark can give orders to the entire forest of Minos Grande, the guardian continued. However, Kukaki Qianye glanced at him with a sneer, and then said, then if this is really the case, you should be able to directly order those Su, right? As long as you have an idea in your heart. Then why don't you ask them to attack me now? You are not the kind of Arankar who cares about the lives of his men, are you? Kukaki Qianye asked with a sneer. The guardian's face froze, and he quickly looked at Kukaki Qianye. Of course I can let them attack you, but they don't dare to move at all because of fear now. However, Kukaki Qianye still smiled disdainfully and continued, really? But my fear should not be enough to affect the imprint deep in their hearts, right? The guardian's face was gloomy, and his whole body was trembling now. Why on earth could this guy know so much? Who are you? You are not just Shinigami, definitely not just Shinigami, the guardian asked, looking at Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, of course he is not just Shinigami, he is also a person with memories about the entire Shinigami setting. Hand over the things, and I will make sure you die quickly, otherwise. Kukaki 443 Qianye squinted his eyes, and a flame appeared on his fingertips. This flame is something Captain Yamamoto left for me. He said that this thing is called the evil fire from hell. Once it is contaminated, it will slowly eat away, but the degree of pain is not just as simple as slowly eating away. With that said, Kukaki Qianye put the flame on the guardian's body. A moment later, a frightening roar appeared deep in the forest of Minos Grande. Seeing the guardian who was now incapacitated and could only cry on the ground, Kukaki Qianye also planned to take the opportunity to treat Raviniji. Now Lavani is also in a severe coma, her spiritual power is almost exhausted, and Kukaki Qianye puts his Shinigami power into it again. After a moment, Lavine finally had some reaction. She climbed up from the ground, looked at Kukaki Qianye blankly, and finally focused her eyes on the guardian on the ground. Did I lose just now? Lavine thought of what just happened. Kukaki Qianye nodded. Not only did she lose, she almost died. It doesn't matter, I've already taken care of this guy. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Lavani didn't say anything. She felt that she had delayed Kukaki Qianye. Chapter 101. Don't be so downcast, you are no weaker than him. Kukaki Qianye patted Lavani on the shoulder. Lavani nodded silently, and then followed Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye looked at the time. He has been tormenting the guardian for a while now. I wonder if he plans to have a good talk with him now? How's it going? Are you going to tell me what's going on? Kukaki Qianye looked at the guardian and asked. At this time, the guardian's expression was dull, with an expression of being tortured. Kukaki Qianye's face was indifferent. He didn't know if this guy had thought clearly. If this guy could honestly tell him that he wanted to know, he might be able to save himself some trouble. I said. The guardian was already tortured so badly that he immediately agreed to Kukaki Qianye's request. Kukaki Qianye took back the evil fire, and then looked at the guardian. I'll take you there, the spirit seal is at my residence. The guardian looked at Kukaki Qianye and said. Take him. Kukaki Qianye said to Lavani. Lavani nodded and immediately left with the guardian and Kukaki Qianye. At this time, the guardian's eyes were also gloomy and he didn't know what he was thinking. Finally, he took Kukaki Qianye to the place, and he asked Kukaki Qianye to go in first. Should I go in or should you go in? Kukaki Qianye asked, looking at the guardian calmly. If you are worried, we can go in together. The guardian said nonchalantly. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, and then dragged the guardian in first. Wait outside and report to me immediately if anything happens. Kukaki Qianye asked Lavani to stand guard outside. Kukaki Qianye took the guardian into his residence, which is, to put it bluntly, the nest where he lives. However, as soon as he entered, the guardian recited a spell. By the time Kukaki Qianye wanted to stop him, it was already too late. At this time, scorching air suddenly appeared around him and swept directly towards Kukaki Qianye. Let's die together, ha ha ha. The guardian looked at Kukaki Qianye with a ferocious smile. He would not compromise, and he would never get entangled with a Shinigami.
However, he still underestimated Kukaki Qianye's power. Breaking all phenomena, break it! Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly, and he started to break all phenomena again. The surrounding air disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared before, and the oppressive feeling was no longer there. What did you do? The guardian looked at Kukaki Qianye in horror. Kukaki Qianye looked at him indifferently, and then said, I just swallowed up these things of yours, and now I give them back to you. After saying that, the sky breaking all things hanging in the air turned directly towards the guardian at this time. Boom! A huge pressure was released. The entire body of the guardian was squeezed into pieces. This huge pressure directly turned it into powder. This way of death was more desperate than the ordinary way of death. After all, you can feel your body being crushed. The feeling when it is broken. After doing all this, Kukaki Qianye went out and asked Lavani to follow him. Look, he must have a spiritual seal here. It should be the secret that allows him to control the entire Minos Grande forest. Kukaki said to Lavani at midnight. Lavani nodded, and then started looking for it with Kukaki Qianye. However, the two searched for a long time, but still couldn't find where these things were. Finally, Lavine decided to find another way. Although I was not born here, if there is really something that can command Su, I should be able to feel it. After saying that, Lavani started to search from the side. After a few minutes, Lavine finally opened her eyes. I found it, in the basement. Lavani shouted to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye nodded and immediately took Lavani with him. There are many things hidden in the underground storage room, including spiritual seals. The Ryotsu on this spiritual seal is a Quincy, of course. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. As expected, all of this has something to do with Wywak. It seems that it will be difficult for me to deal with Wywak when the time comes. After all, Wywaka's ability is omniscient and omnipotent. It is indeed a bit difficult to deal with him. You take control. Kukaki Qianye glanced at Lavine and said. Lavine was stunned. She shook her head repeatedly and said, No, I'm not a qualified leader, and I don't know how to control them. Kukaki Qianye waved his hand and continued, just use yourself to control it, and I will tell you what to do. Hearing this, Lavine nodded. She injected her Ryotsu into the spiritual seal, and one of the Ryotsu actually wanted to escape. Fortunately, Kukaki Qianye had already sealed the entire spiritual seal with the power of Shinigami before. The Ryotsu who just wanted to escape should be the alarm device set by the spirit seal. If Kukaki Qianye had not stopped him, the owner of the spirit seal, who is now thousands of miles away, should be able to know that the spirit seal has changed its owner. But now, Kukaki Qianye has complete control over the spiritual seal. How do you feel? Kukaki Qianye asked Lavani. Lavine said, I don't know, there's no special feeling. Inject your thoughts and try to control which of them go somewhere else. Kukaki Qianye said to Lavani. Lavani nodded, and then followed Kukaki Qianye's request, planning to control the rest of the food in other places. After she confirmed that she could really control it, she was shocked. I can really do it. Lavine looked at Kukaki Qianye in shock and said. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, and then said, now that you can control it, Zhao Hazeo, come with me and let's do something big. After saying that, he threw it outside. Lavani didn't know what Kukaki Qianye was going to do and hurriedly followed. Now, go to the outpost of the 13th territory. Territory number 13, aren't they all Picaro groups? Let's see this time, is it the number of them in the Picaro group, or is it the forest of Minos Grande that can control it? There are more voids. Kukaki Qianye said with the corner of his mouth raised. Only then did Lavani understand why Kukaki Qianye had to let him come to this place. You're so smart, Lavine said. Kukaki Qianye raised her eyebrows. Why was it so awkward to say these words from her mouth? Let's go and check out the outpost first. If you don't cooperate, then kill him. Kukaki Qianye said with a sneer. Then he left with Lavine, and the two quickly headed to Song, the outpost of Territory 13. Chapter 102. Kukaki Qianye led Lavine to appear. Lavine had completely changed her appearance at this time.
She was no longer the little Ajichas who was allowed to be slaughtered. Her current strength is remarkable among Arrancar, which is undoubtedly a very powerful assistant for Kukaki Qianye. It's very close. Levine said to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye nodded, and then appeared directly above the opponent's territory. Huh? What is it? It seems to be Shinigami. It smells like Shinigami, but why did Shinigami come here? Idiots, look above your heads, it's Shinigami. A group of low-level virtual beings were also panicking at this time. Only then did they notice Kukaki Qianye. Who is your leader? Kukaki Qianye asked, looking at the low-ranking people in front of him. Hearing this, these low-level shues also looked at each other, and then directly chose to take action. Shinigami and Hollow are enemies of life and death themselves, and the battle between the two species cannot be resolved with just one sentence. Kukaki Qianye brought Lavani down, and these low-level Su rushed over directly. Boom! Suddenly, several powerful Ryotsu appeared around Lavani, and all the low-level hollows on the scene knelt down directly. They looked at Levine in horror. This is the strength that only Mr. Arrancar has. But how did she end up hanging out with a Shinigami? What on earth was she doing? You are Arrancar? But why are you with Shinigami? One of the hollows also asked at this time. I don't need to explain to you. Levine said calmly. Then she looked at these low-level voids and said, go away and let your leader come to me. Levine's words gave these low-level voids a reason to leave. They fled, and Levine breathed a sigh of relief. She really couldn't do anything to these people. A few minutes later, something like twinkling stars appeared around them. After they came over, Kukaki Qianye could clearly see that they were like a group of flying insects. This is what happened to the Picaro group. Some unknown flying insects appeared, and some people said their wings were the same as those of dragonflies. So many enemies. Levine was a little nervous. Don't be afraid, you are now the manager of the Minos Grande Forest. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, which reassured Lavani. Levine took a deep breath and then nodded. After these Picaro groups came over, they first looked at Lavani, and then looked at Kukaki Qianye. Shinigami? Why do Shinigami appear here? One of the Picaro, who looked very ugly, but was very big, came out. The one-horned fairy. Kukaki Qianye looked a little weird. These things really looked like the one-horned fairy. What unicorn? The other party looked at Kukaki Qianye in confusion. They didn't know what a unicorn was, and Kukaki Qianye didn't answer his question. Are you the managers of the 13 territories? Kukaki Qianye asked, looking at the one-horned fairy in front of him. That's right, but why do you, a Shinigami, know about us? Are you the traitor? The one-horned fairy looked at Lavani. Although Levine was a little nervous, she was even more willing to regard Kukaki Qianye as her backing at this time. Of course not. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Then he looked at the other person again, and then said, I found out the information about you myself, and I also know something that no other Su knows. For example, you were just Baragan and bored before. It's the same as it was raised. As soon as these words came out, the other party's expression changed instantly. They didn't expect that Kumyu Qianye Yongran even knew this. How did you know this? The horned fairy frowned and looked at Kukaki Qianye. This matter has been a very long time ago. After all, for them, this kind of thing, spug, itself is already a shame. And after the arrival of the new king, they have become a special group arranged by the new king. Their attacks are also very powerful. For places like the 13th territory, which directly faces the forest of Minos Grande and various entrances to the boundary, using their human sea tactics is the most effective. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows and continued, I know a lot of things, but what I need to know now is, who is your new king? Why doesn't Aizen control you here? After hearing what Kukaki Qianye said, the one-horned fairy was even more shocked. Do you even know Master Aizen? The horned fairy looked at Kukaki Qianye with a shocked expression on his face. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, is there anything strange about this? Aizen is a Shinigami, and his power is already very powerful for these things, right? Especially Aizen and Hogyaku's power.
If this were not the case, Aizen might not be able to control so many hollows here. This has nothing to do with you. Kukaki Qianye looked at the one-horned fairy and said calmly. Hearing this, the unicorn immortal also frowned. He looked at Kukaki Qianye and said, "Why should I tell you these things? You are Shinigami and I am Su. There is nothing to say between you and me." After saying that, the one-horned fairy gave a direct order to the Picaro groups behind him to prepare for action. You should think carefully. If you take action, it is very likely that both sides will suffer losses. Kukaki Qianye curled his lips and said calmly, looking at the one-horned fairy in front of him. However, the unicorn fairy smiled disdainfully, and then said, "Although you have heard of us, you must have never seen our battle. How come I haven't seen it before? Isn't it just like a locust? How powerful do you think you are?" Kukaki Qianye curled his lips. Then he asked Lavani to come over. When Lavine saw Kukaki Qianye calling him, he knew that he was going to do it. Then Lavine took a deep breath, closed her eyes and began to chant silently in her heart. "What are you doing pretending to be a ghost?" The one-horned fairy looked at Kukaki Qianye in confusion. Kukaki Qianye looked at him with a sneer. This guy would know if he was faking it. Not long after, Kukaki Qianye went to the side to wait. "That Aaron car, get out of here. Otherwise I'll kill you too." The horned fairy pointed at Lavine and shouted. However, Lavine did directly say, "If you want to attack Master Kukaki, you must step over my body first." The unicorn also frowned when he heard this. He didn't know why Lavani wanted to protect a Shinigami. As a Su, you should be proud of Su, and you are our shame now. Diagonal stared at Lavani and shouted. Chapter 103. After hearing what he said, Lavine just bit her lip and had no intention of explaining to him. "You don't understand me, forget it." Lavine snorted coldly, and then headed towards these Picaros. There are indeed a lot of these Picaro groups, and most of them can already fly, and there is no need to waste spiritual energy. For them, this is definitely a kind of talent crushing. It's just that they underestimated Lavani. The current Lavani is not comparable to them. You must know that Lavani now not only has the ability of Aaron Carr, she has also realized the same ability as high-speed regeneration. "Destroy her," the one-horned fairy shouted. Then a group of Picaros rushed towards Lavani, and what's more terrible is that the number of these things is increasing, and in Kukaki Qianye's eyes, they are like locusts passing through the border. This kind of thing really gives people goosebumps when they see it. At the same time, their strength is also possible that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Kukaki Qianye was watching from the side. He knew that Lavine's current strength was impossible to lose, but even so, he had to watch more. After all, Lavine is always a virtual person. He must know her fighting ability at all times, and he must also know her strength at all times. Not long after, Kukaki Qianye looked behind him. Ho ho! The roar and the vibration of the ground also made everyone present calm down. What is going on? After the unicorn fairy stopped, he looked at the location not far away in horror. Lavani first released the holy light cross in his hand, and then said, "I allow them to come out of the hollows in the Minos Grande forest." As soon as these words came out, the expression of the unicorn immortal suddenly changed. He looked at Lavine in horror, and then asked his men to retreat quickly. These men of his have no brains, they are all simple creatures who only listen to his orders. However, their escape was already too late. At this time, the hollows in the forest of Minos Grande had already poured out. They themselves were suppressed by the spiritual seal, so they could only obey Lavani's orders. No one else could, and they could not rebel against these orders. You control the forest of Minos Grande." The one-horned fairy looked at Kukaki Qianye in horror. "How can I control it? Of course it's her." Kukaki Qianye said calmly. The rhinoceros looked at Lavine desperately, and finally prepared for a duel at all costs. However, there are too many virtual ones in the Minos Grande forest. This is the real crushing. The outposts in the 13 areas have been washed away, and the huge outer city walls have also been moved by these virtual drills in the Minos Grande forest. After entering the city wall, this is the real city of Hueco Mundo. The voids inside are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, and they also have the same existence as human civilization. Wait a minute, there is a holy light inspection here. Lavani pulled Kukaki Qianye. There is a barrier above the city wall. This barrier is designed to detect the invasion of unknown creatures. Hueco Mundo's guarding intensity is very outrageous. Kukaki Qianye and the others called the hollows from the Minos Grande forest to deal with them, not just because Kukaki Qianye felt that they wanted to consume the number of Minos Grande. It's more because he just wants to create chaos so that he and Levine can go in together. Only in this way would they be able to approach Sui Palace inadvertently. After all, Kukaki Qianye had made a decision before and he would not take any more risks. What now? Do you still have the ability you had before? Kukaki Qianye thought for a while and asked. What he was talking about was the ability that Lavani had used to help him escape the void before he became Arrancar. Yes, but not yet, Levine shook her head. She had already spent a lot of energy fighting against the Picardos of the One-Horned Fairy. But if we delay any longer, they will be able to find us. Levine then shook his head again. She also noticed that Yuxa was rushing here at this time. After all, such a big thing happened, and they naturally knew what happened. Don't worry, recover slowly. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, and he knew that urging was useless. It's better to let Lavani calm down and recover slowly. Maybe he can go in safely by then, or he can go in before those people. But Levine was still nervous. Kukaki Qianye waved his hand and continued, don't be afraid, just rest assured and slowly recover your strength. Those Picaros should have been wiped out, and the subsequent Picaros team has not come. Please give me flowers. I am restraining my breath now and only retaining some vital signs. This will prevent them from detecting my existence to the greatest extent. You can take me in after you recover. Kukaki Qianye said to Lavani. With Kukaki Qianye's comfort, Levine was no longer nervous. Then Kukaki Qianye was waiting aside, and Ravi also started to recover. She knew that she couldn't waste time now, so she hurriedly cleaned up. Not long after, Kukaki Qianye looked at the city walls on the side. The torn holes in these walls were gradually being restored by Lingzi. After all, these things are composed of spirit particles, and their repair speed depends on the concentration of spirit particles in this place. 0. Kukaki Qianye frowned, and he quickly looked at Lavani, but there was still no movement from Levine. There is no other way, Kukaki Qianye can only let those hollows in the forest of Minos Grande continue to attack the gap, so as to ensure that the gap will not heal for the time being. Only in this way can Kukaki Qianye enter the city from here. Although there are still many levels waiting for him after entering the city, as long as he can enter the first level, he can also enter the following levels. Finally, when the support troops from other territories came over, Lavani finally made some movement. Okay. After saying that, Levine hugged Kukaki Qianye again. This time Levine was not covered in armor like before. This time she hugged Kukaki Qianye directly, and her skin boldly pressed against Kukaki Qianye. Although her skin is very smooth, Kukaki Qianye always feels metallic and very cold. Gradually, Kukaki Qianye felt a very powerful force, which was similar to Arrancar. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, and then quickly absorbed this power. Finally, Kukaki Qianye's body was contained by Lily Huang. It should be fine, Levine said. Kukaki Qianye nodded, and then followed Lavani to go in together, and the two of them arrived in front of the barrier. If I were to go in, I would feel a warm feeling, Levine said. Chapter 104. Kukaki Qianye nodded, and after Levine entered, he also walked to the entrance and prepared to give it a try. His hand passed through the barrier without causing any conflict problems. Then Kukaki Qianye sent the other hand over, but there was still no problem. Be careful, we should be able to pass directly together, right? Kukaki Qianye asked Lavani. Levine nodded and said, basically, there is no problem anymore. My power can be greatly strengthened after I evolve. It is no longer as weak as before. Kukaki Qianye also nodded when he heard this, and then said, okay, now is not the time to talk about this. You quickly let those Suda go back first,
and then guide them to define this matter as the Suzhu of Tianxia Forest. Run wild in the world. When Lavani heard this, she immediately followed the instructions. She knew that Kukaki Qianye's arrangement must have his own purpose. Just as Kukaki Qianye slowly passed by, he suddenly felt that the barrier around him was rapidly turning red, and he quickly took a step back. But he was shocked to find that the power of those barriers was groping behind him, and Kukaki Qianye reacted at that time. Behind him is the Zanpakutō he carries on his back. The power of Zanpakutō is sacred and inviolable, not to mention that Kukaki Qianye's Zanpakutō is naturally formed. Lavani's power is very powerful, but it is not so powerful that it can change the properties of things formed by heaven and earth. Heaven breaks all things, escape! Kukaki Qianye shouted. Then all the phenomena behind him disappeared and escaped directly into the void. Kukaki Qianye took the opportunity to get in directly. Seeing that there was no impact, Kukaki Qianye felt relieved. Coming in. Lavine had just settled down the Minos Grande colored phantoms. After she saw Kukaki Qianye coming back, she hugged him again, which was to strengthen the void power star on him. It's better not to wear your death-defying uniform. I'll take you to change into another one later. Lavani said to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye was stunned for a moment. Is it possible that Su still needs to wear clothes? Have you never been to the city? Kukaki Qianye looked at Lavani suspiciously. I was kicked out of the city. It doesn't mean that I have never been in the city, right? Lavine looked arrogant. Kukaki Qianye shrugged her shoulders and let it be what she said. Not long after, she took Kukaki Qianye to the place. Our streets in Hueco Mundo are very simple. Of course we will have houses, etc., and some things, but our food is actually made of spirit seeds, but these spirit seeds will stimulate different feelings. Lavani told Kukaki Qianye explained. With her explanation, Kukaki Qianye easily understood the structure of their world. It turns out like this. I thought it was still nothingness as before. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. He remembered that in the original comics, Hueco Mundo was nothingness, with basically no construction. After all, most of them were mindless things. Lavani took Kukaki Qianye to change clothes, which looked like animal skins. I'd like to ask, he really looks like a Shinigami. Is that true? The store owner was a rabbit-like hollow. He was also looking at Kukaki Qianye jokingly and asked. Lavine shook her head and said, how is it possible? Where can a Shinigami enter our world? Hearing what she said made the other party feel a little relieved. Kukaki Qianye looks weird, since when has Su been so polite? Then Lavine took Kukaki Qianye to eat. This time I chose something that you can create at will. You can make food according to your own ideas. Lavani then told Kukaki Qianye. The two of them were in a separate private room at this time, and Kukaki Qianye looked at the unique spirit floating in the air in front of him. Really do whatever you want? Kukaki Qianye asked. Yes, the taste of this thing depends on your imagination. Lavine nodded. Kukaki Qianye was hesitant, and finally made a braised pork dish according to his own ideas. Lavine was also very curious when she saw the steaming thing. Kukaki Qianye waited for the formation of the spirit seeds to be completed. Now it seems that apart from the lack of temperature, there is still a little taste. After Kukaki Qianye tasted it, his eyes lit up. Is this really what he thought it tasted like? Very good, I finally have a chance to eat. After finishing speaking, Kukaki Qianye thought of some food on his own. Actually, it's not the taste, but the feeling, right? Kukaki Qianye then asked Lavine. Yes. Lavine nodded. Just like the feeling of satisfaction after eating, it makes them feel as if they really ate it, but when it comes to taste, it cannot be faked. But even so, it is much better than nothing. Although Kukaki Qianye is a Shinigami, he does not need to eat to maintain his life, but eating is necessary for Kukaki Qianye. Now the appearance of this thing just allows him to continue to experience the feeling of eating. After eating and drinking, Kukaki Qianye left with Lavani. As soon as the two people went out, they saw a patrol outside. This is Piccaro's team, whose is the rest? Kukaki Qianye looked at the patrol on the other side with some surprise. Pikaro's patrol team was easy to spot, they were just giant bugs flying in the air, and the remaining troops wearing masks made Kukaki Qianye feel vaguely uneasy. They are from the Royal Investigative Team, Levine said. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. Why are the people from the Royal Investigation Team here? They aren't Su. Kukaki Qianye was a little surprised. 2.7. Well, it's a Quincy. Levine continued. Kukaki Qianye was even more shocked now. He was actually a Quincy? Although Kukaki Qianye knew that the person who controlled Hueco Mundo must be a Quincy, he did not expect that the Quincy would actually come to Hueco Mundo and regard this as a place for their development. Actually, I don't like them very much, because the Quincy are also our enemies. They have been hunting us in the past, and they made us disappear forever instead of giving us salvation like you Shinigami. Levine said. If the number of souls in Hueco Mundo is too small, it will cause the collapse of the present world and the Soul Society. Kukaki Qianye knows this very well. That's why the Soul Society took action against the Quincy in the first place, but unexpectedly, many years later, the Quincy would become the new king of Hueco Mundo. This is really a great irony. Chapter 105. Seeing the traces of the Quincy, Kukaki Qianye and Lavini just wanted to jump over these people quickly. After all, Kukaki Qianye's purpose was to skip these people directly, and he did not intend to have any conflicts with these people. It's just that they want to leave, but the other party has no intention of letting them go. Routine inspection. One of the masked Quincy also stepped forward to stop Levine. These Quincy are holding spears made of spirit suns in their hands. If they escape, they will be shot directly. These are the sacred bullets given by their new king. Levine was also covering her face at this time. After hearing the other party's order, she didn't know what to do. Check for what? Levine asked. Turn around. The Quincy looked at her figure with a squinting look. Kukaki Qianye frowned on the side, and then saw him take the opportunity to pinch Lavini's waist. Tisk, tisk, that's a pretty good skin. The Quincy stared at Levine insidiously. Have you seen anyone suspicious? He continued to ask Levine. Lavini shook her head. She knew that she couldn't afford to offend these people. Even if she revealed her identity as Aaron Carr, it would be useless. They were Quincy and did not follow Hueco Mundo's tricks. Never seen it. But I think you are very suspicious. Come back to the prison with me. The Quincy suddenly sneered twice, grabbed Levine and was about to leave. Levine frowned, she didn't know what these people wanted to do. She looked at Kukaki Qianye for help, and Kukaki Qianye also stepped forward. Please, please do something serious. Kukaki Qianye said calmly looking at the Quincy. After hearing this, the Quincy's faces also changed. They looked at Kukaki Qianye with dissatisfaction and slapped the mask off his face. Hi! They were just about to speak when they saw that Kukaki Qianye didn't have any false features. Even Aaron Carr has some white armor on his body, not on his body but also on his face, but Kukaki Qianye doesn't have any at all. This proves that he is not a virtual person at all. Who are you? Several Quincy immediately became alert. What they are here to investigate now are suspicious persons. After all, outsiders were detected outside who may have broken in before. What is the order given to you from above? Kukaki Qianye asked, looking at a few people calmly. One of the Quincy also frowned and looked at Kukaki Qianye and said, We are asking you questions now. I'm asking you, what are the orders given to you by the people above? Kukaki Qianye's voice gradually turned cold. When had these Quincy seen this formation, especially when they realized that Kukaki Qianye was not a simple guy? If he was a hollow, he would never have such a mind. And if it was really hollow, he wouldn't be so calm when he saw their Quincy. We are here to investigate suspicious persons. Several Quincy said. Hearing this, Kukaki Qianye also sneered twice, and then asked, Then do you think she looks like a suspicious person? Su, she is still an Aaron Carr, and at least has the combat power of an outpost captain. Do you think there is something wrong with her? Don't think that I don't know what disgusting things you have done. As a Quincy, you should have the pride of a Quincy. Kukaki Qianye looked at them coldly and continued. The expressions of several Quincy also changed. They looked at Kukaki Qianye awkwardly and immediately explained, "Sorry, we will leave right away." They thought that their intentions had been discovered by Kukaki Qianye, and according to Kukaki Qianye, he should also be an insider. Moreover, it was originally only said that there might be a risk of outside intrusion, but it was not said that anyone actually came in. At least there was no record of the barrier. "Finally, I got over it." Kukaki Qianye breathed a sigh of relief. It's not an easy task to get these people to be honest. Lavani also relaxed. If it weren't for Kukaki Qianye, she might have been taken away by the Quincy now. Although I don't know why they want to catch me, but judging from their appearance, they probably won't let me go easily. Let's go deeper." Kukaki Qianye called Lavani and walked inside together. This city is very big. Kukaki Qianye and Lavani walked through many areas, but in the end they couldn't see the end. Most of the hollows living here are powerful hollows, but their power will be suppressed in the city. This is also to prevent them from doing bad things. Lavani continued to popularize science for Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye nodded. The more he knew about this kind of thing, the more help he would have in the future. "Forget it, it's time to take a rest," Kukaki Qianye said. "Are you tired?" Lavine was a little curious. She doesn't feel anything now. It may be that her recovery speed has become faster after she evolved, so she doesn't feel anything now. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and continued, "I just feel like it's time to rest, so let's find a place to rest." Lavine had no choice but to agree first, and then she went to find a place to rest. This kind of accommodation is the same as other hotels in the outside world, and the style of the rooms is very unique. "I'm going out." Kukaki Qianye walked out directly afterwards. After he went out, he went to the street next door. There were many restaurants on the street. Restaurants, you can find 620 everywhere. Kukaki Qianye's eyes lit up. He has never been to Hueco restaurant, and he doesn't know what their wine will taste like. Trigger the task and drink flower wine. The system suddenly rang. Kukaki Qianye was stunned for a moment after hearing it. Drinking flower wine in Hueco Mundo? How to drink Hueco Mundo's flower wine? After Kukaki Qianye entered, he discovered that some of them had very good looks and figures, and they were all human-shaped, with the front and back curves no worse than those of humans. Most of these hollows are small hollows without any abilities, but they cannot retain human characteristics. As a result, Kukaki Qianye quickly adapted to the characteristics of this place. More than 10 hours passed before Kukaki Qianye came out of the restaurant. After he returned, he went straight into the room, and Lavine didn't even know what he was going to do. Only Kukaki Qianye knew that all the things he did were for cultivation. For example, last night he activated a special ability, Mask. The potential of Mask's ability has been developed to 100%. Now I can wear the mask and fight for more than 300 seconds. Not bad, I should be able to improve it in the future. Kukaki Qianye said with squinted eyes. He also didn't expect that the system could still be used in Hueco Mundo, which was a huge surprise to him. Chapter 106. Drinking flower wine is definitely something that Kukaki Qianye is familiar with. Even in Hueco Mundo, it's basically the same, especially for a veteran like Kukaki Qianye, who can easily get along like a fish in water. What did you do? Lavani waited for several hours until Kukaki Qianye came out. The day and night in Hueco Mundo are also artificially controlled. Normally, it should be noon now. Nothing, we should go. Kukaki Qianye's ability has improved now, and there will be no problem if he continues to go deeper. Even if someone discovers them by then, Kukaki Qianye doesn't have to worry about them discovering him. Where to now? Lavine asked. Kukaki Qianye thought about the time. It has been at least 100 hours since he came to Hueco Mundo. Even if the message transmission in Hueco Mundo is very slow, Sui Palace should already know what happened by this time. The place where they are now is the city of Territory number 13. They have broken through the outpost, and no one should be able to find their traces. Where is the inner area? Kukaki Qianye asked. There should be a little distance, but not too much. But there will be another wall over there, and those who can enter the inner area, but basically they are some very powerful hollows, or some well-known hollows. Pu looked at Kukaki Qianye and said. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, he already had an idea in his mind. Let's find a way to get in first. Kukaki Qianye said, touching his chin. These things of Hueco Mundo cannot be measured according to Soul Society's ideas. He can only think of ways to pass the subsequent tests first. Just as Kukaki Qianye and Lavani were walking into the city, they discovered that a gathering was being held in an area. There were lights and colorful lights all around, and everything looked pretty good. I didn't expect you guys to have such a life. Kukaki Qianye looked at Lavine with some surprise and said. Lavani smiled and said, of course, these are the king's people, Hueco Mundo also needs to be stable, okay? Kukaki Qianye touched his chin, and then he had a plan in mind. Just when Kukaki Qianye was about to leave here first, he saw a figure that surprised him. Grimmjow. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect to see Grimmjow in this place. Why is this guy here? Is that Lord Grimmjow? Lavine was also a little surprised. Kukaki Qianye frowned, if it was this guy, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. Get around him. Kukaki Qianye planned to leave first. He didn't want to be exposed at this time. Even if he was to be exposed, he would have to be exposed in the inner city, because his plan was not completed until he found Hogyaku. But the surrounding patrols stopped Kukaki Qianye and the two. You two, can't you see Lord Grimmjow is here? Kneel down quickly. The patrol team scolded Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye frowned, these people are really boring. Even in a place as feudal as Soul Society, there is no reason why the rest of the people will leave as soon as members of the four major families appear. How about you see who I am before you speak? Kukaki Qianye looked coldly at the patrol questioning him. The other party's weird-looking Su looked a little surprised at this time. He looked at Kukaki Qianye, and suddenly his expression changed. You don't have any armor on your body, are you a human? The patrol's face was stiff. Kukaki Qianye looked at him with a sneer, and then said, why don't you get out of here? Su of the patrol bowed and apologized quickly, and then made way for Kukaki Qianye. They didn't have the slightest suspicion. They didn't even know that the outpost was under attack, so they didn't even suspect that an inexplicable Shinigami would appear in the city. The only people who can enter and exit the city are humans with the power of Quincy, and they are nothing more than hollows. They saw that Kukaki Qianye was a human being, so they naturally regarded Kukaki Qianye as a human being. But just when Kukaki Qianye thought they could leave, they were blocked by a group of strangers. The leader Arankar Kukaki Qianye has the impression that his name seems to be Xiaolong Qufeng, a subordinate officer of Grimmjow, and also the first Arankar created. Precisely because he was the first Arankar to be created, he was deficient in all aspects, and in the end he could only become Grimmjow's subordinate officer. I heard that we are here as Quincy. Xiaolong Qufeng looked at Kukaki Qianye with a sneer. Kukaki Qianye frowned, what's the expression on this guy's evil smile? What a coincidence. What I hate the most is the Quincy. If it weren't for Hasward, you guys would only be at my feet now. Xiaolong Qufeng looked at Kukaki Z with a sinister smile. Kukaki Qianye frowned. He really didn't expect that he would let this guy do it. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have pretended to be a Quincy just now. Are you talking about Yugelin Hasward? Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. At that time, he was wondering who could surpass Aizen and control the entire Hueco Mundo. Now that he learned that it was Yugelin Hasward, Kukaki Qianye was not surprised at all. After all, Yugelin Hasward's own ability is indeed very powerful, and he also has the holy text provided by Habich. For these hollows, this ability can be said to be a dimensionality-reducing blow, especially since the Quincy itself has a natural restraint against them. After meeting Yugelin Hasward, they had no chance of winning, Wang Good, Count. Otherwise, who else? In the whole Hueco Mundo, who else can make me bow my head? Xiaolong Qufeng looked at Kukaki Qianye with a sneer. If I remember correctly, it seems that Grimmjow is your leader, right? You are just a subordinate officer.
Do you want to seek power and usurp the throne? Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. Xiao Longqifeng's face froze when he heard this, and he quickly said, except Lord Grimjo. What about Aizen? Kukaki Qianye looked at him with a sneer. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Longqifeng became nervous instantly. What did you say? Lord Aizen? Do you know Lord Aizen? Xiao Longqifeng looked at Kukaki Qianye eagerly. I also know where he is now and how to rescue him. Kukaki Qianye raised the corners of his mouth with a confident smile. Levine next to her was also sweating and feeling nervous. Chapter 107. When he heard Kukaki Qianye's words, Xiao Longqifeng was shocked again. He looked at Kukaki Qianye with his mouth open and was speechless for a long time. After a while, the other subordinate officers of Grimjo came over, and Xiao Longqifeng quickly called Kukaki Qianye. Tell me clearly, what do you know? Xiao Longqifeng immediately looked at Kukaki Qianye and asked. Kukaki Qianye looked at him calmly and asked, You don't think that with your current ability, you are qualified to talk to me about these things, do you? Xiao Longqifeng's face darkened, and then he pointed at Kukaki Qianye and said, I don't care who you are, if you dare to joke about Master Aizen, I will make you regret it. He is the first Arrancar created by Aizen using Hogyaku, so he has special feelings for Aizen. Haha, you can't be my opponent, so don't say these threatening words to me. It's meaningless. Kukaki Qianye looked at him lightly and said. Xiao Longqifeng didn't speak any more, but communicated with several other subordinate officers, and finally they made a decision. We can trust you, and we will take you 047 to see Lord Grimjo next. Xiao Longqifeng said while looking at Kukaki Qianye. At this time, Kukaki Qianye also raised his eyebrows and said directly, I'm sorry, I can't go with you to see him now, and I advise you not to tell him about Aizen. The other subordinate officers were stunned for a moment, not knowing what Kukaki Qianye meant. If you are smarter, you should know that Grimjo has great opinions on Aizen, right? Kukaki Qianye glanced at several subordinate officers and asked. It's not the first day that Grimjo was unhappy with Aizen, and he wasn't unhappy with Aizen because of Aizen's strength. It can only be said that he dared not respect Aizen during Aizen's heyday, let alone Aizen after the world was weakened. He definitely didn't take Aizen seriously, and in Kukaki Qianye's view, his emotion would only become stronger and reach its peak after Aizen disappeared. I'm afraid he is happy now that Aizen has disappeared. Now you suddenly say that you can find Aizen. What do you think he will do to you? Kukaki Qianye asked lightly. The expressions of several subordinate officers also changed, CBBB, but one subordinate officer still said in disbelief, what if Grimjo Wooden Golem also wants to help? Then ask yourself, don't take me with you. I'm here to conduct a secret investigation. I suspect it has something to do with those Quincy. If you tell Grimjo now and ruin my plan and prevent Aizen from being rescued in the end, you bear the consequences. Kukaki Qianye looked at the subordinate officers with a calm expression and said. He had said so, and the remaining subordinate officers looked at each other in shock, not daring to talk nonsense to him anymore. Just tell us if you need anything. As long as you mention Lord Aizen's name, we will help you unconditionally. Xiao Longqifeng also said to Kukaki Qianye at this time. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, this was the effect he wanted. Okay, if you have nothing to do, just get out of the way and don't let the rest of them notice me. Kukaki Qianye then said. Several subordinate officers also nodded at this time and quickly made way for Kukaki Qianye. Lavani was also shocked to see Kukaki Qianye fooled him so easily. Why is this? Why didn't they ask again? Levine was shocked. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows, and then said, as long as you can understand them a little bit and play psychological warfare, you can easily defeat them. Levine also tilted her head when she heard this. What kind of psychological warfare? Seeing him like this, Kukaki Qianye also realized that she might not understand what he meant at all, but he couldn't explain much to Levine now. Let's go first and see how we can get out. Kukaki Qianye then walked outside. They were not as sneaky as before, and they were so arrogant that no one dared to come forward to check. Sure enough,
the idea of a fox pretending to be a tiger's power is universal at all times. The two of them have gradually approached the edge of the 13th city district. The number of voids around them is getting smaller and smaller, and the buildings are getting rarer and rarer. This place is more like a void outside. It's really uncomfortable to come out of such a busy place all of a sudden. Kukaki Qianye said with a shrug. Indeed. Levine agreed. The two of them were walking, now far away from the 13th city district, and they arrived at a canyon. Over the canyon is the desolate land in the inner city. The desolate land is usually the area where some businessmen and killer groups operate, and what is left are some large virtual ones, or large virtual ones that are extremely vicious and will devour other virtual ones when they enter the city. Although these large hollows are very cruel, their strength is undoubted, that's why they are placed here, that is, used as guards. Lavini then said to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye also raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect that there was such a place in it. It seems that the current Hueco Mundo is completely different from the one I know. Okay, let's go over and take a look before we talk. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes and said. If they want to pass through the canyon, they can only pass through the area below, and this area is usually called the Dead Realm. The meaning of the Dead Virtual World is that if you are not a high-level figure in the inner city, it is basically impossible to pass through here, but there are many virtual people who want to sneak past, but basically all the ones who come are dead. Lavini said. Kukaki Qianye explained. Kukaki Qianye frowned, and then asked, can't we pass from above? Yes, but there is something wrong with it. Basically, they are all Picaro, and there will be virtual currents floating in them, and they will be used in conjunction with the barrier for identity verification. Levine looked at Kukaki Qianye helplessly and said. My ability can only ensure that you can't detect it the moment you pass through the barrier, but if you are in the air, you will definitely be detected. Levine continued. Hearing this, Kukaki Qianye also frowned, and now he finally understood. It seems that it is really difficult to deceive the laws of heaven and earth. Kukaki Qianye said helplessly. Yes, there were not so many rules before. They were all formulated after Lord Hasward came. Levine explained. Kukaki Qianye nodded, and then led Levine down the canyon. And he also knew that what they were about to experience was a big problem. Chapter 108. Not long after, Kukaki Qianye and the two arrived at the bottom of the canyon. With a glacier on one side and a sea of fire on the other, what's the difference between this and hell? Kukaki Qianye curled his lips. Hueco Mundo is not hell, but this place is much scarier than hell. Levine was walking in front, and suddenly she became alert. What's wrong? Kukaki Qianye noticed something was wrong with her. Something is approaching quickly. Levine's face was very ugly, and she was a little nervous now. Kukaki Qianye didn't feel it, but Levine could feel it, which meant that the opponent's strength was not weak. It doesn't matter, let's go our own way first. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Kukaki Qianye was about to go directly, but the other party still noticed them. Swish, swish, swish. Soon several phantoms stopped in front of Kukaki Qianye. You guys are a bit unfamiliar, you don't look like a grown-up team. The bull-headed Sue at the front was also looking at Kukaki and asked. Kukaki Qianye looked at him indifferently, and then said, does it have anything to do with you? Haha, if you are not from the inner city, you are not eligible to enter, unless you have a way to prove that you came out of it, or you can prove that you were summoned to enter. Nyutuksu looked at Kukaki Qianye and said. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, and then said, I have never heard of you. Either you show it to prove that you are the real Watchers, or you die. After hearing this, Nyutuksu was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. You are still the first person who dares to question me. As Nyutuksu spoke, he walked towards Kukaki Qianye. His whole body turned white, and the skin all over his body became very hard. What is this? Kukaki Qianye frowned. He didn't know what this thing was, but he just felt like he had seen this thing somewhere. Haha, I really didn't expect that you actually have such ability. Kukaki Qianye squinted his eyes, and then asked Lavini to test it out. If he takes action, his Shinigami power will definitely be discovered, especially in this place full of virtual currents and barriers. Go to hell. Nyutuksu came towards Kukaki Qianye. At this time, Lavine headed directly towards them, her eyes full of determination. She was nervous before because she knew the strength of these people was not simple, but now she is not nervous because Kukaki Qianye is right behind her. She just wants to help Kukaki Qianye now, and she won't care about other things. Boom! At this time, the battle between them also spread to the surroundings. Kukaki Qianye also felt the aftermath of their battle on the side. Lavini is very powerful now, and her strength is stronger than before. Yes, her strength has become stronger, and her strength has improved much faster than I thought. Kukaki's eyes also narrowed. Lavini's hands turned into cross blades again. Although Nyutuksu was very powerful, when facing Lavini now, he couldn't even block her cross blades. Boom! Lavini kicked Nyutuksu in the face, then chased after him and released a cross slash with both hands. Boom! A dull voice sounded. Cross slash did not directly cut through Nyutuksu's defense, but was directly blocked. At this time, Nyutuksu's mask on his face was shattered, revealing the mask inside. Your strength is enough for me to respect you. Shangtugzu also looked at Lavini at this time and said. Lavine gritted her teeth and raised the cross blades in both hands across her chest. Crash! At this time, Nyutuksu's mask disappeared directly. His face looked quite handsome, but his green eyes revealed madness. Kukaki Qianye frowned. This thing deliberately covered his face, because in this way, his strength would be restricted. But after the mask was broken, his strength was greatly improved. Come here. Kukaki Qianye called Lavini over. He passed his Ryutsu into Lavini's body, and then said, Don't worry about using it. This is a Ryutsu created with the virtual membrane you gave me. They won't find it. Also, you can pay attention to his movements. If he can survive, you must learn from him. Kukaki Qianye looked at Lavini and said. Hearing this, Lavini also nodded, and then she looked at Nyutuksu. Please give me flowers. Respectable opponent, I will give you a happy one. Nyutuksu looked at Lavini, and then flashed. His speed was so fast that Lavine had no chance to react. Originally, Lavini's speed was very fast, even rivaling that of Kylin Temple. You can imagine how powerful this Nyutuksu is now. This thing is a bit difficult to deal with. Kukaki Qianye frowned. If it really doesn't work, he will choose to take action. At worst, he will just run away then. Boom! At this time, Nyutuksu was also hitting Lavini crazily. Lavine was as tough as steel and remained silent. Seeing that his fists were unable to cause damage to Lavine, Nyutuksu put his hands across his chest and grabbed the void. 0. The fact of silence in the darkness, the poisonous curse hidden in silence. Let's sharpen it, Night Tennin. Nyutuksu's hands took out a bow and arrow-like thing from the air, which was a sharp blade that appeared from the void. This is my weapon. If you can withstand 3 attacks from it, it means that your strength has surpassed mine. But even if you surpass me, I can still use this night hammer to destroy you. Nyutuksu smiled ferociously. Said. Lavine took a deep breath. She was trying to remember what Kukaki Qianye had told her before. She was feeling the pressure Nyutuksu brought to her at this time. Is this the return blade? Lavine asked. What? You don't know? Nyutuksu was stunned for a moment. Lavini shook her head, she didn't have the return blade. Until now, she had only used the power after her awakening. She had never experienced the power of the return blade. Hearing this, Nyutuksu also frowned and looked at her. Is it reasonable to have such a powerful force even before the return of the blade? It seems you were right not to master Gui-Ren. After Nyutuksu finished speaking, he rushed over. The Night Tennin in his hand shot out 2 azure light blades, which were also very fast. Lavine was unable to dodge and her skin was scratched. Her body was as hard as steel at this time. She didn't expect that it would be scratched too. Calm down. Kukaki Qianye suddenly reminded her again and again from behind. Chapter 109. Hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, Lavini felt a little more at ease. She took a deep breath, then closed her eyes and began to identify.
She found that if she closed her eyes directly, she could feel more clearly whose energy was around her. Moreover, she can analyze Nyotux's power distribution more accurately, which will also help her develop her own blade returning skills. Go to hell! Nyotuxu also rushed towards Levine at this time. Extremely fast splitting blade! He shouted, and the power in his body was fully awakened. Kukaki Qianye's expression darkened. At this time, he also saw Nyotuxu fully unleashing his power, and his attack was even more fierce than before. And this time it was obvious that even Levine's skin strength was completely unable to resist his attack. As a result, Levine will be even more passive. Kukaki Qianye frowned. If he hadn't given Lavani some of his own Ryutsu before, she might not be able to hold on anymore. For Kukaki Qianye, the current situation is something he has never encountered before, and he never expected this almost desperate situation. Boom! Nyotuxu directly hit Lavani with the two horns of his head. Levine put her hands across her chest, relying on the cross-light blade to resist the blow from the bull head, but even so, she was still seriously injured. Poof! Levine spurted out a mouthful of blood. But she grabbed the bull's horn with one hand, and then suddenly exerted force. Crack! Lavani actually used the light blade in his hand to completely cut off the horns. The severe pain made Nyotuxu take 2 steps back, and his eyes were filled with angry expressions. Die! Nyotuxu used the extremely fast cracking blade again. Every time he swings Night Tenon, 2 light blades will come out from the front, and these light blades will continue to split. It's a bit similar to Byakuya's Sakura flower, but it's not as fast or as numerous as his. As a ultimate move, it's still a bit inferior. Kukaki Qianye was analyzing on the side. He has already regarded this guy as someone who needs level 6 to deal with. This guy is indeed a bit strong and unreasonable. Ha ha ha! Go to hell! Nyotuxu waved the light blade and threw it all at Lavani. Kukaki Qianye frowned, and he quickly stepped forward to open the barrier of Shinigami's power. Ding ding ding! Those light blades shot at Kukaki Qianye's barrier, and eventually they all disappeared, but Kukaki Qianye was not affected at all. This is the power of Shinigami? Who are you? Nyotuxu reacted quickly. Kukaki Qianye's eyes narrowed, and he clearly felt the pressure on him from the surroundings robbed him a bit, which was the gaze from the virtual flow between heaven and earth and the barrier. If he uses the power of Shinigami again, he will definitely be targeted by them again. You don't deserve to know, Kukaki Qianye said lightly. I'm not worthy? Then who is worthy? After Nyotuxu died, his temper became a little irritable and his mind became simple. After all, he is a bullhead, and being unintelligent is a common state. Kukaki Qianye frowned. How should he answer this guy's question? Stop talking nonsense, either you two will die today, or I will die today. I don't care if you are a Shinigami or something, as long as Song can fight with me. Nyotuxu's face was full of fighting spirit. Kukaki Qianye looks weird, how can this guy compete with Zaraki Kenpeki? Want to fight? Yes, but not now. I will be discovered by your people. When I am exposed, you will not be able to find me as your opponent. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. When Nyotuxu heard this, he also frowned. Then what do you want? Nyotuxu asked. Simple, you let me go first, and when we get to a place where we won't be discovered if we fight casually, I will have a good fight with you. Shishiki said. Nyotuxu's eyes narrowed, and at this time Kukaki Qianye was also betting on whether this guy's head was really useless. However, before Nyotuxu could say anything, Yuxu said next to him, they are very suspicious. Didn't they say before that Picaro people killed nearly 1/10 of them? Maybe it's them. Kukaki Qianye frowned. He didn't expect that the matter of annihilating the Picaro group would become such a big deal. Even the people hiding in the canyon knew about it. We've heard about it too, but we didn't do it. There are only 2 of us. Those Picaros are like locusts. How can we kill them all? Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Then we can't let them go. Su next to him shouted again. Kukaki Qianye's face darkened. He wanted to kill this guy directly. Why did he talk so much nonsense? That's right.
Our duty is to protect the people here from suspicious people. You can go there if you want. You have to defeat me first. Nyotoksu said with a sinister smile at this time. Kukaki Qianye frowned, is he really going to take action? But at this moment, there was sudden movement from Levine behind him. Levine exuded a powerful aura. The world seemed to dim a bit. No. She has realized the return of Blade. Nyotoksu realized that something was wrong, and he quickly stepped forward to take action. He must get rid of Levine before Levine returns to the sword, otherwise Levine's strength is so terrifying that once the return to the sword is successful, he will also die. Kukaki Qianye looked at Lavani. He was about to help, but he saw Lavani wearing armor and looking quite handsome. At this time, Nyotoksu's light blade only left a light spot when it hit her body, and his attack had no effect on Lavani at all. This. Nyoto panicked. But Lavani's return to the blade only progressed to this point and did not continue, and judging from her appearance, she did not seem to have learned any new skills. Bang! Lavani suddenly started, and then rushed in front of Nyotoksu and waved his fist. This punch directly sent Nyotoksu flying hundreds of meters, and penetrated the hillock next to it. The two Arancars next to Nyotoksu also wanted to take action, but they couldn't touch Lavani at all, and Levine's body had been strengthened thousands of times. Boom! Lavani punched one after another, and the two Arancars next to him also crossed the hill to find Nyoto way to join them. What a powerful force! Is this the return blade? Levine was a little surprised. But Kukaki Qianye shook his head and continued, this is not a return to the sword, it can only be regarded as half. It just strengthens your ability. When he said this, Kukaki Qianye also paused. He was curious about how terrifying Levine's potential was, knowing that she has not yet died. Chapter 110. Taougzhou looked at Lavani in horror at this time. He had never seen such a terrifying Arankar. His strength is already considered superior among Arankar, but Lavani's current ability can easily defeat him. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Nyotoksu suddenly ran away. His eyes became red, and his whole body was filled with violent spiritual power. He came directly towards Levine, and was bound to tear Levine into pieces. Bang bang! Nyotoksu rushed towards Lavani with all his strength, but he couldn't cause any harm to Levine at all. That's all you have? Levine looked at him disappointedly. I thought how powerful this Nyotoksu would be in the end, but now it seems that he is just a waste. Levine waved his hand casually, and Nyotoksu was directly photographed into the distance. Boom! Nyotoksu was directly embedded in the ground this time. He tried hard to dig himself out of the crack in the ground, and then ran away. He still had consciousness after losing control. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could not be Lavani's opponent. At this time, 21 Lavani also chased after her directly. The cross-light blades in her hands also changed, becoming sharper, and matching Lavani's speed. This thing is an indestructible killer weapon. Whoa! Lavani appeared in front of Nyotoksu. At this time, Nyotoksu also couldn't stand up directly, and then turned into little stars and disappeared. His two younger brothers had also been eliminated by Kukaki Qianye at this time. Although Kukaki Qianye cannot use the power of Shinigami, he can rely on his own physical fitness to defeat these things, not to mention that they have already been frightened by Lavani. How is it? Am I good? Levine looked at Kukaki Qianye excitedly and asked. Well, awesome, awesome, very awesome. Kukaki Qianye smiled helplessly. But that's fine, because it can at least prove that Lavani is always under control, so that she won't suddenly rebel in the end, or she may have some other situation that Kukaki Qianye doesn't know about. Finally, after getting rid of these voids, Kukaki Qianye and the two were finally able to get back on the road. There are usually a lot of people stuck here in this place, but this time it seems that there is only the Nyotoksu, and no one else can see it. Lavani was a little curious. Kukaki Qianye didn't say anything. He hoped to be less surrounded. However, things were not as simple as he thought, especially after Levine said it. He was even more afraid of what would happen. Have you felt the sand around you moving? Kukaki Qianye asked Lavani. Hearing this, Levine was also stunned for a moment.
She then looked around. This, indeed, exists. She hesitated and said. Kukaki Qianye squinted his eyes and looked around. He had been looking around. He just felt that something was wrong, but he never said anything. It seems that someone has been targeting us. Kukaki Qianye said. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but he didn't know if Levine felt it, and he didn't know what the other person was. If it was Hollow, it would be okay, but if it was a Quincy, he might not be able to hide his strength. Finally, within a short period of time after Kukaki Qianye talked, the surrounding sand surged rapidly. Not good. Kukaki Qianye's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed Levine and left. But at this time they were already too late. Levine was already very fast at this moment, but his eyes were still covered by the yellow sand in the sky. Is this yellow sand? Levine's expression changed. She hurriedly took Kukaki Qianye and ran outside. Unfortunately, the speed of the sand was much faster than she expected. Especially at this time, the sand directly enveloped them. It's Lunuganka. Levine didn't expect that she would meet Minos Grande of this level. Lunuganka was originally a super giant Arankar wandering outside Sui Palace. Sand was an integral part of his body, but because the sand below the canyon was all cyan, his yellow sand was particularly obvious. Lunuganka. Kukaki Qianye was also a little surprised after hearing this. He has never forgotten this guy, especially when he first watched the anime. He wished Rukia could kill this guy instantly. He is not afraid of the impact of the blade, but we have no water or ice now. Kukaki Qianye frowned. He really didn't expect to meet Lunuganka in this place. He thought that he would at least be able to see him outside Sui Palace. Who would have thought that this guy would actually appear in this place? What should we do? It seems we can't escape. This whole place belongs to Lunuganka. We can't escape. Lavani looked at Kukaki Qianye nervously and said. Kukaki Qianye also looked a little ugly. He didn't want to be exposed like this, but there was no good way. Whoa! At this time, a group of sand people rushed in from outside. These sands are about the same size as ordinary people, but their arms are very long and can be dragged to the ground. Levine stepped forward and punched one to pieces, but the opponent quickly healed directly. Sure enough, it is made of sand. We can't even break through his defense. Now as long as we break him, he can recover again. Levine said. With water, is there anything you can do? Qianye glanced at Lavani. Levine shook her head, her ability did not include water. Kukaki Qianye frowned. If he had no other choice, he could only use Kidō, but whether he could use Kidō in this place was a different matter. After all, this was Hueco Mundo, and the composition of the souls here was very different from soul society and reality. There are more and more sand people around, and Levine is fighting harder and harder, and they will soon be swallowed up. If you use the power of Shinigami in the sand, you won't be discovered, right? Kukaki Qianye's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he was summoned from the void Vice Admiral Zanpakutō. Tian Duan Wanxiang, long time no see. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, then wiped Tian Duan Wanxiang, and then controlled it to start fighting with the surrounding sand people. Levine looked at Kukaki Qianye with almost admiration. She knew that Kukaki Qianye must have a way. Don't think about it. I can only prevent these sand people from approaching us. The one who really wants to deal with them is you. Sushu Shenjai glanced at Lavani and said. He knew that Lavani thought they could escape this time, but Kukaki Qianye directly gave her a basin of cold water. The reason is that Kukaki Qianye feels that no matter how much more Shinigami power he releases, he will be discovered by Sulu. Chapter 111. Levine was stunned for a moment. She looked at Kukaki Qianye in confusion, but Kukaki Qianye did not explain anything to her. There was no other way, Levine could only find a way by herself. She thought about it and finally decided to study her own return blade. Now she is trapped in this place, and she can't do anything else. If she can study the return blade, she might be able to fight Lunugong. Wait for me. Levine sat directly on the ground. Her thoughts began to think of the previous scene when she fought with Nyotoksu. When the bull's head retreated,
the feeling and impact were absolutely shocking to Levine. To be honest, Nyotux's strength is really not weak. After all, he can be defeated. That is basically the same level as those of Espada's subordinate officers. But the reason why he lost to Levine was because he used too much force before, which resulted in him losing the ability to resist after facing Levine's outburst. Not to mention the current Lunuganka, which is a heaven-defying existence in itself. He is almost immortal, but his weakness is also obvious, that is, he is afraid of water. As long as there is water, he can be trapped forever, which is a very fatal weakness for him. Boom! Kukaki Qianye was cleaning up those sand people, and his Ryutsu was also being consumed rapidly. In particular, Lunuganka no longer only uses sand people to deal with Kukaki Qianye. He has gradually given up using this method because he feels that his sand people seem to have little impact on Kukaki Qianye. The surrounding sky suddenly lit up, and Lunuganka directly removed his yellow sand, revealing his true form. Lunuganka's somewhat abstract face appeared in front of Kukaki Qianye. He actually had some sense, and he also knew that his weakness was that he was afraid of water. "Are you Shinigami?" Lunuganka glared at Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye looked at Arrancar, who was dozens of meters tall in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little insignificant. No wonder Rukia wasted a lot of time in dealing with this big guy. "Answer my question." Lunuganka seemed a little angry and yelled directly at Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye's eyes narrowed, and then he left his side directly, but the other party did not stop. The yellow sand in the sky is constantly surrounding Kukaki Qianye. Lunuganka's strength is very terrifying. As long as there is sand, that is his home court. He can even be resurrected infinitely. "Go to hell! Quicksand cave!" Lunuganka roared angrily, and then countless quicksands appeared and swallowed Kukaki Qianye. Soon Kukaki Qianye was buried and the whole person disappeared. "Death in my quicksand, I will give you a moment of silence." Lunuganka laughed. But then he heard a shocking sound. Heaven breaks all things, the battle must be resolved quickly. Kukaki Qianye rushed out of the sand. He held the Zanpakutō in one hand and put it on his face with the other. "Mask of the Void!" he shouted, and a mask appeared on his face. It was a ghost mask with white fangs, and the overall look was very ferocious. Lunuganka looked at Kukaki Qianye blankly. Based on his brain, he had no idea whether the Kukaki Qianye in front of him was a Shinigami or a virtual one. Although Arrancar is a hollow with the power of Shinigami, he is completely different from Kukaki Qianye. Arrancar's strength may vary, but after Kukaki Qianye put on the mask, his strength immediately increased to the highest level, and he couldn't weaken at all. "Who are you?" Lunuganka looked at Kukaki Qianye in shock. Kukaki Qianye looked at him coldly, and then acted quickly. If it is in Soul Society or reality, Kukaki Qianye's sky-breaking phenomena can cause changes in the sky, but there is no such thing as rain in Hueco Mundo. "You can't kill me." Lunuganka glared at Kukaki Qianye, and then took a defensive posture. "As long as there is sand, I can be reborn. I can't die." He shouted twice more, as if to cheer himself up. Kukaki Qianye looked at him coldly. At this time, his Zanpakutō was already filled with black flames. The next second, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom! Kukaki Qianye suddenly appeared from the void, and then Zanpakutō directly hit Lunuganka. It might seem that he just tapped Lunuganka lightly, but Lunuganka's entire body collapsed, and even the yellow sand in the sky began to fly. "Heaven breaks all things, destroy them!" Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly. Then his Zanpakutō was waved in the air, and any point of light formed a new Zanpakutō. In addition to the yellow sand flying in the sky, there is also his Zanpakutō. After Lunugang got stuck, there was no movement. Kukaki Qianye this time even the yellow sand was reduced to the size of dust. But Kukaki Qianye knew very well that Lunuganka could not die like this. "I just used violence to make him a little more honest. With this kind of character, it won't take long for him to make a comeback." Sure enough, before Kukaki Qianye could take a break, Lunuganka appeared from the surface. "You are indeed very strong, it hurts me so much when you hit me."
Lunuganka looked at Kukaki Qianye angrily, but he immediately laughed out loud, and his smile was very pervert. But it's useless. I can't be killed. As long as there is sand, I will be immortal. Lunuganka looked at Kukaki Qianye with a ferocious smile. Kukaki Qianye frowned. If this continues, he doesn't know what to do. His Zanpakutō power only has strong destructive ability. Shanno is good, but it has no ability to change the properties of objects, and in Hueco Mundo, it does not have the ability to change the weather in Hueco Mundo. In Hueco Mundo, water basically does not exist, which is why Lunuganka is so difficult to solve. If you don't want to die, just tell me honestly, what was the move you just made, and can you teach it to me? Lunuganka then asked Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye was stunned for a moment when he heard this. What does this guy mean? No, your power is too weak. You can only use it in a place as big as Hueco Mundo. You are useless elsewhere. Kukaki Qianye said lightly. What he said is right, whether it is Soul Society or the present world, there is water everywhere, and even the little sand in Nuganxa is not enough to fill half of the ocean. What did you say? Lunuganka became angry again. Kukaki Qianye looked at him calmly, and then his heart moved. Chapter 112. Kukaki Qianye looked at Lunuganka and asked, didn't you realize that there was someone missing all the time? Hearing this, Lunuganka was also stunned for a moment. Yes, but so what? That person might already be a dead person. Lunuganka looked at Kukaki Qianye with a sneer. Kukaki Qianye looked at him indifferently, and then said, she is not dead, she will even let you die soon. Lunuganka was stunned. He didn't believe what Kukaki Qianye said. I see that your momentum is gradually decreasing. You can only maintain the mask for a short time, right? Lunuganka looked at Kukaki Qianye with a sneer, and then his big body began to twist. In the end, he turned into a creature the size of a sandman, looking just like a human being, except that his hands were still too long. Next you will know what pain is. Lunuganka looked at Kukaki Qianye, and then raised his hands. Bloom, Desert Hammer. His hands turned into two hammers. The hammers looked very powerful, and the force of each swing would form a huge wind circle around them. Is this your return blade? Kukaki Qianye asked. Yes, concentration is the essence. To deal with people like you, of course I have to go all out. After saying this, Lunuganka went straight to Kukaki Qianye 903. His strength has indeed been greatly enhanced. When two hammers hit Tian Duan Wanxiang, Kukaki Qianye's account was a little painful. Boom! The hammer finally hit Kukaki Qianye directly. Moreover, the power of the hammer began to spread on Kukaki Qianye's body, and finally directly shattered Kukaki Qianye's mask. Kukaki Qianye's eyes narrowed. He had been restraining his power. One reason was that he could not use too much force. After all, he was the mask of the void. It was not true that most Arrancar's strength would be discovered by Sulu. The other reason is that he wants Levine to take a closer look at what the return blade is. If Levine can understand it, that can be considered a good thing, and maybe Levine will have a way to deal with this guy? Just when Lunuganka was about to hit Kukaki Qianye with another hammer, Lavini finally made a move. Get out of here! Levine shouted angrily. She emerged from the bottom layer of sand, broke through the thick sand armor, and punched Lunuganka in the chest. Bang! This punch directly caused Lunugang to collapse. Lunuganka exploded directly again, turning into a sky full of yellow sand again. But Lunuganka gathered his strength quickly. He looked at Levine in shock and anger. This guy could actually kill him instantly. If it weren't for his immortality, he would have died hundreds of times. You are really looking for death. Lunuganka looked at Kukaki Qianye angrily. Quicksand burial. This time he planned to use his sand to control Kukaki Qianye and then use Guiren's hammer to slowly eliminate them. However, what he didn't expect was that Levine actually started to gather energy at this time. Reverse everything, lucky cross blade of light. Levine murmured in a low voice, her eyes lowered. Kukaki Qianye raised her eyebrows. Levine really did not disappoint her or live up to her expectations. She really understood the essence of Guiren. This,
is this the return blade? No. What is your ability? Runuganka looked at Lavani in shock. He had no idea what Lavine's ability was, but he felt an unprecedented impact. Lavine did not answer his words and then began to use his abilities. She put her hands together, and a light appeared from the front of her arms, and then directly enveloped Runuganka. Upside down! Lavine shouted. I saw Runuganka's eyes glazed over for an instant, and he was completely frozen in place without moving. Shatter! Lavine called again. In just a moment, Runuganka shattered directly, just like a mirror. Kukaki Qianye was a little surprised. What kind of ability does she have? And as the mirror shattered, there was no trace of Runuganka. He had disappeared without a trace. Are you okay? Lavine looked at Kukaki Qianye nervously. Kukaki Qianye shook his head, he was still surprised by Lavine's ability. What did you just do? Kukaki Qianye asked Lavani. Lavani thought about it carefully, and finally said to Kukaki Qianye, my ability seems to be to reflect objects with the mirror of my left hand, and then transfer it to the enemies covered by the mirror of my right hand, so that they can feel everything I control with my left hand. Just now I imagined the lake and the sea, and then used it on Runuganka who was shrouded in his right hand, so he seemed to be standing still. Lavine explained. Kukaki Qianye looked at Lavani in surprise and asked, so this is considered an illusion attack? It's not all illusion. They can really feel that feeling. For example, I just poured seawater on Runuganka's body, and he completely solidified. Then if I dilute it too much, I can turn it into a mirror. Then it will be shattered into nothingness. If Lavine's explanation makes Kukaki Qianye react like this, then the previous explanation will be much clearer. He had noticed before that Lavine might have the ability to crystallize, and now it seems that is indeed the case. Mirroring is the final stage of crystallization. This power is very good, you must make good use of it. Kukaki Qianye looked at Lavani and said. I know that I can use it twice in the return state. If it's more, I won't be able to use it. Lavine explained. Kukaki Qianye nodded, he didn't need Lavine to do more now. After solving Runuganka, Kukaki Qianye and the two continued on their way. It took them more than 3 days to cross the canyon, during which they did not rest or eat. Although many of them came to attack them, all of them were eliminated by Kukaki Qianye. We'll be at the front soon. That's the inner city area. If we want to go in, we can only create chaos, otherwise they will have dedicated people to conduct inspections. Lavine explained. Kukaki Qianye frowned, specialized people review? This is a bit tricky. Can't we just find a way to get in? Kukaki Qianye asked. There is no way. There is a virtual membrane in this whole place. It is up to the escort to decide which areas to activate the virtual membrane. If they break in by force, an alarm will be set off. Lavani looked at Kukaki Qianye helplessly and said. She knew what Kukaki Qianye was thinking, but this was obviously impossible. Chapter 113. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. The forest of Minos Grande was at the outermost edge of the city. He had already worked hard to get into the outer city. It was difficult for them to enter the inner city next. Kukaki Qianye decided not to go in yet and asked around. The surrounding area is called a wilderness, and at least there is a supply station in the canyon, and if it is a regular army, they will not stop it. But here in the wilderness, there are basically no friends, they are all enemies. I walked here before when I was exiled. Many people in the escort team died at that time. It seems that because of the cooperation between Yugzu and Shinigami, they both died in the battle. Lavani introduced to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye also raised his eyebrows. Has Shinigami been here? Didn't you say that Shinigami would be discovered once he came in? Kukaki Qianye asked. Yes, but that Shinigami is not simple. It seems that he came with Aizen-sama, but in the end he rebelled. Lavine said. Kukaki Qianye frowned. Aizen, who else follows him? Silver's suspicion has been eliminated, and Tuan Kaname cannot be here, so who else will follow Aizen? Maybe he's an adjutant of a certain Aizen. Kukaki Qianye shook his head. He didn't want to think about it that much now. The two planned to find a place to rest, and then go to the surrounding areas to inquire about the news. Although the name of the wilderness was deserted, it was not desolate at all. On the contrary, many people came here to hunt for treasures. As soon as the two arrived at a natural cave, Kukaki Qianye stopped Levine's progress. He picked up a stone and threw it over. Boom! The ground in front of him exploded, and the stone shattered into powder. What is this? Lavini looked at Kukaki Qianye with lingering fear. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. This was a detonator, indicating that this was someone else's territory. Let's go. Just as he was about to call Lavini to leave, many voids descended from the sky, including a large void more than 10 meters high. These ajichas can also turn into human faces. The difference from normal people is that they have some white armor on their faces or bodies. Their strength is generally the normal strength of ajichas, which is still much worse than Arankar. But what surprised Kukaki Qianye was that he discovered that the ajichas at the front was actually Arankar, and he was an Arankar with good strength. He could at least reach level 5 here. What broke into our territory? It turned out to be a beautiful young lady. The large virtual creature also said with a smile at this time. With his height of more than 10 meters, it is really difficult for Kukaki Qianye to look at him. What surprised Kukaki Qianye even more was that this thing could actually talk and think like a human. Friends, where are you from? Arankar, the one at the front, also asked Kukaki Qianye. Just taking a look. Kukaki Qianye looked at them indifferently. Arankar in front looked at Kukaki Qianye, and then said, when you go out, you have many friends and many ways to go, right? Kukaki Qianye also raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This was the most human-like hollow he had seen in so many days. If it weren't for the fact that he could see that this guy was filled with hollow energy, he might have believed it. This is a person. Do you still have memories? Kukaki Qianye glanced at Arankar in front of him. Haha, memory is something that many people have. I've probably been dead for 100 years. Arankar looked at Kukaki Qianye and said. Then he asked the people behind him to leave, and he took Kukaki Qianye with him into the cave they built. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. He glanced at Kukaki Qianye and then introduced himself, you can call me Skoda. I was a patrol detective 100 years ago, but I killed too many people because I climbed into the position. People, that's why they come to Hueco Mundo. But I killed them just to better protect my city. Skoda also shook his head when he said this, and said nothing more in the end. He took out the wine from the box behind him and handed it to Kukaki Qianye. I brought these from the living world before. Although we are no longer drunk, we can still taste the taste carefully. He said to Kukaki Qianye with a smile. Kukaki Qianye reached out and took it, and found that this thing was converted with special spirit seeds, and it was something that Su could drink directly. Please give me flowers. Why do you have memories? I heard that there are many hollows who started over after they came, and their memories disappeared. But that's good, they won't miss their past relatives too much and get stuck in the same place, and I haven't until I left that place only after my wife and son died one after another. Skoda continued talking, Kukaki Qianye was listening on the side, and he also knew about this. A virtual person with too much resentment will be trapped in place. So you came to this place after you were liberated? Kukaki Qianye asked. Yes, my chains guided me here. I heard them say that there seems to be a place called Soul Society. People who go there can live freely, and when they find opportunities later, they can prepare to reincarnate. 17. But we virtual beings can only stay here for the rest of our lives. Maybe there will be the next stage after death, or it may be reincarnation, but who knows, this is another life for us. We can only hope that we can live longer. Skoda was drinking alone, and he regarded Kukaki Qianye as someone like him. He felt that only people like Kukaki Qianye who had the same memory as him could understand what he was talking about. Levine was listening quietly, not knowing what she was thinking. Have you ever been to the inner city? Do you know what's in the inner city? Kukaki Qianye then asked Skoda. Skoda was stunned for a moment after hearing this. How come Kukaki Qianye's span is so big? I do know some ways of smuggling, but believe me, there will be no benefit after entering. The world inside is a world of cannibalism. We might as well get long-term happiness here. Scoda shook his head and said to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye touched his chin. He was going to Sui Palace. The inner city was only close to Sui Palace, and it was still far from his goal. It's okay, can you tell me how to operate it? I have something to do when I go in. Kukaki Qianye asked. Are you really going in? Scoda didn't look like he was joking when he saw Kukaki Qianye. That's right. Kukaki Qianye nodded with a serious expression. Seeing this, Scoda also sighed and could only tell him. Chapter 114. Although it's not difficult to get in, it's difficult not to be discovered. Scoda started drawing pictures for Kukaki Qianye on the ground. Look carefully. This place is the key point. If you want to enter, you can only break through here. However, this place is a place where the distribution of virtual flow is relatively weak. Generally, you will not notice anyone entering. But there will be a lot of their guards watching here, which will cause many people to observe you at any time, understand? Scoda glanced at Kukaki Qianye and asked. Kukaki Qianye nodded and then asked him to continue. Then they will have people patrolling here. If you want to get closer, you have to choose a time. But usually it only takes 1.5 minutes during the handover at night. It depends on who is patrolling and how fast the patrol is. The virtual flow will trigger an alarm after entering, but since we don't know if it is a detection error, we usually have to check before letting people come over, otherwise they will also worry that some strange things have drifted in. Scoda continued to Kukaki Qianye explained. After hearing his words, Kukaki Qianye finally understood. To put it bluntly, it's okay even if they pay attention to this place. It's okay if they don't pay attention to it. It's a bit wasteful to find someone to keep an eye on this place, but if you don't keep an eye on it, you'll worry about someone sneaking in. Okay, where is this place after entering? Kukaki Qianye asked. Scoda thought for a while and said, after entering, it should be the bedroom of the Espada subordinate officer. Basically, it is surrounded by their guards and the subordinate officer himself. But subordinate officers usually stay with Espada. When nothing happens, they rest and practice in your palace. Skamai explained. Kukaki Qianye couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is really a peaceful era, and even Su is living so comfortably. Anyway, you should think more about going in. It's not that good to go in. I know you want to find a job for yourself when you go in, but you can't survive without proof of identity. Scoda explained. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. He had quite a lot on his mind. He didn't go in just to do hard work. What he was thinking was that he wanted to use the simplest way to get rid of Hugrain Hasward, so he needed to sneak in instead of fighting all the way in. What's more, Kukaki Qianye doesn't know what this guy is doing now. He even thought about whether he should investigate Hogyaku's whereabouts first, but he did see Hogyaku coming to Hueco Mundo, otherwise he wouldn't have come. Got here. Don't worry, I have a reason why I have to go in. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. After hearing this, Scoda also sighed and could only let Kukaki Qianye do it. He could not stop Kukaki Qianye. Who is this? Scoda suddenly remembered that Levine had been waiting nearby. Oh, my friend, she wants to go in with me too. Kukaki Qianye said. Really? Then you two should be careful, especially because of her strength. She shouldn't need to be weaker than me. Unexpectedly, she has not obtained an identity. If she is discovered, she may be pulled to be a subordinate officer, so you should also be careful, Scoda continued. Kukaki Qianye nodded. Now Lavini only needs to put on the mask and wrap it up. Who dares to say that she is not from the Arankar Legion? Then, I wish you good luck. Scoda knew that he couldn't stop Kukaki Qianye and then sent them out together. Kukaki Qianye and the two did not stay, but just went to the place where Scoda and himself mentioned before. Do you think you can believe what he said? Kukaki Qianye glanced at Lavini and asked. Levine shook his head and continued, he should be a wanderer staying around here. Most of what they say can be believed because they are very familiar with this surrounding area. But it cannot be ruled out that some people will specifically capture people to sacrifice to the people in the inner city in order to obtain the identity of the inner city. Levine explained. Kukaki Qianye also narrowed his eyes, and then said, "Okay, let's observe and observe first." The boy's attitude just now was good, but in this place, no one can trust it easily. He felt that what Lavani said was very reasonable. If they were sold by then, Kukaki Qianye would have only one way to get in. But the problem is that I don't know the strength of that Yuglin Hasward yet, not to mention there are other espadas. The total of these espadas is enough for me to drink a pot. After all, together they can shake even Aizen. If it weren't for Hogyaku's power, Aizen wouldn't be able to defeat them at all. It's really frustrating that I can't use my full strength here. Kukaki Qianye sighed. Although he can now wear the mask, the problem is that his mask consumes a lot of energy. He can still only recover 50% of his energy at a normal speed. The remaining 50% of energy can be recovered at 1/3 of the normal speed. Once a fight breaks out, he will have no way out. As for Lavani, her current ability is very powerful, but compared with the real espada, Kukaki Qianye feels that she is still a little behind. "What are you thinking about?" Lavani asked when he saw that Kukaki Qianye had been silent. Kukaki Qianye 097 narrowed his eyes, and then said, "If the two of us are discovered by then, but one of us escapes, who do you think should go?" "Of course it's you, I'm Aaron Carr, they won't embarrass me," Levine said directly. But Kukaki Qianye shook his head directly. He pointed at Levine and said, "You should be the one to leave. I am Shinigami. They will not embarrass me. But you are the one who helped Shinigami, they will definitely make things difficult for you, understand? They don't need you alive, as long as I live, and they will even use you to force me out." Kukaki Qianye looked at Levine seriously and said, "So once there is a situation, you must leave. It doesn't matter if I am captured. They will not do anything to me, because they must be curious about why I entered the inner city and why I entered the inner city." Kukaki Qianye then he said. Although Lavani listened with only a partial understanding, he could probably understand why Kukaki Qianye arranged this, and he would definitely not make a mistake. "I listen to you." Levine nodded immediately and said. Then Kukaki Qianye asked Lavani to go with him to the place Skoda mentioned before. The journey was long, but the two of them were already prepared. Chapter 115. Kukaki Qianye and the two continued to move forward, and they also encountered many virtual beings of different realms along the way. "I didn't expect that we would encounter such a strange combination. That one seems to be Aaron Carr, right? But what is the other one? Ordinary hollow? Why does he appear next to Aaron Carr? Is it mobile rations? There are hollows everywhere in the wilderness, and there are all kinds of hollows, and their abilities are also very different. And there are many virtual ones with special abilities, which caused a lot of trouble for Kukaki Qianye and the two of them. For example, there is a hollow that is very similar to the previous bull-headed hollow. Its ability is destruction, which even puts Lavani into a difficult battle. Of course, it was a hard fight before Levine returned, but after he returned, it was an instant kill. "How do you feel?" Kukaki Qianye asked Lavani. "It's not good. The side effects caused by Guiren are still too great." Lavani shook his head and said. She knows her abilities very well, and what she needs to do now is to improve her return time as much as possible. The two continued on their way, and Kukaki Qianye kept training Levine on the way, and also told her how to control her Ryutsu. "Go and give it a try, hide your Ryutsu as much as possible, and use the smallest Ryutsu to do the biggest thing," Kukaki Qianye said to Lavani. Levine looked at the enemy in front of him, and finally rushed over. The degree of her evolution during this period has exceeded Kukaki Qianye's imagination, but Kukaki Qianye knew very well that it was not enough. He wanted not only a helper with the ability of a subordinate officer, but a helper who could fight on a par with the captain. The current Levine is indeed very powerful, but if he goes up against Shinigami's captain, it's still not enough. Meguruma Kensei is jokingly called a scale of combat power, and Levine's current strength is only half of Meguruma Kensei's. More than 10 minutes later, Levine came back with bruises all over his body. I did W. Although Lavine was a little weak, she was quite excited. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly and continued, well done, now we can go to the stowaway place. After saying that, Kukaki Qianye asked Lavine to go with him, and soon the two of them set off. This time the two of them did not stop and quickly arrived at the entrance. This is a wasteland, and it can be seen that the people of Hueco Mundo are still prepared. At the very least, it is impossible to raid this place directly. As soon as they are exposed, they will be discovered. This means that if they want to enter, they will only have 1 minute or even half a minute to spare. Just when Kukaki Qianye was making plans, he discovered that there were other entities around him. Lavine, come back. Kukaki Qianye sensed other virtual existences around him and quickly asked Lavine to come back. But when Lavine came back, the other party had already discovered them. There were also two of them, with their faces covered and carrying a big guy wrapped in bandages behind them. They found us. The two were also confused at this time. They immediately came towards Kukaki Qianye and attacked Kukaki Qianye directly. Kukaki Qianye frowned and quickly blocked Hollow. Hades 33, fall. Then a flash of fire came towards Kukaki Qianye. At first, Kukaki Qianye didn't react. When he realized it was Kidō, he had already received a blow from the opponent. Boom! Smoke rose, and upon seeing this, Lavine hurried over to look for Kukaki Qianye. In the smoke, Kukaki Qianye picked him up and quickly got out of trouble. The sky cuts off all phenomena, darkness covers everything, appear. Kukaki Qianye summoned Zanpakutō, and then the four of them were completely enveloped in it. Looking from the outside, they have disappeared from where they were, and the smoke is no longer there. Kukaki Qianye did this because he was worried that the guards at the stowaway crossing would discover them, and his move was just the way to isolate them from the outside world. Is this the power of Zanpakutō? The two people were also shocked at this time. Isn't he Su? This is Hollow. Another person was also shocked. The one who was really shocked was Kukaki Qianye. He didn't expect to meet Shinigami in this place. Who are you? Why are you here? Kukaki Qianye appeared in front of the two of them holding Lavine. He hasn't released the Hollow yet. If he releases the Hollow once, his Shinigami power will be exposed, and when Sulu discovers them, it will all be over. You are Shinigami. The other party looked at Kukaki Qianye in shock. That's right. Kukaki Qianye nodded. But the virtual power in you. The other party was still puzzled. Kukaki Qianye said, this is called a mask, which is the fusion of Shinigami and the power of the void. I know it is difficult to explain to you, but the fact is that I am indeed a Shinigami, and I was ordered to come here. Whose order? Asked the tall man on the other side. Kukaki Qianye looked at him calmly and said, I should ask you now, who are you? Why are you here? We are from the 13th Division. Captain Jushiro sent us to exterminate the monsters that Hueco Mundo missed. We lost our way after we went to the Broken World, and finally we came here. The tall man said. Kukaki Qianye frowned. If this was the case, it was probably Eizen's fault. If nothing else, you were deceived by Aizen, right? Kukaki Qianye asked. What? Do you know Aizen? The tall man was shocked again. Do you think he will follow you after he tricked you here? He just wants to use you for experiments, but in fact Aizen has already caused an uproar in Soul Society. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. The tall man Shen, Wang Hoseo, was silent for a moment, and finally said to Kukaki Qianye, put away Zanpakutō first, it will be bad if you are discovered. Kukaki Qianye glanced at him lightly, and then put Zanpakutō away. His mask also disappeared, and the other party felt relieved after seeing that he was indeed Shinigami's face. Where is Aizen now? The tall man asked. How about we exchange names and identities first and then chat, what do you think? Kukaki Qianye asked. The two were stunned for a moment, then nodded. My name is Samura Sasaki, he is the mysterious doctor. The tall man said. Tanjiro is short in stature, but his eyes are very firm. Kukaki Qianye nodded and then introduced himself. Her name is Lavine? Why? Tanjiro was a little curious. Because she is Arrancar. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Chapter 116. What? Tanjiro's expression changed. Sasaki immediately became vigilant at this time. He had just had a little trust in Kukaki Qianye, but when he learned that Kukaki Qianye was with Arrancar, it was strange that he was not nervous. Don't be nervous, she was trained by me. Kukaki Qianye said. But she is Arrancar. Sasaki gritted his teeth. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes and then said, you can do it here, but the two of you combined will not be her opponent, and your whereabouts will be exposed. If you want to die, then do this. Kukaki Qianye looked at the two of them coldly and said. After hearing these words, Sasaki also gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth and stared at Levine. Since you came to Hueco Mundo, how did you survive? Kukaki Qianye continued to ask. Several people are now hiding behind a sand dune, and the surroundings are very safe. We started as a team of 10, led by the third seat. We have been here for decades. In the first year, we lost 5 comrades. When he said this, Samu's face in 500 was also very ugly. In the following decades, we figured out who brought us here, and we began to hibernate and search for traces of Aizen. Finally, we heard that he was hiding in the inner city. In order to find him, we the remaining 5 people started working hard to get closer here. But now you have also seen that there are only 2 of us left among the 5 people. The third seat died to protect us, and the remaining 2 chose to commit suicide because they saw no hope of revenge. Sasaki looked painful, and he almost collapsed when he thought of these things. Kukaki Qianye frowned. He knew very well what Sasaki was thinking. In the end, there were only 2 of them left in the entire 10-person team. Moreover, they are still living in Hueco Mundo and have never been able to return to Huizi. How come you 2 have survived until now? Is it possible that the power of Shinigami in you will not be discovered by Sulu? Kukaki Qianye was a little curious. We have this. Tanjiro put the big thing on his back down, and it contained the bones of the dead hollow. His, Spi, and I's ability can seal the skeleton of the void, and after being placed on us, it can suppress our Shinigami power. A simple Kidō battle will not be discovered, as long as the opponent does not recognize our Kidō skills. Sasaki explained on the side. Kukaki Qianye touched his chin, they haven't gained anything in the past few decades. It seems that your strength has also improved, but now I want to tell you something I hope you can be mentally prepared. Kukaki Qianye looked at the 2 of them seriously. The expressions of Sasaki and Tanjiro changed. They didn't know why Kukaki Qianye was so serious. Just tell me, no matter what it is now, we can accept it. The 2 nodded and looked at Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye thought for a while and finally said, Aizen is no longer in Hueco Mundo, and his actions in Soul Society have been destroyed by me. The 2 people who heard this were stunned. Aizen is no longer in Hueco Mundo? So what's the point of them persisting until now? Are you serious? Sasaki asked quickly. Kukaki Qianye nodded and continued, if you don't believe it, you can ask the captain after you go out. Then what is your name? Sasaki looked at Kukaki Qianye. He still didn't want to believe that Kukaki Qianye had such a powerful ability. Kukaki Qianye shrugged his shoulders and then reported his name. What? Are you from the Kukaki family, one of the 4 nobles? The 2 were shocked. Soul Society is a feudal area with strict hierarchy. The 4 nobles enjoy special rights in the entire Soul Society. At this time, they were shocked to learn that Kukaki Qianye was a member of the Kukaki family. The captain already knows about Aizen, and what I have to do next is to deal with an enemy more powerful than Aizen. It's useless for you to go in, so go back. Kukaki Qianye looked at the 2 of them and said. Hearing this, both of their faces were filled with bitterness. We have learned about the collusion between Aizen and Hueco Mundo since we arrived, but we have no way to leave here. Over the years, we have been planning to get close to Aizen, want to find Aizen, and assassinate Aizen. Unexpectedly, he is no longer in Hueco Mundo. Sasaki gritted his teeth and continued, but if you ask us to go back now, we can't go back, and we don't know how to live anymore. What we understood from the beginning is that it is either, or kill Aizen and then die.
So, please ask Mr. Kukaki to take us there together. After Sasaki said this, they knelt down directly in front of Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye looked at the two of them. They must have been tired after escaping death for so many years. And they must know that there are so many masters in Hueco Mundo, the two of them are just a drop in the ocean, and the reason why they want to find Aizen is probably just to know the reason why Aizen harmed them. Your strength is limited. If you are discovered after entering, you will die. Taking you in will hinder me. Kukaki Qianye said lightly. He trained Levine because he knew that Levine had great potential and would definitely be able to help him in the future, otherwise he could have chosen to let Levine leave from the beginning. But we are ready to die. Sasaki gritted his teeth, and then said to Kukaki Qianye, if you can help us, we are willing to die, after all, our death will be worthwhile. Hearing his words, Kukaki Qianye fell silent. The opponent is really strong. Take care of yourselves. If any of you are caught, I won't save you. Qianye said calmly, looking at the two people in front of him. Lord Kukaki, please rest assured that we will not be a burden to you. Both of them knelt down in front of Kukaki Qianye. After settling all this, Kukaki Qianye took the two of them back on the road. This time the four of them were very close to the stowaway place, and I heard from Sasaki that they had been here for many days, and basically no one else would come here to stow away during this period. Those Kyins want to go in because they want to live an easier life. We are the only ones who know that we might die if we go in, but we still go in. Tanjiro said half-jokingly at this time. I hope you can live. Kukaki Qianye said lightly. Chapter 117. Kukaki Qianye decided the time for the battle, and the four of them waited patiently. Is she really strong? Tanjiro asked Kukaki Qianye. He was talking about Levine, and Levine's harmless appearance could indeed make people relax their vigilance. It's better than the second seat. At least if you don't know Bankai, you can't be her opponent. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Tanjiro's expression changed when he heard this. He didn't expect Levine's strength to be so terrifying. Kukaki Qianye waited until finally, the guards at the stowaway crossing began to hand over. Let's go! Kukaki Qianye shouted, and then the four people rushed inside quickly. Levine's speed is still a little inferior compared to Kukaki Qianye, but compared to Tanjiro, he can easily surpass them. The four of them arrived at the stowaway port, and no one noticed them at this time. Have you figured out how to get in? Kukaki Qianye asked. He had never thought about this problem before. After all, these two people had been preparing for so many years, so it was impossible for them to do nothing. The thing on our back will be identified as a small hollow, and generally no one will come to us. Sasaki said. Kukaki Qianye nodded, and then he took Levine's hand. Lavini's riots wrapped Kukaki Qianye's whole body, and then the two of them rushed in. There are two completely different worlds inside and outside the barrier. The inner city is more like the city of Soul Society, and Kukaki Qianye sensed all kinds of riotsu in an instant. Su, Ironcar, and the Quincy, this place must have become their stronghold, and judging from how well they get along now, it shouldn't be easy to investigate. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. These people have been at peace for a long time, and they have probably forgotten what war is like. Kukaki Qianye sensed that no one around them noticed them, but they were still outside the city wall. If they wanted to enter, they would have to be questioned by the guards at the door. But they didn't have any identification, so they had to find a way to sneak in. What now? Sasaki asked Kukaki Qianye. Wait. Kukaki Qianye looked at the time. What are you waiting for? Sasaki was stunned for a moment. Wait until their people find us. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. Sasaki was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. What does waiting to be discovered mean? Let's go. Suddenly Kukaki Qianye called them to leave. The other three immediately followed Kukaki Qianye, and shortly after they left, a patrol came over to them. Nothing? It looks like there are some small voids again. Let's go back and ask them to clean them up. The voids in the guard team also rushed to nothing. Then Kukaki Qianye arrived at a place and asked Sasaki and others to wait, and then left suddenly. After repeating this for several times,
all the guards on the city wall had been transferred by Kukaki Qianye. That's it. Find a weakly defended place and go in. Kukaki Qianye said. Sasaki was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't he still have to force his way in? Wait a minute, my Zanpakutō is of the Kidō system. It can temporarily control the enemy's thoughts. We might as well try to walk in. Otherwise, if the whole city is under martial law, it will be difficult for us to escape. Sasaki said to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye thought for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, just do what you said, and if there is any problem, come with me immediately. Kukaki Qianye said. Okay. Sasaki nodded, and then followed Kukaki Qianye towards the city wall. Arriving below, Kukaki Qianye glanced at Lavani. Lavani nodded. She took off the armor from herself, and then nailed it to the city wall. Move gently and don't use any Shinigami power. Kukaki Qianye said. Then he stepped on the armor first and then jumped lightly. He jumped directly to the top of the city wall. And sure enough, Su on the city wall did not notice their presence. The people behind him followed him up, with Lavine at the end. She took back the armors and put them on her body. There is a place to go out in front, it's your turn. Kukaki Qianye glanced at Sasaki. Sasaki nodded, and then he groped forward. Finally, he saw a patrol coming around a corner. These hollows were walking towards them, and Sasaki took out Zanpakutō, and then released Shikai instantly. Asking for flowers. Su, the captain at the front, also had red eyes at this time. You guys, go patrol somewhere else. Captain Su ordered. Although I don't know why it was arranged like this, the remaining team members went in other directions honestly. Kukaki Qianye and others walked out, and Sasaki continued to perform hypnosis on Captain Su. Crack. Suddenly Sasaki's Zanpakutō cracked. No. Sasaki's expression changed instantly. The next second after the collapse, Captain Su's eyes suddenly regained consciousness. It's just that he doesn't know yet what he has experienced. By the time he reacts, Lavani has already gone up with a knife. What should we do now? Lavani asked Kukaki Qianye, dragging the Captain Su who was knocked unconscious by him. 0. You can't kill him, but you can't let him know that he was attacked. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes. Then he whispered a few words in Lavine's ear. The other party was a little surprised, but in the end he nodded and planned to do it. Okay, just follow what you said. Lavine nodded. Immediately afterwards, Lavani took the Captain Su to the side, and then woke up his Captain Su. Is this how you guard the city wall? Lavani looked at Captain Su angrily. The other party was confused at this time. Where did this beautiful woman in front of her come from? But when he saw the number on Lavine's neck, his expression suddenly changed. You are. Subordinate Officer Espada, do I need to tell you who I work for? Lavine stared at him coldly. No need. Captain Su stood up immediately and looked at Lavine respectfully. If I catch you being lazy again, you'll be dead. Lavine looked at him coldly. Clear. Lavani left here after everything last night. She finally relaxed after arriving at the place where Kukaki Qianye and others were. I'm so nervous. I'm really afraid that he'll ask me who I'm following. Lavine's heart almost jumped out of her chest. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly and said, It's okay, you did a good job. They have now deceived the captain, and they have arrived in the inner city. Next, they will be much freer. Chapter 118. In the city, they began to move cautiously, constantly taking detours, hiding and avoiding patrols, trying not to attract the attention of others. Master Qianye, where are we going? Sasaki finally couldn't help but ask. Find someone who knows this place. We need to find out the situation here first. Kukaki Qianye said softly while looking at the patrols passing by. Everyone nodded, and they now had no objections to Kukaki Qianye's decision-making, because they found that Kukaki Qianye's decision-making was always very correct. They gradually approached a more prosperous area, where the buildings were taller and more gorgeous, and the patrols were denser. Lord Qianye? Sasaki asked again. Go, find a defector. Kukaki Qianye gave a shocking answer.
Everyone looked at 343 in surprise. Kukaki Qianye, the defected Shinigami? This is no small matter. If they are discovered, they can't escape even if they have hollow, right? Don't worry, I have already contacted this person, and he should leave there before we arrive. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Kukaki Qianye had already made arrangements. They walked around a block and came to a quieter place, where there was a relatively remote mansion. #F#2 equals. Kukaki Qianye stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon after, the door opened and a middle-aged man appeared at the door. After seeing Kukaki Qianye, his face changed slightly and he said, "You, Mr. Qianye? Why are you here?" "I came here to take refuge. I didn't expect to meet a traitor like you," Kukaki Qianye said coldly. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "Master Qianye, I am not a traitor, I am just dissatisfied with the rule of the Zero Division." "Then why are you helping us now?" Kukaki Qianye asked. The middle-aged man sighed and said, "I have already contacted Mr. Aizen, and he promised to help me restore my status." Kukaki Qianye interrupted him and said, "We don't have much time, you'd better take us to a safe place right away." The middle-aged man nodded, turned around and led them into the mansion. In the basement of the mansion, they found a hidden room, which was obviously where the middle-aged man was hiding. "It's safe here. I've been hiding here for a long time," the middle-aged man said. After Kukaki Qianye asked him to leave, he left Lavani here to watch this room. Although it is very safe here, it is a strange place after all, and it would be safer to leave someone to guard it. After they left this mansion, they headed towards the next goal. This time their destination was a more remote area, a slum where most of the people were ordinary people. Although there are some voids that appear here, they are not many in number. They quietly entered the area and began to explore around. Kukaki Qianye saw some civilians discussing something around a corner, and he walked over and took a look curiously. It turned out that there was a lottery booth, and the prizes were some small things, such as food, daily necessities, etc. This stall only appeared recently, and it is said that it was set up by an old man named Bak. A talkative man said to Kukaki Qianye. "Bak." Kukaki Qianye frowned, as if he had heard this name before. "Sir, do you know him?" the man asked. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and said, "No, I don't know him, but the name sounds familiar." They did not linger on the topic, but continued to move towards their goal. There is also a pub in this area, but there are not many people inside. After Kukaki Qianye and others walked in, they found a relatively remote corner to sit down. After seeing them, I was a little surprised and asked loudly, "Why did you come to such a place?" Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly and said, "We are just here to take a rest, and I want to ask you something." The tavern owner immediately nodded and bowed and said, "If you ask me, I will tell you everything I know." "Have you heard of the name Bak?" Kukaki Qianye asked. "Bak? Are you talking about that Bak? He is a famous person here, many people know him," the tavern owner said with pride. "Who is he? Is he famous here?" Kukaki Qianye asked again. The tavern owner looked at Kukaki Qianye in surprise and said, "Master Bak is a member of Team Zero, and he is very famous here." Kukaki Qianye was shocked when he heard the name of Team Zero. He grabbed the tavern owner by his collar and lifted him up. "What did you just say? Say it again." Kukaki Qianye's tone became extremely harsh. The tavern owner was so frightened that he trembled all over. He stammered, "Master Bak is a member of the Zero Division. He is a celebrity here." Kukaki Qianye let go of his hand, letting the tavern owner fall back into his seat. His face became extremely ugly. Team Zero would actually appear here? This made him feel very uneasy. "Do you know where Lord Bak is?" Kukaki Qianye asked again. The tavern owner nodded and said, "Lord Bak often patrols outside the city. If you want to find him, you can try your luck outside the city." Kukaki Qianye and others left the tavern and walked out of the city. Their moods became extremely heavy, and the appearance of Team Zero made them feel a great threat. Outside the city, there are only a few dilapidated buildings standing on a deserted land. Kukaki Qianye and the others were walking between the buildings, and their hearts became extremely heavy. Master Qianye, what should we do now? Sasaki asked. We keep going until we find Bak. Kukaki Qianye said in a firm tone. Everyone nodded, knowing that now is not the time to talk nonsense. They must find Bak as soon as possible to ensure their own safety. They continued to move forward, passing one dilapidated building after another, and finally came to a relatively new building. The building looks relatively solid, and there are several guards guarding the door. Kukaki Qianye guessed that this building might be the headquarters of the Zero Division, so he walked forward and directly revealed his identity. When the guard heard his name, he immediately let them in. Inside the building, they found a wider hall. Some players are resting in the hall, and some are training. You are finally here. I have been waiting for your arrival. A voice sounded, and a man in a black uniform appeared in front of them. Chapter 119. Kukaki Qianye looked at this man in surprise. He recognized this man as Bak. Bak looked at them with a smile and said, I heard that you have sneaked in here, and I have been waiting for your arrival. Kukaki Qianye frowned and asked, Who are you? How do you know our plan? Bak smiled and said, I am the captain of Team Zero, and everything you do is under my control. Everyone looked at Bak in surprise. They were very shocked. Team Zero turned out to be their enemy and the biggest obstacle to their plan. Bak continued, You are my prisoners now. I suggest you honestly confess your plans, then join my team and serve me. After everyone heard this suggestion, they immediately shook their heads to express rejection. Kukaki Qianye even pulled out his knife and prepared to fight Bak. After Bak saw their reactions, he was not angry, but laughed. He waved his hand, 21 getting his men ready to fight. A fierce battle ensued. The duel between Kukaki Qianye and Bak was particularly fierce. The two's hollow abilities cancel each other out, allowing them to fight with physical bodies. The other team members also fought inextricably with the members of Team Zero. Although Kukaki Qianye and others also use the hollow ability, their hollow time is very short and there are limitations. In comparison, the members of Team Zero have longer hollow time and there is no limit. Therefore, during the battle, Kukaki Qianye and others gradually fell into a disadvantage. Mr. Qianye, are you okay? Lavani rushed over and asked after seeing Kukaki Qianye injured. I'm fine. Kukaki Qianye said through gritted teeth. His wound was bleeding, but he was unwilling to stop and rest. He knew that now was not the time to talk nonsense, he had to defeat Bak as soon as possible. However, Bak was not so easily defeated. He is extremely powerful and his hollow ability is also very powerful. During the battle, he constantly used his hollow ability to dodge an attack, leaving Kukaki Qianye and others helpless. You'd better surrender. Bak appeared in front of Kukaki Qianye again, holding an imaginary sword in his hand, threatening Kukaki Qianye's life. Kukaki Qianye shook his head helplessly, knowing that this battle had reached the final moment. He looked up at Bak and said, We will not surrender. After saying that, he rushed towards Bak. His blade cut through the air, making a harsh sound. However, Bak was not frightened by this attack. He waved his virtual sword and faced it. The figures of the two men intertwined, and their weapons collided and sent out sparks. In a very short period of time, they fought for dozens of rounds, but there was no winner. Kukaki Qianye felt that his physical strength was being consumed rapidly, and his movements became slower and slower. He knew his hollow time was coming to an end, but he hadn't found a way to beat Bak yet. However, just as his hollow time was coming to an end, Bak suddenly launched an attack. His virtual sword stabbed Kukaki Qianye's chest, and Kukaki Qianye could only block the attack by waving the sword. However, his knife was shattered by the virtual sword, and the next moment, the virtual sword had pierced his body. Kukaki Qianye felt a sharp pain and his body trembled involuntarily. He looked down at his wound, which was bleeding profusely and stained his clothes red. Bak did not stop, he waved the virtual sword again, preparing to continue attacking. Kukaki Qianye knew that he could no longer dodge this attack. He could only close his eyes and wait for death to come. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, Bak, stop. After Bak heard the voice, he immediately stopped attacking and looked back at the intruder. Kukaki Qianye also saw this visitor, and he was very surprised. Because this person turned out to be one of his teammates, Sasaki. Sasaki walked to Kukaki Qianye's side. He looked at Qianye, who was bleeding profusely from the wound, with a worried look on his face. He immediately tore off a piece of clothing and bandaged Kukaki Qianye's wound. "Who are you?" Bak looked at Sasaki and asked, "How dare you stop my attack?" "I am one of Kukaki Qianye's teammates, Sasaki." Sasaki said, "We are here to stop your Zero Division plan." "Plan? What plan?" Bak asked. "This plan is..." Before Sasaki could finish speaking, an arrow suddenly shot at him. He only had time to let out a scream before he fell to the ground. Kukaki Qianye was shocked after seeing this scene. He never expected that his teammates would betray him. He looked up at the direction where the arrow was shot, and found that it was another teammate, Takeshi Yamamoto. "Who are you?" Kukaki Qianye asked, "Why did you betray us?" Yamamoto Takeshi didn't answer his question. He took up his bow and fired an arrow again, preparing to kill Kukaki Qianye. However, at this critical moment, Sasaki suddenly stood in front of Kukaki Qianye. The arrow hit Sasaki's chest without any bias, and he fell to the ground. Kukaki Qianye looked at Sasaki, who fell to the ground, and felt very sad. He did not expect that his teammates would betray him, nor did he expect that Sasaki would sacrifice himself to protect him. Kukaki Qianye was very surprised. Someone actually came to rescue 547. He looked up at that person and found that it was another teammate of his, Duan Mirong. Duan Mirong stood there, holding a silver needle in her hand, and was about to attack Bak. There was a hint of indifference on her face, as if she was completely unaware of everything in front of her. "You should surrender," Duan Mirong said coldly, "otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Bak felt very angry after hearing this. He brandished the virtual sword and prepared to attack Kukaki Qianye again. However, Duan Mirong's silver needle had already pierced his chest. He only had time to let out a scream before he fell to the ground. Kukaki Qianye looked at Bak lying on the ground and was shocked. He did not expect that his teammates would actually save him, nor did he expect that Duan Mirong would help to protect himself. "Thank you, Duan Mu." Kukaki Qianye said, "I don't know what to say." "No need to thank me," Duan Mirong said indifferently, "I just don't want you young people to die hundreds of times." After that, she turned around and left the scene. Kukaki Qianye looked at her back and felt very moved. He knew that although his teammates were indifferent, they were very kind at heart. Chapter 120. The wounds of Kurosaki Ichigo and Hitsugaya Toshiro have been bandaged by Duan Mirong, and their hollow time has also ended. They stood by Kukaki Qianye's side, ready to move on. "We can't give up," Kukaki Qianye said. "We have to keep moving forward." "Okay." Kurosaki Ichigo and Hitsugaya Toshiro said in unison. The three of them walked forward together. Their figures looked particularly determined and brave in the moonlight. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the three people gradually lengthened. Although their steps were a little heavy, they didn't stop at all. They know that as long as they move forward, they will be able to find the truth. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew from the front. Kukaki Qianye suddenly became alert and hurriedly dodged, avoiding a sweeping slash of the sword. Immediately afterwards, several more swords struck him. Kukaki Qianye had to dodge repeatedly. Just when they had just dodged this wave of attacks, several more blades of energy came towards them. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted and reached out to grab a big tree nearby. He swung his arms violently, and the huge force threw the tree trunk towards the oncoming sword energy. The sword energy was immediately smashed into pieces by the tree trunk, and it was also broken. At the same time, several more sword chi attacked them. They quickly used their moves to block the sword energy. "Careful!" came a voice. Kukaki Qianye looked back and found a girl standing in the distance. This girl is wearing a long red dress, with a beautiful face blooming like a flower. She was holding a long knife and standing quietly. "Leave this guy to me." Matsumoto Rangiku, who had been silent until now, suddenly said. Are you sure? Who is this girl? Kukaki Qianye asked. Matsumoto Rangiku nodded, and then said, I know her. She should be Misaki Yata. Misaki Yata. Kukaki Qianye was stunned for a moment. Yes, that's it. Matsumoto Rangiku said with a smile. Misaki Yata is the only survivor of the Yata family. It is said that she has extremely high talent in ninjutsu. However, she disappeared a long time ago. I didn't expect that she would appear here today. At this moment, Kukaki Qianye noticed a figure sneaking away behind a hillside in the distance. Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly and said, Now that you're here, don't leave. After saying this, his figure had disappeared from where he was. Matsumoto Rangiku frowned and kept up with Kukaki Qianye's speed. Be careful. Kurosaki Ichigo and Hitsugaya Toshiro said in horror. At this time, Misaki Yata had already run a long distance. Her face was full of panic. She didn't expect that she would meet Kukaki Qianye. Moreover, she vaguely guessed that the relationship between Matsumoto Rangiku and Kukaki Qianye seemed to be very special. At this moment, a strong shock wave hit him, and Misaki Yata flew out. Misaki Yata fell to the ground, bleeding from the corner of her mouth. She struggled to stand up, a look of pain on her face. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Kukaki Qianye. In her opinion, Kukaki Qianye is as scary as a demon. You can't escape. Kukaki Qianye walked slowly towards Misaki Yata. Misaki Yata gritted her teeth and said, I don't accept it. I have obviously defeated you. Beat me. Kukaki Qianye sneered, I don't think so. Aren't you going to admit defeat? Misaki Yata clenched her fists and said in a flurry of words. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, yes, I will not admit defeat. We will continue to fight. After he finished speaking, he punched out. This punch was so powerful that it even caused a hurricane. The surrounding lawns were rolled up one after another, and the fallen leaves were scattered all over the sky, just like a fairyland. Don't even think about defeating me. Misaki Yata shouted and stabbed out with her sword. The two collided fiercely, and sparks suddenly burst out, creating a mess. How is that possible? Misaki Yata's eyes widened with a look of disbelief on her face. She couldn't imagine why such a situation would happen. Nothing is impossible. Kukaki Qianye sneered, in the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are paper tigers. Misaki Yata pursed her lips tightly, without saying a word, then raised her katana and attacked again. But she didn't know that there were two more people behind her. How can this guy be so weak? Hitsugaya Toshiro said in surprise. There was confusion in his tone, mixed with anger. Along the way, they encountered many obstacles, and every time they were surrounded by dangers. But this time it was different. They came to Misaki Yata smoothly and without paying any price. This is all too incredible. He and Kurosaki Ichigo are both Samsara-level strongmen, but it takes a lot of effort for them to unite to fight against a Jonin, not to mention that Misaki Yata is stronger than them. What are you two doing? Go and help. Matsumoto Rangiku urged, her expression was serious, and her eyes flashed with solemnity. Oh! Kurosaki Ichigo and Hitsugaya Toshiro reacted and hurriedly joined the battle group. At this moment, the three people joined forces to burst out with far greater strength than before. The three people's tacit cooperation and complementary offense and defense not only made them more vicious and cruel, but also put Misaki Yata into a dilemma. You. Misaki Yata looked at Kukaki Qianye and others in horror. What happened to us? Kukaki Qianye said calmly, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise I will kill you. Misaki Yata took a deep breath and said, You want me to surrender? Dream on. After saying that, Misaki Yata raised his samurai sword, killing Li Hao, and slashed at him with all his strength. The power of her sword was so powerful that it tore the air apart and turned into a white mark. Seeking death. Kukaki Qianye said contemptuously, then suddenly raised his leg and kicked out. This kick contains huge power, enough to flatten the mountain. Misaki Yata sensed the crisis and hurriedly blocked Kukaki Qianye's attack with a samurai sword. Then the whole person retreated,
directly to the edge of the cliff. Misaki Yada's left hand grasped the stone wall of the cliff, and her right hand held a long knife, barely stabilizing her body. How is it? Kukaki Qianye sneered. Haha. Misaki Yada sneered, Kukaki Qianye, do you really want to fight me to the death? I don't think so. Kukaki Qianye shook his head, and then said slowly, if it were 100 years ago, maybe I would choose this way to deal with you. But now I have changed the starring role. Chapter 121. Hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, Misaki Yada suddenly felt a chill rushing from her back throughout her body. She saw Kukaki Qianye slowly pull out the dagger from his waist, and his face instantly turned pale. The dagger was unsheathed, and the sharp sword energy cut through the void, making a harsh scream. Misaki Yada was trembling with fear. She clearly saw the thunder and lightning flowing on the dagger blade, which was a destructive power. You! Misaki Yada was about to beg for mercy, but Kukaki Qianye didn't give her a chance. Kukaki Qianye stabbed out his sword, right at Misaki Yada's throat. At this moment, Misaki Yada's body was restrained and she could not avoid this fatal attack. She closed her eyes, her heart filled with regret. She didn't expect that she would fall into the hands of a new group of people. Although she is a talented girl, she has not completed her transformation after all. She is not strong enough and cannot even catch Kukaki Qianye's moves. At this moment, Misaki Yada felt severe pain in her neck, followed by a burst of dizziness. She opened her eyes and saw Kukaki Qianye pointing a sword at the bridge of her nose with a cold expression on her face. You have failed. Ha ha ha, so what if I lose? I will never give in to you. Yada Misaki shouted, you despicable villain. Kukaki Qianye frowned slightly, then stretched out his hand and tapped Misaki Yada's chest a few times to seal the acupuncture points in her body. Misaki Yada felt sore all over and collapsed on the ground. Kukaki Qianye took back the dagger and threw a card to Misaki Yada, remember what I said, farewell, Misaki Yada. You! Misaki Yada gritted her teeth and looked at Kukaki Qianye, but she had no way to refute. She knew that she had been deprived of power. Kukaki Qianye turned around and said, let's go. The three people quickly left the forest. Kukaki Qianye didn't say a word along the way. He just walked quietly in front, his face looking solemn. Matsumoto Rangiku and Toshiro, who followed Kukaki Qianye, also had heavy faces. Is this guy really okay? Matsumoto Rangiku asked. Toshiro shook his head. He should have his own plans. Matsumoto Rangiku said, I think it's best for us not to intervene now. Yes. Toshiro nodded. At this time, Kukaki Qianye in front stopped. Matsumoto Rangiku and Toshiro also stopped. They looked at the tall figure in front of them. This is a man in a white robe, with short blonde hair and sunglasses. He was standing in the treetops looking down at them. After he saw Kukaki Qianye and others stopped, he took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome and feminine face. He nodded slightly to Kukaki Qianye, Kukaki-kun, welcome back to Siraidai. It's you, Nenhuse. Kukaki Qianye said with squinted eyes. He knew this man, his name was Nenhuse, and he was also a Shinigami. Once his partner. Yes. Nenhuse said, I'll do it. Lord Godtier has something important to discuss. Okay. Kukaki Qianye nodded. Kukaki Qianye followed Nenhuse to a luxurious mansion. After entering the room, Nenhuse said, Kukaki-kun, I think our negotiations have come to an end. Hi. Kukaki Qianye looked at Nenhuse doubtfully, what negotiation? Nenhuse said, you have won the victory. Therefore, the God-tier officer decided to allow you to continue to live in Siraidai. You will no longer be held responsible for the private fight. As for those who died, they will also be punished. In this way, you can be regarded as fulfilling your duty for the deceased. Oh? So that's it. Kukaki Qianye thought thoughtfully, and of course he understood what Nenhuse meant. Nenhuse said, in addition, I apologize to you on behalf of the God-tier official. My words before were very offensive. It doesn't matter. Kukaki Qianye waved his hand and said, this was just a misunderstanding. Nenhuse glanced at Kukaki Qianye with a smile. He could feel that Kukaki Qianye was not as difficult to deal with as rumored. Well, I wish you a pleasant evening. Nan Huzei said, and then he disappeared into the air. Kukaki Qianye looked at the bright moonlight outside the window and sighed, I hope this matter can end successfully. At the same time, in an old mansion, a male Shinigami was sitting on a chair holding a teacup. He crushed the teacup with one hand and said in a low voice, I really didn't expect that such a flaw would happen, and it almost ruined the event. He looked at the two subordinates beside him. A male Shinigami in black lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, sir. We were careless. Standing next to him was Shinigami, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and sunglasses. She looked at the man and spoke softly, Sir, do you need more force? It's not necessary for the time being. The man said, doing this will expose our plan. Besides, I want to see how long that kid can jump. This Shinigami is the God tier official. He is extremely powerful, no weaker than Kukaki Qianye, and even has a vague upper hand. Because Kukaki Qianye is not a pure Ryutsu Shinigami, but has a special Ryutsu control technique, he is able to defeat Kukaki Qianye. However, the God tier officer is also Ryutsu Shinigami. He also has Ryutsu, just weaker. But Kukaki Qianye can control everything with Ryutsu. So he is not afraid of Kukaki Qianye. Moreover, he did not regard Kukaki Qianye as a being of the same level, but only regarded him as an object worthy of attention. Kukaki Qianye is very strong, but he doesn't bother to deal with Kukaki Qianye. Instead, prepare to train another Shinigami to fight against Kukaki Qianye. Nan Huzei led Kukaki Qianye to the temple. The temple is the deepest part of the palace. It is built on the edge of a vast lake. The lights in the temple were brightly lit, but there was no sound, which filled the place with a solemn atmosphere. There is a huge table placed in the center of the temple, and around the table stand 12 Shinigami, all of them wearing black uniforms and carrying samurai swords at their waists. Most people here don't know Kukaki Qianye. But he was familiar with a few people. For example, the middle-aged man with a stern face wearing a black suit and black-rimmed glasses standing on the left side of the God-tier officer is his former partner Kuroba and the leader of the Shinigami unit. In addition, 5 of the remaining 9 Shinigami are the backbone of the Shinigami force. On the right side of the priest, stood a girl wearing a silver mask. This girl has a slender figure and wears tight red leather armor, which outlines the perfect lines of her body. She exuded a dangerous aura. Chapter 122. This girl is Orochimaru. Behind Orochimaru, there are 5 people standing. These 5 people are the backbone of the Shinigami army. Orochimaru is the deputy leader, and the 5 people standing behind him are the 5 admirals. Orochimaru raised his head and glanced at the many Shinigami, and finally focused on Kukaki Qianye with a playful expression. Kukaki Qianye, you are indeed here. Orochimaru said. Humph. Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly, and then said, I should say this, Orochimaru, you dare to sneak attack me. Hearing this, Nan Huzei frowned, this matter is indeed not easy to handle. After all, it is a battle between Shinigami. Although the two parties have signed an agreement, who knows what will happen to Kukaki Qianye? What if he becomes angry and regrets it? However, as the perpetrator and director of this incident, it was impossible for Nan Huzei to stop Kukaki Qianye. Just when Nan Huzei was considering whether to let Kukaki Qianye leave, a melodious piano sound suddenly sounded. Everyone present was stunned, and then they looked in the direction of the sound source in shock. The sound of the piano coming from over there is clear and sweet, like the sound of nature. However, this sound of the piano cast a haze in the hearts of everyone present. No. Let's go. Nan Huzei suddenly became flustered. He quickly jumped up from his seat and rushed out. At this moment, his body suddenly underwent abnormal changes. It split open on his chest, and then stretched out several thick tentacles. The ends of the tentacles were covered with barbs. The sharp spikes looked ferocious and terrifying. These barbs suddenly pierced Kukaki Qianye. But at this moment, a cold light flashed through, directly cutting off the tentacles, and at the same time, it also cut off half of the male Huzei's head. Nan Huzei screamed and fell to the ground. Nanhusei stared at Kukaki Qianye angrily, gritted his teeth and said, "Do you want to die?" Kukaki Qianye said indifferently, "Don't mess with me, or I will kill you." Nanhusei covered the wound and retreated behind the god-tier officer. He said viciously, "Okay, very good. Kukaki Qianye, remember. I will never forget the shame of today. One day, I'll get it back with profit." Kukaki Qianye leaned lazily on the seat, with a mocking smile on his lips, "Whatever you want, I will stay with you until the end." As he spoke, ice picks flew towards the god-tier officer Shinigami. The speed of these ice picks was so fast that they approached the god-tier official Shinigami in an instant. But at this moment, Officer God-tier stretched out his palm, grabbed it forward with force, and then suddenly made a fist. Rumble! The floor under the god-tier officer's feet cracked, and a strong wind blew out, then picked up the god-tier officer and other Shinigami and flew towards the door. As soon as they opened the door, they crashed through the wall and flew out, falling into the hall. Outside the hall, a group of high-level Shinigami wearing pitch-black armor, wings on their backs, and masks on their faces appeared in their sight. Officer God-tier's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Everyone be on alert! Enemy attack!" Orochimaru snorted coldly, "God-tier officer, you are such a noble man and forgetful about things. Last time you sent 108 Kamui ninjas to hunt us down, causing me to lose 2 teammates. Do you plan to settle this account? Forget it. You." God-tier official gritted his teeth. Naturally, they remembered this grudge. But the god-tier officer also knows that people like Orochimaru will never give up. That's why the god-tier officer called all the Shinigami to discuss this mission this time. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru came directly to the door this time. At this time, steady and powerful footsteps came from behind Officer God-tier. Officer God-tier turned his head and saw a young man wearing white clothes and a golden mask. "Kukaki Qianye, what do you mean?" the god-tier officer asked. He could tell that this young man seemed to be a companion of Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye shrugged and said, "I don't know what it means. However, since there are so many compatriots trapped here, I naturally want to rescue them." "So what are you going to do?" asked the god-tier officer. Kukaki Qianye said coldly, "I'll kill you first." Hearing this, the god-tier officer suddenly became furious. "You are crazy. Where do you think this is? This is the Jingling Court. It is our territory. I advise you not to be too arrogant." "Oh!" Kukaki Qianye snorted, "Do you think I will be afraid of you, Shinigami?" Hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, the god-tier officer's face suddenly turned livid. Of course he knows how powerful Kukaki Qianye is. Because they had personally experienced Kukaki Qianye's invincible swordsmanship and weird moves. Asterisk. This is a freak. A powerful monster who is immortal and can control chakra and use various weird attack methods. This kind of person is just like a bug, no matter what, he cannot be defeated. At this time, Kukaki Qianye looked past the god-tier official Shinigami and towards the crystal coffin in the center of the hall, and his pupils shrank slightly. "It's you, Kinzuru." Kukaki Qianye murmured to himself. He felt the familiar fluctuations emanating from the crystal coffin, which was Kin's breath. Kukaki Qianye's breathing suddenly became rapid. His eyes burst out with extremely bright light, and then his whole body disappeared in an instant. There was only a hint of cold light crisscrossing the hall, flickering constantly. 0. Kukaki Qianye took action, but his target was not the god-tier officer or Shinigami such as Byakuya Kuchiki. "Boy, you're looking for death." The god-tier officer roared violently, and the sickle in his hand burst into dazzling light, and then slashed out. At the same time, a Shinigami next to him also waved the kunao in his hand and stabbed Kukaki Qianye. The remaining Shinigami used various ninjutsu to prepare to surround and kill Kukaki Qianye. "Stupid!" Kukaki Qianye said coldly. The next second, he had arrived in front of the crystal coffin, and his fingers directly touched the lid of the crystal coffin. With a bang, the lid of the crystal coffin was shattered by Kukaki Qianye's finger. A strong fragrance filled the entire hall. "It smells so good." Kukaki Qianye praised, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and said intoxicated. But at this time, the fragrance became even stronger. A shadow slowly emerged, and the figure gradually condensed into shape. She was a beautiful woman. She has a hot and voluptuous figure and extremely white skin, as if she is a work of art carefully crafted by God. And between her neck, a ruby necklace shines brightly. This is clearly the leader of the Otsutsuki clan, the leader of the sun, moon, and stars, and the daughter of the Hiruzen couple, Otsutsuki Yui. But at this time, the god-tier officer's expression had changed. This is the sacred artifact of the Otsutsuki clan, the crystal coffin. The god-tier officer's face suddenly became very ugly. Chapter 123. This is impossible, the god-tier official shouted in shock. The crystal coffin is the most precious treasure of the Otsutsuki clan. Except for the clan leader, clan elders, and a few heirs, even other members of the Otsutsuki clan are not qualified to see this treasure. The god-tier officer also worked hard to get it and then gave it to Hiruzen. Although the god-tier officer doesn't understand why the crystal coffin suddenly appeared here, it definitely means that the god-tier officer has lost contact with the crystal coffin. Damn it! What the hell is going on? The god-tier official was extremely anxious. But at this moment, the god-tier officer suddenly froze. Because there was a corpse lying inside the crystal coffin. Officer God-tier recognizes this corpse as Officer God-tier's sister and Hiruzen's only beloved wife, Chizuru. At this time, Yin Shenzi finally reacted. That's it. The God-tier official bit out 060 and gritted his teeth. He finally knew why Orikimura dared to break in here with Kukaki Qianye. It turns out that all this is Kukaki Qianye's trap. He had already laid out a trap to lure himself and others into taking the bait. But he and others actually jumped down stupidly. After figuring this out, the god-tier officer suddenly became furious. His arms turned into huge gloves and he rushed towards Kukaki Qianye. On the other side, the Shinigami holding the bone staff also yelled, "Get out of my way!" Immediately, the bone staff in his hand hit Kukaki Qianye's chest hard, trying to prevent Kukaki Qianye from approaching the crystal coffin. But Kukaki Qianye did not dodge at all and resisted the blow. Boom! After a violent collision, Kukaki Qianye flew out, landed on the ground, and slid several meters away. At this time, several other Shinigami also rushed over to attack. The strength of these Shinigami is still inferior to that of god-tier officers, because they are only junior Shinigami. But after all, they are several Shinigami, and they cooperate tacitly. Some Shinigami even use some forbidden technique to increase their combat power. But even so, these Shinigami still can't do anything to them. But the god-tier officer is not so relaxed, because Kukaki Qianye keeps harassing him. The god-tier officer could only resist with all his strength, and was unable to help other Shinigami for a moment. Haha! This crystal coffin cannot be destroyed, right? Kukaki Qianye sneered. Not bad. The god-tier officer said coldly. Very good. Then I'll destroy it. Kukaki Qianye said indifferently. Then, he looked up at the ceiling. Officer god-tier followed his gaze and looked over. He saw a dark crack. The crack extends from the wall to the roof. Oops! The god-tier official's eyes widened suddenly, because Kukaki Qianye was standing at the crack. Go to hell! Kukaki Qianye shouted coldly. He jumped up suddenly, jumped into the air, then made a fist with his right hand and slammed it against the wall. Boom! The god-tier official's face suddenly turned pale. He saw that the wall he had carefully built collapsed instantly, and then Kukaki Qianye jumped up again and smashed the wall again. This time, the god-tier official's elaborate building was directly destroyed, and a hole was exposed in the wall. You are looking for death, the god-tier officer roared. I don't need to seek death. Kukaki Qianye said coldly, you brought it upon yourself. Boom! Another slam. Kukaki Qianye completely destroyed the entire building, then he jumped into the sea, swam under the sea, grabbed the crystal coffin, and lifted it up. The god-tier officer and other Shinigami all gave chase. And just when they were about to catch up, Officer God-tier suddenly felt his body freeze. His movements were many times slower and completely inconsistent with the rules. This is Kukaki Qianye plotting against him. Ah! The god-tier officer let out a shrill wail. He was shaking all over and bleeding from all his orifices. He was obviously seriously injured. Kukaki Qianye grabbed the crystal coffin and walked out. The god-tier officer screamed crazily, "Stop him quickly!" But which of these Shinigami is Kukaki Qianye's opponent? They only had time to fire a few death air bombs. But this level of death energy bomb is as useless to Kukaki Qianye as scratching an itch. At this time, a gust of wind blew. The Shinigami suddenly stopped moving. They seemed to be frozen. Immediately, their bodies quickly withered, became shriveled, and then turned into powder and dissipated. Their death energy was all integrated into the crystal coffin, nourishing the cold corpse in the crystal coffin. In the darkness of the deep sea, Kukaki Qianye held the crystal coffin tightly with one hand and pressed the other hand on the god-tier officer. The god-tier officer had completely lost his ability to resist at this time and could only watch Kukaki Qianye getting farther and farther away from myself. "Do you want to know why I appear here?" Kukaki Qianye's voice echoed in the hall. "Because someone asked me for help and asked me to rescue the woman you imprisoned in this crystal coffin." "Ask for help," the god-tier official said angrily. "Who will ask you for help?" "We, the Otsutsuki clan, have tens of thousands of people in the Soul Society. The clan leader and several heirs are not here. How can you, a member of the Wo clan, possibly come into contact with the souls of our people?" "You are wrong," Kukaki Qianye said. "I did not find this place through a request for help. It was because I felt a strong death aura in this crystal coffin. Death aura is possessed by all living things, but more or less. And the death energy contained in this crystal coffin is so strong that it is like a huge source of death energy. That's why I came here to find out." The god-tier official's face became even more ugly. He never expected that the trap he had laid so hard would be seen through so easily. Moreover, the other party took advantage of his negligence and completely disrupted the entire plan. Now it's too late for him to stop Kukaki Qianye. At this time, another gust of wind blew. This time the wind was stronger than before, blowing the dust on the god-tier official and the crystal coffin in all directions. When the dust cleared, a 4.0 beautiful woman appeared in front of the god-tier official. This woman has a hot figure and snow-white skin. She wears a ruby necklace around her neck. She is Kyanbei, the leader of the Otsutsuki clan and the wife of Hiruzen. "Kinzuru," the god-tier official shouted, "why are you here?" "Brother, I have been waiting for you," Kins said with a smile. "I knew you would come to me." The god-tier officer was stunned. A strong uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. Although this woman is his sister, the god-tier officer is very aware of her strength. During her lifetime, Chizuru was one of the top warriors of the Otsutsuki clan. But now, she is probably even more powerful. What do you want to do?" the god-tier officer asked warily. Chapter 124. "I want to leave here," Qianye said calmly. "My body has lost its vitality, but my soul is still there. And the death energy in this crystal coffin is nourishing my soul. So I want to leave here and go looking for a new body." Officer God-tier's face suddenly turned pale. He finally understood Chizuru's plan. This crystal coffin was originally a trap he used to imprison Kukaki Qianye, but unexpectedly it became Qianye's help now. And once Chizuru is allowed to leave this crystal coffin, she may regain her body and return to the Otsutsuki clan. By then, the entire Soul Society will face the wrath of the Otsutsuki clan. "No! You can't leave here," the god-tier officer roared. "You will be imprisoned in this crystal coffin forever." As soon as Officer God-tier finished speaking, his body suddenly exploded and turned into a blood mist. And in the blood mist, a black figure flashed out instantly. It was Kukaki Qianye. "You!" The god-tier officer looked at Kukaki Qianye in horror. "What did you do?" "I just cast a small spell on you." 21. Kukaki Qianye said calmly, "The name of this spell is Blood Mist Confusion. It can make your body explode and at the same time make your soul will fall into a permanent hallucination. And your life force will also be sucked dry in the process." 17. Officer God-tier's body began to wither, and his vitality was rapidly passing away. In the process, his soul was also pulled into an endless maze. There, he couldn't see the light and couldn't find a way out. He could only lose his way in this bloody fog and wander forever. This way you will no longer harm the living beings in the world. Kukaki Qianye said coldly. The god-tier official's body was now extremely shriveled, and the light of life was quickly extinguished. His soul was wandering around in the blood mist maze, like a homeless ghost. After confirming that the god-tier officer had completely lost his vitality, Kukaki Qianye let go of his hand and allowed the crystal coffin to fall into the deep sea. He took a deep breath and swam towards the sea. When Kukaki Qianye emerged from the sea, the dawn of the horizon had already filled the sea. He looked into the distance. It was a brand new world, 10 worlds full of life. Kukaki Qianye swam to shore and walked onto the beach. He looked up and saw a ray of sunshine tearing through the clouds in the sky and falling on him. Everything is over. Kukaki Qianye whispered to himself. The conspiracy against impure world reincarnation came to an abrupt end here, and the creator of impure world reincarnation, Otsutsuki Kagaya, also died. From now on, impure world reincarnation will no longer exist. Because impure world reincarnation is only suitable for ordinary people. The foundation of impure world reincarnation is actually the soul of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Now that Otsutsuki Kagaya has disappeared and his soul has been absorbed after death, impure world reincarnation is meaningless. The source of impure world reincarnation has also been destroyed, so impure world reincarnation can no longer continue. As for the god-tier officer, when he launched impure world reincarnation, it was already destined that he must die. The body of the god-tier official was floating next to the crystal coffin, and it had turned into a corpse. Kukaki Qianye stretched out his palm and caressed the crystal coffin. He sighed, "This thing is too evil." Kukaki Qianye reached out and lifted the cover of the crystal coffin, revealing Kinzuru inside. Kukaki Qianye took out a jade stone. This stone is engraved with many complex and obscure runes, and there are several fragments inlaid on the stone. Sealing technique. Sealing stone. Kukaki Qianye recited the incantation, and the sealing stone suddenly emitted bright silver light, wrapping his soul and Qianye within it. Later, Kukaki Qianye sent Kinzuru's soul into the seal of understanding. During this process, Chizuru's soul did not feel any pain or struggle. It was as if, in her eyes, she had died long ago, but now her soul has returned to the world. In this way, you can continue to live even if you die, and you don't need to suffer the torture of reincarnation anymore. Kukaki Qianye murmured to himself, "I hope you can recover quickly. Then get out of here." The silver light of the interpretation stone gradually faded, and then turned into a halo of light that enveloped Qianye. Outside the halo, Kukaki Qianye stood for a long time. He stared at the sleeping Qins quietly, as if he had 1,000 words to say, which finally turned into 2 sighs. Kukaki Qianye quietly left the beach and walked straight to the mountain peak. He knew that there was a secret cave there that could allow him to hide his identity and temporarily escape the troubles and dangers in this world. It was dark in the cave, but for a Shinigami like Kukaki Qianye, it was nothing. He groped in the dark, found a flat stone and sat down. He closed his eyes and felt the breath around him. The atmosphere of this world is different from the world he is familiar with, but it is not unfamiliar. He reached out and touched his face, feeling the marks of those knife cuts. A complex emotion surged in his heart, including regret, guilt, and a sense of relief. He has spent his whole life repaying for his mistakes, and the lessons he gained in exchange for blood and tears also taught him how to face his past. He doesn't know whether he can stay in this world or be repelled by the laws of time and space and return to his own world, but he knows that this world needs his help and protection. His thoughts gradually drifted into the distance. Chizuru's soul had been imprisoned here for a long time. The ending of 107 may also be a relief for her. Ah! Suddenly, a sharp and shrill scream echoed through the sky. Kukaki Qianye suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from where he was. "What's wrong?" Kukaki Qianye asked in a deep voice. "Ah, the ghost is killing people." "Ghost?" Kukaki Qianye frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw several women in bikinis trembling and pointing forward, their lips trembling, panicked. Among these women, Kukaki Qianye saw a beautiful and charming face. That faint blush appeared on her white and delicate cheeks,
making her look a little more charming and seductive. At this moment, she was covering her breasts with one hand and blocking her eyes with the other, looking pitiful. On the other two sides of her, there were two men, a man and a woman. They all looked about 15 or 16 years old, and they were quite handsome. These three people were none other than the uncle whom Kukaki Qianye once saved, and the other was the wretched young man. After hearing the words of the women, Kukaki Qianye looked in the direction of their fingers, and sure enough he saw a body lying in the grass a few meters away. Moreover, the clothes of the corpse were in tatters, and the exposed skin was covered with blood and wounds. Chapter 125. Is this Nakamura Wenyan? Kukaki Qianye was slightly startled, and then his expression changed. He didn't expect that it would really be Nakamura Wenyan, and he didn't expect that the guy had already died here. Run, run away! It's so scary, ghost, is that a ghost? The women screamed and crawled to the shore desperately. Wait, come back here! Kukaki Qianye roared angrily, and the women immediately stopped and looked at him with fear and confusion on their faces. There is a ghost here. Aren't you scared? Kukaki Qianye asked through gritted teeth. He really couldn't understand why these people weren't afraid of him. You know, he is now in the form of Shinigami. Shinigami's power is very powerful, especially the breath of death, which is enough to scare away ordinary people. Ah! Ghost! Ghost! The girls started screaming crazily again. Shut up! Whoever dares to yell again, believe it or not, I will tear you into pieces immediately. Kukaki Qianye was angry. His voice was full of threats, causing those women who were already afraid to tremble. But they still stared at him with panic on their faces. Be honest with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Kukaki Qianye sneered. Although he was talking to the group of girls, he locked his eyes on the two teenagers. These two are both high-level ninjas, and their parents are elders of the ninja guild. Nowadays, for some reasons, the top leaders of the ninja guild have dispersed their power among various large and small forces, causing the entire ninja guild to appear divided. These two talented children of the ninja guild have been practicing in the ninja guild since they were young, and have now broken through the early stages. They all have extraordinary potential and will surely become the elite of the ninja guild over time. Where is this? Shouldn't I be dead? Nakamura Wenyan slowly raised his head and said blankly. Did you kill me? She whispered. That's right. I killed you because you were too weak. Kukaki Qianye said indifferently. You. Nakamura Wenyan was stunned for a moment, and then a look of pain appeared on his face. Kukaki Qianye snorted, don't try to regain your strength, you are already dead. Nakamura Wenyan gritted her teeth. She glared at Kukaki Qianye unwillingly, with a hint of hatred deep in her eyes. I will take revenge, she said bitterly. Ha! Kukaki Qianye sneered, you have no chance. I will let you die without a burial place, and I will make you pay the price. Nakamura Wenyan looked at Kukaki Qianye fiercely, his eyes were moist and full of resentment. Don't worry, I will send you on your way soon. You don't have to rush. A cruel smile appeared on Kukaki Qianye's lips, then he turned around and walked slowly towards the depths of the island. No matter what you are, one day, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Nakamura Wenyan swore secretly in his heart. Hey! Hey! Don't leave me! At this moment, Kukaki Qianye suddenly stopped. He turned around, looked at Nakamura Wenyan, and said, I haven't forgotten what I promised that old man back then. If you can do it, then I can consider taking you in. If you can't do that, then please get out. Can't do it? So what if I can't do it? What can you do to me? You don't have to do the mission anymore. Nakamura Wenyan was speechless. She gritted her teeth and looked at Kukaki Qianye, and finally sighed and said, I do. But you have to tell me whether I can do oxygen or not. Okay. Kukaki Qianye nodded and said, this mission is very simple. Help me catch a person, and he can leave alive. You go back to your room and rest for the night. I will take you there tomorrow morning. After Kukaki Qianye finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the night. Looking at the background of Kukaki Qianye leaving, Nakamura Wenyan clenched his fists and gritted his silver teeth.
Her eyes were cold and determined. "Who do you think you are?" she murmured coldly, then stood up unsteadily and staggered towards her house. After she left, in a secret place on the edge of the rotting forest, a green figure quietly emerged and condensed into shape. "Lord Master, why don't you kill her directly?" a black-haired boy asked with some doubts. They all saw it clearly just now. Kukaki Qianye just waved his hand. "Just put out the flame." Kukaki Qianye said, "Although I did not release the flame, I can feel that it is very special. This should be a power unique to impure world reincarnation." The black-haired boy said doubtfully, Lord, do we want to?" "No need for now. When this matter is over, I will let you go through a new reincarnation," Qianye said. "Thank you Lord Master," the black-haired boy said excitedly. "Okay, hurry up and follow them. As you command." Then, the black-haired boy turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the air. "It's impure world reincarnation again." Kukaki Qianye squinted his eyes, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He knew from Nakamura Wenyan's memory that impure world reincarnation was a special forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation requires an extremely large amount of yin and yang chakra, and at the same time has very strict mental requirements on the caster. The only drawback of this forbidden technique is that the caster will die every 3 years. Once the spell is not performed a second time within 3 years, the caster will be completely out of his mind and will never be reincarnated. Therefore, few people are willing to use this forbidden technique unless it is absolutely necessary. After being reincarnated by impure world, Nakamura Fumin was able to remain conscious and control his body, which is strange. The power in her body seems to be very close to my yin-yang escape power. Kukaki Qianye murmured. "I wonder if there will be new changes after I absorb her power." His heart was beating loudly and he was extremely excited. If it is as he guessed, maybe he can use that power to improve his strength. Thinking of this, Kukaki Qianye flashed and quickly chased after him. The waves on the sea were rough, and the waves hit the rocks, making bursts of roaring sounds. On the sea, 5 huge warships were sailing into the distance, while several people on the deck were talking to each other. "I'm lucky this time, I met a beauty." A man with muscles all over his body and a ferocious face smiled lewdly, scanning the woman on the coastline in front of him unscrupulously. Next to him, another skinny monkey-like guy chuckled and said, "I heard that woman is not only beautiful and has a great figure, but she is also a swordsman." Chapter 126. The strong man touched his chin and said with a smile, "We will make a lot of money this time." At this moment, the short young man said, "Don't be careless, that woman is a swordsman after all, we must go all out, otherwise we will definitely suffer." "Don't worry, even if that girl is a swordsman, she will never be able to defeat us," the burly man said. "I heard that that girl's strength has reached Chunin level," said the thin monkey-looking man. "Humph, I am a swordsman at the peak of Chunin. How can I not even defeat a swordsman?" The burly man snorted coldly, with a ferocious light in his eyes. "Okay, don't argue." The short man frowned and said, "Our mission is to find the target as soon as possible and then bring him to Lord Dominator." Hearing this, the other 4 people fell silent. "Lord Master, you are so powerful. You can actually get back such dangerous things." The burly man suddenly said, "Now we are saved." "That's right," said the short man, "when we are in the hands of the Lord Dominator, we will gain stronger power and even be able to practice Sage Mode." Sage Mode. The burly man and the other 2 people suddenly showed fanatical expressions. Yet, it is said that Sage Mode is a power that can only be controlled by the legendary gods. It is so terrifying that it can blow up the entire island. If we 620 get that power, you can destroy this world, said the short man. The burly man laughed and said, "We can definitely do it. When the time comes, we can build our own country, dominate and become the overlord of this sea area." "No, what we want to dominate is the ninja world." "Ninja world," the burly man said in surprise. "That's right, it's the ninja world. This is the ninja world created by the great ninja king, sage of 6 paths." The short man's eyes turned red. "Now, the ninja world is about to reappear in the human world. The eyes of the other three people also showed a burning look, and their faces turned extremely red, as if they were in a state of madness. Kukaki Qianye followed them all the way. Seeing that they were getting closer to their destination, he stopped hiding. His speed increased several times, and in an instant he crossed 100 meters and arrived in front of the 5 huge sailing ships. 5 wooden plagues were hung on the masts of the 5 sailing ships, which read Konoha Caravan, Fuma Chamber of Commerce and Rock Shinobi Alliance respectively. At this moment, a total of 7 ninjas were guarding the deck of the sailboat, staring at the surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, a CBCJ, black shadow appeared out of thin air, scaring the ninjas into alertness and taking out their weapons to aim at the black shadow. Who? A low shout sounded, and the ninjas turned their wrists, and various kunai appeared in their hands, and they threw them towards the black shadow. Whoosh! The black shadow fell suddenly from mid-air, and then stepped on the chest of one of the ninjas. The ninja screamed and flew backwards, falling heavily into the water. His head tilted and he passed out. Byakuya roared. Enemy attack! Hurry up and shoot him! Several ninjas roared and drew out their sabers from their waists, slashing at the black figure crazily. Whoosh! The black shadow flickered, dodged their attack again, and appeared behind one of the ninjas. Grabbing the ninja's head, he lifted him high and threw him to the ground. Bang! The ninja's body exploded and blood splattered. The expressions of the remaining 4 ninjas changed greatly, and they quickly dispersed around, shouting at the same time, "Attack! Enemy attack! There are assassins! Call out!" The next second, the black figure suddenly disappeared. Bang bang bang! Ah! Puff! The screams, the snap of bones breaking, and the muffled sound of sharp blades cutting through skin kept ringing out. In just a split second, all 4 ninjas were killed. But the black shadow was not injured at all. The black shadow stood on the deck, looking at the large cargo ship carrying hundreds of people on the sea, with a cruel and bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. The next moment, the black shadow turned into a stream of light and rose into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the vicinity of the large cargo ship. Then he jumped and rushed directly into the large cargo ship. How could it be? Seeing the black shadow breaking into the large cargo ship, the 4 ninjas were shocked at first, and then their expressions changed drastically, and they shouted in panic. They knew that there was a genin on board the large cargo ship. This scene made the 4 ninjas feel terrified. Kukaki Qianye's target is not them at all, but the genin on their ship, and this also means that the genin on the ship is already in serious danger. Inside a large cargo ship, a group of people are gathering in a room, nervous and anxious. "Sister, do you think we will be safe?" a girl asked with a worried face, her tone full of anxiety. "Don't worry, I have sent a flare to notify the captain and deputy captain. I believe that the captain and deputy captain will come to support us soon." Anzi, who was wearing light green clothes, comforted. "Alas! We are just ordinary businessmen. The strength of that monster is so terrifying that even the deputy captain died in its hands. The captain and the deputy captain are probably in danger as well." A middle-aged fat man sighed. "I believe the captain and deputy captain will definitely come," a gentle young man wearing glasses said firmly. This gentle young man's name is Konoha Shino, and he is the person in charge of intelligence work on the ship. "I think we should escape," said a fat uncle. "I heard from the old boatman on the ship that a pirate group has recently targeted our large ship and wants to steal our cargo. The captain and deputy captain we have already led the fleet to the port to ask for help. I hope we will not be hijacked. Unfortunately, it's too late now." As soon as Konoha Shino finished speaking, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the direction of the door. Oops! Everyone's hearts trembled, secretly exclaiming that something was not going well. Whoosh! At the door, a figure suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" Konoha Shino quickly stood in front of everyone and looked nervously at the person in front of him. Although the person in front of them was covered with a mask, judging from his body shape, he looked very much like the killer they met before. "What do you think?" Kukaki Qianye raised the corners of his mouth slightly and slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing a handsome face. This person is clearly Kukaki Qianye.
Seeing Kukaki Qianye's true appearance, everyone present widened their eyes and looked dull. This person is completely different from the killer on TV. You. Konohashino pointed at Kukaki Qianye, his face pale, his voice trembling and unable to speak. Haha. Kukaki Qianye smiled faintly and said, "Since you want me to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish." Chapter 127. As he spoke, Kukaki Qianye waved his hand, and a kunai flew out, accurately nailing Konohashino's throat. Konohashino twitched a few times and then became motionless, obviously dead. Seeing Kukaki Qianye's methods, the others couldn't help but gasp. This guy is simply a devil. Kukaki Qianye glanced around and said indifferently, "Does any of you have any opinions?" No one dared to say anything, everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Kukaki Qianye. Seeing this, Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. I like people who know the current affairs." After a pause, he continued, "However, knowing the current affairs belongs to the current affairs. If you dare to resist me, there is only one end, death. Do you understand?" Everyone raised their heads in unison, with fear in their eyes, and quickly agreed. "You must remember clearly, I am a ninja. No matter where we are, I can find you. If I find out that you have any thoughts of rebellion, the only thing waiting for you is death." Kukaki Qianye said lightly, "This time the purpose of coming here is very simple, just to kill you damn traitors. I don't need you to surrender to me with tears of gratitude, I just need you to be loyal to me." As he spoke, Kukaki Qianye slapped his palm on the table. The next moment, the entire table shattered into pieces and turned into a sky filled with iron filings. What? What a powerful force! The ninjas present were shocked, with deep fear in their eyes. This power far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, they finally understood why Kukaki Qianye had such terrifying strength. There is only one reason, this guy is definitely a legendary existence. Understood. Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly. Understood. Everyone nodded immediately, with respectful looks in their eyes. Very good. Kukaki Qianye's lips curled up slightly. Next, do what I just said. I'll give you 3 hours to prepare. After 3 hours, I want you to land in Tokyo on time. Remember, I want its goods, not people. If you dare to disobey me, I guarantee that all of you will not survive tonight. As you command, Lord Kukaki. Everyone bowed and agreed. Hakio. Kukaki Qianye sneezed and muttered to himself, "Did that idiot miss me again? Forget it, I'm too lazy to pay attention to him." Kukaki Qianye shook his head and walked into a room. The room is luxuriously decorated and magnificently furnished. And there are many precious works of art hanging on the walls. A soft big bed was covered with pink sheets, and a dim desk lamp was on. Next to the big bed is an antique computer. Next to the computer are some miscellaneous toys, game consoles and other things. Kukaki Qianye sat in front of the computer desk, crossed his legs, and tapped the keyboard lightly with his right index finger, making crackling sounds. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his previous life trajectory. Bang bang! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Hi! Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly, "What's the matter?" Outside the room, a guard said tremblingly, "Master Kukaki, someone just set up an ambush around the village, killed the sailors on the ship, and robbed a batch of goods." "Oh? Interesting." Kukaki Qianye sneered and said, "Let's go out with me and have a look. I want to kill that BD myself. You two, lead the way." Kukaki Qianye ordered. "Yes, sir. Please come with me." The two guards did not dare to neglect and took Kukaki Qianye towards the warehouse. When they came to the warehouse door, they smelled a pungent smell of blood. "What's going on?" The two guards looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. They quickly opened the door and were stunned. As soon as he saw it, there were corpses all over the ground. The bodies were all sailors on the ship. Who did it? Seeing so many people dying tragically, the eyes of the two guards instantly became wet. At this moment, they noticed a tall, short-cut man with a cold face standing next to the corpses. "My lord, you are..." Seeing this tall man with a cold face, the guard suddenly felt a sense of oppression. They don't know what kind of strength this man is, but they can be sure. This man's strength is absolutely terrifying. Do you know him? Kukaki Qianye said, pointing to a pile of corpses next to him. Please give me flowers, 0. The guards turned their heads and observed carefully, shook their heads and said, I've never seen it before. After hearing their answers, Kukaki Qianye frowned, pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, how is their usual relationship? The two guards hesitated for a moment and said, they usually have a good relationship. They often gather on the deck to chat, and they even made an appointment to gamble together. Gambling. Kukaki Qianye rolled his eyes and thought, so, this matter is not much different from what I imagined. As long as you kill some people, you can make people lose their fighting spirit. If you add inducements, you can bribe someone, get some people to imprison me. Thinking of this, Kukaki Qianye showed a ferocious smile on his face. Okay, let's set off now. Kukaki Qianye sneered, I believe that under my majesty, you will surrender. 20. On the other side. Inside a gloomy cave. Hundreds of black-clad masked ninjas are gathering here, discussing a big plan. In the position of the supreme leader, a rather old man sat quietly on the chair, his eyes narrowed, as if he was sleeping. Tsuchikage-sama, what should we do now? A woman wearing a blue kimono said respectfully to the old man. Master Tsuchikage, our plan has been exposed. Now the village is full of wanted posters for us. A short ninja with a wretched appearance came over and whispered. Wanted order. The old man slowly opened his eyes and said, isn't our plan perfect? Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Several of the men I sent also died in East Blue City. But, they died, said the wretched short ninja. The people we sent out were all elite ninjas. They were extremely powerful. They all died in East Blue City. That little devil named Kukaki Qianye was so powerful. Tsuchikage was shocked, with a solemn look on his face. Tsuchikage-sama, what should we do now? A ninja asked. No rush. Tsuchikage shook his head and said, the only thing we are worried about now is that they find out about us. After all, they don't have an intelligence network like Konoha village. However, they will not suspect us because we have enough weapons here. As long as they dare to step into East Blue City, they will definitely die. Chapter 128. However, we must take 2 defensive measures. Tsuchikage waved his hand and said in a deep voice, on the one hand, gather all the crew members into the cabin, strictly guard the cabin, and do not allow anyone to approach unless the ship is destroyed. On the other hand, send 2 teams to spread out and patrol around the island. If anything unusual is found, kill them. I want to see what the Konoha shinobi is capable of. Understood. Several subordinates left one after another to carry out the order. Mr. Tsuchikage continued to close his eyes and relax. According to their investigation, the fleet of Konoha shinobi was coming here. They must seize the time to escape, otherwise they will die. Hope they're not too smart. Tsuchikage smiled coldly. At the same time, on a passenger ship, a feast was being held at this time, with people drinking, singing, and dancing. 8:30, it's so exciting. Although this mission was difficult, it was finally successful, and I earned a lot of gold and silver. Kukaki Qianye stood on the balcony, enjoying the comfort of the sea breeze, squinting slightly and looking at the majestic East Blue City in the distance. He is in a good mood today. I originally thought it was an ordinary trip, but ended up encountering such an interesting thing. He couldn't help but look forward to the fact that if similar encounters happened a few more times, his savings would probably reach a huge amount. Thinking of this, Kukaki Qianye laughed. He finally regretted being kicked out of Konoha village by Tsunade. He feels that these days are the peak of his life. Thinking of Tsunade, the smile on Kukaki Qianye's face gradually faded, replaced by a deep resentment. Tsunade, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. When you fall into my hands, I will definitely make you taste like a human being. The most cruel pain in the world. Thinking of Tsunade's beauty, Kukaki Qianye felt a burning desire. Humph! Tsunade,
Do you think I can't do anything to you if you are hiding at home? Kukaki Qianye raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. As long as I find you, everything will be over. I will take you with me then. Come to this desert island and be brutally ravaged and tortured. Haha. I like this feeling. This feeling of conquering everything and having power is simply great. Kukaki Qianye laughed crazily. Hey, you two, come here and help. At this time, there was a sudden burst of anger. Hearing this voice, Kukaki Qianye was startled, and then a gloomy look appeared on his face. Because he clearly remembered that the person who shouted for help was one of his men sent out. Could it be that? Kukaki Qianye was suddenly shocked, and his face became extremely gloomy. Thinking that the group of people he sent out were all dead, Kukaki Qianye immediately rushed into the house. As soon as he rushed into the house, Kukaki Qianye immediately saw his 3 loyal men lying in a pool of blood, dead. There was a dagger stuck in their chests. Apparently, they had just been stabbed through the heart with a knife and died. Damn it! Kukaki Qianye was furious when he saw his subordinates died tragically in front of him. His eyes were blazing with angry flames, and a sharp chill erupted all over his body. The murderer must still be on board. After the boat stopped, Kukaki Qianye also quietly got off the boat. This is an unknown island. The surrounding environment is complex, with dense woods and criss-crossing swamps. The geographical environment here is extremely harsh, and even birds and animals are unwilling to live in such a place. This also makes it possible to see no animals at all on this small island, let alone human habitation. Kukaki Qianye quickly shuttled through the jungle with 2 personal guards. Suddenly, 2 forks appeared ahead. At this time, one of his subordinates walked up to the bamboo, carefully inspected it, and said to Kukaki Qianye, "No one is coming from the direction of the village, so it should be heading south. Let's go." Kukaki Qianye nodded and took the lead towards a fork in the road on the right. After walking for a few minutes, the front suddenly became clear. A huge stone tablet appeared in front of everyone, with the words North Blue prominently written on it. North Blue. Kukaki Qianye raised his head and looked around. Under a towering tree nearby, 2 bodies were hidden. Judging from the body shape, it was the 2 men he had arranged to leave just now. They are already dead, and their deaths are miserable. There were sharp blades inserted into the neck and abdomen. The blood was flowing and dyeing the ground red, which looked shocking. Kukaki Qianye's eyes flickered and he didn't say much. It seems that there is an attack by experts. These people must have died in the hands of these people. Maybe they are the people of the assassination organization, said a personal guard. Assassination organization. Kukaki Qianye said coldly, "Hi, now that we know it was an assassination organization, why are we talking nonsense? Hurry and deal with them." Yes. The 2 guards responded and quickly left to look for traces of the assassination organization. Kukaki Qianye walked forward slowly. Suddenly, Kukaki Qianye paused and stopped. In the grass not far away from him, a black crow was lying down, staring at him as if monitoring him. Seeing Kukaki Qianye stop moving, the black crow flapped its wings, flew into the distance in an instant, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kukaki Qianye smiled contemptuously and didn't take it to heart at all. After walking some distance, a room appeared in front of Kukaki Qianye. "Hi." Kukaki Qianye frowned. The word bar was written on the door. He had heard this address before in Konoha village. It was a famous bar in Konoha village. This is one of the main battlefields of Impure World Reincarnation. The size of the bar is not too big, it can only accommodate 500 to 600 people. At this time, the bar was empty, with only a few customers drinking and chatting. The bartender was sitting on a chair playing with his mobile phone. His attention was completely not on Kukaki Qianye, and he didn't even bother to look at Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye didn't pay attention to him, opened the door and walked in. As soon as I stepped into the bar, the strong smell of wine and powder filled my nose. A woman with a graceful figure, wearing revealing clothes, is twisting her waist to attract the attention of men. She is not beautiful in appearance, but she is more enchanting and attractive, especially her plump and round body, which is even more coveted. 3 feet. Near the bar, stood a scantily clad girl. She has a graceful figure, about 1.78 meters, with snow-white skin, and she exudes a charming aura. In addition, there are several coquettishly dressed women in the bar, who are working hard to attract customers, increase their business, and at the same time receive the hot and greedy eyes of men. Chapter 129. Each of these women possesses a very strong allure. Kukaki Qianye glanced around with a look of disgust on his face. He didn't like such vulgar powder. However, in order to confirm who the enemy was, he temporarily chose to stay and wait and see. Soon, Kukaki Qianye saw an elderly man walking into the bar. This old man's clothes are very ordinary, but he has an elegant Confucian temperament, which makes people feel good about him. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the old man. A sentence flashed through his mind: a gentleman is like jade and has the demeanor of a Confucian scholar. 17. The old man seemed to notice that Kukaki Qianye was looking at him. He glanced at Kukaki Qianye slowly, and then continued to drink tea with his head down. Seeing this, Kukaki Qianye showed a solemn expression on his face. This old man is definitely not as simple as he appears, his strength is unfathomable. However, for Kukaki Qianye, the mission is the most important. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it can only be defeated by force. Kid, what do you want to drink? The bartender glanced at Kukaki Qianye. Although Kukaki Qianye is a lone warrior, they still asked politely. A glass of lemonade. Kukaki Qianye casually found an empty seat, picked up the fruit on the table, ate one, and said casually, "Oh." The bartender responded, and then made lemonade for Kukaki Qianye. The lemonade was prepared quickly, and the bartender brought it over and placed it in front of Kukaki Qianye. Gilu gilu. Kukaki Qianye drank it all in one gulp. Later, he ordered another chicken rice. "Kid, I advise you to leave here quickly. This is not a place for you," the bartender advised. "Why?" Kukaki Qianye asked. "Because a killer will come to kill you tonight," the bartender said. "Really?" Kukaki Qianye had a cold smile on his lips and said, "I want to see who wants to kill me." The bartender shook his head, sighed, and said no more. "Good luck to you, kid," the bartender sighed. "Thanks." Kukaki Qianye nodded. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside the bar door. Immediately afterwards, the person outside the door said, "Open the door." The bartender frowned and said, "Kid, they are coming, you should run away for your life." "I can't help you, and I won't help you. Thank you." After Kukaki Qianye said this, he turned and left the bar. He did not choose to fight the people outside the door because he knew that he could not defeat these people at all. At the door of the bar, there were 8 killers wearing black cloaks, with oil paint on their faces, and holding kunai and short swords. Behind them, stood more than a dozen companions. Each of these people exudes a dangerous aura, and you can tell at a glance that they are all well-trained killers. "Damn it," the bartender yelled angrily, glared at the 8 killers fiercely, and said, "How dare you break into the bar? Stop talking. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame our men for being ruthless. Get out of here." The 8 killers scolded each other with extremely arrogant attitudes. "Humph, you want me to get out? Unless you step over my body," the bartender roared. "You are looking for death." The 8 killers were immediately furious and rushed over with kunai, daggers, and other weapons raised. The bartender immediately pulled out an iron rod hanging from his waist and faced the 8 killers. After the two sides fought for a while, the bartender retreated, suppressed by a group of killers and retreating steadily. 8 killers swarmed forward, and the bartender was forced to take a few steps back. He was hit with 2 swords in the chest, causing serious injuries and blood flowing freely. At this moment, suddenly, a figure quickly rushed in front of the bartender, stood in front of the bartender, and punched out. Bang! 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 All 8 killers were knocked back. "Who are you?" The 8 killers looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of them with vigilance, their eyes flashing coldly. "The young man in front of me is none other than Kukaki Qianye. His target is Sato Kaed. Kaed Sato."
The bartender recognized Kaed Sato at a glance and looked surprised. Why are you here? Outside the bar. After Kukaki Qianye saw Sato Kaed, he immediately winked at him. Sato Kaed immediately understood Kukaki Qianye's intention, and immediately shouted to the bartender, "They want to kill me." After that, he suddenly jumped up to the bar window and jumped out of the bar. After Sato Kaed jumped off the bar, his body turned into an afterimage. He passed by the bartender at lightning speed, then grabbed the sleeping Sato Kaed, used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a distance, and then took Sato Kaed away. Throwing it onto a large stone slab, he then jumped onto the stone slab. Puff! A kunao flew past Sato Kaed and almost penetrated his body. Seeing this scene, Sato Kaed was dripping with cold sweat, secretly calling for luck. He was really afraid that if he was 0.01 seconds slower, he would have been shot into a sieve. "You kid, you're looking for death." Seeing Kaed Sato running away, the leading killer shouted angrily, waved a kunao and chased after him. Swish, swish, swish. The kunao pierced the sky and shot towards Zhou Zifeng. Sato Kaed quickly activated the mental master system, and a layer of red barrier appeared. Clang clang clang. The kunao hit the barrier and was ejected. Sato Kaed glanced at these people coldly, then kicked the ground with the solace of his feet and jumped up. The next moment Kukaki Qianye appeared behind Sato Kaed, and he kicked Sato Kaed in the neck with a high whip kick. Sato Kaed tilted his head and avoided the whip kick. Taking this opportunity, 143 Sato Kaed grabbed Kukaki Qianye's ankle and slammed it on the ground. Bah! Kukaki Qianye suddenly fell to the ground. BD! Kukaki Qianye got up from the ground, furious, gnashing his teeth and staring at Sato Kaed, wanting to tear him apart. "You brat, how dare you hit me? I have to kill you today!" Kukaki Qianye roared crazily. Whoa! Sato Kaed's figure shook and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared next to Kukaki Qianye and slashed with his knife. Kukaki Qianye nimbly dodged and moved aside. "You are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered in my life," Kukaki Qianye said gloomily. "Ha ha!" Sato Kaed smiled contemptuously and ignored Kukaki Qianye. The reason why he was able to successfully sneak attack just now was entirely because the opponent was caught off guard, and Kukaki Qianye did not expect that his movement skills were so weird, which led to his successful sneak attack. The next moment, Sato Kaed activated the phantom tracking step again and bullied Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye's physical fitness is much stronger than that of Sato Kaed, but it is still difficult to resist the threat of phantom foot. Every time he is about to dodge, Sato Kaed can always predict in advance and dodge first. Kukaki Qianye's strength is indeed not weak. If placed in other cities, he would be a second-level professional. Chapter 130. But it is a pity that he encountered a monster-level pervert like Kukaki Qianye. In front of Kukaki Qianye could not display his due strength at all. After Kukaki Qianye and Sato Kaed fought for about 3 minutes, they were finally outnumbered and fled in defeat. "Damn it, I actually let him run away." The leading killer cursed fiercely, and then ordered the surrounding killers, "Forget it this time, he should be injured too." Here, Kukaki Qianye escaped. If he hadn't been injured, he would definitely not have behaved like this, but there was no way, he had been seriously injured in the previous fight. Although the injuries were serious, they were not fatal. "What should we do?" Kukaki Qianye murmured softly. He didn't know where Sato Kaed lived, let alone Sato Kaed's specific location. And he didn't know the way, so he could only search aimlessly. This is it. At this time, Kukaki Qianye noticed that the tire of a car not far away exploded and the car stopped. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, then swayed and quietly touched the car. He carefully observed the surrounding environment, and then after confirming that no one was there, he took out a dark pill and swallowed it. A few seconds later, Kukaki Qianye's eyes turned red, and his muscles swelled a lot, full of power, as if he could crush steel. Ho! Kukaki Qianye looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes became extremely scarlet, and his pupils were vertical, looking crazy and bloodthirsty. Then,
Kukaki Qianye pointed his hand in a certain direction and said loudly, "That direction, go." Hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, the 8 killers followed Kukaki Qianye without hesitation and rushed forward quickly. Sadoka Ed was about 500 meters away from Kukaki Qianye at this time. He hid in the grass and waited for the arrival of Kukaki Qianye. Boo-hoo! Bang 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 dot. Soon after, Kukaki Qianye led 8 killers into the bushes where Sadoka Ed was hiding. Kill! Seeing Sadoka Ed in the grass, the 8 killers shouted together, then raised their guns and shot at Sadoka Ed. Boo-hoo! Sadoka Ed's mental power had already locked onto these killers. He swayed, quickly dodged bullets, and circled around the 8 killers in the blink of an eye. What a quick reaction! The 8 killers were stunned, and then continued to shoot. Boo-hoo! Sadoka Ed was dodging the killers' bullets while unleashing humiliation on the killers. The extremely rich white smoke instantly filled the entire area, blocking everyone's sight. Oops, this smoke is poisonous. Cough cough cough. Hold your breath. This is a gas bomb. There was a violent coughing sound. Kaed Sato knew that the killers had been hit, and immediately kicked a killer who was standing unsteadily on the spot. Boom! Sato Kaed's foot hit the killer's head hard, causing him to faint to the ground instantly. The expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically, and they all covered their noses and kept spitting out thick fog. Humph! Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly when he saw this scene. He knew that the killers had been tricked. Boom! Kukaki Qianye raised his hand and punched Sadoka Ed in the air. Suddenly, a storm of concentrated punches rushed forward and hit Sadoka Ed's chest. Sadoka Ed groaned and took a few steps back. At the same time, a stinging pain spread throughout Sadoka Ed's limbs and bones, and he couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that Kukaki Qianye could inflict such damage on him just by relying on his momentum. Is this all you trash can do? Sadoka Ed took a few deep breaths, then calmed down, and coldly glanced at the 8 killers around him, his tone extremely cold. What Kaed Sato used just now was the secret sword technique of the art of sword control. Don't talk nonsense to him, kill him. A killer said coldly. Okay. The other killers nodded. So, all 7 of them shot Sadoka Ed. Sadoka Ed's eyes were extremely cold. He protected all the vital parts of his body with his arms and then swung at the killers around him. Suddenly, 16 sharp daggers flew out of his hand, and blood stained the ground instantly. Ding ding ding! A crisp sound came from Kukaki Qianye's body. What? Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. Kukaki Qianye was wearing a piece of armor with blue light flowing. It was this armor that blocked Sadoka Ed's hidden weapon just now. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Kaed Sato was slightly surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect Kukaki Qianye to be protected by armor, so he quickly threw a fog bomb. Whoosh! A sound broke through the air suddenly, followed by a flash of silver light, and then directly inserted into the gap in the armor in front of Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly stretched out 2 fingers, clamped the silver needle, and then quickly pulled it out. The length and hardness of the silver needle were beyond imagination. Kukaki Qianye used all his strength to pull the silver needle out of the gap in the armor. Hiss! At the same time, the highly corrosive poisonous mist also enveloped Kukaki Qianye, corroding his armor. Kukaki Qianye's armor is extremely tough, and the poisonous mist can only corrode the skin, but is not too corrosive. However, Kukaki Qianye relied on the light blue arc emitted by the armor to isolate the toxin. Pfft! Kukaki Qianye spit out a mouthful of black blood. His face was extremely pale and his breath became weak. It was obvious that the fierce battle just now had consumed a lot of his strength. At this time, Kukaki Qianye finally saw the existence of Sadoka Ed. Who are you? Kukaki Qianye asked, staring at Sadoka Ed. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Sadoka Ed chuckled, walked out slowly, okay Zhao, and said lightly to Kukaki Qianye. I'm very tired now. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Surrender and capture, or 2. Die.
Kukaki Qianye looked at Sadoka and said in a deep voice. Haha, I didn't expect that I could meet someone as arrogant and conceited as you. In this case, then you should die. Sadoka heard this, showing a trace of ridicule, and then said to Kukaki Qianye. Boo-hoo. Sadoka flicked his wrist, and Tabata's mysterious bullet struck again. It's a small skill, go for it. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Kukaki Qianye's mouth. He held a long knife in one hand and slashed several times at Sadoka in the air. Kukaki Qianye's several chops instantly cut Sadoka mist ball into powder. Seeing this, Kaed Sato's face changed slightly. He knew that he might not be able to win this battle, because the strength shown by Kukaki Qianye completely overwhelmed him, and the gap was even larger than he expected. Chapter 131. Swipe. At this moment, a long sword appeared from behind Kukaki Qianye, and then a long sword flew out from Kukaki Qianye's sleeve, and then slashed hard in front of Sadoka and a half-moon-shaped sword energy surged instantly. Come! Seeing this, Sadoka hurriedly evaded, but because the power of the sword energy was too strong, he was still hit by the aftermath and his chest was seriously injured. It's time to finish. Kukaki Qianye looked indifferent, then raised the long knife in his hand and slashed towards Sadoka. Click! The knife fell down, and the wooden knife in Sadoka hand instantly turned into powder and disappeared. Sadoka face changed slightly, and he hurriedly picked up the chakra on his waist and abdomen. Kukaki Qianye slapped Sadoka with his palm. Sadoka did not expect that he would dare to attack him without fear in the face of danger. He was caught off guard and was hit in the chest by Kukaki Qianye's palm. Wow! The next second, Sadoka opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his body flew far away like a cannonball, breaking many shrub branches. How is it possible? Kaed Sato struggled to stand up. He looked down at the injuries on his chest with disbelief on his face. He didn't expect Kukaki Qianye to be so strong. He actually defeated him with one palm. 587. Just go ahead and capture me. You've seen it, you can't beat me. I don't want to kill anyone today, so I'll spare your life, so get out. Kukaki Qianye pointed his sword at Sadoka chest. Sadoka face was uncertain, and finally he sighed and gathered his breath and energy. Afterwards, Sadoka left the forest with a bitter look on his face and ran towards the entrance of the forest. Whoosh! 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 At the moment Sadoka was escaping, 3 blasts of sound suddenly sounded from behind Sadoka and a grenade exploded directly, swallowing Sadoka completely. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the fire suddenly lit up. Sadoka was also buried in it, and his life and death were uncertain. Humph! Stupid guy! Kukaki Qianye saw this scene, snorted coldly, and then picked up a crystal ball. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha! Suddenly, Kukaki Qianye looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He smiled, but his tears couldn't stop flowing out. He never expected that Sadoka would die in his hands. However, although he hated Sadoka very much, he did not forget that he still had something to do. He wanted to find the treasures hidden in Sadoka. Those treasures were very valuable to him. Swish, swish, swish! Kukaki Qianye quickly came to the place where Sadoka was blown up, then squatted down and observed carefully. This is... Kukaki Qianye stared at the body lying at his feet in stunned silence. Not bad, not bad. It's worth the hard work and planning for so long. I finally got him. Kukaki Qianye looked at the corpse at his feet and murmured to himself. He felt inexplicably excited in his heart. Leave this corpse to Laozi for disposal. Hey, this is a fresh corpse. When Laozi absorbs the vitality from your body, then Laozi will definitely be able to return to his peak condition. Kukaki Qianye touched the wounds on the corpse and licked them. Tongue said. Hi. Kukaki Qianye took a deep breath, and after repairing Sadoka injuries, he took Sadoka body and left the forest. He planned to take Sadoka body back to study. Some time later, in a luxurious house, Kukaki Qianye was sitting on the sofa. Is there really such a thing? Kukaki Qianye said solemnly, holding a dark crystal bead in his right hand. Inside the crystal bead is a blurry shadow. He is the soul imprint of Sotoka-ed, but he is no longer in human form. He has turned into a short, ugly monster with black mud all over his body. Yes, this kiwi fruit is a precious fruit that I have spent hundreds of years cultivating. It has powerful healing power. Just taking one piece of it can quickly restore body functions, CBDC. Not only can it enables people to gain eternal life and powerful strength. However, it can only help ordinary humans extend their lifespan for 15 years, and only one fruit of this kind can be produced at a time. But even so, it is enough to make ordinary people envious. In addition, this fruit has a more powerful effect on us ninjas. Only one fruit can break through the bottleneck. Opposite Kukaki Qianye, a man wearing a grey robe and a hood, his face hidden in the darkness, explained. Can this fruit really make humans immortal and gain great power? After hearing this, Kukaki Qianye's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, this is a genuine fruit of eternal life, but the person who takes it needs to pay a price. The man in grey robe continued, his voice a bit sharp. What price? Kukaki Qianye asked with a frown. First of all, it must be a woman. After all, this kind of fruit requires a woman's heart. In addition, it must be ensured that the user will immediately reach a limit state after eating the fruit of eternal life. The man in grey robe continued. Woman? Haha. Are you sure my disciple would be willing to sacrifice himself for others to take? A trace of sarcasm flashed across Kukaki Qianye's face. Of course she will. She has become an ordinary person now, and she is obsessed with you. She should agree to you, but you must give her certain resources in the early stage. The man in grey robe said lightly. Then how do you know that this fruit is not effective for me? After all, nothing in this world can guarantee 100% survival. Kukaki Qianye said calmly after hearing this. If you haven't even heard of the fruit of eternal life, then your life has been in vain. After the man in grey robe mocked, he continued, whether you believe it or not, this fruit can definitely change you. A loser becomes a genius, from a weakling to a powerful one. Haha, that's what I'm looking forward to. Kukaki Qianye smiled contemptuously, and then stretched out his hand to touch the green glowing mark on the forehead of the grey-robed man. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and the green mark on the forehead of the grey-robed man gradually extinguished, and the grey-robed man's eyes also closed. After a long time, Kukaki Qianye slowly opened his eyes. Gone? What's going on? Kukaki Qianye looked at the missing mark on the grey-robed man in surprise. Just when Kukaki Qianye touched the mark of the man in grey robe, the mark on the man in grey robe disappeared. Humph, you are just a pawn, you are not worthy of negotiating terms with me. Kukaki Qianye looked at the place where the grey-robed man disappeared, sneered, then turned and walked towards the door. Crack! Kukaki Qianye closed the door and then used the body flicker technique to disappear. Chapter 132. Soon after, Kukaki Qianye reappeared in a desolate and remote suburb. This is the private property of Kukaki Qianye, a small manor he purchased nearby. At this moment, Kukaki Qianye came to a gorgeously decorated bedroom in this manor. Bang bang bang! Kukaki Qianye knocked on the locked bedroom door. Who is it? There was a gasp from inside. I, Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye said expressionlessly. Creak sounded, and the door was opened. Lying on the bed was a beautiful woman who was naked, with white skin, delicate appearance, and long brown hair shawl. Qianye, why did you come to me all of a sudden? After seeing Kukaki Qianye, the beauty's pretty face suddenly blushed, and then she said shyly. The beauty is Chien Sakura, who was previously agreed with Kukaki Qianye. She is also Kukaki Qianye's concubine and an experimental subject. She was transformed from an artificial human. Tonight, I'm going to kill someone. Kukaki Qianye looked at Chien Sakura with an evil smile. Kill, kill, kill. Why? Don't you love me anymore? Upon hearing this, Chien Sakura's whole face suddenly turned pale. She looked at Kukaki Qianye in fear and said, her eyes filled with tears. Full of tears. Haha, if you don't love it, you don't love it. No excuses are needed. Kukaki Qianye chuckled and said without hesitation. Then, I'll go with you. I'm not afraid of death. I just ask you not to leave me in this dirty place. Chien Sakura said through gritted teeth. Okay, let's get completely crazy tonight. Kukaki Qianye said with a slightly moved expression. A few minutes later, Kukaki Qianye took Chien Sakura to an underground cage, where there was an old man with a withered body and skin and bones. Next to the cage, a young man in tattered clothes was squatting in the corner with his knees trembling, like a frightened little rabbit. Suddenly, the young man who was huddled in the corner looked up and saw that it was Kukaki Qianye and Chien Sakura. He stood up hurriedly, then rushed over and knelt down. This young man is none other than Kukaki Qianye's adopted son, Kotaro Sasaki. He is one of the only survivors of the Kukaki family and the most loyal to Kukaki Qianye. My foster father, please save my mother. As long as you are willing to help me rescue my mother, I will be grateful to you forever. Kukaki Kotaro knelt down in front of Qianye and prayed. Haha, don't worry, you will be able to see your mother later. Kukaki Qianye chuckled, then stretched out his right hand to touch Kukaki Kotaro's head, and said with a kind face. Really, really? Thank you, my foster father. Kotaro will always repay your kindness. If you ask me to go east, I will never dare to go west. Kukaki Kotaro was stunned when he heard this, and then his face changed. Said happily. Okay, you go down and rest. Kukaki Qianye patted Kukaki Kotaro on the shoulder and said. I obey, Lord Foster Father. Kukaki Kotaro said respectfully, then stepped aside and waited silently. Hehe. After seeing Kukaki Kotaro walking away, Kukaki Qianye showed a smile on his lips and his eyes were full of excitement. Kukaki Qianye picked up a black pill on the table and swallowed it, then he sat cross-legged on the sofa. Boom! After the pill enters the abdomen, a pure energy emerges from the pill and quickly integrates into Kukaki Qianye's body. What a rich energy! Kukaki Qianye exclaimed, and then started practicing. After a while, boom! Kukaki Qianye's whole body was on fire, and his whole body was burning with blazing heat like a burning man. Chilla! A huge flaming sword energy formed out of thin air, and then slashed around with a destructive momentum. Bang! The wall of the house where Kukaki Qianye lived was slashed with a huge crack by the flaming sword energy, and then turned into fragments all over the sky, scattered on the ground. Hiss! Roar! GG! The sudden appearance of strange phenomena on Kukaki Qianye attracted the attention of many zombies around him. They roared and quickly approached, trying to tear Kukaki Qianye apart. But after approaching the 3-meter range of Kukaki Qianye, these zombies stopped moving forward one after another. They crawled on the ground in fear, with endless horror and even deep fear in their eyes. Because they can clearly feel that Kukaki Qianye's aura is several times more powerful than before, and it is even more violent and ferocious. Haha, you stupid ant, are you trying to compete with me for your body? You just don't know how to live or die. Kukaki Qianye chuckled and said in a serious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, Kukaki Qianye swung his right arm violently, and another flaming sword energy condensed, and then slashed forward with a terrifying momentum. Call out! The flaming sword energy flew out and then slashed hard at the group of zombies in front, smashing 5 or 6 of them to pieces. Seeing the legion of low-level monsters he had worked so hard to create die instantly, Kukaki Qianye not only showed no mercy, but instead let out a gloomy and harsh laugh. The next second, Kukaki Qianye made a fist with his right hand and punched forward hard. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded, and then wherever Kukaki Qianye's fist passed, all the zombies exploded and turned into a mist of blood. 0. The aura emanating from Kukaki Qianye became more and more terrifying, causing Chien Sakura beside Kukaki Qianye to tremble. Her face was pale, her eyes were dull, and she was obviously frightened. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar came from behind Kukaki Qianye. A thin man jumped out from behind Kukaki Qianye, and then grabbed Kukaki Qianye with his claws. This thin man's sharp claws were as black as ink, shimmering with a cold and sharp luster, and obviously contained extremely powerful power. Kukaki Qianye didn't even look back, and slapped him in the back with his backhand. Pfft! There was a crisp sound, and a thick and powerful arm was smashed to pieces by Kukaki Qianye. It turned into a puddle of flesh and fell to the ground, with a fishy smell. Ouch! The owner of this severed arm let out a cry of pain, and then quickly ran away from the place while covering the broken arm. Waste! Kukaki Qianye didn't even look at it and said with a sneer. Immediately afterwards, Kukaki Qianye slowly turned his head to look in one direction and said calmly, "Now that you are here, stop being sneaky and hide and come out quickly." Upon hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, there was a sound of thin footsteps in that direction, and then 3 embarrassed figures walked out. The 3 of them were all dressed in white robes, handsome in appearance, and smelled of strong medicine. They were obviously doctors, but they looked dejected at the moment. Chapter 133. The 3 of them looked at Kukaki Qianye, with a hint of fear and resentment in their eyes. Yes, these 3 doctors are exactly the doctors that Tanaka Kotaro found. Although these 3 doctors are not very good at medical skills, they can barely be called doctors. After all, the hospital also has medical staff. Tanaka Kotaro is indeed no longer suitable to stay in the Tanaka family. Kukaki Qianye looked at the 3 doctors in front of him, with a mocking smile on his face. The 3 doctors ignored Kukaki Qianye's words. They each took out a glass bottle, then pulled off the cap and crushed the cork with their hands. Suddenly, a pungent medicinal fragrance filled the air. "Drink!" The 3 doctors shouted, poured a bottle of liquid into their mouths, and then walked quickly towards Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye looked at the 3 people approaching him quickly, his face suddenly turned cold, and he waved his right hand in the air with 403. Hola! A strong wind blew up, and the clothes of the 3 doctors were instantly blown away, and then they stood naked in front of Kukaki Qianye. The 3 doctors were stunned for a moment, then turned around hurriedly with their faces flushed. They were so ashamed that they wanted to be killed immediately. "You trash can actually dare to challenge me. You are very brave," Kukaki Qianye said jokingly. He grabbed one of the doctors by the collar and lifted him up, staring at this doctor with cold eyes. "Famous doctor! You!" The doctor's face turned red and he opened his mouth to curse. Boom! Crack! Kukaki Qianye moved his right hand slightly and punched the doctor's chest directly. Then he exerted force on his wrist and blood spilled all over the floor. When the remaining 2 doctors saw this scene, their faces turned extremely pale, and then they hurriedly turned around and ran away. Whoosh whoosh! The 2 doctors had just taken a few steps when 2 sounds of piercing the air resounded. Then they were knocked away by an extremely powerful shock wave and fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood. "Who sent you?" Kukaki Qianye said word by word with murderous intent in his eyes. "Kill us!" The 2 doctors looked at each other and then said through gritted teeth. Snort! Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly and threw the 2 of them far away. Bump! 2 muffled sounds sounded at the same time, and the 2 doctors fell heavily to the ground and fell unconscious. Damn it! Kukaki Qianye cursed inwardly. He originally wanted to use these 3 doctors to absorb their energy and spirit, making him stronger. But what he never expected was that these 3 people would rather die than cooperate with him. It seems that he wants to improve his strength quickly. Kukaki Qianye frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Roar! Just when Kukaki Qianye was thinking about how to quickly improve his strength, a beast-like roar sounded next to him, and then, a strong gust of wind rushed towards him. Kukaki Qianye looked up and saw a huge black tiger running madly, with muscles all over its body, filled with an infinite sense of power. The evil beast is looking for death. Kukaki Qianye had a calm look on his face, and then swatted his hand towards the black tiger, his fingertips flashing with light golden light, unparalleled in power. Boom! There was a huge muffled sound, and then Black Tiger was slapped by Kukaki Qianye and flew away, and then Wolf fell to the ground. Ouch! The Black Tiger screamed in pain and struggled to get up, but it was severely injured. In the end, it lay on the ground unable to get up and was dying. The faces of the 2 doctors and the cub were filled with shock after seeing the terrifying strength displayed by Kukaki Qianye.
This kind of strength is completely beyond ordinary people's imagination. Whether it was the move just now or the ability to easily deal with the Black Tiger's attack now, this kind of terrifying strength is definitely not something ordinary warriors can possess. Are you Kukaki Qianye? Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded, and then 3 old people were seen walking from a distance. The 3 of them looked to be in their 50s or 60s. Their bodies were a little sick, their skin was shriveled, and they looked like they were about to be buried. Kukaki Qianye glanced at them and nodded. He knew who the 3 old men in front of him were, because these 3 were the 3 guardians of the Tanaka family and were dedicated to protecting the safety of Kotaro Tanaka. Unless there are special circumstances, these 3 old people will not appear. Now that these 3 old people appear here, it is enough to prove that something happened to Kotaro Tanaka. What are you 3 doing here? Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice. Something happened to the young master, we must protect him. One of the guardians said in a deep voice. He was tall, with white hair, sunken eyes, and extremely sinister eyes. When the other 2 old men heard this, their expressions became extremely solemn, and then they surrounded Kukaki Qianye. Sure enough, something happened to Kotaro Tanaka. Kukaki Qianye murmured in a low voice, and then his face suddenly became ferocious. A ball of hot flames emerged from Kukaki Qianye's right hand and quickly formed a fireball. The next moment, Kukaki Qianye threw the fireball towards the 3 guardians. Whoosh! The extremely hot fireball cut through the void and instantly came to the 3 guardians with devastating high temperature. Oops! The expressions of the 3 guardians changed, and then their fists slammed together. In an instant, an extremely terrifying elemental power burst out, and then turned into a thick blue light shield blocking the 3 people. Boom! A violent roar suddenly sounded, and the extremely hot fireball confronted the blue light shield. A terrifying shock wave centered on the place where the 2 touched, spread out in an arc, and then spread around several feet. Everything inside was torn apart, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Dang dang dang! The faces of the 3 guardians turned pale, and then they staggered back a few steps, with a look of shock in their eyes. These 3 people originally thought that their combined strength would be enough to withstand Kukaki Qianye's attack, but what they never expected was that they still lost to Kukaki Qianye in 5.8. Together, the 3 of them are no match for Kukaki Qianye, which is simply unbelievable to them. These are the personal bodyguards of the 4 emperors. Each one of them has a fighting power of Tianan level. Looking at the entire Konoha village, only a few people are their opponents. However, now that they have joined forces, they are no match for Kukaki Qianye, which is really shocking. Kukaki Qianye looked indifferent, and then walked towards the black tiger lying on the ground and wailing. Although the black tiger was on the verge of death, it still kept roaring, its scarlet pupils full of ferocity, like a ferocious wolf that chose people to eat, which was very scary. Seeing Kukaki Qianye approaching, Black Tiger's body trembled, and then he prostrated on the ground, showing a posture of surrender. Chapter 134. Beast, you know what you are doing. Kukaki Qianye grinned. He did not hurt Black Tiger, then stretched out his hand, and a golden sword energy shot into Black Tiger's head instantly. Pfft! The Black Tiger's head exploded instantly, and the smelly blood mixed with the minced meat sprayed out, and then it stared with unblinking eyes. How is this going? Seeing this scene, the 2 doctors' eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. That black tiger was killed instantly by the man in front of him. This is unscientific. A young doctor shouted in despair. How can there be so much science in this world? The elderly guardian shook his head and sighed. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will send you on your way today. Kukaki Qianye stared at the 3 people with cold eyes. He suddenly stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the ground suddenly sunk, and then a violent force followed. With Kukaki Qianye's right leg, he spread out and moved towards the 3 guardians, volume 21. Whoosh! Kukaki Qianye's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of one of the old men, and then hit the old man's chest without hesitation. Bang! The old man's chest suddenly collapsed, and the clicking sounds of broken bones continued to be heard. Then the old man's body flew out, hit the tree hard, and vomited blood. One palm, death. Seeing this scene, the faces of the remaining two old men changed. They couldn't help but take a breath. Is this guy really just a teenager? Why is the pressure on them so great? You kid, how dare you do it? The old guardian roared angrily, his figure flashed, and he rushed to Kukaki Qianye as fast as lightning. Then he waved his right arm, and the majestic elemental power instantly gathered on his palm. A dazzling huge blue light claw condensed in an instant, and then the wolf claws hit Kukaki Qianye's shoulder. Kukaki Qianye frowned slightly, flicked his right hand, and then another fireball roared out. Boom! There was another violent explosion, and then a strong and dazzling light bloomed. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up, and the surrounding lawns and ground were overturned. One blow severely injured one person again, and even several ribs were broken. The elderly guardian was covered in blood. He stood up with difficulty and looked at Kukaki Qianye with eyes full of resentment. At the same time, he was secretly frightened in his heart. Kukaki Qianye's strength was far beyond his expectation, far beyond the average Jonin realm, and even vaguely reached the elite Jonin level. Kid, who are you? The old guardian asked in a cold voice. Kukaki Qianye didn't bother to pay attention to him. He continued to walk in the direction of the black tiger. Stop him quickly, the old guardian yelled hurriedly. Hearing the words of the elderly guardian, the two young doctors around him immediately rushed to Kukaki Qianye. Bang bang bang! There was an extremely dull collision sound, and then they were all kicked away by Kukaki Qianye like sandbags. They fell heavily to the ground, and then they coughed profusely, bleeding from their mouths and noses, and they were seriously injured. You two trash! Seeing Kukaki Qianye deal with the two young doctors so neatly, the elderly guardian was immediately furious and he cursed. These two losers were so miserable that they couldn't even stop Kukaki Qianye. Hi! Kukaki Qianye glanced at the elderly guardian, his eyes cold. Kid, I'm going to crush you to ashes and make you immortal forever, the old guardian said in a hateful voice through gritted teeth. Crack! Kukaki Qianye suddenly raised his right foot and stepped directly on the elderly guardian's right ankle. Then, Kukaki Qianye's foot suddenly released a terrifying and boundless energy fluctuation. The old guardian's right ankle twisted instantly, and then there was a crisp sound, and the right ankle was completely shattered. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly sounded, and the elderly guardian was so painful that he was sweating all over his body. His face became even paler, and he was obviously suffering from great pain. Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly, then let go of his feet and turned around to leave. Boo-hoo! Two piercing sounds suddenly sounded, and two long knives struck Kukaki Qianye from the left and right sides respectively. Kukaki Qianye punched out with his backhand, and the strong wind roared out, and then hit the two long knives hard, making a crisp sound of clang, and then the two long knives flew out and stuck in the soil in the distance. Another old man took the opportunity to break free from the shackles Kukaki Qianye had just left, and his figure turned into a stream of light and struck towards Kukaki Qianye, very fast, like thunder. Whoa! Kukaki Qianye's figure moved a strange distance laterally, avoiding the old man's attack. Hi! The old man raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he noticed something was wrong. Because he felt that Kukaki Qianye's speed suddenly increased several times, even catching up with his peak period. This was the first time he encountered this situation, but he didn't pay much attention to it because he thought Kukaki Qianye must have used some kind of secret method or elixir to temporarily gain great strength. But this poses no threat to him at all. Even so, he will still kill him and lead them back to Konoha village. 470 Boom! Bang! Kika! 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 There were constant sounds of violent collisions and fractures, and the figure of the elderly guardian kept flying back. Every time he retreated a few meters, he would spit out a large mouthful of blood, and was finally kicked away. Soon, the old guardian withdrew from the range of 100 meters. He staggered to stabilize his figure, his face was extremely pale, he was panting, and his eyes looked at Kukaki Qianye in horror, full of shock and fear. Damn thing, I will never spare you. The elderly guardian stared at Kukaki Qianye fiercely and growled. I'm waiting. I also want to know why you can't get around me. Kukaki Qianye said with a cold tone with a sarcastic smile. Kid, do you know that you have committed a heinous crime now? The old guardian took a deep breath to calm his violently beating heart, and then said through gritted teeth, kill Fujiwara Hirano, you will pay the price. Fujiwara Hirano? Who? Kukaki Qianye asked doubtfully. The head of the Konoha Sunin, Fujiwara Shinjo's father, is also the only high-level ninja in this town, said the elderly guardian. Oh? Really? That's just right. Today I will kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and let the ninjas in the whole city know how stupid it is to offend me. Kukaki Qianye nodded, and then said lightly. Chapter 135. Arrogant, really extremely arrogant. After hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, the elderly guardian's face turned gloomy. Swish, swish, swish. Kukaki Qianye stepped lightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already beside the elderly guardian. Kukaki Qianye clenched his right fist tightly, and then without hesitation, he suddenly smashed it towards the head of the elderly guardian. With one punch, the space seemed to be torn apart, and there was a crackling sound in the void. Boom! Kukaki Qianye's fist effortlessly penetrated the elderly guardian's defense, and then accurately hit the elderly guardian's forehead, making an earth-shattering roar. The old guardian suddenly felt as if he had been hit hard, blood splattered out, dyeing the ground red, and then the body fell to the ground with a muffled sound, and there was no breath at all. Kukaki Qianye retracted his fist, then slowly turned around and walked away. His steps were not very fast, but each step was so close that he covered a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant. Call out! Not long after Kukaki Qianye left, a terrifying energy aura came from behind him. Then, a short and fat old man suddenly appeared here. He was the accomplice of the elderly guardian. His strength was elite jonin. A short, fat old man in the elementary realm. Huh? Where is the person? The short, fat old man first checked the surrounding scene, then frowned and asked in confusion. It's strange. I just watched him enter the depths of the forest. The short, fat old man muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes slightly. But at this moment, the hairs all over his body suddenly stood up, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Who is it? The short, fat old man turned around suddenly and shouted with a solemn look on his face. Boom! A huge claw covered with pitch-black scales descended from the sky, carrying a monstrous power and slamming down hard, making the space seem to become much more depressed, and the air was squeezed and creaked, as if it would collapse in the next second. Fall in general. Looking for death, the short, fat old man shouted coldly, shaking his body. Hi! A sharp sound came, and the old man instantly appeared in front of a towering ancient tree. Then he waved his arm, and a sharp sword light suddenly shot out like lightning, slashing at the extremely strong tree with a devastating force. Above the tree, there was a clear sound of metal clashing. Kukaki Qianye's huge black palm suddenly stopped, and at the same time, the huge black claw was cracked and became fragmented. You actually dare to use your body to resist my attack, you are seeking death. The old guardian roared angrily, and his figure flashed again, appearing on another big tree, and slashed out with another sharp sword light. This sword light was nearly 10 feet long, emitting a dazzling white light. The sharp sword light cut through the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and then slashed towards Kukaki Qianye's neck. Go, want to chop off Kukaki Qianye's head directly. Puff! With a sound, the sword light instantly penetrated Kukaki Qianye's throat, and scarlet blood spurted out, making Kukaki Qianye's body stiffen in place. Hey! A cruel smile appeared on the corner of the short, fat old man's mouth. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Kukaki Qianye's neck, trying to capture Kukaki Qianye alive. Buzz buzz! A bright white light suddenly lit up on Kukaki Qianye's chest, and then, a ring appeared out of thin air, and then burst into white light, instantly covering the short, fat old man's entire body. The next moment, the plump body of the short, fat old man began to gradually shrivel up, his skin became wrinkled and dry, his body became thinner, and even the thick armor on his body became dull. What's going on? The short,
fat old man's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly let go of Kukaki Qianye, trying to escape. Bang bang bang! At this moment, an extremely vast and surging aura rose into the sky from the inside of the ring on Kukaki Qianye's chest, and then turned into a huge chain, tightly imprisoning the short and fat old man, no matter how hard the short and fat old man struggled. To no avail. This is... The short, fat old man's pupils suddenly shrank, with a look of deep panic in his eyes. Although he has great skills, it is still difficult for him to resist this extremely powerful seal and restraint force. You must be the mysterious Shinigami, right? The short, fat old man's eyes trembled wildly, and then he shouted in horror. Now that you know my identity, why don't you hurry up and capture me? Kukaki Qianye walked over slowly, without any trace of emotion on his face, and said calmly. Don't come here, otherwise, I would rather choose to self-destruct than not to be controlled by you. If I die, your plan will definitely fail completely, and you will definitely suffer heavy losses. The face of the short and fat old man changed greatly, and his voice, the trembling cry, was obviously very frightened. Do you think I will really give you a chance to self-destruct? Kukaki Qianye still had an extremely indifferent expression on his face, and then said calmly. Crack! Before Kukaki Qianye finished speaking, his palms suddenly turned into two extremely black dragon claws, and then he squeezed them hard. Ah! The short, fat old man let out a shrill howl, and then his whole head exploded like a rotten watermelon, with blood splattering. At the same time, the soul of the short, fat old man escaped from his shell and fled into the distance. Whoosh! Kukaki Qianye's speed was a little faster than the escape speed of the short and fat old man's soul. He directly hugged the short and fat old man's soul, and then opened his mouth, and a wisp of purple flame suddenly spurted out from his mouth and quickly wrapped around it. On the neck of the short, fat old man's soul, it was eventually burned to ashes. After doing this, Kukaki Qianye didn't bother to pay attention to the body of the short and fat old man. He continued to lift his legs forward, and then swept all the way, breaking big trees and leaving countless messy traces. Soon, Kukaki Qianye disappeared into the forest. In a hidden cave, a little boy with a stooped figure and an old face was sleeping soundly among a pile of animal skins. At this moment, the little boy suddenly opened his eyes, then sat up and looked at the entrance of the cave. Whoa! An extremely blurry, dark figure appeared at the entrance of the cave, and then walked step by step to the little boy's side. The little boy looked at the visitor with calm eyes. Although he was young, the aura he released was extremely strong and terrifying, making people feel heart-stopping. It was like a sword that had been dormant for a long time was about to wake up and drink all the blood in the world. Master! The little boy bowed respectfully when he saw Kukaki Qianye, and then said. Well. Kukaki Qianye nodded and said, you are an adult now, and you no longer need to call me master. Moreover, you are a natural-born killing warrior. You are destined to become a warrior. Chapter 136. Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. I will definitely live up to your expectations, Master. I will become the only king among the killing warriors and the pinnacle existence in this world. The little boy said with perseverance in his eyes. I hope so. Kukaki Qianye said, and then asked, who is your mother? How did she die? My mother is a very beautiful woman. The little boy said with a look of memory in his eyes, her name is Yu Liangzi, and she is a beautiful singer. Where is your father? Kukaki Qianye continued to ask. His name is Kuang Feng, and he is my father, but he died because of practicing an evil technique and his lifespan was exhausted. The little boy's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of grief. Your father, how did Kuang Feng die? Kukaki Qianye asked. I don't know the specific thing, but according to people in the clan, he was attacked by a violent ape and was killed. The little boy shook his head and said. Although Feng Feng died, his family fell into chaos because of this incident. Before Feng Feng died, he made a will to pass the title of family head to his son, but he was strongly opposed by the family elders. Violent ape. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows slightly, then changed the subject and said, what are you going to do in the future? Of course it's revenge. 957 The little boy gritted his teeth and said, an icy chill flashed deep in his eyes. Oh, how are you going to take revenge? Kukaki Qianye asked with interest. I want to go explore the Nanmen Mountains and find ways to improve my strength, the little boy said. Nanmen Mountains? Kukaki Qianye whispered. The Nanmen Mountains are not far from Bamo country, only separated by a vast sea of snow. How long do you think you can survive in the Nanmen Mountains with your strength? Kukaki Qianye looked at the little boy and said calmly. 3 months, no, maybe more than 3 months. The little boy's eyes flashed, and then he said slowly, I must become a strong man within 3 years, and by then I will have enough power to take revenge. 3 years. Kukaki Qianye chuckled when he heard the little boy's words. He looked into the distance, and then said calmly, become a strong man in 3 years? Do you think you can become a strong man alive and come back for revenge? I don't believe I will die outside. The little boy was silent for a moment, and then said. You are wrong. If you are surrounded by a group of powerful ferocious beasts, and even stronger people take action, even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will be injured. Kukaki Qianye said, what's more important is that you can't find it at all. Get a suitable body, because in the eastern region, no one can carry your soul. What? Such a thing could happen, the little boy said in shock. Yes, unless you have an eternal heart, then you can barely accept your soul. Kukaki Qianye nodded. The little boy fell into deep thought, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was considering whether to seize the corpse of a strong man. I don't like the body of a strong man, because the body of a strong man contains huge energy. If I devour the energy of a strong man's body, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Kukaki Qianye said. You can try it, the little boy nodded and said. Then, Kukaki Qianye disappeared directly, leaving only the withered bones sitting cross-legged. Tisk! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out from the surface of the withered bones, and then, the withered bones turned into a pool of pus. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the corrosive liquid instantly broke through the rock, rose into the sky, and finally condensed into a giant about 100 meters high, whose entire body was condensed with rich golden light. This golden giant exudes terrifying aura fluctuations, as if he is an invincible god of war. Roar! With a roar, the golden giant suddenly stretched out his right fist and punched the void. Suddenly, the void began to twist violently, and finally shattered inch by inch. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the mountains shook and the earth shook. Endless ripples of energy swept around, causing all the peaks within tens of thousands of meters to collapse. The smoke and dust filled the air, and the scene was horrifying. After a long time, the ripples of energy gradually dissipated, and the golden giant returned to its original state, then sat on the top of the mountain again, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. Boom! At this moment, there was a terrifying roar on the distant horizon, and then a large number of cavalry came galloping on the clouds, with a huge momentum, covering the sky and the earth, like locusts passing through. Everyone in this army is wearing silver armor, holding silver spears, and riding on white horses. Their aura is sharp and full of evil spirit. This is. Feeling the powerful evil aura coming towards him, the golden giant slowly opened his eyes, with a look of surprise on his face. Is it the army of a certain dynasty? The little boy stood in the distance and looked at the army in front of him, with some doubts in his eyes. Roar! The golden giant looked up to the sky and roared, and a terrifying coercion burst out from it, suppressing the oncoming cavalry. Bang! 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 In an instant, countless explosions sounded one after another. At this moment, all the cavalry vomited blood and flew backwards, falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, the little boy couldn't help but take a breath, his face full of disbelief. Just now, the golden giant injured dozens of cavalrymen and vomited blood with just his pressure. This kind of power is so terrifying, it is simply unbelievable and unimaginable. Who are you? At this time, the golden giant jumped down from the top of the mountain, slapped out a palm, and a handprint hundreds of feet in size was formed out of thin air, carrying a devastating and terrifying force and bombarding the bodies of the dozens of cavalry. Boom!
With a loud noise, the bodies of dozens of cavalrymen instantly shattered, and the ground was stained red with blood. Kukaki Qianye and the little boy walked over. They were stunned when they looked at the dozens of mutilated and shriveled corpses on the ground, with disbelief in their eyes. The death time of these corpses should not exceed 1 minute. The martial skill you just performed seems to be burning Ju. At this moment, a childish voice sounded in Kukaki Qianye's mind, looking a little surprised. Fenju? Do you know? Kukaki Qianye was slightly startled and then asked. I'm not sure, after all, 5–10,000 years have passed, and this set of martial arts has long been lost, said the young voice, with a very cautious tone. Fenju is lost? How did you know? Kukaki Qianye asked with a frown. Because this Fenju originally belonged to me. The young voice said, it was only in a big disaster that I was unfortunately injured, so it became like this. Kukaki Qianye didn't speak, just stared at the little boy. Chapter 137. I only have Fenju in my memory, but I have forgotten the specific cultivation methods and secret techniques, the little boy explained, with a trace of distress on his face. Forgot. Kukaki Qianye frowned slightly, then walked away, ready to try his luck elsewhere. Oh, wait for me. Seeing Kukaki Qianye leaving, the little boy hurriedly chased after him. What's your name? Kukaki Qianye stopped and asked with his back to the little boy. My real name is Feng Tian, the little boy replied. Burn the sky. Kukaki Qianye murmured to himself, then turned around and sent towards the distant sky. Hey, don't leave. Take me out of here, otherwise I'll be trapped here again. Feng Tian said anxiously and quickly followed. You don't have to worry about me, I will find a way by myself. Kukaki Qianye said, but his speed was not slow, and he quickly disappeared from Feng Tian's sight. Kukaki Qianye went to another place, which seemed to be filled with some unusual smells, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Hi! Kukaki Qianye suddenly stopped and looked at a valley. The valley was not big, it was just barren and barren, but in the center of the valley, there was a black plant with dark red branches and leaves which looked a bit weird. Moreover, next to the black plant, there is a dark iron plate, rusty Madara, which looks a bit old. There's something weird here. Kukaki Qianye's eyes flickered, and then he walked towards the valley. After arriving near the valley, a strong stench hit his nose, and Kukaki Qianye almost suffocated. What the hell is this, such a heavy smell of death? Kukaki Qianye was shocked. The smell here was very sinister and evil, making him feel very uncomfortable. Whoosh! The next moment, Kukaki Qianye jumped up and then jumped into the dense black forest, walking all the way deeper. During this process, Kukaki Qianye felt something was wrong more and more, because the cold aura of death was getting stronger and stronger, and at the same time it was getting colder, as if he was in an ice cellar. The pores all over his body could not help but shrink, and he felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. What is this? What a terrible wind! Kukaki Qianye felt awe-inspiring in his heart. At this moment, he could clearly sense the surrounding situation. The area where he was standing was filled with howling winds, which made people's skin tingle, and the chill was overwhelming. Furthermore, these winds contained an extremely ghastly and evil aura of death. The auras exuded by the cavalry in front were even stronger and colder. Suddenly, Kukaki Qianye's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw two blue eyes suddenly appeared among the trees in front of him. One was pitch black, the other was snow white, glowing with a strange scarlet light, which was extremely frightening. What? Kukaki Qianye's scalp suddenly felt numb. There was something hidden here. He didn't even notice it. He didn't even know when he got close to it. Whoosh! Just when Kukaki Qianye was shocked, a giant python suddenly shot out, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Kukaki Qianye's neck fiercely. However, at the next moment, Kukaki Qianye's figure dodged and escaped. At the same time, an extremely sharp short blade appeared and pierced into the mouth of the giant python like lightning, directly piercing the Toyotomi python. The giant python wailed, then collapsed to the ground, and soon died completely. Hi, it's true. Kukaki Qianye snorted, and with a slight shake of his arm, a large amount of black flames surged out of the short blade, burning the giant python to ashes in an instant. Do these guys like to eat carrion? Looking at the ashes on the ground, Kukaki Qianye cursed in his heart, and then continued walking away. Half a day later, Kukaki Qianye encountered a group of ferocious beasts. There are about 300 to 400 of these ferocious beasts, each of which is 20 meters high, covered with scales, like a moving hill, and looks extremely fierce. Roar! Seeing Kukaki Qianye, these ferocious beasts let out low roars one after another. Their huge bodies trembled violently. They seemed to be very afraid of Kukaki Qianye and did not dare to attack easily. You don't dare to attack. Looking at these ferocious beasts, Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes slightly, and then walked towards these ferocious beasts. He wanted to see what was so special about these ferocious beasts. Soon, Kukaki Qianye came to the largest ferocious beast, a rhinoceros whose body surface was covered with bronze lines. There was a horn on its forehead, which emitted a faint purple light, and wisps of domineering aura spread out. Please give me flowers. So strong. Kukaki Qianye's face became serious. He smelled danger from this ferocious beast and did not dare to take it lightly. However, Kukaki Qianye's worries were completely unnecessary. When the purple rhinoceros saw Kukaki Qianye, its eyes lit up slightly, and then it roared with excitement, and then its huge body ran wildly and rushed towards Kukaki Qianye. What does this guy want to do? Kukaki Qianye was startled, and immediately stepped back while using his short blade to face the purple rhinoceros. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kukaki Qianye was instantly knocked several feet away by the purple rhinoceros. His body hit a big tree hard, breaking the strong tree, and then fell to the ground. 0. Pft! Kukaki Qianye's throat was sweet, and he spurted out a large mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. This beast is so strong, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Kukaki Qianye's face was solemn, he got up from the ground with difficulty, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Roar! The purple rhinoceros roared again, running towards Kukaki Qianye crazily. Its huge body carried destructive power, which was frightening. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes slightly, and then slashed at him with his sword, but the purple rhinoceros directly resisted with his head, and then took the opportunity to rush over. Bang! The huge body of the purple rhinoceros knocked Kukaki Qianye flying backwards, leaving a ferocious scar on his body, and blood continued to seep out. Damn it! Kukaki Qianye cursed through gritted teeth, then quickly stood up and fled in the other direction. Although the purple rhino just now was powerful, Kukaki Qianye was confident that he could kill it. It's a pity that Kukaki Qianye misjudged the strength of these ferocious beasts. They are too powerful and cannot be resisted by ordinary people. Even if Shinigami encounters them, he will only die. Ouch! Seeing that Kukaki Qianye was about to run away, one of the purple rhinos made a sharp and harsh neighing sound, and then all the purple rhinos took action and chased Kukaki Qianye. This group of purple rhinos are not only huge in size, but also very fast. In just a few breaths, they are less than 100 meters away from Kukaki Qianye, and they are gradually getting closer to Maru. Chapter 138. Damn it, why did I forget that these ferocious beasts are not only good at soul-type illusions, but they are also extremely fast. Now we are in trouble. Kukaki Qianye gritted his teeth and his face turned a little pale. He didn't expect that his actions just now angered him. If this group of ferocious beasts continues like this, he will definitely die. Kukaki Qianye knew very well that once he was surrounded by these ferocious beasts, he would definitely die. No matter what, let's fight. Kukaki Qianye showed a ruthless look in his eyes, then turned around and rushed towards a purple rhino. He planned to get rid of the purple rhino first, and then slowly get out of trouble. Phew! Kukaki Qianye stepped hard on the ground with the solace of his feet, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. The speed was astonishing, and he appeared in front of the purple rhinoceros in the blink of an eye. Get out of here! Kukaki Qianye shouted, holding the short sword in his hand and slashing straight at the head of the purple rhino 790. Kang! The purple rhinoceros reacted extremely quickly. He twisted his body to avoid Kukaki Qianye's attack, and at the same time kicked Kukaki Qianye at extremely high speed.
Bang! Kukaki Qianye was kicked backwards by the purple rhinoceros, and his face turned slightly red. This guy seems very strong. Kukaki Qianye's face became a little solemn, and then he waved the short blade again and slashed towards the purple rhinoceros. Clang! The purple rhinoceros reacted very quickly to avoid Kukaki Qianye's attack, and swept towards Kukaki Qianye with one claw. The sharp claws emitted a bright green light and looked extremely aggressive. Kukaki Qianye's figure flickered, easily dodging the purple rhinoceros grasp, and then punched the purple rhinoceros as fast as thunder. Feeling the strong wind from Kukaki Qianye's fist that contained terrifying power, the purple rhinoceros hurriedly raised one leg to block Kukaki Qianye's fist, but was still hit by Kukaki Qianye's power, and its huge body was beaten back again and again. Finally, it broke several trees before stopping its retreat. Hiss! A series of painful and angry screams sounded, and the purple rhino's eyes were filled with a strong light of hatred, staring at Kukaki Qianye. Beast, die for me! Kukaki Qianye sneered, then rushed towards the purple rhinoceros again with the short blade. The purple rhino's eyes were cold, and its huge body suddenly stood up, exuding a strong ferocious aura, and then rushed straight at Kukaki Qianye, its sharp horns pointed directly at Kukaki Qianye's throat, trying to take Kukaki Qianye's head. Seeking death. Kukaki Qianye's expression turned cold, and then his eyes instantly turned blood red. An evil and bloodthirsty aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to fluctuate slightly. Ouch! Sensing Kukaki Qianye's evil aura, the group of purple rhinos let out a panicked scream, and then all retreated, looking a little scared. However, the moment the purple rhinoceros retreated, Kukaki Qianye's body turned into an afterimage and rushed forward. The short blade in his hand slashed without hesitation, and a sharp cold light burst out. Cutting through the void, he then slashed at the purple rhino's neck, leaving a deep wound on the purple rhino's neck, dripping with blood. Roar! The purple rhino let out a painful and angry roar, and then rushed towards Kukaki Qianye like crazy. Kukaki Qianye looked calm, holding a short blade, with cold eyes, without any fear, and then faced him. Swish, swish, swish. The short blade in Kukaki Qianye's hand kept waving, and with every stroke, a scarlet blood would splash out, and a bloody wound would appear on the purple rhinoceros. However, because these purple rhinos have rough skin and thick flesh, there are no fatal injuries for the time being, but they have lost the courage to continue attacking Kukaki Qianye. Hey, it's just a paper tiger after all. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out it's just a bluff. A sarcastic smile appeared on Kukaki Qianye's face, and then he speeded up and approached the purple rhinoceros. The short blade in his hand drew a faster line. The sharp cold light made the purple rhinoceros unable to avoid it. Hi! Suddenly, the short blade in Kukaki Qianye's hand suddenly appeared on the purple rhino's back, directly cutting through the purple rhino's hard scales and defense, and then leaving a shocking crack on the purple rhino's back. Howl! The purple rhino let out a shrill and angry cry, and its body trembled violently, as if it had suffered some huge trauma. Beast, die! Kukaki Qianye said with a cold expression, holding a short blade and suddenly stabbed into the neck of the purple rhinoceros. Pfft! The short blade pierced the purple rhinoceros' neck, and then pulled it out suddenly, blood spurting out. Boom! The purple rhino's huge body crashed onto the ground, kicking up dust all over the sky. Who? Kukaki Qianye let out a long breath, then walked slowly to the purple rhinoceros, lowered his head and looked at the purple rhinoceros lying on the ground struggling and wailing, with a conspiratorial arc at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Kukaki Qianye's lips moved. As he spoke, he stretched out his index finger on his right hand, and a cluster of black flames appeared on the tip of his finger. Boom! Kukaki Qianye flicked his finger, and the dark magic flames instantly floated in front of the purple rhinoceros, and then burned blazingly. The purple rhinoceros was instantly swallowed up by the flames. Ouch! The purple rhinoceros roared in pain, then swung its body wildly, trying to extinguish the flames in front of it. But this flame was extremely stubborn. Instead of extinguishing it, it burned more and more intensely,
completely covering the purple rhinoceros body in a matter of seconds. Roar! The purple rhino's miserable screams kept coming out, and then its body began to tremble violently. Under the burning of the black flames, the purple rhino's body began to wither quickly, and was finally burned to ashes. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void in front of Kukaki Qianye rippled slightly, and then a black figure appeared out of thin air. This is a 0.4 head black dragon, with a dark body and a body that is several feet in size. There are 2 sharp horns on the top of its head, and its body is covered with black scales. It exudes a suffocating and terrifying pressure that makes the space the vibrations continued, and subtle spatial cracks were vaguely visible on the first floor. BD, I know you understood what I said. In this case, I will spare your life today and get out of here. Kukaki Qianye scolded in a cold tone and glanced at the black dragon with disdain. Roar! The black dragon roared, and then the figure suddenly rushed towards Kukaki Qianye, as if he wanted to fight Kukaki Qianye desperately. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were indifferent, and then he rushed up quickly with a short blade in hand. The short blade slashed down with a biting chill, and struck the black dragon in the belly with one sword, cutting it back about 10 meters. Chapter 139. The black dragon let out a shrill scream, and there was a hideous wound on its abdomen, dripping with blood. Bang! As soon as the black dragon stabilized its body, it immediately attacked Kukaki Qianye again. Humph! Kukaki Qianye's eyes narrowed, and then he took the initiative to meet him with a short blade. The short blade slashed across the body of the black dragon with a cold light. Tisk! A tail of the black dragon instantly fell to the ground, and blood spurted out, staining the soil red. Roar! The black dragon screamed again, and then rushed towards Kukaki Qianye like crazy. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were cold, and then his feet suddenly stepped on the ground, and his whole body jumped into the air. The short blade in his hand was directed towards the head of the black dragon with the extremely sharp Neng Wang's technique. Dang! A sound of gold and iron rang out, and the short blade failed to split the dark green forehead protector on the black dragon's head, leaving only a shallow white mark on the dark green forehead protector, and 21 damage was not too serious. It seems that if you want to kill it, you must first destroy the dark green forehead protector on its head. Kukaki Qianye thought secretly, then turned his wrist, the short blade fell out of his hand, and then quickly spun, a dagger appeared in hand. Whoa! Kukaki Qianye easily inserted the dagger in his hand into the dark green forehead protector on the black dragon's head. Bang! As soon as the dagger was inserted into the forehead protector, it exploded. A powerful force spread instantly and blew the black dragon dozens of meters away. Roar! The black dragon looked up to the sky and let out a sad and painful roar. It fell to the ground, struggled for a few times, and then gradually became quiet and lost any breath. So weak! A trace of surprise flashed across Kukaki Qianye's face. He didn't expect that he would end the life of the black dragon with a single dagger. It seems that I have overestimated him. Even a mere monster wants to challenge me. It is simply overestimating one's own capabilities. Kukaki Qianye's lips curved with a trace of ridicule. At this moment, an old figure appeared in front of Kukaki Qianye. It was Dead Tree. Why are you here? After seeing the dead wood clearly, Kukaki Qianye frowned slightly and said, Why are you here? Kumu stood in front of Kukaki Qianye with a respectful expression, and said respectfully, Sir Shinigami, the head of my family sent someone to deliver a letter to you, asking you to go there. When Kukaki Qianye heard this, he immediately frowned and asked, What's going on? I don't know the specific matter. I just know that it seems to be related to a woman. Kumu said in a low voice. Female. Kukaki Qianye's eyes gleamed. After pondering for a while, he then said to the dead tree, Tell your head, I will prepare to go there tomorrow night, and let him know by the way. If he dares to play tricks, I won't mind destroying their family with my own hands. Yes, I understand. Kumu nodded in agreement. Go away. Kukaki Qianye waved his hand and said, he didn't want anyone to disturb him in refining the puppet. Yes. Kumu hurriedly turned around and retreated. She felt the powerful aura flowing from Kukaki Qianye's body, which made her heart palpitate.
She could not help but feel a sense of awe, and she did not even dare to breathe loudly. A sound. After the dead wood went away, Kukaki Qianye's eyes suddenly regained a calm look. He picked up a piece of meteorite and weighed it in his hand, then crushed it hard, and the meteorite turned into powder and dissipated in the wind. The energy contained in the meteorite is really too little. No wonder the spiritual energy on this planet is so thin, not even comparable to the Northern Territory. It turns out that the spiritual energy in the meteorite has been exhausted long ago. Kukaki Qianye murmured, with eyes he couldn't help showing a look of regret. Alas! What a pity, what a pity! Kukaki Qianye shook his head and sighed. Although he liked the majestic energy contained in the meteorite, because the energy of the meteorite was exhausted, if he wanted to absorb it, he had to obtain spiritual energy from the outside world, otherwise he would equivalent to waste. Kukaki Qianye sighed deeply, and with a thought, 6 pairs of silver-white wings suddenly grew from his back, and then his body turned into a silver-white after-image that swept into the distance and disappeared in the dense woods in the blink of an eye. When Kukaki Qianye came to the village, he was surprised to find that the village had turned into a ruins, with all the houses and buildings inside collapsed, and there were even many corpses. Did the villagers encounter any danger? Kukaki Qianye's face changed slightly, and then he sped up and rushed into the ruins. When Kukaki Qianye came to the ruins of those houses, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes shot out a terrifying murderous intent. In the ruins, there are broken bones and corpses everywhere, and there are many bones that have been chewed up until only skeletons are left, which look particularly visceral. Damn, what happened? Kukaki Qianye's face was gloomy, and his heart was filled with rage. He never thought that one day he would encounter such a tragedy, and it happened in a village only 10 kilometers away from him. Boom! Kukaki Qianye's legs suddenly bent, and then he jumped into the air, soaring into the sky like a rock spreading its wings, and finally stopped in the void, looking down at the mountains of broken bones below. There were hundreds of mutilated corpses lying scattered around the ruins. Some of the corpses were already rotting, and one could only barely identify whose corpse they belonged to. Roar! Kukaki Qianye let out a deafening roar from his throat, and the sound wave swept across the wasteland like a huge wave. The entire sky 430 seemed to be trembling, and some birds were frightened and fled one after another. Immediately, a ball of silver light condensed in Kukaki Qianye's hand. The silver ball of light exuded a terrifying pressure, and then Kukaki Qianye threw the ball of silver light out of his hand. The silver ball of light quickly grew in size and turned into a huge meteorite, carrying the terrifying power of destroying everything and smashing to the ground. Finally, there was a loud bang, the whole ground shook violently, dust and smoke were scattered, and gravel was flying everywhere. The dust gradually fell to the ground, revealing a deep pit below, a huge pit with a diameter of several feet. In the center of the huge pit, wisps of white smoke were rising. Looking at the scene in the pit, Kukaki Qianye's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty and ferocious light, and his body exuded a blood-curdling aura of killing. After a long time, the pit slowly shrank, and eventually turned into an ordinary pit. Only if you look carefully can you see any clues. Humph! You're lucky. I'm in a good mood today. I'll spare your life for now. If you dare to mess with me again next time, you'll be killed. Kukaki Qianye said indifferently while looking at the huge pit on the ground. Then turned around and turned into a bright silver light that flew out and finally disappeared. Kukaki Qianye's figure quickly escaped and disappeared into the vast forest, leaving only the ruins scattered on the ground and the huge pit. Chapter 140. At the same time, a man shrouded in a pitch-black cloak suddenly appeared next to the huge pit. He stretched out a scarlet nail and poked into the pit. However, the moment the man touched the bottom of the pit, a clicking sound suddenly came from the pit, and then a golden energy beam shot out from the bottom of the pit and hit the man. Bang! The man was caught off guard, and his whole body was violently knocked out, hitting the ground 100 meters away. Pfft! The man opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. Huh? Why is it metal armor? The man looked up at the huge iron coffin covered with golden armor at the bottom of the pit, with doubt in his eyes. At this time,
a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears, I didn't expect that such a monster would be born on this planet. It's really surprising. As soon as he finished speaking, the man was horrified to find that not far in front of him, a young man walked out slowly. The young man had a handsome face, slightly dark skin, purple lips, and two eyes with a biting cold light, which made people feel cold all over their bodies. Who are you? The man stared at the strange young man warily, his robes rustling, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. Kukaki Qianye came out. He thought it was not easy here, so he pretended to leave and hid in the dark. As expected, the murderer behind the scenes appeared. This strange young man was extremely powerful, giving Kukaki Qianye a very familiar feeling, as if he had seen him before. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is what you want to do. Kukaki Qianye asked calmly. The man frowned slightly and then asked, don't you know what's going on here? Why should I know? Kukaki Qianye asked, and then continued, if you want to trouble me, I will accompany you. Hearing this, the man was startled for a moment, then chuckled and said, since you don't want to say it, then forget it. I am a member of the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire, and my name is Yuxia Wuyang. Your strength is not weak. I admire you so much that I specially invite you to the banquet. Kukaki Qianye frowned and asked, are you sure this is an invitation? Not an order. Yuxia Wuyang was stunned for a moment, and then his face suddenly darkened, and his tone turned cold and he shouted, Your Excellency, are you a little disrespectful? I am a descendant of the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire. How many lifetimes have it taken you to invite you? What a blessing, you actually. A sarcastic smile appeared on Kukaki Qianye's face, although your strength is good, do you know my identity? Are you qualified to be invited? Hearing this, Yuxia Wuyang's eyes suddenly burst out with angry flames, and he said word by word, then tell me who you are. Kukaki Qianye glanced at Yuan Wuyang indifferently and said, since you don't know my identity, you still dare to be rude to me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yuxia Wuyang snorted coldly and said with a gloomy face, I admit that your strength is good, but there is an absolute strength gap between us. You may not be able to kill me. Kukaki Qianye glanced at Yuxia Wuyang indifferently, then turned around and prepared to leave. Ushida Takyang looked at Kukaki Qianye and ignored him, his face suddenly became extremely ferocious, and he shouted angrily, I think you are tired of living, you don't even dare to ignore my words. Whoops! Kukaki Qianye's figure suddenly exploded out, his right foot moved quickly at a strange frequency, his figure flickered left and right, as if it had turned into an afterimage. Bang! An extremely sharp wind roared in. Yuxia Wuyang hurriedly punched the enemy. The two collided, and a dull explosion suddenly resounded in the silent night sky. Yuxia Wuyang's whole body everyone was shaken and flew backwards. Kukaki Qianye's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. He raised his right arm high, bent his fingers into claws, and then swung it out violently. The extremely sharp wind of his palm cut through the void, making a sharp and piercing sound. Whoa! Yuxia Wuyang hurriedly turned sideways to avoid the attack, then pushed hard on the ground with the soles of his feet. His whole body flew out like a cannonball, and then he made a fist with his right hand and hit Qianye in the chest. Kukaki Qianye's face was still extremely stern. He turned his body slightly to one side and cleverly avoided Ushida Wuyang's punch, and then hit Yuxia Wuyang's abdomen with an elbow. Pa! A crisp slap sounded, and his subordinate Wu Yang's face turned red, his body arched up like a cooked shrimp, and then he flew out in an awkward shape, knocking down many trees. Kukaki Qianye slowly walked to Yuxia Wuyang and said coldly, tell me, what exactly happened? Yuxia Wuyang's face was covered with mud and ashes, and he couldn't see clearly. He struggled to stand up, his face was extremely ugly, and his heart was filled with waves. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by an unknown person, and he was beaten so hard. So miserable. Yuxia Wuyang gritted his teeth and said, a great change has occurred in this area. All the spiritual beasts that originally lived here died. Everything here has been devoured of its essence, leaving only this crystal core. So that's it. Kukaki Qianye nodded. He finally understood the origin of this ruins. This area was a giant crack created by the fall of a meteorite when it hit the earth. For this reason, a large number of spiritual beasts were attracted to gather here. Then one day, meteorite fragments fell into the ground, causing the appearance of this ruins. These spiritual beasts should have been destroyed, right? Kukaki Qianye whispered. He could see that this ruins was no longer as prosperous as it used to be, and was filled with a strong aura of death. Who are you? Ushida Takyang looked at Kukaki Qianye with a solemn face. He had a vague feeling that the man in front of him was not as simple as he seemed on the surface, and he might even be a super strong man. My name is Kukaki Qianye, what's yours? Kukaki, Nyo Wangzhao, Qianye asked. Kukaki Qianye, why do I feel that this name is a bit familiar? Ushida Takia murmured to himself, then his eyes lit up, a name flashed in his mind and he blurted out, are you the Shinigami? Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes, yes, I am Shinigami. Although Kukaki Qianye's voice was very small, it was clearly transmitted into Ushida Wuyang's ears, causing him to tremble all over. His face was filled with an expression of disbelief, and he said in surprise, you are the one who has been in the limelight recently. Shinigami, the patron saint of Tokyo. You actually know about the patron saint? Kukaki Qianye said in surprise. It seems that the name of Shinigami is also widely spread in Tokyo. Ushida Takia swallowed and stared at Kukaki Qianye with a dull expression. He did not expect that he would meet Shinigami. He had never seen a Shinigami as young as Kukaki Qianye, who looked to be only about 20 years old. Chapter 141. What shocked him even more was that the Shinigami in front of him actually possessed such terrifying power. His strength was not weaker than him at all, and was even better than him. However, this young Shinigami did it. Doesn't this mean that this person has a talent that can be called a monster? This is really terrible. If he grows up, how terrifying he will be. Thinking of this, Ushida Takia looked at Kukaki Qianye with extremely fearful eyes. He knew that tonight's mission had completely failed, and there was nothing he could do about this Shinigami. Yuxia Wuyang took a few deep breaths, tried hard to calm down the turbulent mood in his heart, and said, in this case, I will forgive you for not disturbing me anymore and say goodbye. With that, Yuxia Wuyang was about to turn around and leave. Wait, keep that crystal core, it belongs to me. Kukaki Qianye said. A look of pain appeared on Uxia Wuyang's face. He was reluctant to hand over the crystal core to Kukaki Qianye, but he did not dare to refuse the strength of the person in front of Bai Tong. Thinking of this, Uxia Wuyang's face became uncertain. After a while, he reached out with difficulty and took out a diamond-shaped crystal that exuded bright silver light and handed it to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye took the rhombus crystal, observed it carefully, then nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, you can go now. Hearing this, Yuxia Wuyang's face twitched, and his heart was filled with hatred, but he dared not speak out in anger. After all, the collision just now was enough to prove that he was no match for Kukaki Qianye. You wait, you hurt me today, my father will definitely not let you go, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise you will never be able to leave Japan alive. Ushida Takia said. Your father? Who is he? Kukaki Qianye smiled sarcastically, and then said impatiently, go away, I don't like being followed. The corner of Uxia Wuyang's mouth twitched violently, and a trace of resentment appeared in his eyes. Then he glared at Kukaki Qianye angrily, turned and walked out of the forest. After Uxia Wuyang left, Kukaki Qianye looked around, his eyes stayed under an ancient tree, and his brows furrowed slightly. You are hiding in the dark and peeping, do you also feel that I am not worthy of being your leader, so you want to take advantage of it? Get rid of me and take away the treasures from me. Hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, the ancient tree shook suddenly, and then an old voice came, I didn't expect you to be able to discover my existence. It's not easy. After saying that, the ancient tree swayed for a while, and then an old man with white beard and hair, wearing a black robe, walked out slowly. It was Master Kuye. You are indeed not dead. Kukaki Qianye stared at Master Kuye, his eyes flashing with cold light. You are so lucky that you were able to escape from the volcanoes, which surprised me a bit.
Master Kuya stared at Kukaki Qianye with interest and said with a smile. I should be the one to say this. Your life is pretty tough. Kukaki Qianye said. Oh. Master Kuya raised his eyebrows and said, it seems that you have guessed my origin. But it doesn't matter, anyway, we will have a result sooner or later, so why not just surrender now? Surrender to me and I will save your life. Kukaki Qianye was silent. He looked at Master Kuya for a long time, then suddenly sighed and said, that's all, I will let you go today, but next time, I won't mind killing you. With that said, Kukaki Qianye shot straight into the distance and disappeared. Looking at Kukaki Qianye's leaving back, Master Kuya raised his eyebrows, and a look of shock finally appeared on his face. How is it possible? This guy's strength has actually reached the peak level. Master Kuya said in shock. He was originally planning to teach Kukaki Qianye a lesson, but unfortunately he was already deflated when he saw Kukaki Qianye's face. Almost died. No wonder you are so arrogant, it turns out he is so powerful. But... Humph, your strength is indeed shocking, but I, Kuya, have other secret skills, can I beat me? Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Master Kuya's eyes, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, he was directly on top of Kukaki Qianye's head, and his palm suddenly stretched out, spag, as if it turned into a big net covering the sky. Covering the entire area, shrouding Kukaki Qianye with endless pressure. Kong Ming Shao. Kukaki Qianye raised his head, glanced at Master Kuya indifferently, then flicked his finger, an array of sword light burst out, tearing the space, cutting off the giant net flying towards Kuya Tian. Whoops, Master Kuya waved his arm, and an extremely strong energy swept out, forming a huge defensive shield and wrapping Master Kuya inside. With a muffled sound of bang, the sword light fell on the vitality shield and exploded with a huge force, shaking Master Kuya's body back several steps. Upon seeing this, Master Kuya's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole, and a strong feeling of shock and uneasiness surged into his heart. Kukaki Qianye was able to drive him into a state of embarrassment with just this one blow. If he continued to fight, he would definitely be defeated in the end. Moreover, Kukaki Qianye's offensive is so fierce that it seems to be able to penetrate the void. Every time Master Kuki blocks Kukaki Qianye's move, it requires a huge amount of energy. Under this high-intensity consumption, the energy in Master Kuya's body is the vitality cannot last long at all. Damn it! Master Kuya's face was ashen, as ugly as a pig's liver. He originally thought of relying on his rich experience to be sure of victory in the use of tactics, but he never expected that Kukaki Qianye's strength was so strong, beyond his expectations. Damn it, damn it! Although Kukaki Qianye is very strong, the Kongming Shao, which I have practiced for hundreds of years, is an earth-level low-level martial skill with extremely extraordinary power. As long as I persist for a moment, it will be enough to make me come back. Thinking of this, Master Kuya immediately channeled all his energy into his legs and ran forward with all his strength, trying to avoid Kukaki Qianye's pursuit, fighting to escape an H. Boom, 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 boom. While Kukaki Qianye was chasing after him, he was frantically displaying sword lights one after another, bombarding Master Kuya like a violent storm. At this moment, Master Kuya was beaten in an extremely embarrassed state, his clothes were in tatters, his mouth was bleeding, and he was obviously seriously injured. Master Kuya gritted his teeth, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He immediately stepped on the ground with his feet, and his whole body suddenly rose into the air. Then he stamped his feet suddenly, and a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out, straight into the sky, illuminating the entire place. In the night sky, golden ripples spread out from Master Kuya's feet and radiated in all directions. In an instant, the entire forest trembled, as if disturbed by something terrifying. Countless towering trees broke and the ground collapsed. Rocks were shattered into pieces, dust was flying all over the sky, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Chapter 142. This is Master Kuya's unique skill, Kuya magic skill. It is known as Master Kuya's special skill. It is very powerful. It is said that Master Kuya once relied on this technique to conquer the East Blue and no one could beat it. Die! Master Kuya roared,
and kicked the ground with his right foot. In an instant, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, as if it penetrated the sky, and made the sky a golden reflection. Boom! The next moment, endless golden light shrouded Kukaki Qianye. With a swish, Kukaki Qianye's body mysteriously disappeared from the spot, avoiding Master Kuya's attack. Where to run? Seeing Kukaki Qianye disappear, Master Kuya's face turned gloomy. He raised his body 3 feet higher again, suspended in mid-air, and then punched out both fists, hitting the ground like a falling meteorite, trying to kill Kukaki. Qianye was killed alive. With a swish, Kukaki Qianye fell from the sky, dodging Master Kuya's attack with a ghostly figure. Then he clenched a fist with his right hand and punched Master Kuya's chest. The violent vitality condensed out and turned into a huge beam. His fist mark hit Master Kuya hard. With a loud bang, Master Kuya vomited blood and flew backwards, hitting a giant tree hard, cutting the tree in half, collapsing, and raising a puff of smoke and dust. Pfft! Master Kuya coughed a few more times and couldn't help spitting out 2 large mouthfuls of blood. He stood up with difficulty and looked at Kukaki Qianye not far away, full of fear. At this time, he looked extremely miserable, his clothes were in tatters, his face was extremely pale, his body was twitching violently, and blood was spitting out of his mouth. Kukaki Qianye was not in a hurry to pursue him. He looked at Master Kuya who was lying on the ground and was dying, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Master Kuya, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why have you become such a weakling now? After saying that, Kukaki Qianye stepped on the ground with the sole of his foot, and appeared next to Master Kuya in a flash. You! Master Kuya glared at Kukaki Qianye, his eyes filled with overwhelming anger. He is a majestic Kuya master, but he is bullied by a mere Shinigami and has no temper. This is simply too frustrating. Bah! Kukaki Qianye stretched out his left hand, patted Master Kuya's shoulder gently, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being. After all, your life is still important to me." After saying this, Kukaki Qianye's figure suddenly appeared behind Master Kuya, and then stepped out, kicking Master Kuya away, and slammed his body against another ancient tree, knocking the ancient tree to its knees. The tree shook violently, and sand particles flew everywhere. Ah! A burst of painful shouts came out, and Master Guy felt as if his bones were falling apart. His painful forehead was sweating, and he was dripping with cold sweat. However, at this moment, Kukaki Qianye slowly walked towards Master Kuya, with an evil smile on his face, and said, "Master Kuya, since you like to play with souls, then I will also play with you and let you know how much damage is caused when the soul leaves the body." Boom! After that, Kukaki Qianye waved his palm, and a ball of black flame appeared out of thin air, and then turned into a small black snake, wrapped around Master Kuya's neck, drilled along the skin, penetrated into his body, and corroded touching his internal organs and tendons. Master Kuya felt as if his soul was being burned, and the severe pain made him almost faint. "Master Kuya, you should know what everything I am doing now means. From now on, you can just stay under my clutches." Kukaki Qianye laughed strangely, and his laughter was creepy. Hearing this, Master Kuya's face turned pale, and his eyes flashed with fear. He knew very well that once his soul was enslaved by Kukaki Qianye, he would be equivalent to becoming a walking corpse and would never be reincarnated. "No! I won't give in." Master Kuya's eyes were scarlet and he let out a hoarse roar. "Who is he?" "He is the famous Kuya master in Tokyo, a well-known strong man in Tokyo. How could he be willing to become a puppet and a tool for others?" "Excuse me." Kukaki Qianye let out a burst of sinister laughter, and then his figure flashed and appeared in front of Master Kuya. He pinched his neck with one hand, looked down at him condescendingly, and said in an indifferent tone, "If you don't want to, what can you do? Woolen cloth." Boom! Kukaki Qianye exerted his arm slightly, and an extremely powerful force surged out. He wanted to make Master Kuya into a human being who only obeyed his orders. Click! "Please give me flowers." Master Kuya's throat bones made a crisp sound of breaking. His pupils were round and blurred, his breathing became weaker and weaker, and his body kept struggling.
You don't want to be my slave, but I want you to be my most loyal slave, ha 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 ha. Kukaki Qianye laughed wildly, with a cold glint in his eyes. Call out. At this moment, suddenly, a thin needle shot out at an extremely fast speed, carrying a biting chill. Kukaki Qianye frowned slightly, flipped his wrist, and held a dagger across his chest, blocking the thin needle with a clang. If you look closely, you will see that the thin needle is made up of countless tiny steel needle points, and it contains an extremely sharp aura. Point 0. Master Kuya. Kukaki Qianye looked at Master Kuya with sharp eyes. He did not expect that Master Kuya would dare to plot against him. Kukaki Qianye, I advise you to let me go, otherwise I guarantee that you will not be able to eat and carry around. Master Kuya took a deep breath, tried to calm the chaotic emotions in his heart, then looked up at Kukaki Qianye and said coldly. Hearing what Master Kuya said, Kukaki Qianye immediately smiled. He looked at Master Kuya with interest and said, Master Kuya, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? If you don't believe it, let's try. If you dare to resist or escape, today will be your death anniversary next year. Do you think you are sure to win? Master Kuya's eyes were filled with cold light. Isn't it? Kukaki Qianye grinned, showing his neat white teeth. Rumble. However, at this moment, Kukaki Qianye suddenly heard a thunderous explosion in his ears, and a giant mushroom cloud rose into the sky, blooming with a ray of light. Not good. Kukaki Qianye's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned his head, only to see a giant bomb that had exploded. Strong shock waves swept in all directions, destroying the surrounding ancient trees, and even the ground within 100 meters nearby collapsed. It broke into pieces, and the soil flew everywhere. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, another large bomb exploded one after another, turning the area within 100 meters around Kukaki Qianye into ruins, and the dust and smoke covered the dead tree Qianye's figure. Chapter 143. Ha ha ha, Kukaki Qianye, no matter how heaven-defying you are, under a large-scale explosion of this level, you will definitely die. You are dead, you deserve it, ha ha ha. Master Kuya thought I could really trap Kukaki Qianye. The next second, Kukaki Qianye soared into the air, his body burning with black magic flames, as if a demon god had descended into the world, and he swooped towards Master Kuya. Master Kuya was startled and hurriedly avoided Kukaki Qianye's attack, and then his body disappeared like a ghost. Whoosh! Kukaki Qianye stamped his right leg violently, and powerful wind spurted out from the soles of his feet, blowing away all the snow on the ground. Kukaki Qianye's figure turned into an afterimage, quickly disappeared in place, and then flashed suddenly, reappearing in the distance. Master Kuya, I know where you are hiding. Kukaki Qianye looked around 930 and said solemnly, his body moving like a ghost. Boom boom boom. Pfft. Ah. The next moment, there was a loud bang, followed by a series of extremely miserable screams, which seemed particularly penetrating and creepy in this silent wilderness. Master Kuya, I gave you a chance, but you sought your own death. Kukaki Qianye's voice sounded faintly, with a hint of cold murderous intention in it. Bang! The next moment, an extremely violent wave of blue fire suddenly broke out, sweeping across like a tsunami. Master Kuya let out a scream, flew backwards, smashed into a boulder, and fell to the ground. At this time, Kukaki Qianye walked out of the sea of fire slowly, looking at Master Zhong with a cold face. In front of him, Master Kuya was half kneeling on the ground, his clothes were in tatters, his body was charred, blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his body was shaking violently, as if he was suffering from great pain. Although Kukaki Qianye's move just now failed to kill Master Kuya, it caused him severe injuries. At this time, Master Kuya's face was as white as paper, and his eyes were filled with a strong look of fear. His eyeballs were bulging and covered with bloodshot eyes, as if he had been greatly frightened. How is this possible? My illusion didn't fool you. Master Kuya swallowed hard, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. You must know that the illusion skills practiced by Master Kuya are very superb. He once easily defeated several ninjas with his unique illusion skills. He is a rare opponent at the same level and can be said to be invincible. But now, the illusion that he was so proud of could not defeat a demon? This completely subverted Master Kuyi's cognition and made him unbelievable. Master Kuyi, you are using your little skills to show off your skills. You are just trying to make a fool of yourself. Kukaki Qianye shook his head, with undisguised sarcasm and ridicule in his eyes. Hateful, hateful. Master Kuyi gritted his teeth and roared, saying word by word, Kukaki Qianye, you have humiliated me like this, I will cut you into pieces with 1,000 knives, cramp your skin and peel off your skin, break your bones and spread ashes. Do you think I'm a fool? Kukaki Qianye gave Master Kuyi a sarcastic look and said, your illusions are very powerful, but in my eyes, they are as childish and ridiculous as a child playing house. Hearing this, Master Kuyi stared at Kukaki Qianye with a ferocious face and shouted, you brat, I will kill you with my own hands to avenge my son. Haha, I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Kukaki Qianye sneered. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Kukaki Qianye took action. His figure flashed and immediately turned into a jet of black light and rushed towards Master Kuyi, tearing the sky with one claw. Lang Law grabbed Master Kuyi's head. Kukaki Qianye's killing move is the first to strike, showing no mercy. Boom! Master Kuyi shouted angrily, and the golden light all over his body swelled. He clenched his fist and suddenly swung it out, hitting Kukaki Qianye's palm. The moment the two fists touched, Kukaki Qianye's terrifying power suddenly poured out, knocking Master Kuyi's body back several meters. All his ribs were shattered, and his internal organs were injured, dripping with blood, which was shocking. Why is this guy so powerful? He doesn't look like a samurai at all. He is a martial saint at all. No wonder he was able to kill Inoyama. I am not his opponent. Master Kuyi lowered his head and glanced at the injury on his chest, his expression changed. Extremely pale, sinking to the bottom. Master Kuyi is actually not as weak as he appears on the surface. What he just said was just to stabilize Kukaki Qianye. His real goal is to sneak attack Kukaki Qianye and take the opportunity to kill Kukaki Qianye. But what surprised Master Kuyi was that Kukaki Qianye actually noticed it and counterattacked decisively. Not only that, Kukaki Qianye's power is far more powerful than Master Kuyi thought. Master Kuyi, now you should know the gap between you and me, right? Do you think you are worthy of being my opponent? Kukaki Qianye sneered, and he walked towards Master Kuyi step by step. At this time, the aura on Kukaki Qianye's body was getting colder and colder, and his eyes were piercingly cold, as if he were a Shinigami crawling out of the 9 nether abyss, making people feel awe and fear. Humph, Kukaki Qianye, it's not certain who will win or lose today. Master Kuyi snorted coldly, and immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. The sluggish aura on his body gradually recovered, and his aura also improved. A piece of it. What is this? Kukaki Qianye frowned slightly. The elixir that Master Kuyi took contained extremely powerful and pure medicinal effects, and the efficacy only lasted for a few seconds before being exhausted, allowing Master Kuyi to recover quickly from his injuries. This scene made Kukaki Qianye secretly vigilant and did not dare to take it lightly. Kukaki Qianye, you don't know, right? This is a healing pill that can help warriors quickly heal their injuries and restore their combat effectiveness. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured in an instant. Master Kuyi sneered, with a hint of tone in his tone. With a touch of pride. Hearing Master Kuyi's words, Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know about healing pills. 1.1 After all, in his impression, there was no such pill in the ninja world. But regardless of whether it is useful or not, Kukaki Qianye has no choice but to think about it at this moment. Because Master Kuyi's momentum has recovered, and even his injuries have healed. At this moment, he is rushing towards Kukaki Qianye fiercely, with a desperate attitude. Boom! Boom! Crack! Call out! Boom! In an instant, Master Kuyi and Kukaki Qianye engaged in a fierce confrontation. The two engaged in fierce melee combat. Every time they collided, there was a dull sound of thunder, and ripples of tyrannical power raged crazily. The two fought fiercely. Wherever they went, grass and trees were flying, the ground was cracked, and all the surrounding trees were destroyed, leaving the world in a mess. The strength of the two was almost the same, and it was hard to tell the winner for a while. Chapter 144. Damn BD. During the battle, Master Kuya was angry and anxious, and felt extremely aggrieved. Boom! Bang! Kukaki Qianye suddenly swung his kick towards Master Kuya, kicked him heavily and aggressively in the stomach, and kicked him out again, smashing several big trees, and finally rolled to the ground 100 meters away, vomiting blood, and looked like extremely miserable. Even if you take the healing pill, you are still no match for me. Kukaki Qianye said coldly, then his figure flashed and he chased Master Kuya again. Damn brat, I'll fight you! Master Kuya yelled angrily, struggled to stand up, and continued to face Kukaki Qianye's attack. Pfft! Boom! Master Kuya's strength was obviously not as good as Kukaki Qianye's. He was blown away by Kukaki Qianye in just a few moves. Several mouthfuls of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his face turned sickly pale, looking quite miserable. We still underestimated this kid. His strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid he can even kill a high-level ninja. Master Kuya shouted desperately in his heart. He knew that if he didn't escape, he would definitely die. You can't escape. Kukaki Qianye said coldly. Hey! Kukaki Qianye was like teleporting, 21 disappearing from the same place in an instant, and the next moment he appeared behind Master Kuya, carrying an extremely strong wind in his right arm, and slapped him ferociously. Master Kuya's pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned around suddenly, raising the sword in his hand to resist Kukaki Qianye's attack. Crack! The sword collided with Kukaki Qianye's palm, making a crisp sound. However, Master Kuya felt a huge force passing down his arm, causing his tiger's mouth to collapse. Severe pain spread throughout his body, making his entire arm tremble. He stood up and almost escaped. What a fast speed, what a powerful force! Master Kuya was horrified. He didn't expect Kukaki Qianye's physical body to be so terrifying, even the weapons in his hands were no less powerful, or even worse. Master Kuya, you are defeated. Kukaki Qianye said indifferently, and immediately pressed down his palm fiercely, forcibly seizing Master Kuya's sword, and then slapped Master Kuya's face with a slap in the face. Sound. Wow! Master Kuya felt dizzy for a while, his face quickly became red and swollen, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood again. I was actually beaten. Master Kuya's heart was filled with turmoil, and his face was full of disbelief. What happened in front of him was completely beyond his cognition. He had never encountered such humiliation. The dignified master was actually bullied into this by a young boy in his 20s? Shame! Master Kuya, I gave you a chance to choose. Since you are stubborn, don't blame me. Kukaki Qianye slowly raised his steps, stepped on Master Kuya's shoulders, looked down at him condescendingly, and said indifferently, your character is too paranoid, you should learn to be more diplomatic, instead of just fighting for power and gain like you are now. Put hatred aside and live in resentment. Nothing in this world is eternal. Only when you are alive can you have hope. What do you know? You don't understand at all, ha ha ha, I don't understand. Master Kuya looked up to the sky and roared sadly, his face twisted and ferocious to the extreme, full of resentment and hatred. Whether you believe it or not, I have warned you once before, and I still do now. Kukaki Qianye said coldly, with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Do you think you can stop me by killing me? Master Kuya suddenly calmed down a lot and said coldly, today, you are destined to perish here. Whoa! Kukaki Qianye's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Master Kuya. How can it be? Master Kuya's eyes widened and he was about to say something, but it was too late. Kukaki Qianye punched out hard. Master Kuya was stunned immediately, his mind was buzzing, and he lost consciousness. Plop! After Kukaki Qianye knocked out Master Kuya with one punch, he let go of him and let him fall to the ground. Your soul power is very weak. You are not qualified to have the soul stone at all. Keeping it will harm you. Kukaki Qianye shook his head, reached into Master Kuya's chest,
and took out a purple stone the size of a thumb. This stone is crystal clear, with a bright purple light emitting from its surface, making it look extremely gorgeous. This is the soul stone. It's really good. Kukaki Qianye stared at the soul stone with fiery eyes, a rich look of joy on his face. Kukaki Qianye doesn't really like soul stones, he just loves them. He has no interest in the path of a warrior because he doesn't need any external objects. Although the soul stone is precious and rare, I have other ways to obtain it, so it's not a loss. Having said that, Kukaki Qianye ran Luffy through the dense jungle. This fight had been going on for a long time and he needed to find a place to rest. Boom, boom, boom. In the lush jungle, powerful energy fluctuations suddenly erupted, awakening the beasts living in the mountains. The beasts were frightened and fled in panic. Who dares to break into the Kukaki family's domain? Looking for death, get out of here. The guards of the Kukaki family noticed something unusual and immediately shouted loudly. Whoosh! A man in black appeared out of thin air at the door of the Kukaki family. He turned out to be Kukaki Qianye. The guards of the Kukaki family were all stunned when they saw this. Immediately, 830 of them had shocked expressions on their faces, as if they had seen something incredible. This is the territory of the Blackwood family. Who is so bold as to dare to break into the Blackwood family? Moreover, this young man seemed to be from the outside world and did not belong to the Blackwood Empire at first glance. You brat, who are you? A guard yelled, staring at Kukaki Qianye warily, not daring to act rashly. Kukaki Qianye glanced at the guard calmly and asked, You are the patriarch of the Blackwood family, right? I heard that your son Blackwood Xianglong is the top genius of the younger generation of the Blackwood Empire and is very powerful, so I came here today to ask for advice. Kukaki Qianye's tone was indifferent, without a trace of awe. Who are you? Another guard said solemnly. Kukaki Qianye was too lazy to talk nonsense and said, Kukaki Qianye. Hearing the name Kukaki Qianye, the two guards were slightly startled, their faces changed slightly, and then they bowed respectfully, Join His Highness Kukaki. Kukaki Qianye waved his hand and said, No courtesy. The two guards stepped back respectfully, looked at each other at the same time, and said secretly, Kukaki Qianye, isn't this the arrogant loser? Why did you suddenly come to our Blackwood family? Master Kukaki Xianglong is ill and cannot see guests. Please come back another day. A guard said respectfully. Chapter 145. Kukaki Qianye looked at the building complex. It was a towering dark palace, shining with a deep metallic luster under the sunlight. It's okay not to see the guests. Kukaki Qianye said, Call your family master out and tell him that Kukaki Qianye wants to see you. Kukaki Qianye has a tough attitude and will not allow others to ruin his plans. The two guards looked at each other, and then one of them said respectfully, Please wait a moment, Your Highness Kukaki, and I will report it to the head of the family immediately. After saying that, one person hurriedly ran towards the dark palace, while the other person stayed where he was, apparently supervising Kukaki Qianye to prevent him from escaping. After a while, a deep and powerful voice came over, Your Excellency is here to visit, so why not come in and talk? The voice was loud and full of terrifying power, giving people a chilling feeling. Finally here. Kukaki Qianye's eyes narrowed, a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he immediately walked towards the dark palace. As soon as Kukaki Qianye stepped into the dark palace, a more majestic and terrifying aura hid his face, making him frown. In the main hall of the dark palace, there sat a burly middle-aged man with a height of 5 meters. The middle-aged man was tall and strong, with bronze skin and piercing eyes. He was full of the aura of a tyrant, which made people feel heart-stopping. This person is the head of the Kukaki family, Kukaki Okawa, the head of the 3 major families in the Kukaki Empire. There are 4 young men and women standing next to Kukaki Okawa. They are a handsome boy and several beautiful girls. They are the genius disciples of the Kukaki family, named Kukaki Mingying, Kukaki Sasa, and Kukaki Chiyuki, Kukaki Chika. These 4 people are all the best geniuses of the Blackwood family, and their future achievements will definitely not be low. At this moment,
Kukaki Okawa was sitting on the throne, overlooking Kukaki Qianye below, with a majestic look on his face. The eyes of Kukaki Mingying, Kukaki Sasa, and Kukaki Qianye all stayed on Kukaki Qianye. They had never seen an ordinary human being like Kukaki Qianye, not even a samurai. However, the combat power that Kukaki Qianye showed just now far exceeds that of ordinary samurai and is comparable to that of high-level samurai. I know you, Kukaki Qianye, the most outstanding genius in the history of Japan. You were promoted to Lord Warrior at the age of 16, and your talent is the highest in the entire empire. Kukaki Mingying stared at Kukaki Qianye with a sarcastic tone and smiled. Said, "It's a pity that now you can't even maintain the realm of an ordinary warrior. I remember that Kukaki Sasa, who was defeated by you, seemed to be an ordinary samurai." Kukaki Chioki smiled contemptuously. "Kukaki Qianye, shut up." Kukaki Mingying scolded, then looked at Kukaki Qianye and said, "Kukaki Qianye, you are not stupid enough to come to your door for abuse, are you? Could it be because of what happened last night?" "Coming." Kukaki Qianye had no expression on his face, looking at Blackwood Screaming Eagle indifferently, and said, "Since you don't welcome me, then I will leave." After finishing his words, Kukaki Qianye turned around and prepared to leave. The many guards of the Kukaki family suddenly became anxious and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Your Highness Kukaki, you must not do this. If you leave, won't the honor of our Kukaki family be destroyed?" "Don't worry, I just want to talk to Kukaki Okawa." After finishing speaking, Kukaki Qianye left without looking back. Looking at Kukaki Qianye's back, the faces of all the guards of the Kuromo family were filled with anxiety and worry. Their hearts were beating loudly, fearing that Kukaki Qianye would kill the Kuromo family in anger. After all, Kukaki Qianye is so strong that no one in the Kukaki family can be his opponent, unless Kukaki Okawa comes out personally. "Humph, Kukaki Qianye, do you think you can beat me if you beat Kukaki Sasa? It's a fool's dream." Kukaki Mingying's face was extremely gloomy, and he stared at Kukaki Qianye coldly. Kukaki Sasano is a disciple trained by Kukaki Mingying. He has penultimate talent and his strength has already reached the intermediate swordsman level. Kukaki Sasa was injured by Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Mingying believed that if he encountered such an attack, he would definitely be seriously injured or even die. However, Kukaki Sinjing didn't understand why Kukaki Qianye would provoke Kukaki Sasa. There should be no hatred between them. In less than a second, Kukaki Qianye disappeared from everyone's sight. Outside the Dark Palace, two guards looked at the disappearing figure of Kukaki Qianye, with a strong look of worry on their faces, and couldn't help but said, "I really hope His Highness Kukaki will not be impulsive." In the Dark Palace, Kukaki Okawa's face remained majestic, looking straight at Kukaki Qianye. He found that when he met Kukaki Qianye this time, Kukaki Qianye gave him a more dangerous feeling than before, and even had a faint oppressive aura. "Head of the Kukaki family, I am here to visit this time. I actually want to ask you to help me with something." Kukaki Qianye said slowly, his expression always calm and without the slightest hint of panic. Hearing what Kukaki Qianye said, Kukaki Okawa narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Please speak. You also know that the current heirs to the royal family are useless and have no qualifications to inherit the royal family's inheritance, so I need to get the Blackwood royal bloodline." Kukaki Qianye said, "But the royal family has rules, and every head of the family must have royal bloodline. Only then can he obtain the position of head of the family. I know, you want me to hand over the royal blood." Kukaki Okawa narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "As the head of the Kukaki family, I, Kukaki Okawa, naturally disdain to take away other people's blood." Kukaki Qianye was not surprised. He knew that Kukaki Okawa would refuse. After all, the royal bloodline is the symbol of the Kukaki family. Head of the Kukaki family has misunderstood. Although you are of the blood of the Kuromo royal family, your blood is not pure. You are just an ordinary family head of the generation and do not meet the conditions to continue to be the head of the family. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and his eyes became sharp. "To tell you the truth, there have been some strange things around Mr. Hyma recently, and they are an evil soul cultivation method that is extremely harmful to the body,
Qianli Zhao, Kuraki Okawa frowned slightly and asked, what do you want to say? Kuraki Okawa, according to my observation, your mental power is in a period of depletion, and it is still weakening. If my guess is correct, you must have taken some elixirs or heavenly materials and earthly treasures recently to enhance your mental strength. Strength. Kukaki Qianye said calmly, and these elixirs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures do not belong to you, because they are of unknown origin and have caused great harm to the body, causing your mental strength to be unable to stabilize and may even collapse at any time. What exactly do you want to do? Kuraki Okawa's face instantly darkened, and he looked at Kukaki Qianye with a serious look. Kukaki Qianye glanced at the surrounding guards and said indifferently, Blackwood family, all of you, please retreat. Uncle Kuraki. One of the guards hesitated to speak, but still chose to obey Kukaki Qianye's order and saluted Kuraki Okawa with clasped fists. Master, be careful. Chapter 146. The Blackwood family guards retreated one after another. Can we talk now? After all the guards around him retreated, Kuraki Okawa said in a deep voice. He knew that Kukaki Qianye had bad intentions, but he also knew that even if he resisted, nothing would change. Kuraki Okawa, I came to the Kuraki family this time to trouble you with something. Kukaki Qianye said, are you willing to sacrifice half of your body to me? Sacrifice half of your body? Kuraki Okawa's pupils shrank sharply. I believe that Uncle Kuraki must be reluctant to sacrifice his body, right? Kukaki Qianye said calmly, but his tone revealed a chill, just like the voice coming from under the nine netherworld. How could I, Kuraki Okawa, a 7-foot-tall man, do such a cruel thing? Kuraki Okawa said indignantly, Kukaki Qianye, you are slandering naked. Dance. Really? Well, tell me, how come Kuraki Sasa has my aura on his body? Kukaki Qianye suddenly smiled coldly and said. This. Kuraki Okawa's face changed several times, and then his eyes flashed with wisdom and he said, there are many secrets in my Kuraki family, including the bloodline of Kuraki Sasa. Kuraki Sasa's bloodline. Kukaki Qianye frowned 147, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, are you sure his bloodline is my bloodline? I'm 100% sure. Kuraki Okawa said decisively, because Kuraki Sasa's grandfather was once the second Taiga warrior of the Kuraki family. Before he died, he integrated a wisp of his own blood into Kuraki Sasa's body. Zozo's body. And Zozo Kuraki's blood contains the aura of the ancestors. So that's it. Kukaki Qianye suddenly realized, and then said, Kuraki Okawa, do you know who your ancestor is? My ancestor participated in the war against the tyrant, and later died unfortunately. As for his name, I don't know. Kuraki Okawa shook his head and sighed, with a slightly sad tone, not only my ancestors, but also many seniors the masters all died on the battlefield, leaving endless legends. You just said that your bloodline contains the blood of a Taiga warrior. So, my ancestor was once an imperial warrior. Kukaki Qianye asked, are there any Taiga warriors in this world? Hearing this, Kuraki Okawa's eyes widened, he looked at Kukaki Qianye in surprise, and said, you mean, you don't even know what a Taiga warrior is? CBFC. Yet. Kukaki Qianye nodded. Alas. Kuraki Okawa took a deep look at Kukaki Qianye, shook his head, sighed, and said, the Taiga warriors are the strongest existences in ancient times, and each of them controls a powerful Taiga, its strength is terrifying. Taiga warriors are extraordinary weapons passed down from ancient times. Every Taiga warrior stands at the pinnacle of the entire continent. Kukaki Qianye's eyes suddenly froze. He had never heard of the Taiga, and today's introduction by Kuraki Okawa seemed to answer his doubts. Uncle Kuraki, since you are a Taiga warrior, what level of spiritual power is yours? Kukaki Qianye asked again. 4th grade. Kuraki Okawa's face showed a proud look, as if he was showing off his power. Haha. Kukaki Qianye raised the corner of his mouth with a sarcastic arc and said, your TS are very troublesome. What? Hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, Kuraki Okawa narrowed his eyes slightly and said, how can I be weak? Kuraki Okawa, you should know that your bloodline talent is not suitable for becoming a fighting taiga warrior, so your growth rate is very slow, and your mental power has been stagnant. Therefore, over the years, you have always stayed at the level of the leader of the empire. It's hard to make any progress. And my mental power has already reached the 5th level. I am only one step away from the 6th level. If I break through to the 6th level, I will be able to exert more powerful power. Kukaki Qianye stared at Kuraki Okawa with sharp eyes, word by word. He said, "So, I hope you will lend me your blood. When I break through, I will return it to you and help you become a 5th grade spiritual power." Kuraki Okawa's expression was stiff, his face was pale, and his whole body was shaking violently. He didn't expect that Kukaki Qianye would actually attract the Taiga samurai's attention. "You have a beautiful idea." Kuraki Okawa shouted angrily, "You can't even think of taking away the blood of a Taiga warrior. Uncle Kuraki, aren't you willing? If that's the case, then you have no value in existence." Kukaki Qianye's eyes were full of murderous intent. He put his feet on the ground, and flew towards Kuraki Okawa, and drew lightly with his fingers. There was a ripple in the air. Tisk! The pitch-black sword blade cut through the void and pierced the space. "BD!" Kuraki Okawa yelled angrily, and his body turned into a blurry black shadow and retreated violently. At the same time, he shot out a palm, and his powerful true energy surged. Bang! Kuraki Okawa's palm was shattered, and Kukaki Qianye defeated Kuraki Okawa with one move. Kuraki Okawa's face turned pale. He turned his neck with difficulty to look at Kukaki Qianye, and gritted his teeth and said, "Your strength has actually reached this level. How long has it been since then? How did you become so fast?" In the eyes of Kuraki Okawa, Kukaki Qianye is still the waste. But now, in just 2 or 3 months, he felt that Kukaki Qianye was like a new person, becoming much stronger than before. This world is so cruel. Whether you are willing to admit it or not, the reality will never change. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were indifferent, and then he disappeared in a flash. Boom boom! 2 sword sounds resounded, and Kukaki Qianye held a long black sword, like a ghost, and attacked Kuraki Okawa crazily. In this state, Kukaki Qianye's attacks become faster and more vicious, and their power increases several times. Pft! Clang! Kuraki Okawa held a bone knife to block Kukaki Qianye's offensive, but in this case, he was still at a disadvantage. "Uncle Hymo, don't resist. My swordsmanship has been practiced to the point of perfection. You can't resist it with your strength." Kukaki Qianye said calmly, "Hand over the bloodline and soul mark of the Taiga warrior, otherwise, today next year will be your death anniversary." Kuraki Okawa clenched his fists, his face full of humiliation. He never expected that the power of his bloodline and imperial weapons that he was so proud of would be useless in front of Kukaki Qianye and be completely crushed. "That's all, since I can't change my fate, then I will die with my master." Kuraki Dachuan looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes instantly turned scarlet, thick black mist erupted from his body, his whole temperament changed drastically, and he was filled with monstrous rage. "Burn the blood!" Kuraki Okawa actually chose to burn blood. Seeing Kuraki Okawa's appearance, the people around him were shocked. Chapter 147. Kuraki Okawa's aura suddenly soared, and his body was filled with a strong aura of death, and even the surface of his skin was covered with a thin layer of grey scales. Death armor. Kuraki Okawa actually burned his bloodline. It seems that he is determined to win Kukaki Okawa. Although Kuraki Okawa is only a low-level Taiga warrior, his Taigu is an extremely special Taigu that can more than double his defense. If Kuraki Okawa burns the Taigu, he may still be able to survive. But this time Kuraki Qianye may be in danger. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Kuraki Okawa suddenly jumped up, rushed towards Kukaki Qianye like a cannonball, and then grabbed Kakishiki's head with his 10 claws. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were extremely cold, and the long black sword drew a sharp trajectory and stabbed Kuraki Okawa's chest. Sonoras. A dark green light suddenly bloomed from Kuraki Okawa's palm, like steel and iron bones, firmly blocking Kukaki Qianye's sword edge and knocking it away. What a powerful body!
Kukaki Qianye stepped back a few meters before steadying himself, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Kid, suffer death. Taking advantage of the victory, Kuraki Okawa held the skull scepter and slammed it at Kukaki Qianye with unparalleled power. The air exploded and the air shook. However, at this moment, Kukaki Qianye disappeared again. Kuraki Okawa's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly activated the true energy shield to protect the vital parts of his body. The next moment, Kukaki Qianye appeared silently in front of Kuraki Okawa, and the long black sword swept past. Kuraki Okawa's face changed slightly and he immediately moved sideways to dodge. However, Kukaki Qianye's attack was extremely cunning and ruthless. As soon as he dodged, Kukaki Qianye appeared on the other side of him and slashed at him with the 10-sword wolf. Damn thing! Kuraki Okawa yelled angrily, and the skull scepter in his hand danced, and green swords appeared one after another. The dense swords covered the entire area, forming an airtight protective cover. Bang 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 bang! The endless sword gangs collided fiercely with Kukaki Qianye, and the bright sword light burst out, so dazzling that it made people unable to open their eyes. But these swords can't do anything to Kukaki Qianye. Then, under the horrified gazes of countless people, Kukaki Qianye performed mysterious movements. His body was like a ghost, shuttling between countless swords. The long black sword kept slashing, which made Kuraki tired of dealing with it. It's over. Kukaki Qianye's eyes turned cold, and the long black sword suddenly swung down. Kuraki Okawa's face suddenly changed, his arm suddenly raised, and the skull scepter in his hand was blocked in front of him. Kuraki Okawa's body trembled, and blood spilled from his mouth. The Kuraki family, you are not worthy of being called a family of sword masters. Kukaki Qianye's tone was extremely cold. The long black sword suddenly retracted, and a majestic sword intent spurted out. Whoosh! The long black sword flew out of his hand, penetrated the void, and went straight to the chest of Blackwood Skyclaw. Poof! The tip of the sword pierced through Kuraki Okawa's right chest, and then inserted into the stone slab. A few mouthfuls of blood spewed out of Kuraki Okawa's mouth. He covered his right chest and knelt on the ground with a face of pain. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were bloodshot. He slowly raised his head, stared at Kukaki Qianye, gritted his teeth and said, I don't accept it. I never believe that your talent is superior to mine, and your taiga weapons are not as good as mine. Why do you beat me? He couldn't understand why Kukaki Qianye's bloodline could break through the shackles and obtain the extraordinary taiga. Kukaki Qianye said coldly, your taiga is indeed very special, but it can only exert its most powerful power in your hands. I have never envied you. Saying that, Kukaki Qianye slowly drew out his long sword. Blood sprays. Ah! Kuraki Okawa howled miserably, the pain eroding his brain and making him almost faint. You. I curse you. Kuraki Okawa's eyes widened and he looked at Kukaki Qianye resentfully. You have no chance. Kukaki Qianye said calmly, and the long black sword slowly fell. Click. Kuraki Okawa completely lost his breath. Kukaki Qianye looked down, with a sad look in his eyes. Old man Kuraki, I killed Kuraki Okawa. Kukaki Qianye sighed softly, then turned and walked into the wooden house. The reason why the Blackwood family declined was not only due to the death of his father, but the more important reason was the weakening of the Blackwood family's bloodline. The power of blood is the foundation of a family's prosperity. Asking for flowers. However, the bloodline power of the Blackwood family has long been thinned to the point of almost drying up. Even if it takes another 100 years, the Blackwood family will be difficult to restore its former glory. Hey! Master Haimu's lonely and desolate sigh came from the wooden house. The Kuromo family was his lifelong effort. For this reason, he abandoned his children's personal relationship and focused on improving, thinking that one day he could reach the top. However, Kukaki Qianye told him that the blood power of the Kuraki family had already declined to the ultimate level and could no longer be restored. His dream was completely shattered. Master Kuraki knew that these were Kukaki Qianye's words deliberately irritating him. Not willing to give in? Of course not. However,
Master Kukaki knows that the power of the Kuromo family's bloodline is an indisputable fact, and Kukaki Qianye is right. After a long silence, Mr. Haimu took a deep breath, with determination in his eyes. After tonight, Qianye, the reputation of the Haimu family will be shouldered by you. I hope you won't let me down. This guy really killed the heir of the Kukaki family. By doing so, he offended Kukaki Okawa's grandfather and 3 uncles. The people in the Kukaki family are going crazy and will definitely take revenge. No matter what, Kukaki Qianye will not survive. The Kukaki family is in decline. Once Kukaki Okawa dies, those arrogant guys from the Kukaki family will probably settle the score with Kukaki Qianye. Haha, Kukaki Qianye is arrogant and will suffer big losses sooner or later. Seeing Kukaki Okawa being killed instantly with a sword, the members of the Kukaki family suddenly became excited, and they all looked at Kukaki Qianye with gloating. Kukaki Okawa is dead, and the Kuromo family will usher in a new clan leader. Of course, they are happy to see Kukaki Qianye killed by someone from the Kuromo family. Kukaki Okawa is a direct member of the Kuromo family. If Kuromo Qianye kills him, it is tantamount to offending the Kuromo family's antagonism. How dare you kill my grandson? At this moment, an angry roar came from the ancestral temple of the Blackwood family, and then a burly figure rushed out, exuding a violent and terrifying aura, extremely fierce. It is Kukaki Okawa's grandfather, Kukaki Tai, the current patriarch of the Kukaki family. Grandpa. Seeing their grandfather Kuromo Tai come out of seclusion, the members of the Kuromo family all saluted respectfully. Chapter 148. Kuromo Tai's eyes were extremely scarlet, and his eyes were about to burst. His whole body was filled with overwhelming murderous intent, and he locked onto Kukaki Qianye. Hearing this, Haimu Tai's eyes flashed with a cold luster, which immediately turned into intense violence and ferocity. Although Kukaki Tai is Kukaki Okawa's grandfather, Kukaki Okawa's contribution to the Kukaki family was too great, and Kukaki Tai couldn't bear to kill him. But it's different now. Kukaki Okawa died in the hands of Kukaki Qianye. If Kukaki Qianye was not killed, Kukaki Okawa Izumi would definitely blame his grandfather. You deserve to die. Kuromo Tai's eyes condensed, he stepped on the void, and instantly appeared in front of Kukaki Qianye. He punched out, and his fist seemed to shatter the void, containing terrifying power. Kukaki Qianye looked indifferent, the long black sword shook slightly, and a sharp sword light cut through the void, instantly destroying Haimu Tai's attack. Call out. 280. The sword light swept past. Pfft. There was a small scar on Haimu Tai's neck. Haimu Tai's pupils shrank sharply and he looked at Kukaki Qianye blankly. He didn't even realize how Kukaki Qianye hurt him just now. What a fast speed! Haimu Tai was horrified. He was a strong man in the middle stage of nirvana. He didn't even understand how Kukaki Qianye killed him. There are indeed monsters in this world. You actually hide your strength. Haimu Tai roared with a ferocious face. He was originally a warrior at the peak of his strength, but now, he was instantly injured by Kukaki Qianye. I said, I can use a sword to let you experience the real swordsmanship. Kukaki Qianye looked at Kuromo Tai with a cold expression, and said word by word, don't worry, I don't know any members of the Kuromo family. Keep. Everyone in the Kuromo family looked frightened and trembled with fear. They have no doubt about Kukaki Qianye's words. You dare! Haimu Tai was furious, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and his strong vitality exploded, and he smashed hard at Kukaki Qianye, trying to prevent the rotten technique from rising into the night. Humph, Haimu Tai, don't forget, who is in charge of the Haimu Tai family now? Do you think I dare not kill them all? Kukaki Qianye sneered, and with a thrust of the long black sword, he directly knocked back Haimu Tai. A hole! Haimu Tai became angry and took action frantically. Kukaki Qianye pulled out the long black sword from his waist with an expressionless face and fought with Kuromo Tai. Neither of them used their soul power, but only used their physical power to fight. Every move was filled with destructive fluctuations, and the entire compound shook. How did his strength become so terrifying? Kukaki Tai became more and more frightened as he fought.
He felt that Kukaki Qianye's swordsmanship was as if he had been reborn and became mysterious and unpredictable. This kind of swordsmanship is completely superior to the swordsmanship practiced by Hypnosis, and is even worse. Did he get some powerful sword manual or sword skills? Otherwise, how could he become so powerful? Hypnosis was suspicious, but he did not stop and continued to use powerful sword skills to attack. However, as the battle became longer and longer, Kuromuti's confidence became more and more eroded, and he eventually became extremely decadent. Kuromutai, suffer death. Suddenly, Kukaki Qianye shouted, and the long black sword slashed out with brilliant brilliance. This sword is bright and dazzling, blooming with brilliant brilliance, like the sun rising, illuminating the surrounding areas, making people unable to open their eyes. Boom! A majestic and vast momentum erupted from Kukaki Qianye's body, and the surrounding air exploded, forming a violent sonic boom. At this moment, Kukaki Qianye is very hacky, with overwhelming momentum, like the arrival of a demon king. The sword energy swept wildly, tearing everything apart. Kuromuti's face suddenly changed drastically, and he quickly retreated, trying to avoid Kukaki Shenjai's sword. However, Kukaki Qianye was very fast and caught up with Hypnosis in the blink of an eye. He slashed out with his sword, and the fiery sword energy penetrated Changhong and enveloped Hypnosis. With a bang, Hypnosis was slashed away by a sword, and a striking sword mark appeared on his chest. Blood gushes out, dyeing his clothes red. This. Everyone was shocked. The dignified patriarch of the Kuraki family was severely wounded by Kukaki Qianye's sword and almost died. Kuromutai is no longer able to survive. Kuromuti's defeat is certain, Kukaki Qianye's victory is certain. Everyone was talking a lot and staring at Kukaki Qianye with admiration. They seemed to have expected that the Kukaki family would change owners and change their surname to Kukaki. Kukaki Qianye, you can't kill me! Hypnosis shouted in panic. At this time, he only had half his life left and could not stop Kukaki Qianye at all. I said, the Kuraki family must be destroyed. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were cold and he pointed his sword at Kuraki Tai, preparing to end his life. Hypnosis was horrified. No, if you kill me, the Hei family will perish. He didn't believe that Kukaki Qianye really dared to kill him. The Kuraki family is the hard work of my parents, how can I destroy it? But, you have to pay the price. Kukaki Qianye's eyes suddenly darkened, and he waved his right arm, carrying a terrifying pressure with the long black sword, and slashed down towards Hypnosis in the air. Tisk! Kuromutai was so frightened that he felt a dangerous aura coming towards him. His body almost instinctively moved to the side to avoid Kukaki Qianye's attack. Hypnosis! Hypnosis panted heavily, with a look of fear in his eyes, and he did not continue to take action. Kukaki Qianye does not intend to fight anymore. I think you are an elder and I will spare your life. Hypnosis, please stop struggling. Your Hymo family has sinned deeply. You have enjoyed so many years of glory and wealth, and now you can't. It's time to pay off the debt. With that said, Kukaki Qianye turned to look at the senior members of the Blackwood family not far away and said, "Why are you still standing there?" Yes. The senior members of the Blackwood family trembled and immediately stood up, nodding respectfully. What are you doing? Seeing the top leaders of the Kuromu family approaching, a look of despair suddenly appeared in Kuromuti's eyes. They want to burn him alive. Ancestor, please forgive me for being rude. I hope you can forgive me. The senior members of the Kuromu family were determined and would not give Kuromutai a chance. Kuromutai resisted desperately, but his body had already been seriously injured and he was no match for the top leaders of the Kuromu family. He was captured not long after. Hypnosis roared with all his strength, "You guys! How dare you betray the Hymo family? Aren't you afraid of being punished by God? Hypnosis, your Hymo family's crimes are so heinous that you will perish sooner or later because of this." The senior members of the Hymo family spoke righteously. Hypnosis' face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, "The Hymo family is the patron saint of the Hymo Empire, how could it be destroyed?" Kukaki Qianye looked at Hypnosis indifferently. "Hypnosis, you are still too young.
Although your Hymo family is the guardian family of the Hymo Empire, your interests are the same as those of the other 5 major families. Now that you have completely angered the Blackwood family, getting rid of you will be a clean-up of the family. Chapter 149. Hymutai clenched his fists, knowing that he lost. He has no room to resist. Kuromutai, I will send you to reunite with all the children of the Kuromu family. Kukaki Qianye's tone was extremely cold. Hymutai laughed miserably, haha, it seems that I, Hymutai, am really going to die in your hands. However, even if I die, I, Hymutai, am still worthy of pride. After all, I, Hymutai, will die in the hands of a strong man like you. In hand. You are wrong. Kukaki Qianye shook his head. Hymutai frowned slightly. I did kill you, but your death was not unjust. After all, your life was given to you by me. Now, just give your life back to me. Kukaki Qianye said coldly. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Hymutai couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. Smiling, his smile froze and his eyes widened, showing a strong look of regret and unwillingness. He was unwilling to do so. But it didn't help. About half a year later, Kukaki Qianye came to a small town on North Blue Road. Before he left 21, the ninja dogs he left to the village had been bred for several generations, and hundreds of ninja dogs were spread across the North Blue Road and several countries surrounding the North Blue Road. North Blue Road is a relatively prosperous county in southern Japan, and the north of North Blue Road is the sea. There are still many islands in the North Blue Road. Take this town for example. 150 years later, this small town named North Blue Road became the only city with a seaport near North Blue Road. It lives near the sea and therefore produces many commodities. Not only salt and wine, but also ship construction process drawings and some rare metals. When Kukaki Qianye came to the town, it was already spring. The spring breeze brings warmth, and the houses and farmland in the town have been completely renewed. There are many ninjas in uniforms in the town, who are patrolling and maintaining law and order in the town. They are all students recruited from the ninja school founded by Orochimaru. The training talents of these ninjas are very good. After all, Orochimaru is a senior ninja. How could the disciples he picked up be bad? And these ninjas are the ninjas of Konoha village. Teacher Qianye. Are you finally willing to come back? That's right, I'm back. Kukaki Qianye returned home, only to see Orochimaru standing in front of his door waiting for him. Welcome home. Orochimaru said with a smile. Welcome home. Kukaki Qianye frowned. I remember I sold my home to you. Yes, but you forgot that you promised me that you would not sell this house. Kukaki Qianye was stunned for a moment. This is impossible. I definitely never promised it. Orochimaru smiled. I didn't promise you. I just told you that if you want to leave Konoha village one day, come to me on North Blue Road. Kukaki Qianye's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, a hole. I really doubt whether you really want to help me. No wonder a despicable villain like Orochimaru can succeed. It turns out that his tricks are much better than yours. Orochimaru laughed loudly. I just provide you with another choice. If you choose to continue to stay in the village, then you can only be controlled by me. Kukaki Qianye's expression became even colder. Over the years though, his relationship with Orochimaru has become increasingly tense. But they still exchange secrets like friends. But now, they are no longer friends. Orochimaru's smile slowly faded. I know you are resenting me, but Qianye, I didn't do anything wrong. Kukaki Qianye's lips pursed into a thin line and her cheeks were bulging. You are unwilling to leave the village with me because I am not good enough to you? Are you unwilling to admit that you are a defecting ninja? Kukaki Qianye was silent. Orochimaru walked slowly to the windowsill, his eyes staring at the sky outside. Since you don't want to leave, then I won't force you. But, Qianye, you should know that you can't get rid of me. Unless you are willing to work with me, I will die together. But I believe you will not be so stupid. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, a huge black figure suddenly broke through the glass and rushed in, knocking him down. Orochimaru was caught off guard and took a few steps back before regaining his balance. This huge beast was lying on the ground and kissed Orochimaru's legs. Orochimaru kicked out, sending the beast flying against the wall. With a loud bang, the beast fell to the ground, twitching continuously. Orochimaru picked up the tail of the demon and looked at it carefully, with an indifferent smile on his lips. Is this the beast you raised? It's really embarrassing. This wolf's bloodline is probably the weakest, right? Kukaki Qianye stood up and glared at Orochimaru angrily. Stop talking. Okay, okay. Orochimaru shrugged, then took out a bottle of potion from the storage bag. Let's try this thing and see how it goes. Orochimaru cut his finger and dripped a few drops of blood on the potion. Then he used chakra to stimulate the drops of blood to fuse together and turn into liquid, which was then poured into the beast's mouth. When the bottle of potion disappeared completely, Orochimaru clapped his hands with satisfaction. Is this over? Kukaki Qianye asked. Of course not. I spent a lot of materials to develop this potion. It can improve the basic quality of ordinary people and enhance people's potential. If you are lucky, it can even increase the power of people's blood. Of course, the effect is it's very heaven-defying, and the price paid is not low. One bottle of potion consumes 10 fairy beans. You can get such an expensive thing. Kukaki Qianye curled his lips and said. Orochimaru chuckled, I won't bother you with this. He looked at Kukaki Qianye. I want to ask you to do something. Snort. What if you kill an enemy? Hi. Kukaki Qianye looked confused. So who is this guy? I don't know him, and I haven't seen him. Kukaki Qianye shook his head. I don't need to kill anyone. Really? Orochimaru nodded. Then have you heard about the rumors of Moon? Never heard of it. Kukaki Qianye said. Oh. Orochimaru seemed a little strange. Then why did you leave Konoha? Kukaki Qianye was silent for a moment and said, my father is the hero of Konoha. I am here to avenge him. Moreover, I am not willing to be ordinary. I need to obtain more powerful power. Orochimaru sighed, it seems that our ideas are not consistent. But it doesn't matter, I will give you a chance to prove your strength. This thing is for you, you can take it. Orochimaru threw out a red bead. Chapter 150. This is. Kukaki Qianye asked doubtfully. This is the elixir I refined with the power of 9 tails. If you eat it, you can have the power of the tailed beast for a short time. Although it is not very powerful, it is still no problem to deal with 1 or 2 jonin. The power of 9 tails. Kukaki Qianye hesitated. Don't worry. Although the power of 9 tails has many flaws, there are always some benefits. For example, it can increase people's longevity and make people live longer. Moreover, the power of 9 tails can improve people's physical strength. Then I'll take it first. Kukaki Qianye followed unceremoniously. He didn't know that 9 tails power would shorten his lifespan. Then I'm leaving. Kukaki Qianye left the wooden house and walked in a certain direction of the village. The villagers took cover one after another and ran away in panic. How is this going? It seems like a monster has broken into the village. Run! Is it a monster? No, it looks a little strange, as if he's injured. Kukaki Qianye raised his arm, and countless red lines appeared on his arm. His pupils turned scarlet, and a dark tail grew out of his back. A dark and evil coercion enveloped the entire village, making people breathless. Ah! Help! Wails came and went. Kukaki Qianye swung out his claws, and a huge fire dragon roared out, swallowing a group of people in an instant. He turned and left. Orochimaru looked at this scene thoughtfully. I didn't expect that someone could really cultivate to this level. He touched his beard and showed an interested expression. It seems that I also need to capture a living experimental subject. Orochimaru left the North Blue Road and returned to his base. He has been thinking about Kukaki Qianye's abilities and potential. He believes that as long as Kukaki Qianye is given enough time and opportunities, he will be able to become a top ninja. I must admit that Kukaki Qianye's strength and talent are indeed outstanding, Orochimaru said to himself, but, can he be my helper? While Orochimaru was thinking, his men suddenly reported, Master Orochimaru, Kukaki Qianye has left North Blue Road and is missing.
Orochimaru was shocked and immediately realized that he might have missed an opportunity. But he quickly calmed down and decided to continue searching for traces of Kukaki Qianye. Several months have passed, and Orochimaru has sent men all over the place, but there is no news about Kukaki Qianye. Just when Orochimaru was about to give up, a secret letter reached him. Orochimaru opened the letter and found that it was from Kukaki Qianye. The content of the letter is very simple, only a few lines. Thank you for the opportunity and help you once gave me, but I decided to leave the ninja world and pursue my dreams. I will not return to Konoha village again. Orochimaru smiled bitterly after reading the letter. He realized that he had misunderstood Kukaki Qianye's intentions. It turns out that Kukaki Qianye has been doubting his motives and sincerity. If you give me another chance, I will still choose to sponsor you. Orochimaru whispered, you are a young man with talent and potential, but you just need more opportunities and challenges to train yourself. On the other side, Kukaki Qianye came to the mountainous area at the southern end of North Blue Road. It is 3 or 4 kilometers away from Konoha village. Because it is a small and remote country, the villages are relatively backward. But the forests here are extremely lush and the wild animals are extremely abundant. Kukaki Qianye found a secret cave, entered it, and injected the power of 9 tails into his danshin. Suddenly the danshin erupted with intense light. The illusory Weilu of the 10 Song dynasties slowly condensed. Is this the power of 9 tails? Kukaki Qianye took a deep breath, and then used all his strength. In an instant, the surrounding grass quickly withered and shriveled, branches withered, the ground collapsed, and rocks shattered. The power of 9 tails was activated, and corrosive power filled the entire cave. Kukaki Qianye groaned and spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but the passion in his eyes was still strong. After a long time, he finally returned to normal. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded with a smile. It seems that this is the so-called power of 9 tails. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is not bad. He closed his eyes and felt his power. My strength has reached the peak of cage-level beginners, and I am only one step away from reaching the mid-level. If I add my Mangekyo Sharinan, I will probably be comparable to Chunin. Although Mangekyo Sharinan can increase chakra storage capacity, this is limited after all. If there is no way to extract the 9 tails chakra, the effectiveness of Mangekyo will be greatly reduced. And Kukaki Qianye himself is a medical ninja with Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu. He can speculate on the increase in the amount of chakra based on the traces of chakra flow. Therefore, his current chakra reserve is at least twice that of an ordinary cage-level expert. The most important thing for me now is to master the 9 tails chakra. However, I already have Sage mode. There is no rush for 9 tails mode. Sage mode is Atsutsuki Kagaya's unique move. It is a 6 paths level move, but unfortunately it was destroyed during Impure World reincarnation. Moreover, the cost of performing Sage mode is also very high, so Kukaki Qianye doesn't want to learn this move yet. Apart from that, he currently has no better ninjutsu. He was going to Hokage Rock to discuss with Tsunade about the power of 9 tails. Kukaki Qianye rushed to the Hokage Rock, but as soon as he arrived near the Hokage Rock, he noticed something. Oops, could it be that the Mist Shinobi Ninja Village sent someone to assassinate me again? Kukaki Qianye frowned, probably not. They should have known that I was a defecting ninja, and they are unlikely to take risks. Someone comes to assassinate me. Kukaki Qianye stopped and stared at everything around him warily, but he felt nothing. Is it an illusion? Kukaki Qianye frowned, but illusion is useless. I can use chakra to sense the enemy's position. Suddenly, Kukaki Qianye heard a small sound, as if something was moving. Kukaki Qianye stared with bated breath and listened carefully to the movement. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, formed a seal with his hands, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Boom! The ground exploded, and the soil flew everywhere. A huge shadow appeared in front of him. It was a huge toad. Toad! Kukaki Qianye was stunned. He remembered that there was no such thing as a toad near Konoha. And this toad was obviously much bigger than the toads he had seen before. Chapter 151. Moreover, its body surface is wrapped with a film,
which seems to isolate all external chakra attacks, so it can block Kukaki Qianye's lightning-style chakra. And its size is at least about 1/2 larger than a toad of the same size. This guy is not simple. At this moment, a gust of fishy wind blew by, and then a huge toad appeared in front of him. What a powerful chakra wave! Kukaki Qianye's expression changed. This chakra fluctuation even gave him the thought of fear. He looked at the weird toad in front of him, and some thoughts flashed through his mind. Is it that? It can't be possible. He muttered. He remembered the story his father told him before he died. The legendary monster really appeared. At the same time, on a hill not far away, several people were hiding in the darkness, looking at the towering ancient tree in the center of the valley. These people were none other than Hyuga Niji and the others, and in front of them stood a man in black robes. The man's face was covered with a mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. The arms behind his back are a scorpion covered with sharp blades. This is a scorpion. Scorpion, are you sure that kid is Senju Hashirama's son? The masked man asked. He is tall and burly, with muscles all over his body, full of explosive power. If an ordinary person saw him, they would be scared to the point of weakness. He is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Madara. That's right. The pupil technique used by that person is very similar to the pupil technique of the Senju clan. And his eyes are also very special. Scorpion confirmed. Senju Hashirama's child. Ha, this thing is getting more and more interesting. Uchiha Madara's lips curled up slightly. I didn't expect to encounter such a weird thing in this world. Sir Uchiha Madara, what are you going to do? The masked man asked. He is the only jonin in the Akatsuki organization, named Uchiha Itachi. He and Uchiha Madara are brothers, and they are also the organizations founded by Itachi. And Uchiha Itachi has always believed that the Uchiha clan is the master of the ninja world, and other ninja clans are only worthy of being slaves. But now the sealer of the Uchiha clan has broken the seal, and there are new blood descendants. As Itachi's brother, Uchiha Madara would naturally not sit back and watch this happen. Observe for a while first, and then consider how to deal with that kid. Uchiha Madara said calmly, he can't run away anyway. Your Excellency Uchiha Madara, now that Konoha has failed, we must get 9 tails as soon as possible, otherwise once the Senju clan obtains the power of 9 tails, we may not have a share. Uchiha Itachi advised. Don't worry, I won't hand him over to the Senju clan. After all, those guys like to eat children. Uchiha Madara shook his head, with a cold glint in his eyes. This task is left to you. Kukaki Qianye looked at the huge monster in front of him. He could clearly feel the surging chakra contained in the monster in front of him. He did not hesitate, and all the chakra gushed out from his body. The lightning turned into a thunder sword and slashed down hard. Lightning-style swordsman form. Crack! There was a sound of surging electricity, and ripples spread out in circles. As the dust was flying, a figure appeared on the spot. It was a huge spider with a dark body and 8 wings. This giant spider looked at Kukaki Qianye, slowly raised its fangs, opened its bloody mouth and sprayed out hundreds of venom. The venom attacked Kukaki Qianye overwhelmingly, swallowing Kukaki Qianye up. Venom. Kukaki Qianye's eyelids twitched. This kind of poison can even dissolve steel, which is really bad. His expression kept changing. He didn't dare to resist this level of poison, so he could only choose to retreat. Kukaki Qianye carried the raised non, pushed away the venom, and then continued to rush deep into the forest. This big toad chased after him without any regard for size or speed. Damn it! Kukaki Qianye cursed. I didn't expect this beast to be so fast. Kukaki Qianye ran all the way and finally, CBFD, got rid of the big toad's pursuit. Hoo-hoo, I finally got rid of this big monster. Kukaki Qianye exhaled the depressed breath in his chest. Suddenly, a line of white smoke rose up, and then a huge snake head poked out, which was the huge toad. This big toad was extremely fast, and it approached Kukaki Qianye in just a few seconds. Kukaki Qianye felt awestruck in his heart. He did not expect that this huge toad would catch up with him so quickly. No, you have to get out of here quickly.
Kukaki Qianye gritted his teeth and took out a scroll from his arms. There is a huge human face painted on the scroll. The face is lifelike, and the eyes are shining with a strange and unpredictable luster, as if it is alive. Sage Art Wood Style * Wooden Golem Jutsu. Kukaki Qianye clasped his hands together and shouted. Suddenly, the entire forest trembled. Green vines sprouted out of the ground, then quickly grew and became entangled into a huge tree hundreds of meters high. This is wood-style wooden golem jutsu. The big toad looked at the giant tree in front of him in surprise. Although the wooden golem is large, it is not clumsy. It jumps lightly, dances in the air, and then attacks the giant toad. One after another, thick palms patted the big toad's belly. The big toad roared, opened its mouth and spit out venom towards the wooden golem. Wooden golem did not dodge or avoid, and walked straight towards the venom. Boom! The venom collided with the wooden golem, and then exploded violently. A mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the wooden golem died in the venom. But the big toad was also seriously injured, and a bright red bloodline appeared around its mouth. There is no way, the difference in strength is too big. Kukaki Qianye smiled bitterly. If I don't use Mangekyo Sharinon, I probably won't be able to survive 3 moves. Huh? Did that kid escape again? The big toad's angry eyes swept around, but found no trace of Kukaki Qianye. It seems we can only catch that kid first. The big toad's deep voice resounded in the swamp. In a dense forest deep in the swamp, a figure quickly passed by. This is a young man with short silver-gray hair, thin eyebrows, and a gentle smile on his face. This is Kukaki Qianye. He galloped all the way and came to an open grassland. Just rest here for the night. Kukaki Qianye sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly adjusting his breath for the exhaustion caused by the battle just now. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. A ferocious giant toad emerged from the swamp and flew towards his direction. We're catching up so quickly. Kukaki Qianye sighed, it's really difficult. Chapter 152. He stood up, then cast Flying Thunder God, and left the place instantly. Damn bugs! The giant toad looked at where Kukaki Qianye left and roared angrily. There was a ferocious light in his eyes. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel. The muddy water in the swamp began to boil, and large areas of the swamp began to squirm. Then giant snakes emerged from the muddy water and swam in the direction where Kukaki Qianye left, following the giant toad. Kukaki Qianye kept shuttling through the forest, trying to delay as much time as possible to wait for rescue. He knew that he was no match for that big toad, so he could only hope that someone would help him. Maybe there is still a chance to survive. Huh? What is that? Kukaki Qianye looked at a withered tree trunk not far away. The surface of the tree trunk has rotted, and the bark has fallen off, exposing the inside of the trunk. A dark purple mist is wrapped around the trunk. This purple mist exudes a strong poisonous gas, even more dangerous than the poisonous gas released by the huge toad. Poison gas. Kukaki Qianye frowned, it should be just an ordinary poison gas. Such poison gas should not harm humans. However, this unknown poisonous gas still makes Kukaki Qianye very wary. In any case, he decided to stay away from this strange withered old tree for the time being. Kukaki Qianye kept avoiding the poisonous mist in the forest, and gradually he came to a canyon. This canyon is extremely wide and lush vegetation covers its main part. This is... Kukaki Qianye's pupils contracted, because in this huge canyon, there was a cold and evil aura coming out. That's... impure world reincarnation! Kukaki Qianye exclaimed. He recognized that there were many bones in this canyon. These skeletons include men and women, old and young. These people are obviously not ninjas, they should be a group of ordinary villagers. Their deaths were miserable, and some of their bones were broken into pieces, which was shocking to Kukaki Qianye. I don't know what happened, but 2 words came to Kukaki Qianye's mind: revenge. When he witnessed the death of his parents and villagers, his heart was filled with endless hatred. Unfortunately, his enemies are the top masters of Konoha Shinobi Village, Tsunade and Kakashi. Even if he tries his best, he can't defeat Tsunade and Kakashi. Impure world reincarnation. Kukaki Qianye murmured to himself. He had heard that impure world reincarnation was a very evil forbidden secret technique that required the use of special secret techniques to allow the corpse to completely retain its memories of life. Then use the power of the occult to resurrect the dead soul. But the resurrected soul is not a pure soul, but a puppet with the memories of his lifetime. Although the strength of such a soul improves quickly, it loses its thinking, becomes dull, and has low intelligence. Impure world reincarnation is a forbidden technique of Konoha shinobi. I can't break in without permission. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were firm. I cannot let the body of impure world reincarnation continue to exist here. Wood style? The tree world is coming. Kukaki Qianye seal, a majestic chakra pours into the ground. Crash! The ground shook, and a huge green tree phantom rose from the ground. The shadow of the giant tree grew taller and taller, and finally covered the sky. Then a huge suction force was generated, which forcibly pulled out the mud from the ground, forming an uzumaki to surround the giant toad inside. The big toad roared wildly, and he kept struggling. But the shadow of the giant tree bound him tightly. What kind of technique is this? Why is it so powerful? The big toad shouted in horror, "You can't kill me. Humph, I will not only kill you, but also destroy your body." Kukaki Qianye's cold voice came from all directions. He stared at the giant toad indifferently, "You beast like you. You are not worthy of being called a human being at all, you have simply lost the face of humanity. I will never allow a dirty and ugly guy like you to tarnish our Konoha." The giant toad felt that death was surrounding him, and he was so frightened that he urinated. He quickly knelt down on the ground and begged for mercy, hoping to survive. "Humph, a scum like you actually dare to covet our Konoha." Kukaki Qianye ignored the toad's begging for mercy, and instead accelerated the delivery of chakra. He wants this big toad to die completely and never be able to stand up again. Chichichi. The big toad's body was corroding rapidly, and his life essence was being devoured. The big toad finally couldn't bear it anymore and made a sharp and harsh sound. "No, I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. Let me go, please." Asking for flowers 0. Haha, it's too late. Kukaki Qianye laughed mockingly, "A scum like you doesn't deserve to live in this world and must be punished." Suddenly, Kukaki Qianye stopped supplying chakra, and the giant toad froze in mid-air, and finally fell to the ground, completely dead. Kukaki Qianye walked over to check the body of the big toad, and his expression suddenly changed. The toxins in this big toad seemed to have been suppressed by some kind of force, otherwise he would have died long ago. Moreover, the toxin contained in its body, the chakra, was also devoured. Could it be? Kukaki Qianye suddenly thought of something and immediately walked towards the depths of the canyon. 0. This kind of breath. In a cave not far from the canyon, a slender man was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. Various precious medicines and strange treasures were piled around him, all of which were slowly releasing energy. On the table in front of him, there were several glass bottles, each containing a pill. He frowned slightly and looked at the bottle on the table. "I didn't expect that I actually succeeded in refining it. It was just the last step to success. But why can't my current state of mind be harmonious? Is there something missing? No, we must succeed this time. I promised her." The man shook his head, tried hard to get rid of distracting thoughts, and closed his eyes again. Konoha village, a wooden house in a remote corner. The door was locked, and a young man in black was practicing sword skills. This boy's name is Inyazuka Kiba. He has Mangekyo Sharinon, and he is extremely talented. He had just learned the art from his master not long ago, but he had already reached the pinnacle of being a little ninja. Inyazuka Kiba waved a kunai beside a rock wall and kept practicing his sword skills. This room is Inyazuka Kiba's daily training place. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing and frowned slightly. What a powerful power fluctuation! Could it be Orochimaru? Inyazuka Kiba hurried to the village entrance, and sure enough, Orochimaru was already standing at the village entrance. In front of him was the third Hokage 4. Chapter 153. Mr. Orochimaru, is something wrong? Inyazuka asked suspiciously. He and Orochimaru didn't have many interactions, they only met a few times occasionally,
and they were not familiar with each other. Inyazuka Kiba-kun, I am here to invite you on orders from Hokage-sama. Orochimaru bowed respectfully and said, Hokage-sama has summoned Inyazuka Kiba-kun, please come with me. Oh! Inyazuka Kiba nodded. Since the third generation called, he naturally couldn't refuse. Orochimaru led Inyazuka Kiba toward the office where third generation was located. Third generation is sitting on the office chair, waiting quietly for Inyazuka Kiba. Seeing Kiba Inyazuka walking in, third generation nodded with satisfaction and told the middle-aged man beside him, take Inyazuka Kiba-kun to rest and prepare dinner. The middle-aged man bowed out respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Inyazuka Kiba said in surprise, you have recovered. 063. Third generation showed a smile, pointed to the seat next to him and said, sit down. My injury is basically healed, but it still needs some time to recover. Great. Inyazuka Kiba was ecstatic, I have long been worried about your health, but I am finally relieved this time. Third generation patted Inyazuka Kiba on the shoulder, Inyazuka Kiba-kun, you have done a great thing this time. You don't know that this matter is crucial to Konoha and even affects the entire nation. What on earth is going on? Inyazuka Kiba was surprised. Do you know reanimation jutsu? Third generation asked after thinking for a moment. Impure world reincarnation. Inyazuka Kiba was shocked, this is Uchiha Madara's unique skill. It is said to be an extremely weird ninjutsu. But it is said that this ninjutsu disappeared 100 years ago. I didn't expect it to happen today. Appeared again. No wonder, Uchiha Itachi would choose to join us in Konoha, it turns out it is for this reason, I understand. Third generation said with admiration, it's amazing that you can think clearly so quickly. I believe that with this ninjutsu, even those tailed beasts can be easily suppressed. Really? A cold voice came from outside the room, why do I feel that you are cheating on me? Who? Inyazuka Kiba shouted angrily, and his body disappeared instantly. Bang! Inyazuka Kiba's body hit the wall, then he vomited blood and fell back. Kukaki Qianye said calmly, your strength is still far from enough. Who are you? Inyazuka Kiba looked at Kukaki Qianye angrily. He was completely unaware of the arrival of this mysterious man. You know, he is Grandmaster Wind style, very fast. But he didn't notice this person, which shows that the other party is much stronger than him. Kukaki Qianye smiled and said, don't forget, you were cultivated by me. Inyazuka Kiba's eyes widened, so it's you, so that person is you. Kukaki Qianye smiled, it's me. Ahole, how dare you take advantage of me? Inyazuka gritted his teeth. Haha. Kukaki Qianye glanced at Inyazuka Kiba with contemptuous eyes, you are too narcissistic. When did I say I need your help? You. Inyazuka Kiba looked at Kukaki Qianye angrily, why do you want to control me? Control. A disdainful smile appeared on Kukaki Qianye's lips, if you really think you have control of your future, then you are too stupid. Inyazuka Kiba fell silent, this was the eternal pain in his heart. Kukaki Qianye continued, although I am a devil, I am also a kind devil. I saved your life and saved you from torture. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been killed by Uzumaki Naruto. Now you actually repay kindness with hatred and turn around to question me. Inyazuka was speechless. He indeed owed the other party a lot of kindness, but now he still resented Kukaki Qianye, we are partners, you should help me, why did you push me into the trap set by Uzumaki Midosama instead? Partner. Kukaki Qianye burst out laughing, do you really think so? Hi. Inyazuka Kiba felt something was wrong. The expression on the guy in front of him was too crazy. A strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart, and he used Flying Thunder God to escape without hesitation. Bang! A pitch-black bullet penetrated the place where Inyazuka Teja used to be. Inyazuka Kiba stared at the opponent with a pale face, Kukaki Qianye's strength was really terrifying. To defeat his teleportation with just one bullet was simply beyond imagination. You actually hid your strength. Inyazuka Kiba said angrily. Haha, you are wrong, this is not my strength, and... Kukaki Qianye stretched out his right hand, and a dark red flame appeared in his hand, it is my strength. Sage mode. Inyazuka Kiba said in shock, you can actually turn on Sage Mode. Sage Mode is the ultimate form of impure world reincarnation and can only be used if it has the special chakra attribute. And Inyazuka Kiba happens to have a wind attribute, so he can only teleport after using Sage Mode. Is this Sage Mode? The third Hokage watched Inyazuka Kiba and Kukaki Qianye fighting with eyes twinkling. These two kids are actually able to use Sage Mode. This talent is simply enviable. If they were given another year, wouldn't they want to rule Konoha? Boom! Inyazuka Kiba and Kukaki Qianye collided fiercely. Inyazuka Kiba, I didn't expect you to be alive. Kukaki Qianye's figure appeared in front of Inyazuka Kiba and said coldly. I am the guardian of Konoha. Inyazuka Kiba roared, exuding golden chakra. You actually dare to break into Konoha and seek death. My target is not you. Kukaki Qianye said coldly. Inyazuka Kiba was stunned and said in disbelief, then what kind of electric sign are you? I'm here to tell you, don't try to stop Uchiha Sasuke and Konan's wedding. Kukaki Qianye 1.8 Knight said calmly, otherwise, I will let you die without a burial place. Your parents and your village will all be affected because of you. And destroyed. Hearing Kukaki Qianye's cold and cruel threat, Inyazuka Kiba's face suddenly turned extremely pale. He clenched his fists tightly, anger, sadness, and despair filled his heart. He was once the best ninja in the Hokage village and the hero of Konoha, but now he is in a situation where he is threatened by the enemy. This taste is simply terrible. Humph! Kukaki Qianye said with satisfaction after seeing Inyazuka Kiba's expression of great pain. What on earth do you mean? Why are you targeting Naruto? Inyazuka Kiba roared. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and said, it's not targeted, but necessary. Why? Inyazuka Kiba roared, why are you doing this? Chapter 154. Your father was a great shadow, but I became his pawn. This kind of shame can only be washed away with blood. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were scarlet, showing endless hatred. Inyazuka Kiba was confused for a while, not understanding what the other party meant. But he knew that the other party was definitely not a good person. They are all demons. Since you want to die, then go ahead. Kukaki Qianye raised his hand, ready to end Inyazuka Kiba's life. Whoosh! Inyazuka Kiba disappeared suddenly. Hi! Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows. He didn't even notice Inyazuka Kiba's movements just now. He was truly a genius boy in Konoha, and even he was a little impressed. But so what? Phew! Inyazuka Kiba's figure appeared behind Kukaki Qianye. Inyazuka Kiba slashed at Kukaki Qianye with a long sword. Pfft! Inyazuka Kiba's attack was blocked by Kukaki Qianye, but he did not dodge Inyazuka Kiba's attack, but resisted the blow. There was a huge gash in Kukaki Qianye's chest, dripping with blood, and even his internal organs could be seen. Ha 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 ha! Kukaki Qianye laughed wildly, Inyazuka Kiba, you can't survive. BD. Inyazuka Kiba was furious. Rich chakra erupted from his body, and his injuries recovered quickly. Inyazuka Kiba's body became stronger and stronger, and the muscles on the surface of his skin bulged high, like a ferocious wild boar. He kicked out kicking Qianye Keiki with a violent whistling sound. Ba, bang, bang. Every time Kukaki Qianye attacks, he can leave a scar deep enough to show the bones on Inyazuka Kiba's body. Soon after, Inyazuka Kiba was suppressed and beaten by Kukaki Qianye. Bang bang bang! Kukaki Qianye wielded the dagger and slashed hard on Inyazuka Kiba's abdomen and shoulders, almost cutting Inyazuka Kiba from midair to the ground. Crack! Inyazuka Kiba was stepped on by Kukaki Qianye. Ahem! Inyazuka spit out a mouthful of blood and turned his head with difficulty to look at a tree next to him. The tree fell right next to him, and a broken loose stick was stuck in the middle of the trunk. Is this Sage Mode? Inyazuka Kiba murmured softly. Sage Mode is a forbidden technique created by a person called Sage Art Nine Tails. Rumor has it that Sage Art's ultimate goal is to become a tailed beast. Inyazuka Kiba once tried to practice Sage Mode, but Sage Mode's physical requirements were too strict. Moreover, Sage Mode is not like ordinary secret arts or other techniques that can be learned. Only those with special bloodline can practice sage mode. And there are few examples of this kind of bloodline in the entire world. Inyazuka Kiba tried many methods, but none of them succeeded. Instead, he was covered in bruises and had to give up in the end. Is this what you call talent? Kukaki Qianye mocked, but even if you have talent, your soul is different from ordinary people. Inyazuka Kiba silently endured Kukaki Qianye's attack, and he closed his eyes unwillingly. Is he going to die? Although he is unwilling to admit defeat, the opponent is really ridiculously strong. You are already dying, what regrets do you have? Kukaki Qianye asked calmly. Inyazuka Kiba opened his eyes and stared at Kukaki Qianye. I'm not convinced. I did kill your parents, your family, and Konoha village. But I never killed innocent people indiscriminately, I only killed damn traitors. Kukaki Qianye said coldly. Those people I killed all deserved it. They caused me to lose my wife and children, and destroyed my family. So I want revenge. Kukaki Qianye shouted sharply, I want to kill them all so that they can feel the pain of losing their son and wife, so that they will always remember the shame of today. Inyazuka gritted his teeth and said, there is no way you can complete the mission. Who stipulates that revenge must be successful? Kukaki Qianye said disdainfully, don't forget, I am a fairy. As long as I want, I can achieve my goal. I will destroy Konoha. Destroy your village, kill all the Konoha shinobi, and then destroy Konoha's base. I will completely destroy Konoha and drive out all ninjas. Crazy. Inyazuka Kiba felt cold all over, the other party was simply a devil. No, I am here to redeem my sins. Kukaki Qianye shouted arrogantly, this world needs reform. Only reform can usher in new life. Only reform can Konoha not decline. We have to make sacrifices for this world. Kukaki Qianye stared at Inyazuka Kiba coldly, only death is the release. I want you to be buried with me. Kukaki Qianye said coldly, you losers don't deserve to rest in peace even if you die. After saying that, Kukaki Qianye raised the kunao and stabbed it into Inyazuka Kiba's neck without hesitation. Kukaki Qianye had a gloomy look on his face, with madness flashing in his eyes. His arms strained slightly. Inyazuka Kiba was instantly nailed to the ground. Boom! Suddenly a huge chakra burst out. Inyazuka Kiba's body instantly turned into smoke, and then reorganized into Inyazuka Kiba's appearance. How is that possible? Kukaki Qianye's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This is a battle, a one-sided crushing. Even the third Tsuchikage was no match for Inyazuka Kiba. And Kukaki Qianye couldn't kill Inyazuka Kiba just by relying on sage mode. Bang! Inyazuka Kiba's body was blown away again and hit the ground, with blood spilling all the way. Ah 640! Ouch! A shrill scream sounded, and two figures sprang out from the forest, attacking Kukaki Qianye one after another. The two figures turned out to be Uchiha Itaki and Shino. Itaki! Kukaki Qianye looked solemn. Uchiha Itaki's strength is more terrifying than he imagined. Whoa! Shino's Raise-non shot out, pointing directly at Kukaki Qianye's head. Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly, waved his right hand, and Shino's body flew backwards. Following Shino was Itaki's 8-foot Megatama, which went straight to Kukaki Qianye's throat. Kukaki Qianye hurriedly protected his vitals with both hands, but the 8-foot Megatama penetrated Kukaki Qianye's palm and shot out from behind. Kukaki Qianye looked at Uchiha Itaki in front of him in surprise. He knew that the kid in front of him was not simple. Uchiha Itaki retracted his palm, and a hole was corroded on his wrist, but he didn't care at all and just stared at Kukaki Qianye coldly. You are indeed the grandson of Uchiha Madara, and your strength is indeed extraordinary. Kukaki Qianye said lightly. Grandpa said that sooner or later, his old man will come back to seek revenge from me. Your end will be that of his old man. Kukaki Qianye's pupils tightened. Do you know about my grandfather? Of course. Uchiha Itaki said coldly. Chapter 155. Kukaki Qianye's face was ashen. He never expected that Uchiha Itaki actually knew the news about his grandfather. I advise you to surrender now. Uchiha Itaki said slowly. He looked at Kukaki Qianye and said,
because I don't want to waste time. Our time is precious, and I don't want to waste it on boring fights. I won't let you go. Kukaki Qianye roared angrily, his eyes turning red. As long as I kill you, Konoha village will be mine. Shameless. Uchiha Itachi said coldly, since you are so stubborn, I will have to send you to the west. Kukaki Qianye shouted, illusion. Kukaki Qianye suddenly released a burst of green poisonous gas. This is a deadly poisonous gas. As long as a little bit of poisonous gas is inhaled, the body's functions will gradually deteriorate until death. But this poison gas has a flaw, that is, it is not offensive, otherwise it would not be an illusion at all, but a killing move. The poisonous gas filled the air and enveloped the surroundings, forming a green sea of miasma. Uchiha Itachi's brows frowned, he felt that this poisonous gas was extremely dangerous to the body. Whoops! A kunao suddenly flew out and headed straight for Uchiha Itachi. This kunao has venom attached to it, which is enough to easily kill an average jonin. Uchiha Itachi sneered and punched the kunao hard with his right fist, accurately hitting the tail end of the kunao and breaking it. Bang! There was a loud noise, and a leg swept across. Bang! Another kick hit Kukaki Qianye's chest, sending him flying several meters away and breaking several trees. Pfft! Kukaki Qianye spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes dimmed. He knew that he was defeated by Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Itachi did not use his full strength just now. In this confrontation, Kukaki Qianye lost cleanly. Let's go, this kind of garbage has no value. Itachi said coldly, and then quickly retreated with Shino. Kukaki Qianye wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and showed a ferocious smile, haha. I will not give up, sooner or later Konoha village will belong to me. You bastards, just wait for me. Chapter 4 The Strong Man Hidden by Konoha Shinobi. Uchiha Itachi and Shino quickly retreated, but Kukaki Qianye stood there, waiting quietly. You can't escape. Kukaki Qianye grinned, showing his white teeth, which looked particularly eye-catching. For a long time, neither Uchiha Itachi nor Shino moved, seemingly unaware of the approaching danger. Hehe. Kukaki Qianye smiled sadly. Kukaki Qianye slowly approached, then jumped up suddenly and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi, trying to catch Uchiha Itachi, and at the same time slashed at Uchiha Itachi with a sword. King! Sparks flew, Uchiha Itachi fended off Kukaki Qianye, and then attacked Kukaki Qianye in turn. Kukaki Qianye's offensive was very fierce, hitting Uchiha Itachi like a storm. Dang, dang, dang! The golden sound kept ringing. Although Kukaki Qianye is only half experienced, he is an adult after all. Although Uchiha Itachi is strong, he cannot take advantage. In the end, it was Kukaki Qianye who was superior, taking advantage of Uchiha Itachi to avoid his attack, and then slashed the clothes on the left side of Uchiha Itachi's abdomen with a sword. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen, and the presence of internal organs could even be clearly seen, with blood gushing out. Uchiha Itachi groaned and rushed forward quickly. Where to run? Kukaki Qianye smiled coldly and continued to chase Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is indeed the genius of the Uchiha clan. He is very strong and has not lost his fighting ability even after suffering such serious injuries. His body was covered with a layer of black chakra armor, which completely isolated the pain from the outside and constantly prevented Kukaki Qianye from tracking him. A hole. Kukaki Qianye was annoyed. He was not good at defense, and at this moment, he was restrained by Uchiha Itachi, making his actions passive. Kukaki Qianye gritted his teeth, I must get rid of you today. There was a fierce glint in his eyes, and he knew that Uchiha Itachi must be eliminated as soon as possible or he would surely die. He is now seriously injured. If no miracle happens, how long will he last? He was unwilling to give in. He was about to reach the top of Konoha village and become the leader of Konoha village. Moreover, his father Kukaki died at the hands of Konoha shinobi, so he hated Konoha shinobi and wanted revenge. Hoo-hoo! Kukaki Qianye became manic, his eyes were red, and he tried his best to use various secret techniques in an attempt to defeat Uchiha Itachi. Kukaki Qianye was surrounded by wisps of chakra, and he swung his sword wildly, slashing at Uchiha Itachi. Bang bang bang! Uchiha Itachi stepped back and looked at Kuchiki Qianye with cold eyes. Kukaki Qianye's secret technique is powerful and has a very wide range. But he is an ordinary person after all, and the total amount of chakra is limited, so he cannot have an endless supply like Uchiha Itachi. Whoosh! Suddenly Kukaki Qianye stopped attacking, then turned around and ran towards the depths of the forest. Hey! Uchiha Itachi was stunned. Why did Kukaki Qianye run away? He followed immediately. Whoa! Uchiha Itachi rushed into the dense canopy in an instant. He found that Kukaki Qianye's aura was getting weaker and weaker, but he still tried his best to escape. Damn it! Uchiha Itachi cursed, but his speed was faster and he caught up with Kukaki Qianye in a few seconds. Then he formed a seal with his hands and pressed hard on Kukaki Qianye's shoulder. Boom! A ball of fire condensed from Uchiha Itachi's hand and bombarded Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye's face was distorted, but his figure suddenly became blurred, and flames passed through his body. Uchiha Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, earth-style Tsukulyubi. A wall of mud blocks the front of Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye's speed suddenly doubled, King Zhao's, and his sword struck the wall. Bang! The mud wall was split, but he was stuck in it and could not get out. Uchiha Itachi once again formed the seal, fire-style great fire extinguishes. A pillar of fiery fire shot out from his hand, heading towards Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye barely dodged, but his cheek was burned, leaving a piece of blackened flesh. Ah! Damn it! Kukaki Qianye yelled, howling angrily. He didn't expect to be in such a mess. He didn't dare to stay here anymore. He was afraid of being swallowed up by the flames. Why he sped up and fled, rushing deeper into the woods. Boom! The flames hit the branches, igniting those branches, and the entire forest burned. Uchiha Itachi looked at the blazing fire, his eyes flashed, and then turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Cough cough cough! A violent coughing sound came from the woods. Chapter 156. Kukaki Qianye climbed out of the fire, covered in ashes. He looked at the flames around him and was filled with fear. What a danger! I almost died here. Although his strength is weaker than Uchiha Itachi, there is not much difference. If the two really fight to the death, he may not be able to survive. A hint of gloom flashed in Kukaki Qianye's eyes. Damn guy! You actually made me lose face. Just wait and see, Uchiha Itachi. You will die by my hands sooner or later. Uchiha Itachi trotted all the way, regardless of his injuries, because he knew that this was the only way to get rid of Kukaki Qianye, otherwise both of them would die. Phew! Suddenly, a kunai shot from the side and was inserted into the soil in front of Uchiha Itachi. Hi! Uchiha Itachi looked at kunai in confusion. He knew that this was Kukaki Qianye's sneak attack, but he ignored it and rushed forward, only at a slightly slower speed. Uchiha Itachi doesn't know what Kukaki Qianye's plan is, but he can sense the crisis, so he must be careful. Sure enough, as soon as Uchiha Itachi moved, another kunai came flying towards him. The angle of this kunai was so cunning and weird that it was hard to guard against. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were cold and he raised his sword without hesitation. With a clang, Uchiha Itachi's sword blocked the kunai, but the powerful impact made him lean back and almost fall to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Kukaki Qianye came out from another route and stabbed Uchiha Itachi in the chest. The sharp tip of the knife exuded a cold light. Uchiha Itachi leaned back quickly, narrowly avoiding Kukaki Qianye's fatal blow, but a shallow scratch was still scratched on his back. Haha, Uchiha Itachi, you can't escape. Kukaki Qianye said with a ferocious smile, and his offensive became more and more fierce. Uchiha Itachi kept dodging, and for a while he couldn't find a flaw in Kukaki Qianye. He had no way to deal an effective blow to Kukaki Qianye, but only delayed Kukaki Qianye's footsteps. Kukaki Qianye's eyes showed madness and ferocity. Uchiha Itachi, stop dreaming, I can't be killed. My recovery power is extremely strong. Even you can't kill me. I will wear you to death here. Kukaki Qianye laughed and said, Uchiha Itachi, wait until you are exhausted, and then you can do whatever you want. I slaughtered. CBFB, Uchiha Itake's eyes were extremely cold, but he did not give up. Suddenly Kukaki Qianye's offensive was slowed down. Uchiha Itachi took advantage of this moment to pounce forward and cut off Kukaki Qianye's arm holding the sword with one sword. Ah! Kukaki Qianye screamed, and he quickly retreated, trying to save his right tail. Boom! Uchiha Itachi took this opportunity to give Kukaki Qianye a hard punch. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Kukaki Qianye half knelt on the ground. Kukaki Qianye raised his head and stared at Uchiha Itachi viciously. I told you, you can't kill me. Kukaki Qianye's eyes began to change, becoming dark, the Sharingan in the eye socket began to rotate, and at the same time the white eye of his left eye began to rotate. Kukaki Qianye's aura quickly declined. This is the unique pupil technique of the Kukaki clan, which allows Kukaki Qianye to gain a higher level of power in a short period of time, but the price is that his eyes will be damaged and he will never even be able to open his eyes. Uchiha Itachi's eyes became wary. He knew the horror of Kukaki Qianye's move. Boom, 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 explosions sounded. Boom! Kukaki Qianye's body suddenly expanded, and finally turned into a giant. This is the power that Kukaki Qianye exchanged for his life. At this moment, he has reached the peak of the 5th level ninja, and is only one step away from the meter level ninja. But this is not the reason why Uchiha Itachi is afraid. The real reason is that Kukaki Qianye's body began to deform, his muscles and bones all began to shrink, and he actually transformed into a strange existence that did not seem to belong to humans. Roar! Kukaki Qianye opened his mouth and roared, the sound was like thunder and deafening. Uchiha Itachi's expression suddenly changed. He knew that Kukaki Qianye was a complete zombie, not a human being, but something more evil. Bang! Kukaki Qianye grabbed it with a claw, bringing up smoke and dust in the sky, and space debris flying. Uchiha Itachi's figure surged and he jumped into the air, avoiding Kukaki's attack. Ouch! Kukaki Qianye roared like a beast, and his hands turned into sharp claws and grabbed hard. Uchiha Itachi reacted very quickly, holding Itachi to fight Kukaki Qianye's claw attack. Clang! The two weapons collided together, making a sound of gold and iron. Crack! Kukaki Qianye's sharp claws were wrapped with a layer of light blue chakra, which was extremely sharp. Uchiha Itachi felt as if the sword had touched steel, and his wrist trembled slightly tiger tear. But his tachi slashed out smoothly, cutting off both claws of Kukaki Qianye. Hulala Kukaki Qianye cried out in pain, but he immediately returned to normal. Humph! Uchiha Itachi smiled contemptuously, and kicked out his right foot hard, heading straight for Kukaki Qianye's abdomen. Kukaki Qianye's eyes showed horror. How could it be possible? My chakra was actually suppressed. Kukaki Qianye was not willing to give in. He used all his strength to block Uchiha Itachi's right leg. Bang! Uchiha Itachi's knee hit Kukaki Qianye's waist hard and kicked him out. Kukaki Qianye slid on the ground for several meters before stopping, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Kukaki Qianye stood up with difficulty. 3 or 4 of his ribs were broken, and the ribs even pierced his internal organs. Unforgivable! Kukaki Qianye's expression was twisted and ferocious. Boom! The rotten tree kept shaking, withered leaves flying down one after another, and Yoryuki's face showed a crazy look. Kukaki Qianye's body shape began to change, and his size gradually increased, turning into a huge gargoyle more than 10 meters tall. This huge gargoyle is completely black, and its long horns, fangs, nails, and wings are all lifelike, just like the real thing. Its eyes are deep dark red, and its body is covered with dense tattoos. Those tattoos seem to be some kind of curse seal. Kukaki Qianye stretched out his hands again, this time he turned into a pair of rough stone palms. Uchiha Itachi, suffer death! Kukaki Qianye shouted angrily, impure world reincarnation. With a swish sound, the huge stone gargoyle disappeared, and in its original position, a gargoyle exactly like Yoryuki Tsuke Kaijutsu Sho appeared. Uchiha Itachi's face was solemn. This time, he knew that Kukaki Qianye was serious and was trying his best. Bang! The two of them fought fiercely together,
their strength was equal, and neither could do anything to the other. Boom! A sword appeared in the hands of both of them at the same time, and they slashed at each other's bodies, making violent sounds. Chapter 157. Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye were constantly bleeding from their bodies. Obviously, they had a lot of blood on their bodies. It's over. The white patterns in Kukaki Qianye's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his figure suddenly sped up. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Itachi immediately used the body flicker technique, but Kukaki Qianye's body flicker technique had already reached level 7. The two passed each other, leaving a deep wound on Uchiha Itachi's chest. Kukaki Qianye fell back hundreds of meters, and a piece of skin on his chest was shaved off by Uchiha Itachi. Both of them have suffered a lot of trauma, and both will suffer losses. It depends on who can't hold on. Kukaki Qianye's willpower was very stubborn, and he still had no intention of backing down. His hands turned pitch black again, and he once again used his best skill, Ninjiki Langenjutsu. Whoosh! Whoosh! Groups of fireballs flew out, blocking the surrounding area, and with the change of Kukaki Qianye's handprints, those fireballs actually merged and turned into two more terrifying flame balls. This time, let me see how you can resist. Kukaki Qianye roared hoarsely. Water-style water wave. Uchiha Itachi's face was serious. He waved his hand and countless water jets rushed towards Kukaki Qianye. The water waves and the blazing fireball collided together, erupting with an astonishing energy impact. The grass and leaves on the ground were blown away, and the entire forest became bare. Although Uchiha Itachi successfully blocked Kukaki Qianye's ninjutsu, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, obviously suffering a lot of injuries. But Kukaki Qianye's injuries were even worse. He was scratched a lot in the battle with Uchiha Itachi just now. A huge shadow appeared behind Kukaki Qianye. This shadow is a huge black skeleton with armor on its back. This guy. Uchiha Itachi's face changed drastically. This was an enemy he had never imagined. The skeleton took slow steps, each step covering several meters. Its aura became more and more powerful, gradually surpassing Uchiha Itachi's expectations. This is... Uchiha Itachi's expression changed, and he remembered that this was the legendary tailed beast bomb. Haha, Uchiha Itachi, I know you are strong, but today, you must die here. Kukaki Qianye laughed up to the sky, his voice full of venom and hatred. Uchiha Itachi's face was very solemn, and he could detect that Kukaki Qianye's chakra was improving at an incredible speed. Can't wait, must strike first. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth and pierced the kunao in his hand into the ground, sage art water barrier. A wall made of water suddenly appeared next to Uchiha Itachi. This wall separated him from Kukaki Qianye. No matter how hard Kukaki Qianye struggled, he could not escape. But even if Uchiha Itachi used the simplest water-style ninjutsu, he couldn't stop Kukaki Qianye. Pfft! A sword was inserted into Kukaki Qianye's chest from the side. Ah! Kukaki Qianye screamed, and then suddenly grasped the sword. Poof! Uchiha Itachi pulled out his sword, but Kukaki Qianye's other fist had already hit him in the head. Uchiha Itachi immediately flew backwards. Poof! Uchiha Itachi fell to the ground, and then spat out several bloody teeth. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was more seriously injured. Ahem! Uchiha Itachi struggled to get up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Kukaki Qianye. What kind of bed is this? That move just now actually put his life in danger. Kukaki Qianye said indifferently, reanimation jutsu. Impure world reincarnation. He exuded a strong evil aura. Wrong. Uchiha Itachi frowned, because Kukaki Qianye was not the dead ghost, and his aura was obviously fundamentally different from before. Impure world reincarnation is indeed powerful, but you are not a Rin-Eigen after all. Itachi Nameshiha said calmly. Ha ha ha. Yes, Rin-Eigen is indeed powerful, but all of this is based on strength. Only with enough power can you perfectly control Rin-Eigen, otherwise it is just a useless precious eye. Kukaki Qianye mocked. He smiled and said, but I am different. My father is the one who owns the Rin-Eigen. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment, then showed a smile, then let's try it. You will definitely lose this game. The Sharingan quickly disappeared from Uchiha Itake's eyes, replaced by Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itake kicked the ground hard with his right foot, and then rushed out like a cannonball. Uchiha Itake was extremely fast and rushed in front of Kukaki Qianye in an instant. His arm led the shuriken to fly towards Kukaki Qianye, but Kukaki Qianye was already ready at this moment. He dodged Uchiha in a flash. Itake's attack, and at the same time his backhand hit Uchiha Itake in the abdomen with a slash of iron. Please give me flowers. The two were separated at the first touch, and Uchiha Itake's face was uncertain. Ah! Kukaki Qianye grinned, showing his sharp canine teeth, your weakness is exposed. Kukaki Qianye's figure moved again, and his body released strange fluctuations, as if there was an uzumaki absorbing the surrounding air. 8 trigrams raise non. Kukaki Qianye formed a seal with his hands, and a vertical eye suddenly opened on his forehead. A green light spurted out, hitting Uchiha Itake directly. Uchiha Itake groaned. He covered his stomach and knelt on the ground. His whole body was shaking. He felt that the chakra in his body was leaking crazily. Not good. Uchiha Itake said something bad in his heart. Uchiha Itake quickly took out the pill and swallowed it, and his chakra returned to normal. Ha ha ha. I said, this time, I will kill you. Kukaki Qianye laughed ferociously. He is now a Rinnegan of 6 Megatama, and his strength has improved a lot. In the original work, he didn't need such a secret technique at all, but now he has to use it, and this is the only chance to kill Uchiha Itake. I admit that you are more powerful than you in the original work, but that's all. The 3 Megatama patterns in Uchiha Itake's eyes flashed red. Sage Art Sage Mode. Uchiha Itake's momentum increased again, and he could even see Uchiha Qianye's figure clearly. Kukaki Qianye felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire. He waved the kunai in his hand with difficulty, but Uchiha Itake easily avoided it. Uchiha Itake held the kunai in his hand and stabbed Kukaki Qianye hard. King! Uchiha Itake's kunai was blocked, and at the same time Kukaki Qianye's fingers clasped Uchiha Itake's shoulders, and his palms twisted hard. Crack! Uchiha Itake's bones made a crisp sound. Ha ha ha! Kukaki Qianye laughed wildly, this time, you are dead. Chapter 158. Damn it! Uchiha Itake yelled angrily, he would really die here if this continued. Kukaki Qianye's body moved again. Sage Art Sage Mode. Uchiha Itake shouted, and a transparent membrane wrapped around his body. Bang! A punch hit Uchiha Itake in the abdomen, but he was still unharmed. He grabbed Kukaki Qianye's wrist. Sage Art Rakery. Uchiha Itake held the kunai in his left hand and stabbed Kukaki Qianye in the neck. Bang! Uchiha Itake's palm was bounced away. Uchiha Itake cursed secretly in his heart, Kukaki Qianye in this state has no solution at all, unless he can interrupt the ninjutsu performed by Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye's target is not him, so Uchiha Itake will not be attacked as a target, and Kukaki Qianye's attack method is not suitable for fighting 933, so the rest can only get close to him. Uchiha Itake thought of this, and he rushed directly to Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye was shocked when he saw this. This guy actually dared to approach him? Isn't he afraid of his own ninjutsu? But it turned out that Kukaki Qianye's guess was wrong. Fire style Ha-Long fire technique. Boom! A huge magma tornado appeared behind Uchiha Itake, and his whole body merged into this magma tornado, and then a ball of hot flames burst out. Kukaki Qianye's figure appeared 100 meters away. Although he escaped in time, his robes were still in tatters and his body was covered with lava. Uchiha Itake stood in the distance and stared at Kukaki Qianye indifferently. How do you know my ninjutsu? Could it be? Kukaki Qianye suddenly looked up at the sky and murmured, as expected of the former Uchiha Itake, he is indeed extraordinary. He can actually know my skills through my eyes. Ninjutsu. I admit this. I underestimated you. You are even better than in the original work. Uchiha Itake didn't speak, just stared at Kukaki Qianye lightly. But Kukaki Qianye suddenly showed a cruel smile, his pupils turned black, a strange power spread, and the Sharingan in the corner of his eyes gradually turned into pitch black. Now, it's you time to die. Kukaki Qianye pressed his hands on the ground, and then his eyes burst out with bright light. Uchiha Itachi's figure suddenly stagnated. The next second, a long knife passed through his heart, leaving a big hole in his chest. The blood flowed gurglingly, almost dyeing the entire clothes red. You, how is that possible? When did you do that? Uchiha Itachi asked unwillingly with wide eyes. From the moment you attacked me just now, you have been defeated. Kukaki Qianye said coldly, I have been waiting for you to show your weakness. How could I not be on guard against you? I have known for a long time that your character will never be the same. I will be captured obediently. I have been hiding nearby and observing, but I wanted to make you completely relax your vigilance, so I did not take action immediately. You are too confident, arrogant. I just tempted you a little, and you can't wait to jump out and die. Who will die if you don't die? Kukaki Qianye sneered, in this world, there is only absolute strength, and everything else, it's all just floating clouds. Kukaki Qianye reached out and pulled out the long knife stuck in Uchiha Itachi's body. The blood spurted out and splashed on Kukaki Qianye's skin as white as snow, adding a charming charm to Kukaki Qianye. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth and spit out a lot of blood. He struggled to crawl away, but his body was limp. Kukaki Qianye looked down at Uchiha Itachi who was struggling on the ground. He walked slowly in front of Uchiha Itachi. I know that you have the power of 9 tails, and I also obtained the chakra of 9 tails, but the difference between you and me is really huge. Even if you have 9 tails chakra, your level is still too low. Kukaki Qianye said coldly. Kukaki Qianye pressed his right hand on Uchiha Itachi's head, and chakra quickly poured into Uchiha Itachi's body. Ah! Uchiha Itachi screamed in pain, but he did not faint because he knew that all this was an illusion, and these chakras were just illusions used to interfere with his thinking. But Uchiha Itachi didn't dare to put up any resistance, because if he made a move, Kukaki Qianye would definitely launch a killing move immediately. After a long time, Kukaki Qianye withdrew his arm and wiped the bloodline on his hand. Your potential is indeed extraordinary. Kukaki Qianye praised, but your age has exceeded the limit, so it is impossible for you to succeed in this life. And your soul is not enough to support your success. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and said. Soul. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed. Yes, your chakra perfectly matches your physical strength, even surpassing mine. However, this is because you are a cage-level strongman. Kukaki Qianye looked at Uchiha Itachi, and now how long can you persist without these? Uchiha Itachi's face was so gloomy that he had to admit that what Kukaki Qianye said was true. The only way you can survive now is to find a quiet place to hide and recuperate. Kukaki Qianye said, I will not chase you. After all, a genius like you will definitely become a Hokage or even cage-level strong person in the future. Whose? Do you really want revenge? Then I will give you a chance. Kukaki Qianye said with a smile, when you recover, you can come to me for revenge. Then you will find out how powerful I really am. Stronger. Humph. Uchiha Itachi snorted and left. Kukaki Qianye did not stop Uchiha Itachi from leaving, but with a hint of ridicule on his lips. He knew that once Uchiha Itachi escaped, he might never be able to find him. But Kukaki Qianye is sure to find him and kill him. Kukaki Qianye's figure disappeared, and he had returned to Konoha village quietly. 0.8 Kukaki Qianye seems to be in a good mood. After all, the plan this time went very smoothly. The most important thing is that he has another chess piece. And this chess piece is Uchiha Itachi, Konoha's new cage-level powerhouse. Kukaki Qianye has decided that after he recovers from his injury, he will go find Uchiha Itachi and conquer Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is the man who owns 9 tails. Kukaki doesn't want it to fall into the hands of others. And Uchiha Itachi has returned to Konoha at this time, his injuries have recovered, and he has even broken through to the level of Chunin. But Uchiha Itachi was not happy, he knew that his strength was not enough to compete with Kukaki Qianye. Uchiha Itachi now knows the name and identity of Kukaki Qianye, and it is precisely because of this that he is filled with anger and hatred. Chapter 159. Kukaki Qianye, this BD. At the beginning, Uchiha Itachi was not a Chunin, but a Genin. As the veteran Chunin of Konoha village, Kukaki Qianye had the obligation to take care of Uchiha Itachi, so Kukaki Qianye would guide Uchiha Itachi every 2 or 3 years and help Uchiha Itachi improve his strength. Before Uchiha Itachi became Chunin, his strength was already on par with Kukaki Qianye, but Uchiha Itachi was still defeated by Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye's talent was so powerful, Uchiha Itachi's strength soared with the help of Kukaki Qianye, but he still couldn't. However, Kukaki Qianye also has a place in the Kukaki family. Until Uchiha Itachi reached the top of Genin, only half a step away from Chunin, Kukaki Qianye suddenly appeared. Itachi, how about we make a deal? Kukaki Qianye looked at Uchiha Itachi with a smile. I can make you a Chunin for a short time, and you need to help me accomplish my goal. Uchiha Itachi looked ugly. What on earth do you want to do? Although your strength is good, you are too weak after all. Kukaki Qianye said with a smile, you can't help me at all. The most important thing for you now is to improve your strength as soon as possible. As your strength improves, maybe I will no longer have any expectations for you. You are qualified to help me complete that matter. Why should I trust you? Uchiha Itachi asked. You have no choice now. Kukaki Qianye said with a smile, anyway, you are also the former Kazekage-sama, so you should know how to choose, right? Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while. Promise you. After a long time, Uchiha Itachi raised his head and said firmly, he must improve his strength now, otherwise he will not even be able to get out of Kukaki Qianye, let alone take revenge. Then come with me, Itachi, you are lucky, you will become the disciple of the second Hokage. Kukaki Qianye laughed. Kukaki Qianye left Konoha village with Uchiha Itachi. In a valley, Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye sit on the grass. I know what you are worried about, but don't worry, your life will not be in danger now. Kukaki Qianye said with a smile, I promise, you will become the second Hokage. But, since you want to become a disciple of the second Hokage, you have to pay something. Kukaki Qianye said lightly, but his tone was full of threats. Kukaki Qianye was determined to make Uchiha Itachi become a pawn in his hands. Uchiha Itachi was silent. He had already guessed what Kukaki Qianye was going to do next. Uchiha Itachi knew that this matter was very dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be controlled by Kukaki Qianye. But there was nothing he could do. His condition was so bad now that Kukaki Qianye could send just a few people to capture Uchiha Itachi. Ha, I forgot that you are still a waste now. Kukaki Qianye joked, his eyes staring at Uchiha Itachi, as if he wanted to see through Uchiha Itachi. Kukaki Qianye knows that Uchiha Itachi has great talent, but for some reason, Uchiha Itachi's strength has stagnated now. However, I can tell you a secret. Kukaki Qianye showed a mysterious smile, and he took out a scroll and handed it to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi took the scroll and studied it carefully. This is the cultivation secret book I obtained from the small world. As long as you practice successfully, your strength will definitely increase dramatically. Uchiha Itachi raised his eyebrows. What is this secret of cultivation? Uchiha Itachi looked at the scroll. Sealing technique. Uchiha Itachi muttered. The content of this scroll is clearly a sealing technique. Uchiha Itachi looked at this sealing technique and fell into deep thought. This is a sealing technique that suits him very well, but the value of this scroll is too high. What do you think of this sealing technique? Kukaki Qianye asked. He admired Uchiha Itachi very much. He believed that Uchiha Itachi would definitely choose this sealing technique. As expected of Orochimaru-senpai, he has such a heaven-defying sealing technique. Uchiha Itachi muttered in a low voice. Orochimaru. Kukaki Qianye was stunned for a moment. What did you say? My master's name is Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi said solemnly. You mean Orochimaru? Kukaki Qianye's eyes widened. He has heard the rumors about Orochimaru for a long time, and there are many legends about Orochimaru. It is said that Orochimaru is a being who astonishes the entire ninja world. He has extremely powerful illusion skills and also has terrifying physical strength. I didn't expect that you would be his apprentice. It's really touching. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and said bitterly. When he was in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi was also a genius. He also tried to pursue Uchiha Itachi, but he failed. He lost at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. That kind of defeat made him unable to recover, and he has been out of control ever since. But it is precisely because of this that Kukaki Qianye met Uchiha Itachi, which is considered fate. But then Uchiha Itachi disappeared completely. Kukaki Qianye once looked for Uchiha Itachi, but there was no clue. Kukaki Qianye has been thinking about whether Uchiha Itachi has fallen, but he didn't expect to meet him again now. Where is Orochimaru-sama now? Uchiha Itachi asked looking at Kukaki Qianye. Master Orochimaru is in the Uchiha family, let's leave now. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. 733. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment, and then agreed, he wanted to become stronger. Uchiha Itachi also understands that this trip is very dangerous and may even lead to death, but he still goes. Only by becoming stronger can he save his parents, and his grandfather Uchiha Madara is also waiting for him to rescue. Uchiha Itachi stood up and followed up with fists. Kukaki Qianye also stood up and stretched his muscles. Itachi-kun, are you ready? I don't like delaying time. Kukaki Qianye's mouth drew an evil arc, and he bared his sinister teeth at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi snorted and ignored Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye was not angry. He knew that Uchiha Itachi was still in grief, anger, and pain, so Kukaki Qianye decided to let Uchiha Itachi calm down slowly. Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye left Konoha and embarked on the road to Jian village. Itachi-kun, where is our destination? Kukaki Qianye asked Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes and said nothing. Kukaki Qianye is not angry either, he knows that Uchiha Itachi must be extremely sad now. 2 months later, Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye came to Kirigakure. Is this Kirigakure? Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes and looked around. The chakra flow here is very serious. Chapter 160. Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye were walking on a street. There were no pedestrians on this street and it looked very depressed. There were only a few sparse people. Itachi-kun, Kirigakure is like this. Countless people die every year, and many children die here. Kukaki Qianye sighed. Although he hates daimyo, this is the country of humans after all, and his ancestors are humans. This can never be changed. What do you two do? Suddenly, a voice sounded, attracting the attention of Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye. Uchiha Itachi followed the source of the sound and saw a young man standing there looking at them. This young man looks about 20 years old, with a tall build, a resolute face, and a tough guy look. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi frowned. I'm from Umbu, my name is Sai. Sai said in a deep voice. He felt familiar with Uchiha Itachi at the first sight. A look of confusion appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face, and he was sure that he did not know this person. Umbu. Kukaki Qianye frowned slightly. Sai, have you forgotten that the two of us are companions? Have you forgotten the mission we completed together? Sai suddenly remembered that Kukaki Qianye and he were partners, and he almost became Kukaki Qianye's fiancé. It's you. Sai's eyes flickered, and he looked at Uchiha Itachi a little warily. Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye are both genius-level ninjas. Their combat power is extremely powerful, comparable to that of elite jonin. This is... Sai's pupils narrowed when he saw the flame symbol on Uchiha Itachi's chest. This is the sword of the third Hokage. Well, not bad. Kukaki Qianye smiled easily. The third Hokage is his idol, not to mention that the third Hokage was once his teacher. Uchiha Itachi's brows became more and more concentrated, and he could detect the hostility in Sai's eyes when he looked at the flame emblem worn on his chest. Itachi-kun, who is he? Kukaki Qianye asked with a slight frown. Uchiha Itachi looked at Kukaki Qianye and said for a long time, my friend, Sai. Sai's face was uncertain, but he finally regained his composure. Sai has met Senior Qianye. No need to be polite.
Kukaki Qianye waved his hand. Itachi-kun, are you going to enter the Kingdom of Rain? Kukaki Qianye suddenly thought of something. Uchiha Itachi didn't answer. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were full of worry. Uchiha Itachi was going to Cloud Shinobi Village. All of this happened because of him. How could he bear to let Uchiha Itachi take risks? Itachi-kun, don't worry, I will help you with your matter. Kukaki Qianye said solemnly. Thank you. Uchiha Itachi nodded indifferently. Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye soon came to a valley. There is a towering ancient tree in the center of the valley. Its branches are thick and hundreds of meters high, and there is a giant egg on the top of the ancient tree. This is... Uchiha Itachi stared at the dome. He felt that there was huge power inside the dome, as if it could destroy everything. Uchiha Itachi, congratulations on gaining my power. A hoarse voice sounded, a burst of smoke rose, and a figure gradually became clear, and it was Uchiha Fugaku. Uncle Fugaku. Uchiha Itachi bowed respectfully. Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Itachi, and then at Kukaki Qianye next to him. His face suddenly froze. Kukaki Qianye. Uchiha Fugaku's face became extremely cold. Haha, hello, brother Fugaku. Kukaki Qianye smiled lightly. Fugaku clenched his fists. He took a deep breath to suppress the surging murderous intention in his heart. Now that Uchiha Itachi has obtained the power of his blood, he must lead Uchiha Itachi back to Konoha as soon as possible. Fugaku-senpai, are you here to bring Itachi-kun back to Konoha? Kukaki Qianye's purple eyes radiated radiance. Yes, I need Itachi to return to Konoha. Fugaku nodded and admitted. Then please come with me, I have made arrangements. Kukaki Qianye took Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi to the center of the village. Outside a house, 10 men dressed in black stood with their backs to them. Captain Kakashi. Kukaki Qianye greeted the man in black. Kukaki-senpai, Itachi, you are finally here. Kakashi turned around slowly, his face as pale as paper. Now the village is in crisis, you hurry up and provide support. After Kakashi finished speaking, he fell straight to the ground and passed out. What? Uchiha Itachi was stunned and hurriedly helped Kakashi up. Uchiha Itachi put his hand on Kakashi's body, checked the state of Kakashi's body, and found that there was a mysterious chakra raging in his body. Uchiha Itachi's eyes became sharp. His identity was Umbu, and he could tell that this mysterious chakra was the chakra of reanimation jutsu. Uchiha Itachi's face was solemn. This chakra is so terrifying. I need you to help me, Itachi-kun. I just need to get rid of this chakra. Kukaki Qianye said solemnly. Hi. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. He knew that the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Once this forbidden technique is activated, the caster will have his soul and body devoured by the monsters of impure world reincarnation. Itachi-kun, believe me. Kukaki Qianye said firmly. Uchiha Itachi looked at Kukaki Qianye, and then at the unconscious Kakashi, and he chose to believe Kukaki Qianye. Since my father gave me this ninjutsu, I will never fail. Kukaki Qianye murmured. Immediately, Kukaki Qianye stretched out his right hand and pressed it on Kakashi's forehead. In the next moment, a huge chakra emerged from his body, and his whole body was covered with green armor. Uchiha Itachi looked at this scene in surprise. He could feel that these armors had extremely powerful defense. This is the Sage Transformation form. This ninjutsu is really powerful. Uchiha Itachi sighed. This is my unique secret skill. Only I can control it. Kukaki Qianye looked at his newly made armor indifferently. As expected of an immortal, he can actually withstand my full blow. Sai said in shock. Uchiha Itachi showed a hint of bitterness when he heard Sai's words. The original commander Itachi was abandoned by Uzumaki Mido because of this strength gap. Without the Sage Transformation form, Sai is indeed inferior to Sasuke and Naruto. It can even be said that he is inferior to Sasuke and the others. Whether it is Sasuke or Naruto, their potential is endless, and their training speed is also terrifying, especially Sasuke, whose qualifications are not weaker than Uchiha Itachi at all, but Sasuke was sealed because of Naruto. But Sasuke is Naruto's brother after all, and coupled with Naruto's relationship,
the bond between Sasuke and Naruto is very deep, and Sasuke will survive the reincarnation world again and again. Chapter 161. Sai was much more miserable. When he was young, he suffered the tragedy of his family's demise. He was later adopted as a soldier by Uchiha Madara. During the chaotic period of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara sent Sai to the Akatsuki organization, hoping that through Akatsuki the organization was able to protect Sai. However, Uchiha Madara felt threatened by Itake's rise and wanted to get rid of Itake. However, Uchiha Madara knew that his disciple Itake would definitely not be willing to join him, so he sent Kukaki Qianye with only one purpose, which was to prevent Itake from growing up. "Itake-kun, let's start." Kukaki Qianye's voice reached Uchiha Itake's ears. Uchiha Itake came back to his senses and looked at Kukaki Qianye. "Have you really decided?" Uchiha Itake knew his situation. His chakra attribute was the thunder attribute chakra, so he was able to successfully activate impure world reincarnation. But he is not an earth-style ninja, but a water-type chakra. "I have decided." "Itake-kun, please." Kukaki Qianye's expression was filled with pain. Uchiha Itake shook his head. He understood what Kukaki Qianye wanted to do. Uchiha Itake took a few deep breaths and closed his eyes. A huge and terrifying chakra burst out. This huge and terrifying chakra shattered everything around it, including Kukaki Qianye's chakra armor. Pfft! Kukaki Qianye spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. "This is Sage Mode." An evil smile appeared on the corner of Kukaki Qianye's mouth. Although his Sage transformation form can maintain Sage Mode for a short period of time, the cost is extremely heavy. If Kukaki Qianye does not end the Sage transformation form in time, then Kukaki Qianye will die. The Sage transformation form is to convert one's own chakra into the chakra of another person. From then on, Uchiha Itake's chakra will completely change into the Sage transformation form chakra. Kukaki Qianye opened his eyes. He looked at Uchiha Itake, and the smile on his lips became brighter. Uchiha Itake also had a bright smile on his face. He could feel the incredibly huge chakra in his body. His strength was comparable to that of a tailed beast, and his chakra was many times more powerful than an ordinary tailed beast. "Itake-kun, you can take action now," Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Uchiha Itake nodded after hearing this, and then began to form seals, and a huge chakra burst out. Boom! The whole building began to tremble, and bursts of smoke and dust rose into the sky. "Damn it!" A cold voice sounded, and then hundreds of masked ninjas appeared in front of the building. These masked ninjas took out their weapons and stared warily at the two strange ninjas in front of them. How could this happen? A burly, dark-skinned young man with stubble on his face frowned. "Third Tsuchikage-sama, there seems to be a battle happening here," the thin young man wearing glasses reminded. "Hi!" Tsuchikage saw a ruin in the distance and raised his eyebrows slightly. Tsuchikage is an old man. He walked forward and looked at Uchiha Itake and Kukaki Qianye. "Who are you two?" "You should be Uchiha Itake and Kukaki Qianye," Tsuchikage asked seriously. Kukaki Qianye's Sage transformation form made Tsuchikage feel bad, so he came forward to ask. "It's me." Kukaki Qianye snorted. His Sage transformation form was almost killed by Uchiha Itake. Tsuchikage heard Kukaki Qianye's words and his heart skipped a beat. Kukaki Qianye was actually Itake's enemy. Many thoughts flashed through Tsuchikage's mind, and finally he saw clearly the strength of Kukaki Qianye. He was only an intermediate 5th level ninja. Although he was a peak 5th level ninja, his strength was not enough. "Sir Tsuchikage, you know Uchiha Itake? Then you should know Uchiha Itake's deeds." Kukaki Qianye stared at Tsuchikage closely. Uchiha Itake, he once made a scene in Konoha village and even injured the 4th Hokage. Tsuchikage said silently. Of course he knew about Uchiha Itake, because Uchiha Fugaku went to him and wanted to let him go. He persuaded you, CBDJ, Shiha Itake to return to Konoha. But Tsuchikage refused because he knew that Uchiha Itake not only defected from the village, but also left an indelible shame in Konoha village. When Uchiha Fugaku left, he once said,
Uchiha Itachi will always be me. Uchiha Fugaku, what a disgrace, he doesn't deserve to return to Konoha village. Tsuchikage was also worried about this matter, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi would dare to come back, and his strength had reached the mid-6th level. Since you know about Uchiha Itachi, you should know about Uchiha Itachi's strength. Kukaki Qianye's eyes flashed. He knew that Tsuchikage's idea all along was to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, so it was not unusual for Tsuchikage to know about Uchiha Itachi. How come I don't know about this kind of thing? Are you trying to say that Uchiha Itachi's strength surpasses yours, so he is qualified to be my Umbu captain of Konoha? Tsuchikage looked at Kukaki Qianye with contempt. Tsuchikage had already known clearly about Kukaki Qianye. He knew that Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye were once close friends. But this does not prevent him from targeting Uchiha Itachi. In his opinion, Uchiha Itachi is a traitor and must die. I want to tell Mr. Tsuchikage today that Uchiha Itachi is definitely not something you can afford to offend. Kukaki's aura began to grow in midnight. The aura on him became more and more terrifying, as if a giant dragon was awakening. Not bad, this way I don't have to worry about you running away. Tsuchikage said with squinted eyes. He didn't expect Kukaki Qianye's strength to improve so quickly, and now it has reached a quasi-cage level. Earth-style wall. Tsuchikage put his hands together, and a thick wall instantly blocked Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye. Earth-style rock blade. Uchiha Itachi's right fist emitted fiery chakra, and Senjutsu chakra condensed into a sharp sword, suddenly pierced the earth flow wall, and then flew in front of Kukaki Qianye. Haha! Kukaki Qianye laughed and stretched out a finger to block the sharp tip of the sword. You think I will be defenseless? Kukaki Qianye mocked. Then earth-style landslide. Tsuchikage stamped his feet, and the ground suddenly shook. Sage art frozen everything. Kukaki Qianye's left eye suddenly bloomed with blue frost, and then countless ice cubes emerged from his body to cover him. Crack! A crack appeared on Kukaki Qianye's body. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Tsuchikage used Earth-style again. Earth-style Sage Art Snowstorm. Kukaki Qianye shouted, and then all the ice shards on his body disappeared. Sage Art Ice Confinement. Tsuchikage continued to use ninjutsu, while Kukaki Qianye condensed an ice ball again. Chapter 162. Sage Art Sage Transformation. Kukaki Qianye's body expanded to a height of 20 centimeters. He opened his mouth, countless ice crystals gathered, and then a huge ice ball fell into his mouth. Bang! The ice ball exploded, and countless ice particles flew everywhere. Tsuchikage quickly opened the chakra cover to stop these ice particles. Sage Art Water-style Water Prison Technique. Tsuchikage formed a seal with his hands, and a large amount of chakra condensed in front of him to form a small lake. Countless water droplets attacked the ice particles one after another, and soon swallowed up these ice particles. But before Tsuchikage could breathe a sigh of relief, Kukaki Qianye's attack had already arrived in front of him. Earth-style Earth Spear. Tsuchikage roared angrily and quickly formed seals with his hands. The earth spear burst out of the ground and hit Kukaki Qianye's chest hard. Kukaki Qianye's chest suddenly collapsed, he spit out a mouthful of blood, and then slowly knelt on the ground. Humph! Tsuchikage glanced at Kukaki Qianye indifferently, turned and left. Tsuchikage, don't underestimate me. Do you know that what I hate most is betrayers? You will live in self-blame and regret for the rest of your life. Kukaki Qianye said ferociously, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm waiting for you. Tsuchikage said coldly. Then Tsuchikage led a group of Konoha masters to leave here. He didn't want to waste time here anymore. Uchiha Itachi's eyes shone brightly. He didn't expect that Tsuchikage's strength would become so much stronger in such a short period of time. And Uchiha Itachi knew that Tsuchikage would definitely deal with him, but he didn't expect that he would actually take action himself. Was he going to get rid of him? No matter what, if Tsuchikage wants to kill him, he won't just sit back and die. After all, this is Konoha village. In a woods, several Umbu were hiding in a big tree. Sir, these Konoha shinobi are so weak, an Umbu said with disdain. The rest also nodded in agreement. As expected of one of the top 5 countries, in Konoha village is much weaker than Rain Shinobi village. Another said. What nonsense, follow that Tsuchikage quickly, otherwise you will be in trouble if you are discovered. An said with a frown, because he saw the ugly shadow stopped in place. Several quietly followed Tsuchikage, trying to figure out what Tsuchikage was doing. Tsuchikage also seemed to notice these following him, his face full of anger, a whole. Tsuchikage felt that he was being followed behind him, and his face was very gloomy. He didn't expect these brats to dare to follow him. Earth-style Great Fireball Technique. Tsuchikage unleashed his fire-style ninjutsu. The power of Tsuchikage's flames was so terrifying that even who was following the shadow, hurriedly avoided it. However, they were still half a beat too slow and were burned by the flames. Damn it, an shouted through gritted teeth. I will spare your lives this time. Tsuchikage glanced at the and then left quickly. Tsuchikage knew that he could not defeat Uchiha Itachi and the guy named Kukaki Qianye. If they continued to struggle, they would still suffer. Tsuchikage knew that Uchiha Itachi would not give up. However, he also believes that his strength is enough to protect himself, and Uchiha Itachi can't do anything to him. After Tsuchikage left the forest, he found a place to rest. Although Uchiha Itachi and Kukaki Qianye were both injured, Tsuchikage breathed a sigh of relief, but Tsuchikage became more urgent. He had to regain his strength as soon as possible. At this time, in a forest far away in the land of fire, a group of men wearing black hats gathered together, and one of the men in one-colored hats was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi looked outside the forest and sighed. Although the strength Tsuchikage just showed is indeed earth-shattering, Uchiha Itachi knows that this is just Tsuchikage's peak state, and he is still far away from Tsuchikage. Itachi, what are you sighing for? Kukaki Qianye walked to Uchiha Itachi and said. I'm thinking about what this old guy Tsuchikage is planning. Uchiha Itachi said with a smile. I also feel that Tsuchikage's strength has improved a lot. No wonder Lord Tsuchikage would choose to summon us at such a critical moment. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. Not only that, Tsuchikage has probably noticed my existence. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. He didn't think Tsuchikage didn't notice him. After all, his Sharingan had awakened. Itachi, I have a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Kukaki Qianye groaned and then said. Please give me flowers. Hi. Uchiha Itachi asked confused. This matter is of great importance and requires careful decision-making. Kukaki Qianye said in a deep voice. Konoha village, base. Damn, Tsuchikage is actually plotting against our captain. Clenched his fists angrily. We must tell Lord Third Hokage. Next to him also said. Don't forget, our mission is to monitor the movements of those enemies. Who was the first to speak, said in a deep voice. All was silent, because the leader of was right. Their duty is to supervise the enemy. If the enemy counter-reconnaissances, it will be easy to alert the enemy. 0. But I think this matter is not simple. After all, Tsuchikage is the leader of Konoha. How could he be easily attacked by someone? Umbu's leader analyzed, and he also felt that this matter was not that simple. Master Chief, I think we should report it to Master Third Hokage immediately. An said firmly. No, I suspect there is an undercover agent among us. If we rush to notify the Third Hokage, it will easily alert the enemy and prevent our plan from being completed. Leader said in opposition. This. Hesitated. If there was really an undercover agent, it would disrupt the entire plan. Chief, your guess is reasonable. At this time, another stood up and said, then took out a scroll and handed it to Chief Leader took the scroll and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became, because he saw a lot of information on the scroll. This information was secret information from Konoha's top brass, and every piece of it was very precious. If it leaks out, it will definitely cause a huge disaster. However, Leader knew that since the information in his hand was sent to him, it meant that was already loyal to him. At least they weren't sent by those idiots. Chief,
these information are extraordinary and must be destroyed immediately, otherwise it will cause huge losses. Commander Umbu suggested. Yes. You guys also help me destroy it. Leader Umbu nodded. Where? Chapter 163. In the Hokage world, inside a house in Konoha village. Tsuchikage-sama, are you really prepared to do this? An Umbu asked worriedly. Haha, we currently lack resources and ninja equipment. If we don't make rapid progress, our Konoha base will be destroyed by the Akatsuki organization sooner or later. Leader Umbu said coldly, he will not allow Konoha's base to fall. We must unite and defend Konoha village until the end, no matter how much we sacrifice. Hokage Rock, Sarutobi Hiruzen is discussing things with several Umbu. Third Kazekage-sama's will is conveyed, we must ensure the safety of Konoha village. Moreover, now we not only have to ensure the safety of Konoha village, but also protect Uchiha Itachi, who is extremely important to Konoha village. And he possesses the 6 Hook 270 Jade Rinnegan, this time we must catch Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Uchiha Itachi possesses the 6 Megatama Rinnegan. If it really falls into their hands, the strength of Konoha village will once again increase, and even surpass its previous glory, becoming a 4 Emperors level force. On the border of the Fire Country, Sun is the king of the valley. Finally we've dealt with those annoying guys. A young man slowly exhaled and said. This young man is Kukaki Qianye. After Kukaki Qianye eliminated the 5 Konoha shinobi, he found that he had been exposed, and then escaped with Kakashi, Yuihong, and Shikamaru. However, during the escape process, he met Tsuchikage, so he followed Tsuchikage to the forest. But it's not that easy to kill me. None of you in Konoha village are worthy of going against me. Kukaki Qianye. A low and cold voice came. Tsuchikage, you actually chased me here. Kukaki Qianye turned his head and looked at Tsuchikage and said. Humph, Kukaki Qianye, you actually dare to betray our plan, you are so brave. Tsuchikage Onaki said with a cold face as he looked at Kukaki Qianye. Oh? None of you in Konoha village are worthy of being my enemy? Then I want to see who among us is stronger. Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi. Kukaki Qianye looked at Tsuchikage indifferently, and then released his unique illusion. The essence of Tsukuyomi is to use illusion on the enemy. The effect of Tsukuyomi is to use illusions to confuse the opponent, and then attack the opponent when they are not prepared. This is the characteristic of Tsukuyomi. Damn it! Tsuchikage Onaki's face changed slightly, and then he quickly used an illusion to resist Kukaki Qianye's Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi. Kukaki Qianye did not pause at all, and cast another illusion. Tsukuyomi can be said to be a type of illusion that can cause hallucinations and control other people's consciousness. Damn it, this guy actually used Tsukuyomi and Genjutsu twice, and both are more powerful than before. What Genjutsu did he practice? Tsuchikage Onaki cursed secretly while resisting Kukaki Qianye's Tsukuyomi. Although Tsukuyomi's illusion cannot cause damage to Tsuchikage, it will consume Tsuchikage Onaki's chakra, and Tsukuyomi consumes Tsuchikage Onaki very much. As long as this continues, Tsuchikage Onaki will definitely lose. This is the power of Tsukuyomi. Kukaki Qianye's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. When did you learn Tsukuyomi? Tsuchikage Onaki said through gritted teeth. Although Tsukuyomi only lasted 5 seconds, it was enough for him to do many things. From the day I first learned Tsukuyomi, I have been practicing this illusion. Kukaki Qianye said calmly. His face did not show any excitement, and his heart was still as calm as an ancient well. Because he knew in his heart that all these efforts were just wishful thinking on his part, and Uchiha Itachi would not like him. Then go and die, this illusion won't cause me any trouble. Tsuchikage Onaki's pupils turned into the shape of Mangekyo Sharinon, and then, a huge sense of oppression instantly enveloped the space, as if everything around him had turned into gravel, and then slowly dispersed. Earth-style sand armor. When this space was crushed by Earth-style, Kukaki Qianye's eyes flashed with a strange light, an armor composed of quicksand appeared around his body,
blocking Tsuchiki's illusion attack. This kid actually mastered the fusion skills of earth style and illusion. Tsuchiki Onaki said with a solemn expression. His illusion just now was performed with the help of the sand armor, but even so, Tsuchiki Onaki did not think that his illusion could defeat Kukaki Qianye. This kind of power is what I long for, haha. Kukaki Qianye laughed crazily, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body, and a blood-red-tailed beast chakra wrapped around his arms. The arms are full of powerful strength. Earth-style deluxe sand iron gun. Tsuchiki Onaki roared, and a sand iron gun more than 20 meters long shot towards Kukaki Qianye. It's impossible for an attack of this level to hurt me, Tsukuyomi. Kukaki Qianye glanced at the sand iron gun flying towards him, with a mocking smile on his lips. The next moment, Kukaki Qianye cast Tsukuyomi, and jet-black ripples spread out. The huge sand iron gun suddenly became stiff, and then shattered with a bang, turning into countless gravel and disappearing. How is that possible? Tsuchiki Onaki's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Nothing is impossible, this is Tsukuyomi, it's just that you are too weak, Tianying. Kukaki Qianye was so fast that he appeared next to Tsuchiki Onaki in an instant and kicked him hard in the abdomen. Pfft! Tsuchiki Onaki opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew upside down like a kite with a broken 5.9 string. Tsuchiki Onaki, suffer death. Kukaki Qianye's eyes turned red, then he raised his right fist, and black tadpole characters appeared one after another, and then he punched Tokage Onaki with a punch. A hole! Tsuchiki Onaki roared angrily, then took out a scroll and tore it into pieces. Then a dazzling golden light beam appeared, wrapping his body and forming an indestructible protective barrier. Boom! Kukaki Qianye's fist hit the golden light beam, and then a roar sounded, a mushroom cloud rose up, and the entire forest trembled. Damn it, you actually dodged it! More than 100 kilometers away from the fighting range, a man covered in blood stood on a rock, breathing heavily. Chapter 164. Just now, he used a life-saving trump card and then avoided this fatal blow. This man is Uchiha Madara after Impure World Reincarnation. In the original work, Uchiha Madara after Impure World Reincarnation is a top ninja master who is very powerful. He not only mastered Sage Mode, but also understood various forbidden secret techniques. In this era, Uchiha Madara after Impure World Reincarnation is a strong man. In this war, Uchiha Madara single-handedly repelled the attack of the Konoha shinobi army, and finally escaped with the help of Third Raikage. As expected of Uchiha Madara, it's really amazing. It can actually beat the third-generation movie. Kukaki Qianye murmured. Yes, you are indeed very powerful, but you still lost to Third Raikage. Suddenly a voice came from the unknown void, and then he saw an old man covered in pitch-black robes stepping out of the air. Come! Tsukuyomi Dream Blade. Kukaki Qianye formed a seal directly, and a silver moonlight blade whizzed out. Haha, I didn't expect that you could force me to use this move. It's really powerful. You are the most powerful junior I have ever seen. The old man shook his head slightly and smiled. Who are you? Kukaki Qianye frowned. He had never heard of the old man in front of him, and this familiar feeling seemed to have been seen somewhere before. Whether you believe it or not, we were once close friends. Now I just want to test your strength. I hope you don't blame me. The old man chuckled. Then 9 moon-shaped moon slashes appeared behind him. Tsukuyomi Moonlight Bullet. The old man stretched out his finger, and then 9 extremely sharp moonlight bullets flew towards Kukaki Qianye. Tsukuyomi, Moonlight Cannon. Kukaki Qianye's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and then he used the Tsukuyomi Moonlight Cannon. Bang bang bang! The two powerful forces collided together, causing the entire forest to shake violently. Your illusion is indeed very powerful. But... a flash of scarlet flashed in Kukaki Qianye's eyes, and then the aura on his body doubled again. I am now at the half Tsukuyomi state, and your Tsukuyomi is completely ineffective on me. Kukaki Qianye shouted, then stretched out his hand and pushed forward. A huge group of rays non formed instantly, and then rushed towards Tsuchikage Onoki. What? Tsuchikage Onoki's expression changed. He found that he could no longer use Tsukuyomi, and could not even move a step. This is my new trick, Tsukuyomi Raise Non. Kukaki Qianye sneered, and then controlled the huge Raise Non to violently blast towards Tsuchikage Onoki. Boom! The Raise Non bombarded Tsuchikage Onoki's body without any hindrance, and the strong wind blew away his clothes, revealing his entire body. It's you. Looking at Tsuchikage Onoki, who was beaten to pieces by his Raise Non, Kukaki Qianye's expression suddenly changed. This guy is clearly the Tsuchikage Onoki in the Hokage world. Tsuchikage Onoki was one of the first batch of ninjas born when Konoha village was founded. Although he was a waste, he was one of the first batch of ninjas to join Konoha village. Tsuchikage Onoki's lifelong goal is to reform the rules of Konoha village and make ninjas stronger. Then by chance, he met Jiraiya, Hyuga Niji's father's brother. Jiraiya's brother, Jiraiya's parents died tragically due to an accident. So after Jiraiya knew the whole story, he decided to take Onoki away and make him his disciple. Onoki is a smart man. Under Jiraiya's education, he successfully cultivated his own unique genjutsu ninjutsu, and has strength that surpasses other cage-level experts, so he successfully became Hokage. Why are you like this? You shouldn't be like this. Kukaki Qianye took a deep breath and said in a complicated tone. Haha, you don't understand, because I am a ninja and I need to fight for the peace of the ninja world. Tsuchikage Onoki said indifferently, you have violated the ninja code, so you must pay a heavy price. Humph, since you have chosen to defect to Konoha, even if I kill you, the third Raikage will not say anything to me. Tsukuyomi Ryan Tensei Jutsu. Kukaki Qianye said with a cold face. A lot of memories popped up in his mind. He saw many things, including the miserable life he encountered when he was a child, so his hatred for Tsuchikage Onoki became even deeper, and he also had a trace of Konoha resentment. However, this resentment was quickly suppressed. Kukaki Qianye knew that these were all illusions and that he was out for revenge. Tsukuyomi Mangekyo Sharinon. The pattern of Mangekyo appeared in Kukaki Qianye's Sharinon pupils. Under the power of Mangekyo Sharinon, the surrounding environment instantly transformed into a dense jungle. The scenery of this jungle is very beautiful and refreshing. Not good. Tsuchikage Onoki's expression suddenly changed. Earth-style wall. Tsuchikage Onoki hurriedly used his special skills. Suddenly, the earth shook, countless sands flew up, and then condensed into a huge city wall, protecting him within it. With a sound of bang, Kukaki Qianye's Tsukuyomi skill directly destroyed the earth flow wall, and then hit Tsuchikage Onoki's chest hard, shattering all his sternum and flying backwards. Ahem, I didn't expect it was you. Tsuchikage Onoki spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the young man in front of him with a pale face. Yes, it's me. The expression on Kukaki Qianye's face returned to its original appearance, but his body was still filled with terrifying murderous intent. Haha, you are still so stubborn, but that's right. After all, you have fallen, you have been blinded by power, and you have simply forgotten your original intention of being a ninja. Tsuchikage Onoki's face showed a look of regret. I have indeed been blinded and eroded by rights, but so what, I am no longer willing to continue to be a ninja. Kukaki Qianye's face was full of ferocious color. Ha ha ha, it's really great. I finally waited for you. I want to destroy Konoha, destroy everything, and destroy this dirty and evil country. Tsuchikage Onoki looked up and smiled, and then his body began to slowly expand. Self-destruction. Kukaki Qianye's eyes suddenly shrank, and then he immediately turned around and ran away. Boom! Tsuchikage Onoki's body emitted bursts of smoke, and then directly leveled a radius of 100 meters to the ground. Hoo ho ho! Kukaki Qianye was breathing heavily at the moment. If he had been a little late just now, he might have been killed by this self-destruction. Chapter 165. Jiraiya's disciple, Kukaki Qianye. Tsuchikage Onoki slowly got up from the ground, and then stared at Kukaki Qianye with burning eyes. He had completely lost his mind now.
But don't worry, I won't kill you. I will train you to be the next Hokage, because you are better than me and your qualifications are higher than mine. It's a pity that you are no longer qualified to be a Hokage because you have fallen. Tsuchikage Onaki said crazily, and then slapped Kukaki Qianye on the head with a palm. Oh, then let me put an end to your madness today. Kukaki Qianye's eyes flashed coldly, and then he clenched his palms tightly, and countless chakra gathered on his arms. Tsukuyomi Tsukuyomi, the tree world has arrived. Kukaki Qianye roared, and green saplings suddenly appeared above his head. Each green sapling is 10 meters thick. They open their teeth and claws, as if they want to devour the world. How is that possible? Tsuchikage Onaki felt the huge power that spread over a wide range, and his expression changed drastically. Tsukuyomi bound of the moon. The Sharingan in Kukaki Qianye's eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by Nine Tails mode. Endless darkness enveloped this area, and a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped the entire land. Ah! Tsuchikage Onaki's expression changed drastically, and bursts of sweat broke out on his body. The moon was obscured by thick black clouds, leaving only the dim starry sky shining on the land. And towering giant trees rise from the ground, tightly binding the Tsuchikage Onoki into one giant tree. Tsukuyomi, Tsukuyomi! Kukaki Qianye's eyes narrowed slightly, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. The sophistication of Tsukuyomi Mangekyo is not inferior to that of Tsukuyomi Mangekyo. As long as the strength of the caster is strong enough, a jonin can be easily imprisoned. However, this restriction also has limitations, that is, there are strict requirements for one's own strength. Generally speaking, at a small stage, there is a limit to the number of times you can use Tsukuyomi. If it is a large stage, if Tsukuyomi is used 10 times, it will damage the user's own soul and even make it difficult to maintain itself. But even so, once Tsukuyomi is used, it is equivalent to completely removing Tsukuyomi's negative effects, and Tsukuyomi can be used to attack again, and it is more powerful. Tsukuyomi Mangekyo. A sharp light flashed in Kukaki Qianye's eyes, and then he directly turned on Tsukuyomi Mangekyo. Countless tree vines emerged from the ground and quickly wrapped around Tsuchikage Onoki's body. Tsuchikage Onoki's expression changed. He struggled desperately, but found that he couldn't get rid of the shackles of these vines. Then, he suddenly found that he couldn't move and could only stand there blankly. Hehe, I've expected you to do this for a long time. Tsukuyomi, Moon Seal. Kukaki Qianye sneered as he kept making seals with his hands, and then penetrated Tsuchikage Onoki's body one after another with sealing techniques. UBD. Tsuchikage Onoki was furious. Haha, don't get excited. Kukaki Qianye looked at Tsuchikage Onoki calmly and said, do you know, my master admires you very much, even though you have a paranoid personality? But the strength is not bad. Kukaki Qianye sneered, raised his right foot and kicked Tsuchikage Onoki in the abdomen. Pfft! Tsuchikage Onoki spurted out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror and fear. Your strength! Tsuchikage Onoki swallowed hard. Haha, did you realize it now? It's too late. Kukaki Qianye grinned. Tsukuyomi Tree Realm arrives. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty, he closed his hands, and then pushed out hard. Boom! The entire forest seemed to have experienced a major earthquake. Countless trees rose from the ground, forming a forest barrier to block various enemies attacking from all directions. What on earth is this? Tsuchikage Onoki's pupils shrank violently, because he actually saw countless monsters crawling out of the tree trunks and then rushing toward him. Tsuchikage Onoki's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually encountered the legendary monster army, and endless monsters rushed out of the trees. Roar! The group of monsters roared, and then rushed towards Tsuchikage Onoki crazily. Tsuchikage Onoki's face turned pale. The weakest of these monsters had cage-level combat power, and more were quasi-cage level. Damn, where did these monsters come from? There can't be so many monsters here. Tsuchikage Onoji gritted his teeth and strengthened his determination. Lightning-style Chidori! Tsuchikage Onoki shouted angrily, and then electric current surged all over his body, and thunder snakes sprang out from his body surface. Then these thunder snakes instantly turned into thunder knives and slashed hard on the bodies of these monsters. In an instant, all these monsters were lost, leaving only a few monsters lingering. Haha! This is your strongest strength. Kukaki Qianye looked at Tsuchikage Onoki, who was trapped in the trunk with nowhere to escape, and the teasing color in his eyes became more and more intense. Humph! Tsuchikage Onoki waved his arm, and the endless vines broke, and then his figure hurriedly swept away into the distance. Want to leave? Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows, then stretched out his index finger, and countless branches quickly gathered together. The next second, Kukaki Qianye pointed out, and those branches turned into a spear, and then penetrated Kage Onoki's chest. Pfft! With a muffled sound, Tsuchikage Onoki's chest was instantly shattered, his entire body was penetrated, and he fell to the ground dying, his eyes wide open. Tsuchikage, it's worth it to be able to kill an old man like you with my own hands in this life. I haven't killed anyone for a long, long time, so I can make it up to you this time. Kukaki Qianye's eyes flashed with inexplicable emotions. He squeezed his right hand suddenly, and Tsuchikage Onoki's, good Zhao Zhao, body immediately exploded. Whoops! Kukaki Qianye took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and rested for a few minutes. What a nightmare, actually forcing myself to this point. Kukaki Qianye murmured to himself. His strength is not weak, and he also possesses the powerful power of Tsukuyomi. When he was in the ninja school, he was a genius in everyone's eyes, and was hailed as a strong contender for the next third-generation Mechage. But after all, he is too young, has a shallow foundation, and lacks experience, which has led to his slow improvement in strength. But he is still a popular choice for the next third-generation Mechage, and he does have this potential. Unfortunately, Tsuchikage Onoki actually sent people to hunt him down, and even wanted to destroy Konoha village. If it were for other things, Kukaki Qianye might have given up. However, if it is about the comfort and future of Konoha, Kukaki Qianye will never compromise. Chapter 166. Is this a side effect of Tsukuyomi? Kukaki Qianye suddenly frowned. When he used Tsukuyomi just now, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. He is in an endless dark space, and he is working hard to move forward. But there seemed to be a wall in front of him that he could never cross. Is this Tsukuyomi's illusion? Not good. Suddenly, a look of panic flashed in Kukaki Qianye's eyes. Because he felt the change in the surrounding environment, the originally dense jungle disappeared and was replaced by endless flames burning. What's going on? I should rest in my room. Kukaki Qianye's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He remembered clearly that before he went to bed today, the outside of the house was still green. Is this Tsukuyomi again? Impossible, why do I often fall into illusions? Kukaki Qianye shook his head and then tried to regain his senses. Tsukuyomi is Tsukuyomi, my consciousness is still my consciousness, I will never fall into an illusion. At this moment, Kukaki Qianye turned around suddenly and saw an extra figure behind him. Who is it? Kukaki Qianye roared, then clenched his fist suddenly, and a huge chakra wave emitted from his fist. His fist instantly burst into countless bright golden 903 lights, and then smashed it hard. Crack! The next moment, the strange figure was smashed into pulp. Ha ha ha, I won! Kukaki Qianye laughed wildly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. It's you! Then, Kukaki Qianye's face changed slightly, and he saw the appearance of that figure. I thought you wouldn't come back, but I didn't expect you to actually find yourself here. A complicated look flashed across Kukaki Qianye's face, and then he murmured to himself. The body that was killed by Kukaki Qianye's punch turned out to be Uchiha Shisui. But at this moment, Shisui was wearing a black-red cloud windbreaker, his face was extremely pale, his short silver-grey hair fell down his shoulders, and his Sharingan slowly rotated on his forehead, giving him an evil feeling. Aren't you already dead? Kukaki Qianye looked at Shisui blankly, and then cried out, with a look of horror and fear on his face. I am indeed dead. You forgot that when I died, I left behind the secret of Mangekyo Sage Mode.
Shisui looked at Kukaki Qianye indifferently, and then said coldly. Seebed, how is it possible? This is fake. If you lied to me, it must be fake. Kukaki Qianye shook his head and said, his whole face distorted. He didn't believe it anyway, but Shisui actually came back alive and came to him. In Kukaki Qianye's eyes, two scarlet megatama slowly rotated, exuding a terrifying ferocity and cruelty. Aren't you dead a long time ago? Kukaki Qianye's eyes were red, and then he stared at Shisui and asked every word. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were so cold that he wanted to tear Shisui into pieces. It can be said that the Kukaki family became this land because of the Kukaki family, and the demise of the Kukaki family was also because the Kukaki family betrayed Konoha and took refuge in Otagakure. And the culprit behind this ending is this Shisui. Kukaki Qianye and his two brothers have the same father and mother. They have lived in Konoha village since childhood. They spent a wonderful childhood together, and then became childhood sweethearts and fell in love with each other. But later they had to rebel against their family's orders and betrayed Konoha village. Although the two had a brief separation when they left Konoha village. But the days in Konoha village are memories they will never forget. So when they returned to Konoha village, the two of them practiced desperately, hoping to get revenge one day. Moreover, when they were in Umbu, they also heard the news of Shisui's death, so they resented him even more. Kukaki Qianye was full of boundless resentment and hatred for Shisui, so after hearing someone say that Shisui was dead, he killed the person without hesitation and then obtained the complete version of Tsukuyomi technique. However, he did not expect that this person was actually Shisui. Humph, you should thank me for saving your life, otherwise, your bones would have been cold by now. Shisui smiled contemptuously. Kukaki Qianye, do you think I really don't know your thoughts? You just want to use my blood to revive the Kukaki clan, but this is impossible unless I die. What? You actually guessed my plan. Kukaki Qianye was shocked when he heard this, then shrank his eyes and stared at Shisui closely. How did Shisui guess his deepest thoughts? Haha, all this is thanks to the moon. Shisui sneered. Moon. Kukaki Qianye's pupils shrank for a while, and he remembered a past event, that was when he was 5 years old. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do anything. Kukaki Qianye denied it, but he was extremely afraid in his heart because he knew that Shisui was not as simple as it seemed. Seeing Kukaki Qianye denying it, Shisui put a mocking smile on his lips, and then said, Kukaki Qianye, let me tell you, you lost our agreement. What agreement? Kukaki Qianye's eyes narrowed and he shouted in a deep voice. There is a deal between us. After I help you complete it, you must pass the Tsukuyomi inheritance to me. Shisui said calmly. Deal? You have to know that Tsukuyomi is the forbidden technique of the ancestors of our Kukaki family. Not everyone can learn it. Kukaki Qianye shouted angrily, his face turned livid. He was not willing to hand over the inheritance of Tsukuyomi, which belongs to their Kukaki family. The basis for survival. Since I dare to propose a deal to you, I naturally have a way to take away Tsukuyomi's inheritance. Shisui looked confident. What can I do? Kukaki Qianye raised his eyebrows and asked hurriedly. It's simple, you and I become one. Shisui's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Are you crazy? Our souls have already merged, and you actually want to take over my soul. Kukaki Qianye looked shocked. I didn't say I would take your soul. Shisui shook his head. What on earth do you want? Have you forgotten? I'm not dead now, I can still practice again. Shisui said with sharp eyes, I don't want to be said that I stole from you. There is no way I will hand Tsukuyomi over to you, and I will never allow you to continue living. No, don't, I won't give you such a chance. Kukaki Qianye roared immediately. Oh, then you can try and see if you can kill me. Shisui sneered. Chapter 167. I don't understand how you were resurrected, but I know that you don't have the power you had at your peak now. Kukaki Qianye pondered for a while, and then said in a deep voice. Do you think that my current state is a state of powerlessness? Shisui sneered again and again, his aura increased suddenly,
and an extremely powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire audience, making everyone tremble. Kukaki Qianye stopped immediately, his eyes filled with horror. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Kukaki Qianye's brain was buzzing, his face turned pale, and then he shook his head wildly and roared. Although Shisui's aura has restored 90% of its peak power, he is now a skeleton after all, so not only can he not be able to use Tsukuyomi, he can't even exert any combat power. But Kukaki Qianye knew that the man in front of him was not an ordinary skeleton, but one of the three Uranus of the ghost country, the moon. Don't worry, I'm not the moon, your Tsukuyomi has no effect on me. Shisui said coldly, now, you can fulfill your promise and hand over Tsukuyomi. I will never give it to you. Kukaki Qianye looked at Shisui coldly, you only have half a life left now, and you can't cast Tsukuyomi. Why are you fighting with me for Tsukuyomi? Haha, do you think I have no means to deal with you? Shisui said with a sneer. Just use whatever means you have, I'd like to see it. Kukaki Qianye said with a sneer. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Shisui shouted coldly, and then rushed towards Kukaki Qianye, heading straight for Kukaki Qianye. Although Shisui's current strength has not reached the level in the original work, his physical strength is not bad at all. Boom! With one punch, the air seemed to explode. Snort! Kukaki Qianye snorted coldly, and he also punched him. Boom! The next moment, Shisui flew out directly and hit the far wall hard, smashing it into pieces. However, before the gravel fell, it was sucked into Shisui's abdominal cavity. How is it? How about my punch? Kukaki Qianye looked at Shisui and said with a sarcastic smile. Sure enough, you have mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation, and possess some of the characteristics of the 6 paths of reincarnation. You are worthy of being the Lord of the Moon, and you do have some abilities. Shisui stood up, with an inexplicable look on his face, and then said slowly. Haha. Kukaki Qianye sneered twice, and then said coldly, Lord of the Moon? You underestimate us. Now I am the Lord of Revolving Heaven. Run Revolving Heaven photo. This world actually gave birth to a wheel Revolving Heaven photo. Wataru Revolving Heaven is several levels higher than Tsukuyomi. When the passers-by heard that Kukaki Qianye called himself Revolving Heaven, they were all stunned. Then they started talking, and their eyes on Kukaki Qianye became hot because the power of Revolving Heaven was too great. Heaven-defying, as long as the Revolving Heaven comes, disaster will definitely come. Moreover, this also means that Revolving Heaven can solve all disasters. Ha ha ha. Shisui burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? Kukaki Qianye said with a frown. Do you think I was scared out of my mind? Shisui looked up at Kukaki Qianye with contempt in his eyes. Kukaki Qianye's face changed drastically. He always felt that something was wrong, but he could never quite grasp it. Are you being mysterious or? Kukaki Qianye stared at Shisui, his face full of vigilance. Kukaki Qianye, this is your stupidity. Shisui said coldly. No. Kukaki Qianye shouted, and then his entire body turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Shisui's sight. At the same time, the words he left behind were also passed to Shang Shui's ears. Lord of the Moon, don't try to capture Tsukuyomi. Kukaki Qianye was very fast and left Shisui's sight in almost the blink of an eye. Want to run? Shisui's eyes flashed, and then he moved and immediately chased after him. Both Shisui and Kukaki Qianye were as fast as lightning. In just a few moments, they reached the depths of the forest, getting further and further away from the city. You can't escape. Shisui sneered, black mist rolled around him, and his speed surged, surpassing Kukaki Qianye in an instant. Kukaki Qianye turned around and looked at Shisui, his face full of cold murderous intent. He was indeed planning to run away just now, but when he saw Shisui's face, he changed his mind. Please give me flowers. Although Kukaki Qianye has low intelligence, he loves his appearance very much, because he knows that his ugly appearance will definitely be discriminated against by others, which is what he hates the most. Damn it! Kukaki Qianye cursed through gritted teeth, and then formed a seal with his hands. Reincarnation Moon Dance! Kukaki Qianye roared, and in an instant, the scene around Shisui changed again. He instantly came to a beautiful palace from the original woods. Reincarnation Palace, this used to be the holy land of the Kingdom of the Moon. I don't know how many years ago, I occupied this place. Kukaki Qianye looked calm, and he said calmly, Moon Dance. Turn it on. As Kukaki Qianye's words fell, the Samsara Palace suddenly emitted countless dazzling red lights, and as the red light became more and more intense, the door of the Wheel Palace gradually opened. 0. The next moment, beams of light filled the sky from the Palace of Reincarnation, shining brightly and brilliantly. At the same time, a vast and majestic power filled the air from the Palace of Reincarnation. Under this unparalleled force, the surrounding air was slightly distorted. What a power that makes people miss you! Kukaki Qianye sighed, his body trembled slightly, and a look of intoxication appeared on his face, as if he was lost in memory. Kukaki Qianye stretched out his hands and closed his eyes, as if waiting for something. Soon, a ball of light was condensed in front of Kukaki Qianye, and this ball of light exuded bright light. The light group was suspended in front of Kukaki Qianye, and a terrifying wave of destruction emanated from it, causing the surrounding space to begin to distort violently. This is... The ball of destruction is at the core of revolving heaven. The crowd watching around him suddenly exclaimed. Destruction of the light ball is the foundation of the revolving heaven. As long as this light ball is destroyed, the revolving heaven will naturally collapse. However, this ball of light is very strange. It is not fixed in front of Kukaki Qianye, but floating in the air, as if waiting for some kind of call. Monarch of the Moon, you don't want to use the power of the destroying light ball to recreate the wheel of revolving heaven, do you? You are dreaming. Kukaki Qianye opened his eyes and scolded angrily. Chapter 168. You are wrong, I just need to take away this ball of destruction light. The mark of reincarnation, wake up. As Shisui shouted, an ancient rune suddenly appeared in front of him, exuding an extremely terrifying power. Boom! The next second, a loud noise suddenly came from beside Shisui, and then, a huge pillar of pitch black light suddenly appeared, and then enveloped Kaishuki. Damn it, get out of here! Kukaki Qianye's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly activated the chakra in his hand, trying to break free. Boom! The black wings behind Kukaki Qianye trembled slightly, and then a pitch-black Uzumaki suddenly appeared. But the dark Uzumaki couldn't shake the beam of destruction at all. You can't stop me! Shisui said coldly. He exerted force with his right hand 3, 4, 3, and the dark beam of light suddenly shrank. Ah! One after another, screams spread in all directions. A trace of blood spilled from Kukaki Qianye's mouth and nose, obviously suffering great pain. However, Kukaki Qianye still did not give up. He resisted desperately, and then frantically resisted the oppression of the destruction light pillar in an attempt to escape from the confinement of the destruction light pillar. But he is immortal after all. Even a warrior of the third level of immortality cannot persist for too long under the pressure of the beam of destruction. In just a few seconds, Kukaki Qianye was completely defeated. Boom! Kukaki Qianye's body was smashed into the soil by the jet black light beam, blasting a 100-meter wide deep pit into the earth. Monarch of the Moon, you win! Kukaki Qianye's voice slowly came out from the soil, and his voice was extremely weak. Monarch of the Moon! Shisui jumped down from mid-air, then looked down at the deep pit below, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Although Kukaki Qianye was defeated, he did not lose his combat effectiveness, so Shisui must also act cautiously. Whoosh! At this moment, Shisui suddenly sensed a hint of danger. His soul seemed to be on fire, and he suddenly moved sideways. Boom 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 boom! Almost instantly, a series of explosions sounded, and a crater more than 10 meters wide was blasted directly where Shisui was standing. Such a fast attack speed! Shisui's pupils shrank and he looked solemnly towards a dark corner, where a black shadow was standing quietly. Has your strength returned to its peak state? Shisui asked in a deep voice. It's almost there. Although it's still not fully restored to its peak state, it's enough to crush any 9th level immortal. You're just a 6th level warrior. If I'm not wrong, you should have been promoted by external objects. Kukaki Qianye looked at Shisui, with a cold smile on his lips. Yes, your guess is very accurate, but my strength is much stronger than you expected. Shui said calmly. In that case, then go and die. Kukaki Qianye snorted, his eyes were piercingly cold, then he formed a seal with his hands and slapped Shisui. Broken! Shisui shouted, and the dark beam of light once again bloomed brightly. Kukaki Qianye's face changed slightly, and then he hurriedly retreated back, but the speed of the jet-black light beam was even faster, catching up with Kukaki Qianye in the blink of an eye, and then hit him hard. Pfft! Kukaki Qianye suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole chest sunken, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Kukaki Qianye looked up at Shisui with a stern look in his eyes. He slowly climbed out of the mud, with a ferocious and angry look on his face. I don't believe I will lose to you. Kukaki Qianye roared, his muscles swelled, and he transformed into a burly man about 2 meters tall, and then rushed towards Shisui. Kukaki Qianye's speed was so fast that he broke through the shackles of space in an instant, appeared in front of Shisui, and punched Shisui. The speed of Kukaki Qianye's punch was extremely fast, almost reaching ultimate, and it contained extremely powerful power, falling down like a landslide and tsunami. Break it! Shisui shouted, and the jet-black beam of light came directly towards him. Click! Kukaki Qianye's fist was directly penetrated by the jet-black light beam, and then hit Kukaki Qianye's body hard. Boom boom boom! Kukaki Qianye's body continued to shoot out, smashing into countless buildings along the way, and finally disappeared into the distance. Is Kukaki Qianye dead? Some ninjas from the ninja village suddenly opened their eyes when they saw this scene. Boom! Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky from the ruins. Kukaki Qianye's hair is disheveled, his clothes are in pieces, and he is covered in injuries, but the fierce light in his eyes is getting stronger and stronger. I don't believe I will lose. How could I lose? Shisui looked at Kukaki Qianye and frowned slightly. This guy is so tenacious that he didn't even die in such a situation. I'm going to tear you apart. Kukaki Qianye's voice was full of hatred, then he stepped on the ground and his whole body shot towards Shisui like a cannonball. Rumble! Kukaki Qianye waved his arms and punched Shisui one after another. Each punch carried destructive power and cracked the ground around him. Kukaki Qianye's power is extremely powerful, and the secret techniques he cultivates have an extraordinary increase in physical effects. His aura is even slightly superior to Shisui's, and he is worthy of being at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of immortality. A cold light surged in Shisui's eyes, and he swayed, then avoided Kukaki Qianye's attack, bent his legs at the same time, and then whipped Kukaki Qianye with a whip kick. Kukaki Qianye's face changed slightly, and his body turned quickly to avoid Shisui's attack. Boom! Shisui's whip leg was freed and he kicked hard on the ground, immediately leaving a trace of 20 to 30 meters long on the ground, filled with dust and smoke, and scattered gravel. Damn it! Kukaki Qianye had a gloomy look in his eyes. Shisui's speed of 5.8 and strength were much stronger than he thought. He couldn't defeat Shisui for a while, but suffered a bit. Shisui ignored Kukaki Qianye's roar, but continued to move forward and punched Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye gritted his teeth and stared at Shisui, his body suddenly rose into the air, and then he hit Shisui fiercely. Boom boom boom! In an instant, Kukaki Qianye and Shisui fought several times, but no matter what, Kukaki Qianye was always defeated by Shisui, and could only barely hold on, with no chance of winning. Shisui sighed in his heart, then punched out suddenly, and hit Kukaki Qianye hard in the abdomen. Boom! Kukaki Qianye's body flew out and then fell on the far wall, smashing a big hole in the wall. You in the Baki temple are bound to die. Shisui slowly walked to Kukaki Qianye and said coldly. Chapter 169. Haha! You don't even know the trump card of our temple. Kukaki Qianye suddenly sneered, and monstrous flames burst out from his body. Fire-style fire trees and silver flowers. Huge lotus flowers flew out of Kukaki Qianye's body, and then roared towards Shisui. Rumble! The flames were monstrous and extremely hot, the entire sky was burned, and endless temperature swept all around. Shisui's face changed drastically. He didn't realize that Kukaki Qianye had such a trump card. Wherever the flame lotus passed, there was no grass on the ground, and the houses were instantly reduced to ashes. The scene was horrifying. Thunder domain! Shisui shouted, and then released his own domain. Boom! The power of thunder raged, and countless thunder and lightning hovered around Shisui. Tisk tisk tisk! Countless flame lotuses were annihilated directly after touching the power of thunder, unable to pose any threat to Shisui. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking light erupted from Shisui's body. He punched out, and the violent power swept through the 8 wastelands, destroying all the Flame Lotus Unity 21. Kukaki Qianye groaned, his face turned pale, blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and his eyes were extremely deep. I admit that I underestimated you, but don't be too proud, because so what if you have a strength comparable to the 7th level of immortality? You still can't change the outcome. Kukaki Qianye looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, his eyes full of madness, and the blood on his body. The momentum continued to rise, and then a terrifying wave spread. Hi! Shisui's eyelids twitched slightly as he felt the terrifying power of Kukaki Qianye. Immortal magic, all beasts running wild. Kukaki Qianye exuded an extremely terrifying aura, and then he stretched out his right hand, and balls of flames appeared out of thin air beside Kukaki Qianye. This flame is not an ordinary flame, but is condensed from pure chakra, containing unparalleled terrifying power. Whoosh whoosh! These balls of flames were like living creatures, actually rushing towards the water. Although this flame does not have any offensive capabilities, it does have a very strange energy that seems to be able to attract everything. Shisui's figure flashed hurriedly, not daring to get close to the flames. He felt that if he was exposed to these flames, something would happen to him. Boom boom boom! The power of this flame is very terrifying. Once it comes into contact, you will definitely suffer severe trauma. Good opportunity! Kukaki Qianye's eyes flashed, and then he rushed towards Shisui, grabbed Shisui's shoulders with both hands, and controlled him with force. Click! Shisui's shoulder blade broke instantly, and he was sent flying backwards, hitting the far wall. Hehe, although your strength is very strong, your speed is too far behind. Do you think I really can't kill you? Today, you are destined to be buried here. Kukaki Qianye sneered, and then his body transformed into a gust of wind, quickly rushed to Shisui's side, and then punched hard. Boom! A punch fell on Shisui's body, and Shisui's body flew backwards, spitting out a lot of blood from the corner of his mouth. Several of Shisui's ribs had been broken, and his chest was sunken, looking extremely miserable. Shisui struggled to stand up and stared at Kukaki Qianye with cold eyes. Qianye hugged Shisui, a cruel smile appeared on his lips, and then rushed towards Shisui again. Call out! At this moment, a sound broke through the air from behind Kukaki Qianye. Who? Kukaki Qianye's expression changed drastically, his body moved sideways quickly, and a bullet flew out past his ear, piercing Kukaki Qianye's ear. Who is it? Shisui also narrowed his pupils, and then looked in the direction of the bullet. Whoosh whoosh! Immediately afterwards, several sniper rifle bullets roared in and hit Kukaki Qianye hard on the body. Boom boom boom! Kukaki Qianye's body continued to explode, and blood spread across the sky. Ah! Kukaki Qianye looked up to the sky and screamed wildly, his voice hoarse and filled with grief and anger. He didn't expect that at the last critical moment, someone would sneak up on him. You are seeking death. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were extremely scarlet, a huge aura burst out instantly, and his body began to swell. Not good. The battle between Shisui and Kukaki Qianye had already alarmed the Nine-Tails Demon Fox and Atake. They just wanted to rush over to help Shisui, but they discovered the terrifying aura erupting from Qianye's body. Boom! Kukaki Qianye's body exploded, and countless black mist spread out, covering everything around him. The expressions of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox and Atake suddenly changed, and they quickly ran outside. GG! My children! I have been waiting for hundreds of years, and you finally wake up.
Kukaki Qianye's ferocious laughter resounded in the sky, which was terrifying. Whoosh whoosh! Countless black shadows suddenly appeared around Shisui. They were all ninjas, and each of them had strong corpse energy on their bodies. 8 inner gates. Shisui's eyes widened as these 4 words came to his mind. These ninjas actually used the forbidden secret technique of 8 inner gates, and then increased their power several times. The Kukaki family controls the cultivation techniques of 8 inner gates, so they can use them. Moreover, Kukaki Qianye's 8 inner gates is an advanced version of 8 inner gates, which is even more domineering than the one in the original work. Go to hell! Kukaki Qianye laughed loudly, then he stamped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Shisui. Boom boom boom! Every time Kukaki Qianye takes a step, the ground shakes violently. His whole body is like Demon King 593 resurrected, and his aura is extremely terrifying. Shisui's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he jumped up to avoid Kukaki Qianye's attack. Boom! A ninja from the Kukaki family suddenly rushed over and stabbed Shisui in the heart with a kunai. Shisui's reaction speed was extremely quick. He dodged the fatal blow slightly. Boom! Shisui slapped out a palm, and then sent the Kukaki family ninja flying away. Phew! The ninja flew backwards, spat out a large amount of blood from his mouth, and was seriously injured. Boom! Kukaki Qianye struck again, sweeping Shisui with a whip kick. Roll! Shisui roared angrily and started sweeping the field as well. The 2 thick arms collided with each other, and then Shisui's body fell backwards. Kukaki Qianye twisted his wrist, then grabbed Shisui's neck, trying to strangle Shisui to death. Shisui's palm lightly touched Kukaki Qianye's head, and suddenly Kukaki Qianye's head was shot into the far wall like a cannonball. How is that possible? Kukaki Qianye's expression changed drastically, and he crawled out of the mud with difficulty. Kukaki Qianye, I will never let you escape today. Shisui's eyes flashed with cold light, and his whole body glowed with dazzling brilliance. Chapter 170. He knew that Kukaki Qianye must be dealt with as soon as possible today, otherwise if time goes on, he will only become more and more dangerous. Kukaki Qianye's body erupted with overwhelming evil energy, his eyes were extremely red, and then he shouted, "Blood escape!" Whoosh! Kukaki Qianye's figure disappeared, and the next second he came in front of Shisui, and then slashed out with his sword. Clang! Shisui quickly raised his sword to resist. The huge force made Shisui's jaw numb and his arms trembled a little. Rumble! Kukaki Qianye used blood escape again, and arrived behind Shisui in the blink of an eye. He slashed out with another sword, and the sharp sword light streaked through the void and cut Shisui's clothes. Shisui's face changed slightly, and then he slapped Kukaki Qianye in the back. Clang! Kukaki Qianye's body was knocked upside down, but the long sword in his hand also penetrated into Shisui's waist and abdomen, taking away a large amount of flesh and blood. Shisui's body staggered back a few steps, and a wisp of blood dripped down the sword, dripping on the ground and splashing out yin hong flowers. Kukaki Qianye covered the place where Shisui hit him, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. Damn it! Shisui's face was slightly pale, there were many wounds on his body, and blood was slowly flowing out. Damn! Shisui's face darkened, then turned around to leave. The current situation was very dangerous, and staying here would only make it worse. Whoosh! At this moment, Kukaki Qianye's figure suddenly appeared behind Shisui. Kukaki Qianye held a long sword in his hand, and thrust the sword straight into the back of Shisui's heart. Be careful, came the sharp roar of the nine-tails demon fox, with anxiety in his voice. Shisui's eyelids twitched violently, and he felt a strong breath of death coming from behind him. Shisui's body stiffened instantly. He even forgot to react and just stood there. Tisk! Kukaki Qianye's palm stabbed into the back of Shisui's heart without hesitation. The corners of Kukaki Qianye's mouth outlined a cruel arc, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty and fierce light. Brother Shisui! Brother Shisui! Nine-Tails Demon Fox and another girl exclaimed, their faces full of tears and extremely painful. Jaja, I told you, I will definitely capture you 3 untouchables alive. Kukaki Qianye burst into laughter, with a look of madness on his face. Kukaki Qianye's face was full of madness. He pulled out Shisui's heart with his right hand. With a move of Kukaki Qianye's left hand, the ring on Shisui's finger flew directly into Kukaki Qianye's hand. Haha, is this the fairy bean? It's really delicious. Kukaki Qianye looked at the fairy bean with an excited smile on his face. He swallowed the fairy beans, and then sat there cross-legged to recover from his injuries. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and he soon stabilized. Shisui's heart was dug out, and it stopped beating immediately, and his whole chest sunk. Shisui's face was full of shock and disbelief. He opened his eyes with confusion. Why? Why did I die here? I am a genius. Shisui muttered to himself, then closed his eyes, and his breath disappeared quickly. When Shisui was dying, he seemed to hear the heart-wrenching cries of the nine-tails demon fox Itaki and Itaki. He slowly closed his eyes and fell into eternal darkness again. And? Kukaki Qianye was indifferent, and then walked towards Shisui. Shisui! The nine-tails demon fox and the weasel concubine threw themselves on Shisui, wailing, their eyes red. Haha, I succeeded, I actually succeeded. Kukaki Qianye laughed loudly, then took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Boom! In an instant, Kukaki Qianye's strength increased steadily, from the early stage of a 5th-grade warrior to the peak of a 6th-grade warrior. Shisui, I will cut you into pieces. Kukaki Qianye roared through gritted teeth, his face full of ferocity and hatred. Shisui! Brother Shisui! At this moment, a shrill scream resounded in the village, and the expressions of many villagers changed drastically. No, something happened to brother Shisui. A group of teenagers, all of whom were Shisui's friends, with faces as pale as paper, rushed to Shisui's house. When this group of teenagers rushed to Shisui's house, they found that Shisui's house had been reduced to ruins, and a cold corpse was lying quietly in the yard. This skeleton is that of Shisui. Brother Shisui! Why? Why did brother Shisui die here? Who did this, who did it? I want to kill him. I won't allow anyone to bully brother Shisui. I want to avenge brother Shisui. I must kill this beast. A group of teenagers roared angrily. Their eyes were red, tears bursting from their eyes, and they frantically searched for the enemy. Unfortunately, the enemy has already left. On a hillside near Shisui's house. Shisui is dead. A young man looked at the scene happening below, his brows furrowed and his eyes full of worry. There was a boy beside him, and the boy was Sato Kaed. Kaed Sato was hiding near here just now, because Kukaki Qianye was too strong, so he had to act cautiously. Kukaki Qianye, I didn't expect you to break through to the 6th level warrior. You are really strong. Sato Kaed said in a low voice. He looked at the body of Kukaki Qianye on the ground, with a deep meaning in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Although Shisui is useless, he is my friend after all. Since you killed Shisui, then use your life to repay it. Sato Kaed's eyes flashed with cold light, a trace of murderous intent emerged, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Kaed Sato's stealth skills have reached the level of perfection, and he can completely hide his figure. Hi! Kukaki Qianye frowned slightly, and he felt, Li-Zao, an inexplicable sound of fear. Kukaki Qianye immediately stood up, stared at the surroundings vigilantly, and then placed the spear across his chest, as if he was about to attack at any time. Are you the kid Shisui was talking about? Kukaki Qianye said with cold eyes, pointing at Sato Kaed with a spear in his hand. Sato Kaed ignored Kukaki Qianye, but focused his aura on ultimate. Humph, you are pretending to be a god and you are going to die. Kukaki Qianye showed a cruel look in his eyes, and then he stamped on the ground hard, and his figure shot towards Sato Kaed like an arrow, and the spear pierced out. Kukaki Qianye was extremely fast and rushed in front of Sato Kaed. The spear was emitting a terrifying light and he stabbed at Sato Kaed like a wolf. However, Kukaki Qianye still failed to notice the existence of Sato Kaed, and the spear still thrust straight out. Hey! Idiot! Kukaki Qianye sneered repeatedly, not taking the kid in front of him seriously at all. Chapter 171 Kukaki Qianye's strength has doubled, but his mind is a lot empty. He only thinks that Sadoka-ed is a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and he has no fear at all. In the midst of this flash of lightning, Kukaki Qianye suddenly felt a huge sense of oppression coming on him, making him breathless. Kukaki Qianye's face changed wildly and he wanted to withdraw his spear, but it was too late. Crack! Kukaki Qianye's spear was grabbed by Sadoka-ed with his bare hands, and then collapsed inch by inch. Kukaki Qianye's tiger's mouth was also shattered. How is that possible? Kukaki Qianye's face changed drastically, his pupils shrank violently, and a strong sense of danger surged into his heart. Kukaki Qianye's spear was made of precious materials and was extremely strong, but it was easily broken by the kid in front of him with his bare hands, which was simply beyond his imagination. Die! Kukaki Qianye retreated violently, then flicked his arm, and several iron pellets pierced the void and hit Sadoka-ed's vital parts. Thunder and lightning flashed on Sadoka-ed's body, and then he teleported to the side to avoid these iron pills. Sadoka-ed's movements are very agile, and his speed is as fast as lightning. When Kukaki Qianye saw this, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He knew that he had met a master. Run away! Kukaki Qianye thought of retreating, so he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Want to escape? Have you asked me? Sadoka-ed shouted coldly, and the figure suddenly disappeared. 237. A few seconds later, a scaly fist appeared behind Kukaki Qianye. Boom! Kukaki Qianye flew backwards and hit the mountain wall hard. He vomited blood and suffered severe backlash. Damn it! Who is this? Kukaki Qianye cursed in his heart. Why are you chasing me, this BD? Kukaki Qianye gritted his teeth and said, feeling that he was really unlucky today. Don't think about escaping, just wait for death. A faint voice came. A handsome young man appeared in Kukaki Qianye's sight. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Sadoka-ed said calmly. Hearing this, Kukaki Qianye felt a strong sense of shame in his heart. What he hated most was others threatening him. Aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you? Kukaki Qianye said through gritted teeth. He was now ready to burn his life. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I have already eradicated your father and your mother. Sadoka-ed said with a smile on his lips. When Kukaki Qianye heard Sadoka-ed's words, his eyes suddenly widened and his whole body trembled, as if he had suffered a huge blow, and he froze in place. You killed my parents, how dare you? After a long time, Kukaki Qianye roared with a gloomy face. You don't deserve to call them parents, I will take good care of their graves for you. Sadoka-ed said with a calm face. I want you to die. Kukaki Qianye roared angrily, and his body suddenly swelled. Kukaki Qianye has to choose to fight for his life. As long as he detonates his own blood, his strength will reach the level of 9th level Chunin. However, this also means that Kukaki Qianye must die, because if he does so, he will die and his bloodline will be damaged, making it difficult to grow in strength in the future. Humph, you trash! Sadoka-ed saw Kukaki Qianye's actions, sneered, and then slapped Kukaki Qianye with his right palm. Kukaki Qianye's ninjutsu turned into a black mist, which was then inhaled by Sadoka-ed. Sure enough, just as I guessed, the weaker your strength, the stronger the effect will be. Sadoka-ed murmured to himself after absorbing the black mist. Dingling bell. Just after Sadoka-ed absorbed the blood and remnant soul of Kukaki Qianye, a crisp sound came from the poke ball in Sadoka-ed's arms. Kabaimon, you're awake. Sadoka-ed picked up the elf ball and released Kirbaimon. Woa Kirby emerged from the elf ball, stretched out its paws to rub its sleepy eyes, and then called out twice. How are you feeling now? Sadoka-ed touched Kirby's little head and asked gently. Gurg, CBCJ, Luralug. Kirby scratched its head with its chubby little paws, and then shook its little head twice. Do you feel any discomfort? Sadoka-ed continued to ask. Gilyala. Kirby shook its little head twice more, and then said something in a milky voice to indicate that it was okay. It's okay, let's go, get out of here first. Sadoka-ed nodded, then pulled Kirby and flew out of the woods. I'm going to kill you. Kukaki Qianye saw Sadoka-ed taking Kirby away, and suddenly his face became furious and he shouted. However, Sadoka-ed didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, and just treated him as transparent. Soon, the distance between the two became closer again. Although Ka-ed Sato just used Shunpo to avoid Kukaki Qianye's offensive, it also wasted a lot of chakra in his body. There is not much chakra left in Ka-ed Sato's body now, and it is estimated that he can still perform Shunpo B times. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Kukaki Qianye roared with a ferocious face, and a bright white light was released from his body. Boom! Suddenly the sky was covered with dark clouds, followed by bursts of muffled thunder from a distance, and a heavy rain fell from the sky. At this time, Kukaki Qianye's whole body was entangled with jet-black lightning. The jet-black lightning was like a living creature, twisting and struggling crazily. Kukaki Qianye's eyes were filled with scarlet ferocity, and the soil around him exploded, and then condensed into mud balls, which were then thrown towards Sadoka-ed. Seeing this, Sadoka-ed frowned slightly, and then punched out. The next moment, countless mud balls were blown away by a powerful fist wind, and then fell to the ground and exploded, forming a puff of dust and smoke, obscuring Sadoka-ed's figure. Ha ha ha, you have finally been tricked. Your strength is only this, you are only this. Kukaki Qianye laughed wildly, his voice echoing over the forest, extremely penetrating. Yet, suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded, and then a sharp sword energy shot out. Kukaki Qianye's chest was immediately penetrated by the sword energy, and then he screamed in pain. Kukaki Qianye covered his chest and growled in pain. Boom! Crackling! At this time, the violent thunder sounded again. Wow! A large water curtain emerged out of thin air, and then enveloped Kukaki Qianye, sealing it firmly. Kaka! Whitey! The moment the thunder struck Kukaki Qianye, all his clothes and hair were covered in smoke. Kukaki Qianye looked quite miserable at this time, his hair was extremely charred, and his exposed skin was completely charred, giving him an extremely miserable look. Chapter 172. I will never forgive you. Kukaki Qianye stared at Sadoka-ed angrily and said word by word, with resentment flashing deep in his eyes. Ha ha! Sadoka-ed heard Kukaki Qianye's words and just sneered twice, and then continued to fly with Kirby-mon. Damn it, I'm going to make your life worse than death, break it for me. Kukaki Qianye saw Sadoka-ed completely ignoring his words, then his face twisted and he shouted crazily, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, the airflow in the surrounding space violently rolled. The terrifying aura emanating from Kukaki Qianye instantly shattered the seal Sadoka-ed had placed on him, and then kicked Sadoka-ed hard. Ka-ed Sato's face changed slightly when he saw this. He quickly blocked the Kirby beast in front of him, and then turned the Tomo with the Mangekyo Sharinon to block Kukaki Qianye's feet so that he would not kick the Kirby beast. Kukaki Qianye's foot stepped hard on Sadoka-ed's body. Sadoka-ed's face turned red, and then he opened his mouth and spurted out a large amount of blood. He fell back 100 meters and fell heavily to the ground. Ahem! Sadoka-ed's face flushed, he coughed lightly and spit out the congestion in his throat. Sadoka-ed's face was pale at this time, and he obviously suffered serious internal injuries. It's a pity, this guy is so tough, I almost could have eliminated this guy. Sadoka-ed looked at Kukaki Qianye standing not far away and sighed slightly. Kukaki Qianye looked ferocious at this time, his eyes were red, and his face was full of madness and irritability. Kukaki Qianye was very weak at this time. If the kick he just kicked was real, he would probably be lying dead by now. I will never forgive you, go to hell. Kukaki Qianye gritted his teeth with a ferocious face, then took out a dark pill from his waist and swallowed it, and his injuries immediately recovered a lot. The next second, a pair of huge bat wings appeared behind Kukaki Qianye, then quickly fluttered and flew into the air. Immediately afterwards, Kukaki Qianye's figure flew across hundreds of meters of space like lightning and came to Sadoka-ed. His left hand was held like an iron pincer and he grabbed Sadoka-ed's neck. When Sadoka-ed saw this, his face changed slightly. He knew that Kukaki Qianye wanted to end the battle, so he used Tsukuyomi without hesitation, and then let Kukaki Qianye fall into an illusion. After Kukaki Qianye fell into the illusion, he lost control of the surrounding environment and fell directly to the ground. Boom! Kukaki Qianye's body hit the ground heavily, making a dull noise. Plop! Under Kaed Sato's careful planning, Kukaki Qianye eventually fell into the swamp lake, splashing a lot of water, and then quickly disappeared. In this case, we should be able to kill this guy. Sato Kaed was panting and looking at the swamp lake full of mud and silt in front of him, muttering to himself. Shua! At this moment, a black light shot out from the swamp, and then stabbed Sato Kaed directly, as if to nail Sato Kaed to death in the swamp. Sato Kaed reacted very quickly. He turned his body sideways in time and narrowly avoided this fatal blow. The next second, an arm made of mud suddenly stretched out from the swamp lake and grabbed Sato Kaed's shoulder. With a bang sound, Sato Kaed's body hit the stone wall next to him heavily, leaving a dent. Sato Kaed's face suddenly turned pale under the pain, and beads of sweat covered his forehead, but he still bit his lips and refused to let out a cry of pain. Kukaki Qianye was standing on the bank of the swamp at this time. He was covered in blood and had many broken bones. He looked extremely weak, but his eyes were filled with endless killing intent and anger. Sato Kaed, no matter what price I pay today, I will definitely let you die. Kukaki Qianye gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face. At this time, Kukaki Qianye was seriously injured. His strength was no longer as good as the original 8th level. Now he barely reached the 7 Tails Jinchuriki level. However, it was still difficult to kill Sato Kaed, so he planned to use secret techniques to temporarily enhance his strength. And then use the power of secret techniques to kill Sato Kaed. No problem, but you have to enjoy this wonderful moment. Hearing this, Sato Kaed said with an evil smile on his lips, and the burning green chakra began to burn on his body. Although Kukaki Qianye has the 9 Tails bloodline and can temporarily gain the power of the 9 Tails demon fox, he only has preliminary control after all, so he is not able to briefly transcend the limit like Uchiha Itachi, so he can only take advantage of his strong physique. It can temporarily improve your strength, but once the time period expires, you will suffer a strong backlash. Please give me flowers. The current Kukaki Qianye can only temporarily surpass 6 tails, and because of chakra, his chakra is quickly consumed, even less than half of its peak, so he is really exhausted now. If he can't quickly, if Sato Kaed is killed, he will only die. You kid, go to hell. The bloodthirsty light in Kukaki Qianye's eyes became even brighter. He picked up a sharp branch in his right hand and swung it suddenly, bringing with it a fishy smell. Kukaki Qianye's move seemed to have touched a certain taboo. A frightening force suddenly descended on this piece of heaven and earth, and then turned into a huge ball and enveloped Kukaki Qianye. 0. As this giant ball appeared, Sato Kaed felt a sense of crisis. Not long ago, Naruto was wrapped by this giant ball, and then was sucked into a strange space, and was eventually trapped to death, unable to escape forever. Humph, do you want to do this trick again? Seeing this, Sato Kaed's face condensed slightly, then he cursed secretly, immediately used the body flicker technique, and left the place. Call out. The next second, there was a burst of wind in the area where Kukaki Qianye was, and then a dark object came straight towards Zokuaveng. Seeing this, Sato Kaed frowned slightly. He hurriedly avoided the jet-black object, but the jet-black object still brushed past his body. Sato Kaed saw a dark object passing by, and he immediately recognized what it was. It was actually Kukaki Qianye's weapon, the trident. At this time, Sato Kaed was only a few dozen meters away from where Kukaki Qianye was, so he spotted the trident in Kukaki Qianye's hand at a glance. Hey! Kukaki Qianye did not hesitate and immediately dodged again, but the trident continued to chase Zhou Lifeng as if it had eyes. Under the control of Sato Kaed, a dazzling blue light bloomed from his hand, and then turned into a huge ice bomb with a diameter of nearly 5 meters. While Sato Kaed was using the ice release ninjutsu, a huge ice ball appeared out of thin air beside him,
and then hit directly in the direction of Kukaki Qianye. Bang 1000. Chapter 173. The two collided, erupting with a violent explosion, and then disappeared one after another. All the water in the area where Kukaki Qianye was located evaporated and turned into mist that filled the air. Under Sadoka-ed's stunned look, an intact Kukaki Qianye slowly walked out. "It's okay. How did you do it?" Ka-ed Sato stared at Kukaki Qianye in disbelief. He couldn't understand why this happened. "Haha, you forced me to do this." Kukaki Qianye sneered, and then a large amount of black flames erupted from his body, and the tattered clothes on his body were immediately burned. When Sadoka-ed saw Kukaki Qianye's appearance, his pupils shrank and he screamed in his heart. He knew that Kukaki Qianye was ready to fight. After Kukaki Qianye completely burned the clothes on his body, his figure disappeared in an instant. The next second after 9:17, his figure appeared in front of Sadoka-ed, and the jet black trident in his hand stabbed Sadoka-ed fiercely. Whoosh! The trident passed through the void, making a sharp whistle, and then penetrated Sadoka-ed's left shoulder directly, nailing Sadoka-ed to a boulder. Sadoka-ed's face was extremely pale at this time. He clenched his fists and struggled hard to get out of Kukaki Qianye's attack range, but Kukaki Qianye's body strength was too strong, and he could not move an inch no matter how hard he struggled. Click! Sadoka-ed just struggled a few times. Kukaki Qianye grabbed Sadoka-ed's wrist, and then violently twisted Sadoka-ed's right arm, making him lose the ability to resist, leaving only his left hand and right leg still moving. "Your strength is quite good." Kukaki Qianye grabbed Sadoka-ed's wrist, and then sneered while wildly devouring the life force in Sadoka-ed's body. "I do underestimate you, but we still don't know who will win." Sadoka-ed gritted his teeth, suppressed the life force in his body, and then looked at Kukaki Qianye with a serious face, and said lightly. During this period of time, he not only consumed all the chakra of Kukaki Qianye, but also absorbed a large amount of rancid grass juice. Now his life force has been restored a lot. His current strength is definitely more than 4 times, and he also has author of Super Devil's Touch. "Haha, kid, stop trying to be brave. My physical fitness has already surpassed yours, but your strength and stamina are far behind. You can't beat me." Kukaki Qianye laughed and said, "The deputy director, it looks like the winning ticket is on the line. You will know who wins and who loses after the fight." Sadoka-ed said without changing his expression. "Okay. Since you are stubborn, then I will send you to the west." Kukaki Qianye nodded, then shouted, and then the trident in his hand quickly stabbed forward, and a terrifying chakra poured into it, causing Kukaki Qianye to fall behind him. The black clouds rolled violently. Kukaki Qianye's trident pierced the air and went straight to Sadoka-ed's chest. If this move was implemented, it would definitely pierce Sadoka-ed. "Whew!" Sadoka-ed's eyelids twitched slightly, and he quickly drew out the Jamo block trident from his waist. The kunao collided with the trident, and a sound of gold and iron was heard. Ka-ed Sato's expression suddenly changed, and the kunao in his hand almost fell out of his hand. He quickly circulated the chakra in his body, and then stabilized the kunao in his hand. However, the power contained in the trident was very huge. Sadoka-ed only supported it for a moment before blood began to ooze from his mouth and his palms became numb. A heartbreaking pain made the veins on his forehead bulge. Pfft! Sadoka-ed groaned, and bright red blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He felt as if he was about to be pierced by the trident. Severe pain spread throughout his body, making his face look extremely ferocious. Death cut. Kukaki Qianye obviously had no intention of staying. He took advantage of Sadoka-ed's ability to resist the trident, and instantly bullied him. The trident in his hand suddenly stabbed down, and a huge jet-black light blade instantly appeared in Sadoka-ed's eyes. His whole body, the person was directly stabbed into a sieve by the pitch-black light blade. This, impossible, how is it possible? After Kukaki Qianye saw Sadoka-ed's condition, he suddenly showed a confused expression. Then, regardless of his injury, he quickly squatted down to check Sadoka-ed's condition, wanting to know Sadoka-ed's condition. Maple's situation.
Although his special attack just now did not kill Sadoka Ed, it also severely damaged his body. His current physical condition is extremely poor and he can't even stand up. Damn BD, what are you doing? Kukaki Qianye looked at the corpse on the ground and shouted angrily. He had clearly cut off half of Sadoka Ed's head just now. Now except for the holes in Sadoka Ed's chest and abdomen, all the bones and flesh on Sadoka Ed's body have disappeared, but he is still alive. Stop pretending to be dead, little one, tell me, how did you do it? Kukaki Qianye breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Sadoka Ed was still breathing, and then pointed his trident at Sadoka Ed on the ground and shouted. He was really a little scared, because the kid in front of him was simply a freak, his body was so strong that it was hard to understand, and the special move he just used was not able to kill him. You are not qualified to know at this level. Sadoka Ed slowly opened his eyes, looked at Kukaki Qianye and said indifferently. The attack just now seemed fatal, but it was not enough to kill Sadoka Ed. He was only temporarily comatose. As soon as Sadoka Ed finished speaking, a layer of milky white chakra aura emitted from his body, and then white thin needles emerged from his body and shot towards Kukaki Qianye quickly. What ninjutsu is this? Seeing this, Kukaki Qianye's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly raised the black trident in his hand to block it. Dang dang dang! Countless white thin needles fell on the black trident in Kukaki Qianye's hand, making a dense crashing sound. Kukaki Qianye's face became more and more gloomy. 5.4 He could see that the ninjutsu Sadoka Ed was performing now was very difficult and he couldn't handle it at all. I want to see how long your ninjutsu can last. Kukaki Qianye said through gritted teeth. Then give it a try. Sadoka Ed chuckled, and then continued to control the chakra in his body, releasing more fine needles to attack Kakemu Qianye. Sadoka Ed currently stores a massive amount of chakra in his body. He can condense 100 fine needles almost every 10 minutes. Even in his heyday, he may not have had such abundant chakra. When Ka-ed Sato performed the universal pull, he could barely condense 1000 chakra needles.